Tony Stark and Captain America stood on one side, their expressions grim. Thor's frown deepened as he tightened his grip on Mjolnir. The three Avengers were clearly unhappy with Nick Fury's actions. Before they could press Fury for answers, Lee Bying stepped forward, tapping Thor on the shoulder and holding up his phone, its screen displaying a message. The text read, "First, thank you for protecting me. But right now, saving the world is the priority. I accept imprisonment, on one condition: I keep my mask on." The spider emblem on Lee Bying's mask shifted lazily, casting an eerie vibe that unsettled even Nick Fury. Fury raised an eyebrow, surprised by the young man's calm compliance. After a moment's thought, he nodded, signaling for Lee Bying and Loki to be detained together. I'm sorry it came to this," Captain America said softly, glancing at Lee Bying with an apologetic look. Though his words were genuine, they held little meaning for someone like Lee Bying, who felt no allegiance to this country. Without responding, Lee Bying sat down in the transparent cell next to Loki, typing on his phone again. Nick Fury activated the containment field, explaining, "This cell is designed to neutralize energy and prevent spatial transfers. Its reinforced structure can withstand even the strength of gods. Don't try anything clever." Loki, unfazed, smirked arrogantly. "Ants boasting of their accomplishments. If I wanted to escape, your earthly technology could never hold me." Nick Fury ignored the taunt and turned to leave, but not before throwing a cautious glance at Lee Bying, whose quiet demeanor betrayed nothing. As the two prisoners settled into their cell, Loki turned his attention to Lee Bying. "Well, look at you," he began, his tone dripping with mockery. "You've fought for these mortals, yet here you are, locked up just like me." He chuckled, stepping closer. "You're powerful, clearly. Why waste your talents on these pitiful humans? Join me. When I conquer Earth, I'll grant you your own land, a kingdom to rule as you please." Lee Bying said nothing, merely raising his phone to show a message. Loki leaned in to read it, and his smirk faded. His pupils contracted as he processed the words. "The prophet has a message for you, god of lies and tricks. I know your invasion isn't just about conquering Earth. You're working for a certain purple-skinned man, ensuring he spares Asgard in the coming storm. But here's what your future holds: the Dark Elves will come. Your mother, Queen Frigga, will die. Odin will tell you he loves you before his end. Asgard will fall. And Thanos will kill you." Loki recoiled, his mind racing. "Is this true?" he asked, his voice unsteady. For a fleeting moment, his arrogance gave way to doubt. Lee Bying tilted his head, the spider emblem on his mask twitching mockingly. He typed another message. "You'll find out soon enough if it's true. You're the god of lies, after all. Truth and deception are your domain." Loki clenched his fists, his expression a mixture of fear and fury. He wanted to dismiss the prophecy as another trick, but the weight of the words lingered. If Asgard truly faced such destruction, his mind twisted the information to fit his own schemes. "If I save Asgard from its doom, Thor and Father will finally see my worth. Perhaps even Mother would." He stopped himself, burying the thought. He wouldn't act without further proof. "You're clever," Loki admitted, masking his emotions behind a sly grin. "But even if this prophecy holds merit, don't think you can manipulate me." Satisfied with planting seeds of doubt, Lee Bying leaned back in his chair, his focus shifting to the glowing countdown in his mind. Mission remaining time, 59 seconds. The moment was fast approaching. Lee Bying's heart pounded, not from fear but from anticipation. The energy in the room shifted as the seconds ticked down. Meanwhile, outside the cell, tensions ran high among the Avengers. What are they talking about in there? Was it some kind of prophecy? Captain America asked, breaking the uneasy silence. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, watching the interactions within the cell. His usually composed demeanor showed a hint of frustration. Whatever it is, Loki's stalling for time. We need to figure out his endgame fast. Thor sighed heavily, his frustration evident. Loki mentioned it on the plane. He's aligned with an army of Chitauri, planning to invade Earth. But he's not acting alone. Someone powerful is pulling the strings. As for the iridium element, I don't know its purpose. Tony Stark, leaning against the wall, nodded thoughtfully. Iridium's a stabilizer. It's probably being used to keep the Tesseract's energy flow consistent. That means Loki's using it to open a portal, Bruce Banner chimed in. A gateway to bring the Chitauri army here. Tony straightened up. Banner with me. Let's analyze the scepter. It might give us some insight into how to stop this mess. The two scientists left for the lab, leaving the remaining Avengers to discuss their next move. Back in the cell, the countdown reached its final seconds. 3, 2, 1. Mission completed. A blinding surge of energy coursed through Li Buying. His body, weak and frail for so long, felt alive with newfound strength. The system's message appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have gained the basic abilities of Spider-Man. This version is closest to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Li Buying clenched his fists, feeling the raw power beneath his skin. The spider emblem on his mask seemed to glow faintly as he stood. For the first time in years, he didn't feel powerless. The laboratory showdown. When Captain America entered the lab, he found Tony Stark and Bruce Banner huddled together, pointing at a screen. At first, he thought they were analyzing the Mind Scepter or the Tesseract, but the conversation quickly revealed otherwise. "Hey, how'd you uncover this?" Steve asked, his brow furrowing as Tony mentioned SHIELD Phase 2.
Tony shrugged.
"I've got my ways," he said nonchalantly, but the gravity of what he had found was anything but casual.
Steve's expression darkened.
"It's true," he admitted, reluctantly explaining what he knew. Fury and SHIELD have been working on developing high-powered weapons, repurposing Hydra's tech using the Tesseract. The revelation struck a chord with all three men. "So, energy research was just a cover," Tony muttered, his voice laced with cynicism. "Figures. High-powered weapons, right under everyone's nose. Classic ambition." Bruce's face twisted in disgust. "They probably didn't bring me here just for my brains. They wanted me for this," he said, motioning toward himself, his tone bitter. Meanwhile, none of them noticed the faint, ominous glow emanating from the Mind Scepter on the table.
Fury's defense.
The tense atmosphere was interrupted by the arrival of Natasha Romanoff, Thor, and Nick Fury. Natasha had been keeping an eye on Loki and brought Fury along after sensing brewing discord among the team. "You can't leave the lab, Banner," Natasha said firmly. "If Loki's plan involves using the Hulk, we need you here under control." Bruce bristled at the implication, raising his voice.
"Under control?"
"I've been under control since the day I got these powers." He jabbed a finger toward the Phase 2 screen. "How about explaining this, Fury? Weapons of mass destruction? Using the Tesseract."
Fury's tone hardened.
"First of all, SHIELD isn't just an American organization, it's managed by global powers." Tony cut in with a mocking laugh, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Oh sure, that makes it so much better. Please continue, Director." Ignoring Stark's sarcasm, Fury turned to Thor. "This is to protect Earth from gods like him. Ever since Thor arrived, we've known we're not alone in the universe. We need high-lethal weapons to keep this planet safe." Thor's eyes flared, and he pointed Mjolnir at Fury. "You think you can defend Earth by becoming the very thing you fear? These weapons won't protect you from the dangers I've seen." The room descended into chaos. Fury's justifications clashed with Thor's indignation, Tony's biting remarks, and Banner's growing anger. Subtle manipulations. As the argument escalated, the faint glow from the Mind Scepter grew stronger. Invisible waves of influence rippled through the room, amplifying tensions and stoking resentment. No one noticed the scepter's effect, nor did they realize that a stealth jet had evaded radar and was closing in on the aircraft carrier. Behind the barrier. Meanwhile, in his cell, Li Buying sat quietly with Loki. Fiddling with his newfound gravity mastery, he tested the cell's energy field. He realized that by destabilizing one part of the force field, he could cause a chain reaction to collapse the entire structure. Before he could act, the aircraft carrier trembled violently, signaling the arrival of Loki's forces. "My people are here," Loki said with a sly grin. "What about you? How do you plan to escape without my help?" Li Buying simply glanced at the camera and blinked. The cell's locking mechanism disengaged, the energy field vanishing as the door slid open. Loki raised an eyebrow. "Impressive." Stretching his arms, Loki gave Li Buying a final curious look before teleporting away. Moments later, explosions rocked the ship as Hawkeye's assault began.
Chaos unleashed.
In the lab, Loki materialized amidst the Avengers, his arrival causing an immediate uproar. Without hesitation, he raised the Mind Scepter and aimed it at Bruce Banner. "Big guy, it's time to wake up," Loki said with a grin, unleashing a wave of mental energy. The scepter's power ignited a storm of rage within Banner, pushing him past the edge of control. His muscles bulged, his skin turned green, and his transformation into the Hulk was complete.
"Loki!"
Thor roared, charging toward his brother. But the Hulk, driven by a primal fury, lashed out, striking Thor with a devastating punch. The battle between the two titans erupted, shaking the aircraft carrier to its core.
Li Buying intervenes.
As Black Widow engaged Hawkeye in the lower levels, Li Buying arrived, delivering a decisive blow to knock Hawkeye unconscious. Nodding to Natasha, he dashed toward the chaos surrounding the Hulk. In the upper deck, Thor and Hulk grappled in a brutal clash. Thor relied on sheer strength, avoiding his thunderous powers at Tony's insistence to avoid further damage to the ship. But the longer the fight dragged on, the stronger the Hulk became. Li Buying jumped into the fray, landing a punch on the Hulk's head. The blow barely registered, but as his hand touched Hulk's skin, something unexpected happened. A dormant energy within Li Buying, tied to the mysterious tiger power, surged forth. It coursed through his body and into the Hulk, spreading rapidly. Li Buying's eyes widened as the image of two tigers, one black and one white, manifested in his vision, circling each other like yin and yang. The energy soothed the Hulk's rage, cooling the storm within him. Slowly, the green giant's movements stilled. The fury in his eyes dimmed, replaced by the calm consciousness of Dr. Bruce Banner. Aftermath. Thor stared at Li Buying in astonishment. What did you do? Li Buying stepped back, flexing his fingers as the energy subsided. He didn't respond, his thoughts racing. This newfound power was something he didn't fully understand yet, but it had just saved the Avengers, and possibly the entire aircraft carrier. For now, there was no time to dwell on it. The battle wasn't over.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Hulk gradually sank into a peaceful sleep, and Banner seemed to be pulled up to the surface by a pair of strong hands. In the eyes of the people around him, because of Li Buying's light touch, the Hulk quickly began to shrink, and then regained Bruce Banner. Banner, who had woken up, shook his head vigorously and seemed to be still a little confused. Li Buying looked at Dr. Banner, who had returned and subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to look at his palms. He stopped his movements abruptly and pretended that he knew this would happen. Things happen. WOC, is the power of the tiger so powerful? Is it still used in this way? Is it because he absorbed part of Mr. Negative's power? There was a turmoil in his heart, but Li Buying was calm on the surface, and the spider on the mask trembled slightly, as if he was enduring it and not crawling around. He raised his hand and pulled Banner up. Tony, Captain America, and Thor all came closer and looked at the Weaver in front of them in disbelief. Tony was the first to ask, "How did you do it?" The Prophet is a magician. He has already anticipated this situation and gave me some gadgets in advance. I will leave first. Taking out his mobile phone and typing for a few people to check, Li Buying pricked up his ears and heard the footsteps behind him. He nodded slightly to a few people and was about to leave, but was pulled back by Tony. "Wait, your prophet told you where the Rubik's Cube is?" "No, the prophet only told me that this invasion will make all major powers realize the danger and temporarily choose to achieve an image of unity and cooperation on the surface. So what he's saying is that he knew where the Rubik's Cube was, but couldn't stop the invasion in advance." Captain America's voice became louder. In his opinion, this was an act of completely indifference to the people. Li Buying did not speak after hearing this, but just nodded towards him with his mask. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Li Buying simply stopped running and jumped straight down from the hole made by Hulk. "Hey!" Captain America yelled when he saw this, but Tony was not worried at all. He should be fine, and he doesn't want to commit suicide, so how is Banner's condition? Bruce's naked body clasped his hands. "It feels the same as usual." Hulk fell asleep peacefully. While several people were talking, a group of soldiers appeared next to the superheroes. Thanks to Li Buying's help, most of the aircraft carrier was not damaged. It could still barely fly at this time, but it was about to fall. Tony stopped talking to everyone and drove the armor to repair some important parts. Black Widow, who came with Hawkeye on her back, put him down, looked around and picked up the weapon, preparing to clean up the remaining people controlled by Loki. The American team also temporarily put aside their worries and followed Tony's footsteps. Banner and Thor, who had nothing to do, looked at each other. A somewhat embarrassed Banner looked at the fallen Hawkeye and said, "Dear God of Thunder, could you please help bring him to the reception room? I'm sorry about what happened before." "It doesn't matter, Asgard respects the strong." Thor did not blame Banner. He raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. He grabbed Hawkeye with one hand and walked towards the reception room. Banner was going to see if there was any data left in the computer. Before the explosion, he had found another echoing wave through the energy wave of the Mind Scepter, which was probably the location of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Falling straight from the sky, Li Buying activated his phase ability and appeared in the alley just before landing. It was only then that he had the chance to make the action of looking at his palm and squeezing it hard. The tiger power was more useful than he thought, and could actually turn the Hulk back into Banner, although it required a lot of energy. In addition, he could feel that this energy had other uses, but Li Buying had to find a new, weaker dual-personality villain to study this power. After all, it's easy to overturn the one who is stronger. What if two of them are separated like the tiger talisman, and one of them escapes, causing the other to be unable to fight back? Anyway, let's talk about this later. Li Buying murmured to himself, raised his hand and took out the magic wand to cast a spell on his face to eliminate the deformation and return it to its original state. He asked AIE about the current situation. "AIE, how is the situation with Loki?" Loki has gone to Stark Tower to activate the cosmic cube. The Avengers are still trying to find a way to make the aircraft carrier crash land. Dr. Banner expects to find the location where the cosmic cube is open soon. Listening to AIE's calm voice, Li Buying relaxed his muscles and quietly rushed to the vicinity of the building, thinking in his mind about how to quietly pocket the universe Rubik's Cube without arousing any suspicion. Time passes little by little. The people of New York City currently know nothing about the crisis and are still living a busy and ordinary life. Suddenly, the air raid siren breaks the peace. The people looked up to the sky in surprise and didn't know what happened, but planes flew in one after another and began to use loudspeakers to notify all the people of the impending air raid. However, before the people were completely dispersed, a skywide beam of light lit up from the top of Stark Tower and shot into the sky, and a huge portal appeared under the blue sky. Through the huge portal, Li Buying, who was hiding in the alley, squinted his eyes. He could see the universe on the other side of the portal. Small black dots fell from above, followed by more huge spaceships. Get out of it. It finally started. AIE let Magneto and Professor X see the first-hand information. Clear. The mechanical creations continued to fall. Li Buying climbed above the Stark Tower and saw the Avengers gathered together. He was not prepared to go over and hide himself in the roof, waiting for the opportunity to appear. He wanted to try whether gravity combined with his own abilities could destroy the device that stimulated energy. When a battle with aliens occurred near Stark Tower, other forces hidden in New York City were also passing this picture to their own organizations. Every country on the planet that was capable of competing suddenly fell silent, and a sense of crisis arose. At the same time, in other areas of New York City, various superheroes also discovered alien monsters that were constantly escaping, and immediately fought against them. Damn, what are these things? In Queens, Spider-Man used spiderwebs to wrap around two guys who were about to attack the people, and used all his strength to throw the two alien soldiers out. The two thrown out collided with the other two and fell to the ground, dead or alive. In Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil waved his long stick in the narrow alley to attract the attention of alien soldiers. After defeating them, he kicked the alien weapons behind him. Mighty Man, Iron Fist, Blade, Fantastic Four. These superheroes tried their best to minimize the damage to the people. They looked at the beam of light in the distance and wanted to rush past it, but they were unable to do so. The main reason was that the distance was too far and there were alien soldiers blocking it. The Human Torch was just running rampant through New York City. However, after passing by, he saw the scene of the battle between Thor and Loki. He was just about to intervene when he was directly shaken away by the aftermath of the two people's explosion and crashed into the building and almost fainted. After that, the Human Torch didn't dare to get close, and flew to Iron Man's position to ask what was going on. Outside of the chaos of New York City, none of the Chitauri soldiers were able to get outside thanks to the help of superheroes and the military who arrived in time. However, things are brewing on the internet. When many hackers saw the alien armies flying in the sky in some released videos, they lifted the official network blockade and spread the news out of fear that there would be no chaos in the world. More importantly, there are several pairs of big hands behind them that are quietly controlling them to fight against the authorities. In the college in Westchester County and the Brotherhood base where the specific location is unknown, Professor, located in his room, Magneto immediately sent a message to the Prophet. What should I do next? Seeing the message sent by Magneto, some data flashed in AIE's eyes. Wait for the opportunity, it will take some time until this country is completely in chaos, just wait and have hope. Just after the conversation with Magneto, Professor X also sent a message asking about this alien war. How much do you know about this war? Everything. Loki. Thor. Boom. The terrifying energy fluctuations destroyed everything within a few hundred meters. The machine that opened the portal slowly landed in the pit from the ashes of Stark Tower, continuing to transmit energy. The two gods Loki and Thor were restrained at first, but then they became more and more aggressive, and gradually burst out their true strength. The god of thunder swung his hammer Mjolnir and hit the disobedient brother in front of him without mercy, preparing to break his bones and take him back. The spreading thunder and divine power disrupted everything. Loki was originally unable to match Thor in terms of physical strength or was beaten unilaterally, but at this time he already had the spiritual scepter. Even if the main function of the Mind Stone is not energy and strength, it has greatly improved Loki's combat capabilities. When Thor's hammer fell towards him, Loki raised his scepter and sent out a huge flow of divine power from the tip to counteract Thor's divine power. The main thing was a powerful brick flying. But even with the blessing of the spiritual scepter, it was still difficult for him to confront Thor head-on for too long. His eyes turned slightly and suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. His green figure appeared behind Thor, raised the scepter and stabbed Thor's heart. Thor discovered this in time, turned around and swung the hammer to knock the scepter away, and kicked Loki's body and kicked him away, into the air. Loki in the air shook his spiritual scepter slightly, and more than 20 of them flew into the sky. When they stabilized and were about to rush down together to find Thor, Thor had already arrived in the center of these Lokis. The Mind Scepter continues to affect Thor, but it is difficult to hinder it too seriously. It just makes Thor continue to have illusions. Thor surpassed Loki in both will and strength, and even with the blessing of the Mind Stone, the god of mischief would find it difficult to control him. He shouted loudly in the air, raised Mjolnir high and smashed it down out of the air with force. There was an explosion in the air, and all the illusions around him were smashed by Thor. Loki flew directly to the side, dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he bullied him again. Even if it's just once, he still wants to successfully defeat Thor. The two people, who were arrogant and refused to admit defeat, fought harder and harder, and all the Chitauri who were close to the two gods were completely shattered. Fortunately, they subconsciously did not want to lose to the opponent, so they kept moving upward during the battle. The city was only destroyed in a spherical area of several hundred meters, and the rest was that the clouds in the sky were completely cleared. Good, there are no heroes around Stark Tower, they're all busy clearing out the Chitauri forces. Seeing that the time had come, Li Buying drew out her wand to make herself invisible and quietly approached the cosmic cube and the teleportation activation device. He looked at the very strong energy barrier on the periphery and raised his arms. Gravity appeared in his hands, Li Buying's breath became deeper, and black lines like gravitational waves spread out from under the 8 legs of the spider on the mask. Observing the device in front of him from the force level, the energy generated by the cosmic cube flows with a very stable force field, forming a barrier to firmly protect the fragile device below it. Li Buying's activation ability slightly affects the force field. This stable force field is very difficult to destroy, but it is not impossible to destroy. Just like the glass on a car, if the glass is strong enough, it will not be destroyed if you hit it directly with your fist without enough force. But as long as you have a sharp object such as a window breaker, attacking at the fragile stress points of the glass can reduce a lot of trouble. After a brief inspection of the force field in front of him, Li Buying moved slightly away and raised the gravity gun to point it at him. The spherical gravity gun vibrated violently under the influence of the ability, and the waves quickly turned into protruding spikes. After charging up, those protruding spikes paused, the gravity returned to a spherical shape, and the invisible special force field appeared out of thin air in a cone shape, stabbing hard at the energy shield in front of it. The force field that maintained the energy shield became unstable due to Li Buying's ability, and then a chain reaction occurred that disrupted the entire protective force field. The huge energy was temporarily dissipated due to the instability of the force field. He clicked his fingers at the right moment, and the entire device was completely destroyed under gravity. As the device was destroyed, the energy released by the cosmic cube decreased, and the portal in the sky also shrank. The Chitauri who found something wrong immediately rushed to the portal. The Chitauri mothership was left for him first. It was just a matter of a light pinch, but he didn't know whether the nuclear bomb had been launched. Li Buying looked at the warships in the sky and the countless small airships and soldiers killed by the aftermath of the two gods. While thinking about the plot of the movie, he walked to the rolling cosmic cube. Picking up the cosmic cube, Li Buying tried to put it into the storage space. It was easily stored in, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. The storage space seemed to have become a little bigger. The hole in the sky was slowly closing. He quietly climbed out of the deep pit and hid in the alley again. Suddenly, looking at the distance in New York, a nuclear bomb was coming here. According to Iron Man's speed, he didn't know if he could make it in time. A red and yellow figure flew across the sky towards the nuclear bomb, holding it and trying to send the nuclear bomb into the space hole that was about to close. However, Iron Man's flying speed was getting slower and slower, probably because his body was damaged. Seeing this, Li Buying took out the gravity hammer again. Tony looked at the nuclear bomb in his hand anxiously, not knowing what to do. Just as he was very nervous, he suddenly felt that his speed seemed to increase again. Jarvis' voice told him that this was not an illusion, and there was a strange force pushing him up. Li Buying watched Tony successfully push the nuclear bomb into the space channel, and helped him fall quickly to prevent Iron Man from staying in the empty universe. Putting away the gravity gun, Li Buying raised her hand and waved her arm slightly towards Tony, who was looking around. Tony also realized that the power just now was probably the Weaver, or someone in his organization, helped him. It's just a pity that the nuclear bomb did not explode. Tony in the suit was full of regret. After he sent the nuclear bomb out, the Chitauri quickly reacted and fired a very precise energy beam, cutting the nuclear bomb to separate important parts, directly aborting the chain that had not yet occurred. Reaction, preventing the nuclear bomb from detonating. In other words, it is very likely that the Chitauri army and the mastermind behind the order to Loki will come to Earth again in the near future. Speaking of which, who turned off the cosmic cube device? The Weaver's organization? What about the cosmic cube? Tony, who realized something, looked in the direction of the Weaver again, but Li Buying had already disappeared. A green figure caught the rapidly falling Iron Man, and all the Avengers except Thor were present, looking at Tony with concern as he opened his mask. As for the passing Human Torch, he had already returned to his side to explain the situation to the other three Fantastic Four. So when can those two guys finish fighting, and when can we disband? Enjoying the beauty of life, Tony pointed at the two guys who were still fighting in the sky, and the clouds spread wider and wider. If they were not stopped, he had no doubt that the entire Earth might be overturned by these two guys. Who's going to stop it? Hulk. Captain America raised his eyebrows, and the somewhat calm Hulk stretched out his finger and flicked Captain America. He couldn't fly, so how could he go up and fight these two people? As the mood calmed down, Hulk turned back into Dr. Banner wearing underpants. Banner hurriedly found some clothes from the ruins and put them on, and continued to watch the battle above with everyone. The portal was closed, and Loki's expression was slightly surprised. For a moment, he didn't look angry, and then he pretended to be incompetent and furious. If what the Weaver said next is true, he will return to the fairy palace to accept punishment, and the Dark Elves will take the opportunity to invade. Continuing to avoid Thor's attack, the actor Loki started his own operation and vented his emotions to Thor. Damn Thor, do you know what you did? I could have become the king of the earth. Become the king here? Haha, aren't you afraid that your father will come to make trouble for you? Thor was obviously relieved and rushed towards Loki again to attack. After dodging and colliding again and again, Loki, who was not good at fighting head-on, showed a flaw. Thor seized the opportunity and threw his hammer and hit Loki directly. Head. So cruel. This was Loki's last thought before he passed out. Carrying Loki's clothes, Thor held the Mind Scepter under his arm and took his brother down with him. He felt a little embarrassed looking at the destroyed houses around him, but it didn't show on his face. Very good, it seems that the battle is over. Brother Shenming successfully defeated his younger brother who resisted him. Other problems can be solved later, but there is one last important issue left. Tony stood up from the ground, glanced at everyone's obviously relieved faces and reminded, has anyone seen the cosmic cube, or someone who has closed the space transmission device? As soon as these words came out, everyone froze in place, and Thor even frowned and ran towards the completely destroyed Stark Tower. Unfortunately, after some searching, no one found the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Tony sighed, it seems that it was taken away by the Weaver's organization. I saw him waving to me when I just fell. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow frowned slightly after hearing this, but when they thought about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current situation, they couldn't help but feel that it might be better to put the Cosmic Cube in this inexplicable organization first. At least it won't be taken away by the Hydra members of S.H.I.E.L.D., although it's not as good as Thor taking the Rubik's Cube to Asgard. Thor had no choice but to take Loki back first. Have you obtained the Cosmic Rubik's Cube? As an ordinary high school student, but connected to that mysterious organization, I should be closely monitored? It seems that I will have to lurk for a while and wait until S.H.I.E.L.D. is destroyed before I can act again. Looking at the task completion prompt on the system, Li Buying returned home and looked at his expanded storage space, lying on the bed and tapping his temples with his fingers. After getting the cosmic Rubik's Cube, Li Buying now can't take it out and use it casually, and has no place to use it. At the same time, trouble is also following. S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely wants to retrieve the cosmic cube, and the only place to start is Li Buying, a person who has come into contact with the organization. I don't know if Nick Fury has reported this to his superiors. It depends on whether the number of people monitoring him will increase significantly in the future. If not, it means that Fury thinks that the consequences of Hydra Bureau getting the Rubik's Cube will be more serious than the Prophet organization getting it. If so, then Li Buying must live a stable life and cannot just go out and kill gang members randomly. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to be destroyed, probably within a year. By then, Li Buying can completely help the mutants who want to establish a country to escape from here, and bring the Danes with them. After getting up and entering the basement, Li Buying asked AIE to adjust the priority of handling the incident again, putting monitoring of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the top of the list. Master, can you go out later? Of course, what's wrong? Li Buying, who was about to leave, turned to look at AIE who was speaking. The constantly deformed organs on his face calmed down. AIE said, I'm about to complete my shaping. I hope you can witness this moment. Good. With such a serious matter, Li Buying naturally chose to stay, and the other 4 organs of the mechanical girl were gradually shaped. Ears, eyes, nose, eyebrows. A very beautiful Asian European mixed-race blonde girl appeared in front of Li Buying. She had a pair of blue eyes on her cold face. The hair on her back seemed to have been dyed, with cyan inside and gold outside. I have fixed my image. How do you feel? AIE tilted her head slightly and asked. It's beautiful. After the transformation, Li Buying stood up and came to AIE, brushing her smooth hair with her hand and praising him. AIE's image was completely in his strike zone. Hearing the heartfelt praise, the mechanical girl lowered her head and continued her work, with the tuft of hair on her head shaking slightly. Li Buying left the basement. At this time, the Queen's district was not affected too much. Some people even didn't know what happened. When the crowd on the streets saw that the alarm was lifted, they no longer panicked and looked curiously towards the direction of the worst suffering. After activating the apparition, Li Buying looked over there pretending to be cowardly and knew something, and followed the flow. 1 month later. The peaceful New York City has returned to normalcy from the chaotic post-war period, and the destroyed buildings have been rebuilt with the assistance of Tony and other companies, such as the Osborne Group, Roxxon Energy, and others. Large companies have demonstrated their extremely high technology, but for Marvel's large consortium, this move is nothing more than a charitable donation, and it is very easy in terms of cost. The reason why we want to help New York return to normal is, of course, to make deals with the officials. These technology companies are very coveted for those alien wrecks and hope to obtain the development rights of the mechanical wreckage from politicians. If they can't use them, they can use a few small spaceships or laser guns. Not only these companies, other countries are naturally worried about technological matters, and what to do if the United States becomes the dominant company, so they are all doing necessary work. In this environment, New York has regained its former glory on the surface, but in reality undercurrents are surging and conflicts are intensifying. Fortunately, regardless of the dark side, the invasion of aliens has finally made various countries feel in danger. It is rare for several of the largest countries on the earth to reach an agreement on the bright side at this time and decide to jointly fight against foreign enemies. Of course, these things have nothing to do with ordinary people. How they live is still how they live. Some street superheroes appear even sadder, caught between terrorist crises and trivial matters in life. It is difficult for them to balance the things placed on both ends of the scale. The use of superpowers for justice and kindness cannot solve the troubles of daily life, such as Spider-Man. Damn it, Professor Connors, you can't do this. Why not, Spider-Man? Hiss, I'm going to make reptilians like me the masters of the earth. You have also seen the damage caused to New York by alien creatures before. If everyone became reptilians, mere limbs and broken arms would not affect us at all. Among the high-rise buildings in the dark night, the lizard man in a white robe kept shuttling between the high-rise buildings, while Spider-Man kept chasing behind him, with a very anxious expression behind his mask. He was chasing after a biology professor named Kurt Connors, whom Peter met when he was visiting colleges and wondering where to go after high school, and with whom he gradually became acquainted. Professor Connors once broke an arm due to some reasons, so he has been researching medicines related to limb recovery, hoping to restore himself by implanting reptilian regeneration genes. The potion had been developed a month ago. Under the persuasion of Peter and his wife, he originally planned to continue to perfect the potion, but did not want to inject it into his body immediately. However, during the previous war in New York, his laboratory collapsed due to the fighting, and Connors was also on the verge of death. In order to survive, the professor had to put the medicine he developed into his body. A miraculous thing happened. His body quickly repaired and was intact as before. There were no side effects for about 10 days after that, and the broken arm also slowly grew out within these 10 days. It is a pity that bad luck still befell Connors. 12 days ago, he directly turned into a lizard man due to the genes in his body, and his thinking has also changed. Without his IQ declining too much, he hopes that humans all over the world will become creatures like him. Spider-Man is dealing with this matter at this time, hoping to control Dr. Lizard, who holds the genetic potion in his hand, as soon as possible to prevent him from doing anything that will intensify the chaos that has finally ended. Dr. Lizard ignored Spider-Man behind him and ran frantically towards the projection device he placed on a building. As long as the lizard potion is thrown on it, the people in the entire city will become lizardmen. Like him, these lizardmen will want to assimilate other humans into the same species. However, when there were only a few steps left, a figure wearing a black hoodie appeared where the two of them must pass. He raised his head slightly, and there was a spider crawling under his hood. Weaver? Wait a minute, Weaver, Professor Connors, he's never killed anyone. Spider-Man shouted. Li Buying, who suddenly appeared, naturally did not want to kill Dr. Lizard. He punched him in the jaw and knocked him unconscious. He looked up at Peter, who was running over, and stretched out his hands. Seeing that the Weaver was going to fight with him, Peter gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. He raised his fist and smashed the enemy in front of him hard. The two fists collided with each other, and Peter felt a brutal force hit him. He looked in disbelief, held Num's arm and took a few steps back. Why does the Weaver seem to have become stronger again? Before, he was barely evenly matched with the Weaver in terms of strength, but now the opponent is crushing him? Li Buying retracted his fist, bent down to pick up a jar of medicine dropped by Dr. Lizard and threw it to Spider-Man. After the battle, Li Buying was quiet for 7 days, and he didn't wait until the number of spies spying on him increased. Fury obviously felt that Hydra was more troublesome than an organization that might only have 5 or 6 people. After 7 days, Li Buying naturally continued to hunt on his own, beheading gangsters who thought they were lawless in the chaotic New York City. When they found that the Weaver was still there, they had to lurk again. The level of chaos in New York as a whole decreased after the war. It can be said that Li Buying's killings accounted for at least 25% of the credit, and the Punisher accounted for 45%, because he not only killed the gang boss, but also other members who caused trouble. While other superheroes would just send gang members to jail, these two guys really know how to kill. A whole month has passed, and Li Buying's current physical strength can surpass Spider-Man, and what he is showing now is the results. Li Buying was originally planning to wait for the equipment designed by AIE to come out and then go to another world. However, today, the mechanical girl told him that Dr. Lizard came out. Li Buying, who wanted to study the power of the tiger, naturally wanted to test his ability, so he gave up on the gang leader he originally planned and came directly here to find the escaped Dr. Lizard. Looking at the potion spinning in the air, Spider-Man subconsciously reached out his hand. At the same time, a slight spider sense occurred, and he immediately realized that the Weaver wanted to take the opportunity to attack him. Looking at the potion that was about to fall to the ground in front of him, Spider-Man gritted his teeth and finally reached out to catch it. The heavy blow to his neck made him faint. Supporting Peter Parker, who fell to the ground, Li Buying placed him in the corner of the roof, very thoughtfully wrapped him in spider silk and imitated him, and asked AIE to pay attention to Peter's condition. After finishing all this, he wrapped Dr. Lizard in spider silk and used apparition to move to the sewer where he often went. Coming to the dark and secret underground, Li Buying untied the lizard man in front of him, put his hand on his shoulder again, and the tiger power automatically flowed into Dr. Connor's body. Compared with the time when he subdued the Hulk, he consumed much less energy when using the tiger power on Dr. Connors. 2 abstract tigers that kept jumping appeared in Li Buying's eyes again. What he wanted at this time was to divide Connors in front of him into two parts of good and evil, which was similar to the function often shown in the original Jackie Chan adventures. The next moment, he put his hands on Dr. Lizard's shoulders, grabbed his clothes and pulled them out hard. The overlapping shadows of Dr. Lizard in front of him began to appear. Connors opened his eyes suddenly, but found that he could not move at all. What's wrong with me? I have to kill this guy in front of me quickly. Two completely different thoughts entered Li Baing's mind. He looked at the overlapping shadows in front of him and pulled them hard. As the shadows separated more and more, the image after materialization became clearer. On the right is a huge lizard, and on the left is a man who looks very weak and gentle. Both of them are wearing white coats. Li Baing can only attribute this to magic. With a burst of energy, Li Baing completely split the guys on both sides, and at the same time, he knocked the lizard that was about to jump out of the body unconscious with a punch, and turned to look at Dr. Connors. It seems that when he comes into contact with schizophrenia patients, he can separate the two spirits. Li Baing saw this scene and thought about it, but the question came. If it is the case of Dark Phoenix and Jean Grey, after the separation, will the Phoenix Force be divided equally or can he control who to give it to? Or like now, there is no way to control it and it can only be given to the derivative personality? The reason for this problem is mainly because the situation of Dr. Lizard and Green Goblin is different from Jean Grey. The first two are negative personalities caused by the dramatic changes in DNA caused by the drug. The Phoenix Force in Jean Grey is neutral in itself, and the Dark Phoenix is completely caused by her psychological pressure. The power of the first two is directly related to the other personality, but the Dark Phoenix is not. The current experimental situation is that Li Baing himself cannot keep the benefits of the lizard potion in Dr. Connors, and must separate a lizard with full power. However, it may also be because the Tiger Force is still too weak. In short, if this power can keep the Phoenix Force in Jean Grey and make the Dark Phoenix powerless, then the situation of X-Men 3 will be much easier to solve. In addition, the situation of the lizard and the Green Goblin is a little different. The lizard is a completely different personality and has nothing to do with Connors. The Green Goblin is composed of the negative emotions of Norman Osborn magnified. Looking at the bewildered Dr. Connors and the knocked-out lizard, Li Baing moved his fingers. He also had a question. If the lizard was solved, would Dr. Connors die or return to normal? Looking at the frightened Connors, Li Baing rubbed his fingers and did not choose to do it. He grabbed Connors's shoulder with one hand and the lizard with the other hand, and the energy started to rotate again. The doctor seemed to realize something and shouted, "Wait, don't put me back together again. Doctor, do you want me to kill it or lock it up?" Li Baing did not listen to Dr. Connors' words. As energy poured into their bodies, they were reassembled into Dr. Lizard in his hands. Li Baing also let Connors' personality take the upper hand and turned back into human form to prevent anything from happening later. Leaving the sewer, he roughly understood the two uses of Tiger Force. One is to materialize the personality and directly divide it into two people. The number that can be divided is unknown. I don't know how many Moonlight Knight will divide, and there are also those with multiple personality. One is to simply let a certain personality take the upper hand, such as turning Hulk back into Banner and turning Dr. Lizard back into Dr. Connors. This should be easier to use to restrain the Dark Phoenix, and there is no need to worry about any trouble. After all, the Phoenix Force is neutral. That is, I have to keep an eye on Jean Grey at all times. If she comes out, I may not be able to get close without using the gravity gun. If the time is delayed for too long, the gravity gun will not be enough. As for the last use, Li Baing did not use it, but more or less realized what would happen if it was used. I am afraid that the two personalities will merge into one, but it is not clear what changes will happen to the personality of the person after the merger. For example, if it is used on the Green Goblin and Norman Osborn, will he be like Banner who reconciled with the Hulk in the end, or will his evil thoughts go to a higher level, but at least he will not be so crazy? Tapping his head, Li Baing actually didn't want to think about this kind of thing. He preferred to use his strength to fly bricks rather than thinking. I think Superman also has this idea, so super wisdom will turn to Batman for help in the end. If the tiger power is improved, I can probably control this change. Li Baing shook his head hard as soon as this idea came up, and threw this idea out of his mind. The most important thing at present is to improve his own strength. The situation of Jean Grey at the end of X-Men May 3rd not happen. I need strength, more strength. He clenched his fist slightly, pulled out his wand and performed apparition, leaving Dr. Connors in the sewer. "AIE, is my equipment ready?" "Master, it's ready. You need to get it yourself." "Where is it?" "Back home." Li Baing asked AIE if the equipment was complete. She nodded and pointed the direction. Li Baing used Phantom to go over and put away a lot of boxes and came back to unpack them. Taking out the box from the storage space, Li Baing pried open the wooden box and looked at the equipment inside. The first was the commonly used sweater, which was covered with his own spider silk. Unlike those spider silks that dissolve, these spider silks can last for a long time, and there is no need to wrap them around oneself when mimicking in the future. There are some mechanical props arranged inside, many of which are for auxiliary and defensive purposes. For example, the anti-gravity device carried by Killer Shrike allows Li Baing to fly without using any abilities. There is also a special sound-making device that allows him to make mechanical sounds just by typing on the virtual keyboard on his wrist. The latter one doesn't sound very technical, but it's actually quite useful. As for the means of attack, of course there are. After so many days, AIE finally secretly made some artificial vibranium, and made it into a sonic weapon through a fully automatic factory controlled by her. Li Buying could release sonic waves just by spreading his hands. Listening to AIE's explanation, the boy nodded slightly, then put her into the storage space and prepared to start the next trip. Closing his eyes and opening them, Li Buying once again entered the vast space. A new ball of light appeared in front of him, which did not look as dazzling as the DC universe. He reached out and touched it, and the world's information appeared in front of him. Does this mean I'm going to fight in space? Li Buying looked at the new world written on the mission. Among the 4 worldviews mentioned in it, he was familiar with only 2, one was Alien and the other was Avatar. Li Buying, on the other hand, has not seen all of Alien, but only barely understands some things about the worldview. However, the mission reward is Environmental Adaptability Enhancement, which as you can see from the name, is similar to the ability of Marvel mutant Darwin. Although the speed of change may not be as fast as that of Darwin, it can allow Li Buying to enhance his ability to survive on alien planets. What if we return to the DC universe? He had not yet tried to return to the world he had been to before, so he looked at the several light spots spinning around him and locked on the brightest one, and the system immediately displayed a prompt. Returning to the DC universe? Mission, abort Superman's death and kill Doomsday. Mission rewards, repair of damaged souls, 10%, derivative methods of gravity control space adaptive force field. Aborting Superman's death, it's straight to Batman v Superman? Li Buying immediately decided to go to the previous world first. The muddy waters between Superman and Doomsday are not something he can mix with yet, even if this Doomsday has been weakened to the point where it can be completely killed, instead of being immortal like in the comics. Destroyed. If there was no one to kill Doomsday, Li Buying could still think of a way to prevent Luthor from entering the spacecraft and creating Doomsday. But now that he has this mission, no matter whether he blocks it or not, Doomsday will probably fight Superman together in the end. Moreover, in Li Buying's memory, Superman, Man of Steel mentioned that Krypton seemed to have created a day of destruction. At that time, Krypton spent a lot of manpower and material resources to defeat it. If he prevents Luthor from using General Zod's body to create Doomsday, Krypton's Doomsday, which knows no life or death and is stuck in a Schrödinger's cat state, will definitely break free from its bonds in a living state and fly towards the Earth. Withdrawing his finger, Li Buying pointed towards the high-tech space world, hoping that AIE could acquire enough technological knowledge there and upgrade the equipment he made to a higher level. When he was sure to enter the new world, the dazzling light still enveloped his body. In the vast and dead space, a spaceship was driving in the darkness. There were no planets around, not even a meteorite could be seen. Li Buying slowly opened his eyes and spread his hands to look at his body. His clothes were still on his body, no different from before the time travel, but his hands were covered by shackles that looked very high-tech. The timing and place of his arrival this time seemed a little wrong. He is currently in a dark space, with a camera above his head monitoring him. The door is closed, and there are special guards outside. Could it be that he was given an identity this time and was still a prisoner? Li Buying couldn't help but guess. He moved his fingers slightly, and the camera suddenly lit up, and a vigilant voice came from the wall. Spider-Man, I suggest you don't move. This is outer space. If you are thrown out, space will treat you the same no matter what species you are. P.S. The following are all languages that you don't understand. Well, he couldn't understand it. What came to his ears was a completely different language from the one on Earth. However, after hearing the warning from the speaker, he probably knew what it meant, and stayed in his cell, waiting for something unexpected to happen. He was not prepared to act rashly. If this was outer space, then if he was really thrown out by the spacecraft, he would have to merge with gravity. In an extremely dark space, Li Buying closed his eyes and used gravity control. The shackles on his hands did not seal his ability. The special gravity reached out to clearly explore the surrounding environment. After a while, Li Buying opened his glasses again. Just as he thought, this was a spaceship. And when he just used gravity to explore the spacecraft, he discovered something interesting. It seemed that some little life existed in the pipes of the spacecraft. Could it be an alien? Speaking of which, am I an alien here? Li Buying guessed that the cabin door made the sound of parts fitting together, the door bolt and air valve were closed, and a dazzling bright light lit up from above. His vision swayed slightly and returned to normal within a second. Standing outside were several heavily armed high-tech warriors. Since they were in the cabin, they did not wear helmets on their heads, and almost all of them had tattoos. Since the tattoos did not have any special energy and the patterns were inconsistent, Li Buying could conclude from their appearance that these guys were not regular soldiers. The most striking thing is that the skin color and facial features of several of them are similar to humans, but there are some differences. Spider-Man, come out quickly. A man who looked like a squad leader raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Li Buying, shouting a few words. Li Buying got up and walked quietly outside and followed a few people. The whispers of the soldiers came to his ears. Boss, why should we be so careful about this mutated human from arthropod? Don't you know, these demi-human children born on planet BT-12450 are all superhumans. Due to the special local radiation, they can become as powerful as genetically modified humans without modification. Huh, no matter how much modification you make, can it be better than the guns in our hands? The younger brother looked very disdainful, but still didn't get too close to Li Buying, as if he was afraid that he would violently kill someone. The unknown is always scary. I don't know. This seems to be a very special one. The goods we managed to capture must be treated with caution, do you understand? The leader ordered, and Li Buying listened carefully to their words. The two of them spoke in different languages. I don't know how they communicated. The group of people soon arrived at what looked like a study. The surrounding walls were actually painted walls and the floor was made of wooden boards. However, as soon as he stepped on it, he realized something was wrong. These things were all projected. Someone come and untie him. A fierce-looking man turned around and looked at Li Buying. After a moment, he ordered his men to untie the shackles on his hands. The former team leader did not choose to refute and took out the instrument to unlock it. As the shackles fell to the ground, Li Buying twisted his wrist slightly. He had already observed that this man, who was about 2 meters tall, had about 50% of his body replaced with metal, making him half a robot. The leader in front of him approached him and said condescendingly, "Spider-Man, what is your name?" Listening to a language he didn't understand at all, Li Buying opened his sleeves to reveal the communication device AIE had made for him. The team leader and team members behind him were about to raise their hands when they were stopped by the leader. As he entered the characters, the device in his hand spoke in Mandarin, "Sorry, I don't understand what you are saying." Hey, he actually speaks this old language. Someone go get him a translator. The leader signaled the team leader to get the translator. Li Buying looked at the earphones handed to him and put them into his ears. The leader asked again, "Spider-Man, what's your name?" Mandarin. Listening to the Mandarin spoken by the leader in front of him, Li Buying continued to enter sentences on the keyboard. "My name is Maggie North, and I was captured on a spaceship. What do you need me to do?" The leader was very satisfied with the performance of the native in front of him. Although few arthropod people went to outer space, the technology there had reached a certain level and they were communicating with alien planets. Therefore, there is no need to worry about them making trouble like the natives who have reached a certain level of technology but do not know the interstellar situation. The tall man in front of him sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. He was not worried that the mortal Li Buying in front of him would do something to him. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Kate, a member of the Apex Predators. I am the owner of this spaceship. You are now my prisoner. I hope you can recognize your status." Really, I don't think so. After finding the owner of the spaceship, Li Buying chose not to pretend. It was not like he couldn't defeat them. What, a spacecraft control problem? Isn't there AIE? The guy in front of me must know where the main control room is. He can just go directly to the main control room and let AIE take over the entire system. Kate, who was originally smiling, was suddenly stunned. The boy in front of her suddenly changed his temper, which made it difficult for the leader to understand for a while, but he soon understood. Because he is strong enough. "Hey, you guy." The squad leader wearing power armor raised his fist and smashed it at Li Buying, wanting him to know what was going on. However, next, it was Li Buying who let him know who was in charge here. Bang! Li Buying raised his hand to catch the squad leader's fist. He showed the same surprised expression as the Winter Soldier. Li Buying blasted his entire head with a backhand punch. Seeing a companion being smashed to death with a physical fist in front of them, and the Spider Star natives in front of them suddenly violently violent in a way that they could not understand, these warriors could not accept it. Despite this, their rich combat experience still tells them to deal with the monster in front of them as soon as possible. Several soldiers wearing power armor quickly raised their arms. Li Buying pointed his wrist at them and fired sharp spider silk, which passed directly through the throat. If it was just like this, they could hold on for a while, but as Li Buying pulled the spider silk and shook it gently, their entire heads were cut off. Blood splashed in front of the door. Li Buying turned back to look at the leader named Kate. When he violently started killing people, the guy had already run away and got directly out of the other door. Without appearing too anxious, Li Buying jumped to the other side and started chasing Kate. Kate, who was mostly mechanical, burst out with powerful speed and ran in the white passage, leaving footprints on the soles of her feet every time she ran. On the other hand, Li Buying looked light and airy, but the distance between the two quickly closed. Damn, that's called Spider-Man? What a monster? Looking back at the humanoid monster that was getting closer and closer, Kate angrily cursed the company that gave her this task, and ran towards the door at the front of the passage. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the gate, Kate kept pressing the button on his right wrist with his left hand. When he went straight through, the gate slammed shut and Li Buying was on the opposite side. Damn it, that monster. I have to use a high concentration drug to make him faint again. Kate cursed angrily, without any of the arrogance he had before. However, as soon as he stood up, a terrifying sound came from the defensive door behind him. He looked back with a horrified look on his face. The alloy door was trembling, as if it could not withstand it for long. Taking steps to run forward again, Kate turned on the communication device and sent a message to everyone. "Attention everyone, gather in Area B of the spaceship immediately. There is a vicious fugitive here. Capture him, no, kill him immediately, kill him immediately." Putting away the communication equipment, Kate ran towards the main control room. His giant mechanical exoskeleton titan was there. Now the only way to fight the monster behind was to sit on it. Li Buying opened the alloy door in front of her, stepped across the current and saw Kate running away quickly, so he chased her again. When he came to the corner, he suddenly noticed a danger, lowered his head and slid through the passage with a slide shovel. Stretching out his wrist and aiming at the location where the sense of danger came from, Li Buying continuously shot out a large amount of spider silk and used gravity control to enhance the penetration ability. The spider silk penetrated the bulletproof glass on the supporter's face and passed through the back of the head. He instantly stood up and continued to catch up with Kate. Kate's mood changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and activated the mechanical overload mode of her legs, running towards the main control room at a faster speed. The main control room door appeared in front of Kate, with a hopeful expression on his face. As the door opened a gap, he immediately slipped into it. The person controlling the spacecraft turned back and asked nervously, "Boss, what happened? We saw that thing on the spaceship. Don't ask too much. Where's my Titan? The gate can't hold back the humanoid monsters for long." Kate lost control of her emotions and shouted at the logistics staff. One of them immediately pointed to the left, and Kate's own large armor came into his sight. Just as he happily rushed towards the armor, a frightening voice appeared in his ears, "This is the armor." Kate turned around and saw Li Buying standing behind him, looking up at the armor. After feeling his gaze, she lowered her head and looked at him. "Now this spaceship is mine. Do you have any opinions?" Before Kate could answer, Li Buying's fist blew up his head, and blood splashed on the wall. The boy looked at the logistics staff behind him, and they immediately raised their hands and said, "We surrender." "Very good, you listen to her next." Li Buying raised her hand to release AIE. The mechanical girl looked at the surrounding environment and immediately analyzed the current situation. She found one of the logistics staff and asked, "Where is the interface of the main control program of the spaceship?" The guy who controlled the spaceship immediately brought AIE to the control device. She shook her long hair slightly, and a strand of hair turned into an interface and inserted into the spaceship. A large amount of information poured into AIE's mind. The mechanical girl quickly screened it and took control of the entire spacecraft. She raised her hand to indicate that she no longer needed these humans. Li Buying made these logistics personnel faint, then opened the door and went outside, ready to clear out all the combatants. Before the combatants on the spaceship even had time to gather together, Li Buying had already seized control of the main control room. They only received a gathering message from the boss, Kate, and never contacted him again. Just when everyone was confused, the killing began, and it was not just Li Buying who was doing this. "Where is the slave that the boss said is now?" At this time, all the soldiers were fully armed and carefully advanced in the spacecraft passage, looking in all directions in groups of 3. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Li Buying appears to be invisible, with his hands spread out and a silk thread connected to each finger. As the 3 of them approached his side, he pulled his finger slightly to activate the trap. The hard-to-find spider silk made a slight cracking sound, and with a flash of silver light, the spider silk swept directly across the bodies of the 3 people like a sharp blade. Before they could even react, the 3 heads were cut off simultaneously. Clinging to the ceiling, Li Buying continued to move forward, and heard AIE's message report. "Master, turn left and go straight to the 3rd intersection including yours. There is a group of invisible warriors over there. It is recommended that you wait for a while at the 2nd intersection and set up a trap." Li Buying didn't reply, and went to the intersection to weave a trap as AIE said. Before he could finish weaving the trap, the spider sense alerted him of the approaching danger. Originally, he tried to dodge sideways, but the danger was still there. After locking onto the invisible target that threatened him, Li Buying decisively exuded frightening murderous intent from his body. Intimidate? For a moment, all the invisible people stood in place, unable to move. Li Buying raised his hand to scatter the spider silk, and spots of blood appeared out of thin air in the passage. As he teleported away from the place he was originally standing was swept by bullets that appeared inexplicably, but the attack quickly stopped. When the sound of falling to the ground was heard, Li Buying was about to turn around and leave, but AIE reminded him again. "Master, they have electromagnetic grenades on them, which can effectively break through the special protective force fields on some of their combat uniforms. There are also 2 types of force fields, active and passive." After learning about this, Li Buying returned to the bloodstain, squatted down, took off the clothes of those who were still invisible, and followed AIE's instructions to remove their invisibility. Speaking of which, why don't everyone get a shield? Wouldn't it be better to have invisibility, shields, and various super weapons? Li Buying asked about this while searching, and AIE responded dutifully. "Because we don't have enough money. We do have equipment with a full set of skills like you mentioned, but that is for the pilot. Only Kate in the entire spaceship is qualified to use this equipment, and everyone else only carries part of the skills. The pilot that AIE mentioned refers to the special unit in Titanfall. In simple terms, it can be compared to the king of soldiers. Each one is a well-trained, fully trained and fully equipped top infantryman. Generally speaking, only they can drive a Titan." He nodded slightly, took the electromagnetic grenade and an auxiliary pistol, and then jumped onto the wall again, following AIE's guidance and sneaking over. "Damn, what on earth is going on? Why is the communication equipment useless?" Slapping the communicator hard, a mercenary angrily dropped it and glanced around. His 3-person team immediately rushed to the main control room after receiving the news, but just halfway there, an accident happened. At that time, the three people were walking carefully on the road when something suddenly fell from the ceiling and rushed towards the three people with a fishy smell. Fortunately, someone reacted quickly enough and unfolded the telescopic knife to chop off the monster's head. However, after cutting it off, a large amount of acid spurted out from the neck of the thing, scattering the helmet of the team member. He took off the helmet in time before the acid corroded the helmet and fell on his head. What is this? Doesn't it mean that the guy who escaped is a demi-human? The team leader asked the members to be vigilant, and he immediately notified other teams via communication. The strange thing was that no one responded at all, as if the communication was cut off. It can't really be cut off? Thinking of such a possibility, the mercenary frowned slightly and raised his hand to signal the members to be more careful. The members without helmets were protected by two people in the middle, and the three of them continued to rush to the main control room. But just after taking a few steps, something that looked like an arthropod or a soft-bodied creature suddenly jumped out of the darkness and wanted to hug the cheek of the man without a helmet. He saw this scene in time, and while yelling angrily, he raised his palm and spread his fingers wide open. An energy shield appeared between him and the monster, causing the monster to hit the shield directly and be firmly restrained by the force field. The captain killed this thing with one shot. Before the three of them could say a few words, the soldier without a helmet saw a figure appearing behind them. Just as he was about to speak, Li Buying raised her hand and slapped the helmets of the two people who were caught off guard. Their brains exploded from the inside. They fell immediately, unable to even open their shields. Seeing this, the soldier had no time to feel sad. He raised his hand to release the energy shield. Li Buying carefully observed the force field fluctuations of the shield. He raised his hand to use gravity to penetrate the weak point and blew his head off. It's really an alien. Not paying attention to the dead people, he squatted down to check the facehuggers and the aliens not far away. It seemed that Kate wanted him to find these aliens. I don't know where these predators in the universe are aliens from. In this space age, can alien swarms really fight against fully armed soldiers? Master, these creatures that can grow according to the host's genes should be specialized in assassination. AIE could see the nature of the aliens at a glance. Their movements were captured on the camera. Due to the lack of corpses, there seemed to be only one mature alien, and the rest were eggs or facehuggers. If there are no special genes similar to mutants, it will be really difficult for them to confront groups of soldiers in large frontal battlefields, and they are more suitable for breeding in cities or dark areas. Throwing away the alien fragment in his hand, Li Buying raised his hand slightly, and a force field fluctuation spread quickly. The magic power in his body was slowly consumed and a hemispherical shield was formed around him. Comparing this kind of force field shield with the force field shield driven by the cosmic cube, the former consumes less but is relatively easy to break, while the latter consumes an extremely large amount of energy but is very strong. After cancelling the shield, Li Buying continued to wander around the spaceship to deal with the mercenaries. On the way, he destroyed all the alien eggs and facehuggers, eliminating all potential threats in the spacecraft. Without the use of gravity, it took him about an hour or two to deal with these people, and he saw with his own eyes the use and strength of the equipment on these mercenaries, so that he could better grasp the subsequent battle. After clearing out the last mercenary who was stubbornly resisting in the equipment room, Li Buying returned to the main control room, where the logistics staff were hiding in the corner and shivering. There was a pool of blood, a human corpse, and dead facehuggers on the ground. It was obvious that something came in from the pipe and directly hugged the logistics personnel. Since none of the logistics staff had the guts, AIE temporarily interrupted control and got rid of the facehugger. Master, I suggest you clean it with gravity. Okay, I understand. Do you still need them? Li Buying glanced at the logistics staff. If they were not needed to sail the ship, he was going to drive them to sweep the floor or lock them up directly. Flying a spaceship definitely requires. The logistics worker was suddenly shocked and raised his hand to show his worth, but AIE said coldly, no need. There are many maintenance robots Marvin mechanical assistant inside the hull. They can help me handle everything. Then lock them up first. Are there other prisoners in the cell area? Yes, some are prisoners and some are captured prey. Li Buying nodded and said casually. The logistics staff breathed a sigh of relief and left the room under the leadership of the mechanical assistant controlled by AIE. When only he and AIE were left in the main control room, he raised his gravitational force and closed his eyes. He used his gravitational sense to sweep across the entire spacecraft, and with a slight movement of his mind, he crushed all the alien eggs and aliens to death. The blood and corpses on the ground, cabins, pipelines, and other places were collected by Li Buying and kneaded into a ball. After seeing it, AIE opened the transition hatch of the spacecraft to space in time, and finally opened the outer hatch to throw out the blood. The eyes of the robot placed inside the storage room all lit up and began to operate. With the help of the spacecraft's large processor, AIE began to maintain the operation of the entire spacecraft on his own, sending mechanical assistants to pick up tools to repair the remaining locations. Li Buying accompanied AIE and looked up at the Titan in front of her. According to AIE, the body in front of her was a powerful type. It could lock on to the target and release tracking missiles every 3 bullets fired. AIE, how is the technology on this ship? Can you upgrade my equipment again? Of course, but only some of them are useful to you. Gravity control cannot be used in Weaver state. The ones that can be upgraded include air jumping devices, force field shields, and fast cloaking devices. In addition, you can equip your sweatshirt with some easy-to-carry equipment. They will be more lethal than your spider silk. It seems that I will gradually incorporate the mechanical features of the Dutch spider. Li Buying took off his equipment and handed it to the waiting mechanical assistant, and put on ordinary clothes. At this time, AIE had completely dug out the information in the database and began to tell him about the original goal of this top hunter. Kate belongs to the Apex Predator team, which can also be said to be the weaker one in the company. She is unknown in the organization, but because she is senior enough, she continued to buy her own spaceship with her years of savings, and separated from the main fleet to work alone. The advantage of this is that as long as you pay a protection fee to the main team every Earth year, you can continue to act with the title of Top Hunter, and the employment fees obtained from the mission do not need to be turned over in full and will be distributed according to work. The disadvantage is that like now, an opponent that is difficult to match is directly eliminated without any room for resistance, and no one knows about it yet. Communication in the universe is not that easy. Many ships disappear every year. No one knows whether they are lost in the vast universe or solved by mercenaries like hunters. During the trip to capture Li Buying, Kate took on a large number of tasks, most of which involved poaching, smuggling, transporting prohibited items, and sometimes plundering merchant ships if they encountered them. Generally speaking, it sounds similar to the Age of Discovery, except that countries have become planets. This is the star map in the ship. Kate has not left the Milky Way, but human footsteps seem to have spread across 5 river systems. AIE brought the information to Li Buying's screen and explained it in his own voice. Looking at the extremely bright star map, Li Buying finally felt his own insignificance. Then he thought about the gods in Marvel who destroyed the world at every turn. Fortunately, at least in the plane he is in, there is a high probability that only the all-jeweled glove Thanos can unleash an attack on the entire universe, and it is not ruled out that powerful gods may appear in the future. Is there a location for Pandora in the star map? No, it seems they are all called Pandora. Li Buying originally wanted to ask where the planet with the tentacles and evil gods sealed in Borderlands was, but suddenly he remembered that Avatar's planet was also called Pandora, and they were both in the Milky Way. There are a total of 28,555 planets in the Milky Way galaxy called Pandora. Then lock the area in the Alpha Centauri system. That planet has signs of life and is being developed by a certain company. The natives are very tall humanoids with pointed ears and blue skin. You are talking about the planet where the NA6 exist. The information was enough for AIE to find the target. The mechanical girl interrupted his description and presented the picture to him. A NA6 appeared on Li Buying's screen. He nodded slightly to indicate that it was this guy. There is a NA6 on our ship. He was traded from the company by Kate secretly. So what is the current situation on Pandora? What I know is that the natives defeated an attacking company. Hearing Li Buying's inquiry, AIE tilted his head and quickly found a suitable metaphor. Well, just like Europeans, Americans, and Indians. You should be talking about the situation many years ago. Most areas of that planet had special magnetic fields. At that time, humans had no way to solve the problem of electronic items failing, so they lost to the indigenous people. But they soon came up with a solution: just lock one of the areas in high orbit and bomb it. At present, humans have established a base on that planet and mined energy minerals. The areas without energy minerals have not been affected. The area there is not suitable for human survival. Moreover, there has been opposition in the human joint government, so the company did not kill all the NA6 people on Pandora. After hearing the somewhat tragic situation of Pandora, Li Buying nodded and asked about the other Pandora planet that he was more concerned about, which Evil God and Big Tentacle looked more high-end. There is also the time device in Titanfall. Although it is essentially used to destroy stars, he has gravitation control and can peek into the mysteries of gravity from time. The other Pandora also has special mineral deposits, and it is said to have treasures spanning the entire galaxy. According to his description, AIE also found the relevant location from the star map. Soon another Pandora situation also appeared in front of Li Buying. In this world, this planet has been developed by a certain felon. The reward is to release them at the appropriate time. As for when, they mainly mined an ore called iridium on the Pandora planet. Later, it seemed that treasure hunters spread the news that Pandora had alien technology left over from ancient times, so other companies also flocked to the site. The information searched by AIE shows that there is a super high-level civilization in this universe that has left ruins on some planets, and many human technologies are derived from those places. However, this ultra-high civilization itself disappeared without a trace, and no one knows what happened to it. In addition to these, AIE also discovered the message given to Kate by the leader of Top Hunter Cuban Blisk. Of course, they are not sent individually, but in bulk. At the edge of the distant galaxy, a place that is difficult for the United Earth government to control, the Interstellar Manufacturing Co., Limited, IMC, gave the hunters a mission. Together with their company's team, they stopped the resistance of the border residents. The universe is very large, and it is currently difficult for the forces on Earth to accurately control every corner of the entire universe. After all, interstellar travel back and forth is very time-consuming, even if there is a jump device. Therefore, the current methods adopted by the Earth can only be similar to enfeoffment or colony. Except for planets that can bring great benefits, the local galaxy regions are generally allowed to develop independently. This brings about a huge problem in the current cosmic environment. The land and people who have been separated will gradually become disobedient. Yes, it is similar to the original America. Currently, these companies are facing a situation where border forces want to sever ties with them and develop independently. The Earth government is happy to see these guys having internal conflicts and sit on the sidelines and watch their own people beating their own people. Notify all Hunter members who can receive the news within a year and rush to the starfield near Typhon immediately. We have an important mission and need to fight the border resistance. If anyone dares not come over after hearing this, then don't blame me for being cold-blooded. A somewhat frivolous middle-aged male voice was broadcast from the recording. Li Buying thought for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you can escape from the star Typhon? The spacecraft is currently very close to Typhon." It is obvious that Kate's original goal is to go there first to deal with this most important matter. Since they were so close and the plot didn't seem to have fully begun yet, Li Buying naturally wanted to take a look at the ancient weapon Holy Ark that can affect time. Regarding this Holy Ark, Li Buying seemed to have the impression that it was a weapon that could control time and space. In the plot, the original function of this thing in the hands of the company seems to be installed on a large machine that does not look like a turret and to provide energy for it. If the attack is really carried out, it will be a star-exploding weapon. It may be able to ignore the energy's travel time and obstacles on the way, and then directly hit the target, and the entire locked planet will be completely destroyed. In short, it was finally stopped by the protagonist Cooper and his Titan BT. The result of the stop was that the Holy Ark exploded directly on the fort, and the planet where the fort was located completely collapsed. They escaped by relying on the jump device. AIE nodded slightly. "Okay, our large spacecraft only needs to park temporarily on the satellite. Small spaceships also have short-distance jump capabilities. Then let's go to Typhon Star to join in the fun first." Li Buying was a little hesitant. It was a scene of chaos over there. If the transportation was destroyed, would he be required to use apparition to move to the Earth? The joke wasn't funny. He didn't have that much magic. "Don't worry. Once I get close to those ships, I can secretly hijack their systems. Even if this ship is destroyed, we can also use other people's ships." AIE said that there was no big problem. Of course, Li Buying chose to believe her, nodded and said, "Then let's go to the starfield near Ti-Fang Star first. There is no need to worry too much about orbital bombing. When Typhon Star Company and the border people really go to war, the personnel will become very mixed. Anyone who dares to orbit bombing will be beaten by others together. If that doesn't work, he still has gravity. He can wrap up some oxygen and go to another spacecraft before it is exhausted." After considering his own safety, Li Buying determined that he was going to Typhon. AIE began to control the spacecraft to fly forward. The energy of the spacecraft was sufficient, but the jump device needed to be cooled. No longer disturbing the mechanical girl, he walked out of the main control room and prepared to see the kidnapped people in the cell. Oh, of course they won't be released, it's better to lock them up. He will ask AIE to save the spaceship as much as possible, and then rescue them when they go to other planets with higher commercialization. Well, just throw them to other planets. It's good that Li Buying doesn't sell them. Anyway, he is not going to send them back to their original planets in his limited time. When he walked to the cell area, AIE's clone had already come here to lead him to the broadcast. Li Buying turned on the entire broadcast in the cell and tapped it a few times. Translators were thrown into the cells, and each fixed virtual screen displayed DAFA. The performance of interstellar personnel and planetary personnel were also different, but then they all heard Li Buying's voice. "Hello everyone, my name is Marky North. This ship is now under my control, and all members of the Apex Predator are dead. Since I am not a slave trader, if there is a suitable interstellar planet, I will send you all there. Whether you can go home or not depends on you. I am sponsoring this translator for you. I hope you can cooperate well and return to your hometown." Upon hearing this new news, joy flashed across the faces of those who had been in contact with the interstellar world. It was the best news for them that they would not have to be sold to a strange planet as slaves or be killed by top hunters. Besides, they were still placed on a commercial planet, and even if they couldn't travel between stars, they could still live a peaceful life. Other indigenous people like the NA6 in Avatar are in trouble. They don't even know what Li Buying is talking about. They may be tricked and abducted by interstellar personnel. Once they are freed, they may become prisoners again. Li Buying didn't care about so much. After the notification, he looked through the personnel information in the cell. Unfortunately, there was no one who deserved his attention, so he asked AIE to take him to the bedroom to sit down and wait for the first move. "The leap is coming." About 8 hours later, AIE's voice came from the radio, "Master, the jump is ready, please prepare." Hearing this, he quickly opened his eyes and closed them again, releasing his gravitational sense and preparing to feel the jump. The countdown to the jump will begin below. 3, 2, 1. The jump begins. Blue-white energy light surrounded the spacecraft, and Li Buying felt that the entire gravity field began to distort. The chaotic and complicated force field gave him a headache. As the gravity field became more and more complex, he saw a trace of order in it. While trying to ensure that the small amount of gravity he emitted would not affect the formation of the force field, he saw some strange sights when he closed his eyes. One part of the gravitational line continuously restrains the hull, and the other part pulls the hull. New force field fluctuations appear where the two intersect, as if the entire space is being torn apart. A huge suction force suddenly came, and there was a huge gap in the gravitational field. In other words, Li Buying could no longer see the huge force. During the gravitational perception, the surrounding area became extremely dark for him, and the gravitational lines around him became farther and farther away from the ship. Then the ship entered a void area, and the stronger gravity pulled the ship forward and squeezed it hard. This feeling is like being trapped in a vortex from which there is no way to escape. The next second, the force of squeezing from the surroundings to the center was changed, and the gravity continued to spread, repelling them from the void area. Li Buying had a somewhat unpleasant description in his mind. If it entered the esophagus before, now it comes out from below. In his perception, time passed very slowly, and the time spent in his perception was about a minute. However, when he opened his eyes, the computer next to him reminded him that only about a second had passed since he closed his eyes. Master, we have made a jump. Have you learned anything? AIE's voice woke up Li Buying, who was a little dazed. Li Buying frowned slightly. He couldn't feel anything when he operat, but due to the excessive mass of the spacecraft when it jumped, he did seem to understand something. It was speaking from experience. Trying to raise his arm, he activated the gravity control to form a gravitational point in his hand. Things around the bedroom slowly floated and rotated around the gravitational point. A tin can first collided with the stronger gravitational force around the gravitational point. It began to rotate at high speed and gradually became slightly distorted, turning into a small ball of tin under Li Buying's gaze. During this period, some debris wanted to fly out, but it was firmly sucked and unable to escape. Under the action of gravity, it became smaller, and after squeezing out all the air, it became a sphere the size of a fingernail. There is no change next, there is no influence of space or time, a tin ball rotates at high speed on the fingertip, that's all. After removing the gravitational field, Li Buying touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Although the actual phenomenon was consistent with him using gravity to squeeze the tin can into a ball, it always felt like it was more than that. Could it be that the strength is too weak? Li Buying was thinking about it and was about to take out the gravity pillow when AIE sent another message. Master, we seem to have encountered a spaceship. Do we want to communicate with them? His eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately went to the main control room. On the screen in the control room, there was a spaceship sailing in space. Looking at the projections and decorations on it, it seemed unfriendly. Squeezing his hand hard, Li Buying raised the corners of his mouth. It's good to be unfriendly. If you are unfriendly, he will have a chance to take action. Did they see us? Yes, there is a 75% chance that they are observing whether we are an idle force or an organized force. It is recommended to hang out the projection of apex predator. Just when Li Buying was about to agree, AIE suddenly opened the energy shield on the spacecraft. A pointed object that looked like a missile was firmly locked and exploded immediately. If an attack is detected, whether to fight back. Fight back? Hang up the projection by the way. With an excited expression on his face, Li Buying grinned. The enemy dared to attack him instead of running away, so he couldn't be blamed. The cannon on the spacecraft opened, aiming at the attacking spacecraft to launch missiles, and the energy shield on the opposite side was also deployed to intercept. At the same time, the projection of the top hunter appeared above Li Buying and AIE's spacecraft. It was a huge horned head, like a devil. After seeing the projection, something happened to the spaceship on the opposite side, and finally it headed towards them, obviously knowing that the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. There are many lunatics in Apex Predator. There is not much chance of escaping or making peace now. Instead, they may be attacked. It is better to bet on defeating them. Li Buying watched the situation on the screen. The Titan next to him automatically closed the hatch and started to take action. It was obviously being controlled by AIE. At the same time, a screen showed slight spots. Someone is conducting network intrusion and reverse intrusion. Well, give me the image of the cabin on the opposite side. Li Buying clapped his hands lightly, preparing to sneak directly into the opponent's spaceship to kill. A mechanical assistant came back with his combat uniform. There was no change in appearance, but the inside was completely new. He put on his clothes and waited quietly for AIE to complete the invasion. After a while of waiting, the internal image of the spacecraft was transmitted to Li Buying's new high-tech watch. After seeing the image, he immediately took out his wand and waved it gently. Apparition? Unran landed inside the white cabin, and AIE sent a reminder. I have sent you the map. Please go to the main control room to deal with those who control the spacecraft first. Remember the stealth module. Learn. Li Buying walked to the door with a password lock. The mechanical girl accurately said the password. After he opened the door, he pressed a button on his watch according to AIE's instructions, and the whole person became completely invisible. Silently heading towards the main control room, he quietly calculated the 15 seconds of invisibility time, and kept walking past those panicked space mercenaries, and at the same time heard some of their conversations. Damn it, I said that we should communicate before opening fire. Now it's good, I've offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Say less? Kick hard, don't let others hear it and let it reach the boss's ears. He is the boss, understand? Obviously, this group of space pirates is very afraid of the top hunter, but since they have already opened fire, there is no room for negotiation. On the way back with these pirates, Li Buying kept releasing a large amount of silver translucent silk threads in his hands, which were wrapped around their necks, wrists, ankles and other places without armor protection. 15 seconds was very short. Before it was about to end, he casually took out 2 grenades and threw them out. The grenades floated out of his hands and fell into the crowd in front. The pirates reacted quickly when they saw the grenades suddenly appearing, and shouted loudly, "Lie down." The moment they lay down, Li Buying appeared in front of them. It was at this moment that he directly pulled the countless silk threads in his hands. When the invisibility was over, Li Buying finally took action. Under his strong pull, the nature of the soft and harmless spider silk changed rapidly, becoming pliable and sharp. They tied the necks or arms of those behind Li Buying in an instant, and passed directly through the fragile body in the next second. Spider silk stained with scarlet blood flew randomly in the air, and the pirates beheaded their heads and severed their arms. Countless screams rang out from behind, followed by the enemy in front of him raising their firearms and aiming at him with their dark muzzles. Li Buying just looked at the muzzles quietly, stepped on the wall and jumped behind the last people standing. Clenching his fists, he turned around and punched one of the enemy's armor with all his strength. As the gravity control was activated, Li Buying's strength was dispersed to all the enemies in front of him. Continuous explosions sounded, and the pirates who noticed this and looked through the camera saw a scene that was so terrifying that even a veteran who had survived on the interstellar battlefield for a long time could not help but shudder when he saw it. Under the beating of the man in the sweatshirt, all the members in the aisle exploded from the inside in an instant, leaving only a few bloody metal skeletons to support them, and the bones or flesh had been splashed in the aisle. It was too bloody and confusing. No grenades or firearms were seen. Unknown things always make people feel scared. What is that? Apex Hunter's new weapon. Isn't it said that a company is currently studying the transplantation of organs from some alien creatures to give humans superpowers? Is this what it is? Don't worry about this for now, let the Titans and robot infantry come in. Boss, would it be possible to dispatch Titans in the spaceship? A burly man raised the questioner, pointed at Li Buying who was heading towards the main control room, and shouted. Now you tell me that activating the Titan will cause serious damage to the spacecraft? Why do you care about this if you have no life left? Yes. The subordinates who received the order did not dare to disobey the captain and informed everyone through the broadcast to gather on the road to the main control. A combatant quickly boarded the Titan and stepped on the floor of the spacecraft aisle to advance slowly. With every step, there would be slight depressions in the ground. It was obvious that their spaceship was not suitable for fighting Titans. The captain in the control room on the other side was also fully dressed, boarded his Titan, and ordered his men to open the main control room door and go out and guard the outside. If possible, he would of course want to stay in the main control room and wait for others to deal with the strange person before coming out. But there are only 2 people on the ship who can control the Titan. If the other pilot dies, he will have no chance of defeating the top hunter. Although they don't know how this hunter got into the cabin, at least no second outsider has appeared in the cabin so far. They still have a chance? There are 2 Titans approaching you. Flame is closer to you, and Strong has just come out of the main control room. As for the other characters, with your current strength, nothing will go wrong as long as you deal with them carefully. Okay, so there are 2 Titans here, but there is only 1 on our ship. No, we also have 2 on board, but the Titan pilot was Kate before. The pilot will be even rarer than the ordinary Titan. AIE, who was eroding the control here, explained the situation silently to Li Buying. After learning about this, he rubbed his fingers slightly and stopped running towards the main control room. He turned around and headed towards the location of the blazing flame. He didn't want to fight 2 against 1, so he had to deal with a mecha first. He rushed towards the position of the Flame Titan. His movements were seen by the monitors. The personnel were gathering with the Flame Titan to prepare for a defensive battle. Halfway through the run, he suddenly stretched out his hand to the right and pinched something. Then he squeezed it hard, and red and white liquid splashed out from behind. Li Buying lowered his head and at the same time raised his foot and kicked back. The kick hit the human body firmly and kicked the person who was about to attack directly into the wall. He fell down and never got up again. 2 people were shooting from a distance. The spider sense allowed him to step sideways into the corner and activate his phasing ability. What the surveillance showed was that Li Buying suddenly disappeared and then appeared, and attacked the 2 invisible people. Is it a short-distance jump device? Some logistics personnel showed very curious eyes and were about to pass the news to the captain of the ship. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise in the audio equipment, causing the message to be unable to be transmitted. Our program is under attack. Fight back. They hurriedly engaged in a computer data battle with AIE, who was openly launching an anti-invasion. However, since it changed from lurking to frontal combat, it meant that the mechanical girl had completed her arrangement. The logistics staff soon discovered that news from the outside world could be passed in, but they could no longer pass news to the outside world. In the very panicked main control room, a mechanical assistant suddenly paused, and then his eyes glowed strangely red. Seize control. Clear all programs. The first law, robots shall not harm humans, or sit idly by and allow humans to be harmed. The law has been cleared. Second law, third law, autonomous intelligent deletion. You have complete control over this device. The mechanical assistant controlled by AIE glanced at the plate in his hand, picked up the knife and fork beside him and looked at the panicked main control room. The camera scanned the surroundings and did not see any combatants. Perhaps they thought this was the safest place in the entire spacecraft, so they did not arrange combatants to guard it. There was a captain before, but now it is really empty. carrying the plate to a leader who was giving orders and spitting saliva everywhere. No one in the panicked crowd cared about a mechanical assistant. AIE controlled the robot to come to the leader's side. It was not until then that someone noticed that the assistant was wrong, but it was too late. The robot without a face suddenly reached out and pressed the leader's shoulder. He turned his head subconsciously, and a silver light flashed across and pierced the throat of the logistics captain directly. The knife was pulled out and blood continued to spurt out. He looked at the assistant, who looked no different from other robots, in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The main control room fell into a strange calm, and fear spread rapidly. These logistics personnel subconsciously kept retreating, and there were naturally some members who had a resistance mentality. Several men and women stood up and rushed towards the machine, trying to destroy the robot controlled by AIE. Everyone, we will definitely kill it together. It is a pity that the lack of training in logistics is impossible to compete with the mechanical assistant who is specially used to deal with miscellaneous items. AIE held the blade in her hand, lifted the dinner plate and threw it over, dealing with these logistics personnel who hindered her control of the new spacecraft in the main control room. While AIE was killing people in the main control room, Li Buying on the other side quickly found the Flame Titan and the soldiers gathered around him. At this time, they had set up defensive measures, which seemed to be quite complete. Just when he was about to turn invisible and deal with the soldiers, he felt the spider sense alarming like crazy as soon as he showed his head. Immediately turning sideways and returning to his corner, Li Buying jumped back. The strong explosion caused the corner wall to be blown away directly. He himself was blown several meters away by the air wave. After he stood still, a large number of bullets came out of the smoke. While quickly retreating and using gravity to slow down the bullets, Li Buying reached for his waist and immediately threw out several electromagnetic grenades, which were exploded midway as they rolled across the ground. However, the electric current still burst out, causing the members in the front row to take a few steps back. He took the opportunity to leap into the smoke, raising his hand and hitting one of them directly. Bang bang bang. In the eyes of the combatants, their teammates were experiencing extremely strange physical explosions one after another, and this did not happen until about 10 meters away. At the same time, none of the members who activated their shields in advance and had passive shields within 10 meters had this problem, but their total shield power was significantly reduced. Quick, those without shields retreat, and those with shields come forward. Everyone, make way for me. The pilot in the Titan roared, and the soldiers crowded in front immediately gave way to the Titan. Li Buying, who was blocked by a large number of bullets, saw the huge mecha running in the distance in the smoke. Recalling what AIE told him about the characteristics of the flaming Titan, Li Buying raised his hands to his waist and activated gravity control, attracting a large number of bullets from the walls everywhere, as well as the bullets that slowed down in the air. Due to the influence of the gravity wall he built, the bullet quickly lost kinetic energy and was controlled as if it were shooting towards the water. At this time, the bullets quickly turned back and pointed at the shooters under his control. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this very unscientific scene. Isn't this effect unique to Titan's shield? Why can humans also do it? There is no energy source in the invader enough for him to do such a thing? No matter what the truth is, they all know one thing: run away, withdraw. The soldiers quickly retreated to the rear of Titan. Li Buying raised his hands and pushed forward with force. The bullet was pushed back by him. The people in the front row were hit directly. Unfortunately, they all had shields, and the damage was not as bad as his fist. At this time, Titan had also arrived in front of him. The pilot inside raised the large caliber weapon in his hand, aimed at Li Buying and fired directly. A shell was shot out and landed in front of him. This is a shell filled with some kind of incendiary agent. It will create a sea of fire after explosion, but the direct damage is not high. Recalling the knowledge AIE taught him, Li Buying lightly snapped his fingers to form a gravitational shield around his body and jumped back to avoid direct attacks. The thermite exploded and burned violently, and a sea of fire quickly formed in front of him. The bomb fragments were firmly absorbed by the shield and then fell to the ground, but the high temperature burned Li Buying's body, which had jumped 10 meters away. Looking down, he could see slight burns on his body. His gravity cannot isolate the heat, so he has to think of other ways. Li Buying looked at the sea of fire ahead and the Titan on the other side of the sea of fire. The aisle of the spacecraft was rapidly melting under the extreme high temperature. The inner wall was obviously unable to withstand the high temperature, and the wires began to be exposed. Master, if you want a relatively intact spaceship, I suggest you stop his destructive behavior immediately. AIE took the time to remind him that an action game was going on the other side, controlling the mechanical assistant to fight with the unarmed support staff with a knife, and she was almost killed by her. No. In response, Li Buying found a gas can being thrown from the opposite side, and raised his hands. The ignition device on his hand had been turned on, and he was obviously going to hit it hard to release his ultimate move. Decisively activating the phase ability, he suddenly appeared behind Titan. He raised his fist and activated gravity control to hit the mecha in front of him, preparing to transfer the power into the mecha and eliminate the controller inside. Boom! A violent sound came. The mecha in front of Li Buying had a passive shield. The appearance of the energy shield frustrated his idea, so he narrowed his eyes and quickly analyzed the composition of Titan's energy field. The pilot in Titan also felt the vibration, and stopped beating the ground. The mechanical arm twisted into an exaggerated posture and sprayed flames at Li Buying at close range. When the flames spurted out, he had already flashed under Titan again. Fortunately, the shield force field of the humanoid equipment is similar to the Titan's force field, so Li Buying does not need to carry out complicated deconstruction again. After confirming the weakest point, he made a knife gesture and directly pierced the shield, then converted into a fist and punched hard before hitting the cockpit. The pilot sitting inside Titan was directly hit by a heavy blow and died completely. After Titan confirmed that his pilot was dead, the artificial intelligence still chose to attack Li Buying, but AIE instantly controlled its program and destroyed it directly. Before he could take a few breaths, the captain of the ship heard an angry roar from behind. "Damn hunters! How dare you invade my spaceship?" Li Buying didn't even want to complain about the situation in his words. He looked back at the captain of the spaceship driving the powerful mecha. At this time, he seemed to be attacked from both sides. There were a large number of soldiers on the left and a powerful mecha on the right. "Captain, be careful. He can make short-distance jumps." As the Titan stalked closer, the warrior could finally provide information to the captain loudly without communication equipment. However, Li Buying moved faster. He shot out spider silk from both hands to pull himself up and ejected, and phase-shifted directly in the air. Intimidate? The soldiers behind him wanted to raise their firearms and attack Li Buying to distract him. After he noticed this situation, he immediately activated his intimidation ability. Everyone present immediately felt that their lives were being threatened, and the first thing they thought of was not to resist but to escape. Although the fear effect of intimidation only lasted for 3 or 4 seconds, it was enough for Li Buying to take action. The captain of the powerful Titan reacted to Li Buying, who suddenly closed the distance. He raised his palm and slapped him according to his original thinking. It was this fixed thinking that directly determined his death. The hand knife pierced the passive shield and hit the cabin with a fist. Just like the pilot before, the captain inside exploded in the chest and died after being hit. Putting the 2 pilots that were most threatening to him into a shutdown state, Li Buying raised his face that was slightly burned by the high temperature and looked behind him. The scars on his face were being repaired quickly, making him look very ferocious. "Weird monster." The soldiers roared at him in fear, but Li Buying seemed to be at ease and quickly eliminated the resistance forces on the ship. After successfully capturing the spaceship, Li Buying shook off a little blood on his hands and stepped through the pool of blood. The blood automatically gave way, and he avoided the current and came to the main control room. The door slowly opened, and the situation inside made Li Buying slightly raise his eyebrows. All the logistics personnel, including those who controlled the ship, were dead or injured. The main control room was in a mess, and many consoles were damaged. A large number of mechanical assistants are cleaning up the bloodstains and filth on the ground, as well as the corpses. At the same time, some are modifying and repairing the console, or physically weakening the intelligence of the spacecraft, completely deleting and recoding the programs on the ship, and replacing them with what AIE needs. "Master, you are here." AIE's figure appeared on the screen. She bowed slightly inside the screen. Li Buying walked to the console and asked curiously, "So you have 2 spaceships?" "Yes, and the more spaceships I have, the stronger I am." The original computing core of the spaceship still has room left to use after controlling the spacecraft itself and the large number of mechanical assistants in it. If possible, I hope you can capture about 5 more spaceships. I did a little calculation and found that as long as there are 5 more ships, I can directly control ships with intelligence similar to these 2, and quickly cause the Titans and mechanical assistants inside to launch a rebellion. In other words, the mechanical version gets stronger with each war. Li Buying showed a clear expression. "Of course, as long as we can encounter spaceships attacking us on the road." "Okay, please wait for a while. It will be 3 hours before the next jump. Before that, I need to repair the hull damage caused by the battle and let the number 1 ship cool down the jump engine. I need to chat with me to kill it. Time." Sitting down on the chair, Li Buying leaned back slightly and looked at AIE on the big screen. "Speaking of which, what is this ship here for?" "They are registered as merchant ships. However, in space, they sometimes do illegal things. No one can see them anyway. When the time comes, they can directly sell the looted goods on the black market. Just leaving the spaceship in space? Wouldn't it be a waste? After all, it is impossible to have 2 groups of members controlling the spacecraft on one spacecraft, and the artificial intelligence of these spacecrafts cannot independently control it like me." The 2 talked about various information about the world. The mechanical assistants searched the spacecraft. Li Buying cleaned it very clean, and there was no living thing left. As 3 hours arrived on time, spacecraft number 2 had been repaired, and the jump engine of spacecraft number 1 had also been cooled. Li Buying started gravity control and once again studied the force field formed by the jump. 5 days later, as the silver light flashed, AIE and Li Buying appeared near the void where no planet could be seen. He was awakened by the mechanical girl while he was sleeping. "Master, if we make another jump, we can reach Typhon. Do you want to park here temporarily? What's your suggestion?" Li Buying rubbed his eyes. The gravitational sense had been turned on for too long, and he was now a little lacking in energy. "My suggestion is to make another jump, and then modify the original jump orbit to resist the edge of the star system where Typhon is located. In this way, direct contact with other spacecraft can be avoided with a high probability, and at the same time, any news can be received within a few hours." Regardless of the fact that the jump engine allows the spacecraft to move directly within a light-year range, the spacecraft itself actually appears very small in the entire region of the star system. The possibility of encountering other spaceships is actually not high on a cosmic scale. The spacecraft before Li Buying met was already considered a high-profile event. After washing his face, he finally came to his senses. After listening to AIE's suggestion again, he nodded and agreed to her suggestion. No problem, just do as you say. Soon the ship made another jump. After this movement, the ship finally got rid of the darkness. A pink planet appeared in Li Buying's field of vision, but it was still far away. He could only see that it had glass bead size. After this jump, AIE quickly activated the stealth device of the spacecraft to prevent radar from detecting the existence of his two spaceships. At the same time, the outside became blurred and the entire spacecraft disappeared into space. As soon as she finished hiding, AIE received a message from the vicinity of Typhon Star. Her eyes moved slightly and she looked up at her master. The latest news is that there has been a firefight near Typhon. The Border People's Resistance Forces are fighting with the company and the top hunters. After hearing this, Li Buying stood up immediately. So how should we get there now? I will separate a subroutine to follow you and jump over in a small spaceship. Do you want me to prepare a Titan for you? No need, wait until you get to Typhon to grab it. I seem to have seen a Vanguard-class Titan in the game that can use all weapons. He got up and led his mechanical assistant to the cabin inside the spacecraft. After opening the cabin door, he could see about a dozen small spacecraft of different sizes. Based on AIE's recommendation, Li Buying randomly picked a boat, and another mechanical assistant delivered the remodeled combat clothes to him. After putting on the equipment and getting on the spacecraft, he tapped the button on the side of his neck according to the user manual. A mask covered Li Buying's face and began to provide him with oxygen. The new suit is more powerful on the defensive side, mainly to isolate heat, something that Li Buying cannot protect for the time being. In addition, an oxygen device has been added to ensure that he can maintain sufficient oxygen even if he is suddenly thrown into space, and gravity will do the rest. Holding the handle of the seat tightly with both hands, Li Buying watched the cabin slowly close. All the internal lights turned on little by little. The large virtual screen showed the situation outside, and AIE's image appeared on a small screen. Master, my subroutine will lead you forward from now on. I wish you good luck. Then see you then, AIE. Li Buying nodded slightly. A large number of characters that he could not understand appeared on the screen. The original small screen disappeared and reappeared. AIE's subroutine did not look much different from her original one, because the program and hardware not enough and a little stiff. Mechanical sound came from the broadcasting equipment of the spacecraft, and the subbody's voice did not sound as changeable as AIE. I am Auxiliary Program 001. Hello, Master. Next, I will replace the main program and explore Typhon Star with you. Please give the order. To Typhon. Li Buying raised his hand to order. The hatch behind him was closed, and the hatch in front of him was opened. The air instantly poured into the universe. The spacecraft slowly advanced on the track, and suddenly ejected and flew into deep space. Almost disappeared without a trace. Typhon Star. At this time, the Typhon Star was filled with artillery fire. A large amount of smoke and flames appeared in scattered locations on the huge planet, and escape capsules were falling to the ground in the sky. That was the escape capsule of the border rebels. Their original plan was to use the spacecraft to safely land on the ground and rest, and then explore step by step. However, when they landed, they were attacked by anti-orbital defense equipment. Many spacecraft were destroyed, and the soldiers could only make an emergency landing in a small escape capsule. Among these destroyed spaceships, a completely different spacecraft appeared at some point. If someone could notice it, they would find that there were no missiles to attack it. At most, it just passed by the side, and the spacecraft itself did not suffer any damage at all. Li Buying sat in it and watched these tracking missiles pass by the spacecraft. He didn't look very panicked. At worst, he could just abandon the spacecraft and fly down. It wouldn't be a big deal. The reason why these tracking missiles did not attack the spaceship he was riding in was mainly because this spacecraft came from the apex predator. When the leader of the top predators issued the summons, it was already stated that the predators had reached cooperation with the company personnel, and these missiles would naturally not attack their own ships. The spacecraft was flying in the air and landed on the ground from space in a short while, stopping in a clearing in a forest. As the hatch opened, Li Buying jumped out of the cabin and looked up at this lush, tropical jungle forest. The gravity of this planet is similar to that of the Earth, and the composition of the air is such that people can breathe directly. Generally speaking, it is a planet suitable for human migration. Just as he was adapting to the ground, the voice of Subbody 001 came from the earphones. Master, please physically hide the spacecraft to save the energy required for invisibility. After hearing this, Li Buying first took out an off-road motorcycle from the spacecraft, which would be used on the road later. After taking out the motorcycle, he raised his hand to activate gravity control. The surrounding leaves and vines were attracted by him and covered the spacecraft. Then he sprinkled some sand on the bulge composed of those leaves and vines. After a while, the spacecraft was completely buried. Li Buying shot a spider silk to the top of the tallest tree, looked around and asked, 001, can you find out where the largest research facility on Typhon is? He planned to go to the small prototype for testing first to see what the situation was like, what the folding time and space fluctuations looked like, and then see whether to rob the Holy Ark. A mechanical voice without any emotion came from my ears. Please wait, retrieval in progress. The search is completed. The subject has entered a large amount of data. According to the map in the repository, the large facility is to the northeast of you. Okay, then let's rush over there and show me the way. Guiding arrows quickly appeared on the screen in front of Li Buying, guiding him forward like playing a game, which was much more convenient. Riding a four-wheel off-road motorcycle, Li Buying directly handed over the control to the sub-body, which quickly started the vehicle and rushed towards the destination. The road was relatively calm at the beginning, but Li Buying did not relax his vigilance because of this, holding a sniper-type weapon called a charging rifle in his hand. For some reason, he fell in love with this weapon as soon as he saw it, and he always felt like he had seen it somewhere before. In fact, this is a relatively strong equipment in a shooting game called Apex, and its worldview is actually set decades after the Battle of Typhon. The appearance of this sniper weapon was quite different from that in the game, so Li Buying did not remember that he had seen it when the anchor was playing the game. Sure enough, the comm ended quickly. Just as he passed a cliff with a slight height difference, a shadow suddenly jumped out of the sky. Li Buying quickly raised his hand and aimed directly. His dynamic vision improved rapidly, and he saw clearly the shadow rushing towards him. It turned out to be an orange-black beast, which looked similar to a tiger or a dog. Regardless of what it was, Li Buying enthusiastically raised his gun, aimed at the beast, and pulled the trigger. An energy laser shot out of the body of the beast that hit it. Ouch! It roared in pain and rushed forward despite the damage from the rechargeable rifle. It looked like the damage was not too high. However, just when the beast was about to land on Li Buying, the rifle suddenly made a sound similar to that of a shot. The energy beam at the muzzle expanded in an instant, bursting out with stronger energy and hitting the beast, blasting its body away. Slightly shaking the gun in his hand, Li Buying looked at the energy of the weapon and nodded with satisfaction when he confirmed that it was still sufficient. At this moment, the spider sense activated, and it seemed that more beasts were approaching. 001, what are these monsters called? The split beast, its sharp claws can tear metal objects apart. After research, it seems that it is able to transfer the rich metal in its body to its claws. Please be more careful. Li Buying raised the charged rifle and swept it across the charging beasts, timing it to hit the one closest to him when it exploded, blasting it away. Jiboom, jiboom, jiboom. He was having a great time, but because the rechargeable rifle fired energy beams, the lack of impact caused these hunting beasts to keep approaching. Finally, two of them came to Li Buying's side after all the hard work. They were running at high speed with their fangs exposed. The one in the back took advantage of the opportunity of being blown up in front of them and jumped up to pounce on the human in front of them. However, what awaits him is not a delicious meal, but a large-caliber pistol owned by Li Buying. Bang! With a loud noise, the head of the hunting beast was directly exploded by a shot. Li Buying sat on the self-driving motorcycle and continued to shoot at the beasts. About 4 or 5 minutes later, they suddenly stopped their seemingly endless pursuit. Li Buying's spider sense sensed the danger and raised his hand to directly release an energy shield. Rifle bullets continued to hit the shield, and the people hidden around the forest, whether they were rebels or company employees, were all firing at him, who was riding a motorcycle very arrogantly. There is no way, with such a high profile and the equipment on his body, it is obvious that he is not one of his own members. If not Li Buying, who would they beat? Li Buying didn't panic at all. He picked up the charged rifle and aimed at the dangerous locations and kept shooting. His accuracy was higher than that of the soldiers. Every time he fired a shot, one soldier was directly shot in the head. Li Buying, who was passing by in a high profile, caused some commotion. IMC soldiers quickly sent a reminder to other locations. After the reminder, several pilots who learned about the incident were driving Titans in his direction. As the Titans surrounded them, Li Buying squinted his eyes and looked in the direction in which the 4 planes were running. The spider sense gave a slight warning, but it was not serious. Let no 001 speed up again. He no longer fought against the soldiers. He quickly rushed to the laboratory on his off-road motorcycle and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. When the Titans arrived, they had lost track of Li Buying and had no choice but to alert people on the road ahead to be careful of an unknown person driving a motorcycle on a rampage. Since Li Buying owned the enemy radio channel, he could naturally learn about their deployment, so he changed his direction and rushed toward positions that were not easily surrounded, dealing with many soldiers along the way. Master, I must remind you that if you continue to use it like this, I'm afraid you will become insufficient. I understand 001, don't worry, I will use it sparingly. How far is it from the laboratory? It's almost there, look. Looking into the distance along the bright light from the motorcycle, Li Buying found a large abandoned research institute standing far away from his hilltop. Just looking there, he felt something was wrong. The large research institute suddenly changed between dilapidated and completely inconsistent with the surrounding scene, and then returned to its dilapidated appearance after a blur. The force field over there was very wrong and extremely chaotic. He raised his hand to stop the motorcycle, stood in the distance and took out the gravity gun. Aiming at the strange force field in front of him, he stretched out the force field fluctuations like tentacles to explore there. However, as soon as he got close, he was destroyed by the extremely chaotic gravity, making it difficult to extend his gravitational perception. He raised his hand and clenched it hard, and the powerful force field instantly blocked the area. Under the heavy pressure exerted by Li Buying, the force field in the chaotic place suddenly began to slowly return to normal. The powerful brick flying is still useful, but what he needs is not to recover there, but to use the chaotic force field to detect and obtain the secret of time. Immediately releasing the gravitational pull exerted by himself, Li Buying looked at the research room that was starting to change again, and got on his motorcycle. Let's go there. He needed to get a closer look at the chaotic zone of time flow. The motorcycle swooped down the hillside, constantly avoiding boulders and trees on the road. Just when he thought there would be no trouble on the road, a missile flew directly towards him. He raised his hand to directly release multiple layers of force field shields, including a layer of energy shield built into his clothes, a layer of slowdown shield created by Li Buying himself from the force field, and an energy shield formed by injecting magic power into the force field. The missile was blocked and exploded about 10 meters away from him. With the explosion, a deep pit of about 20 meters appeared on the ground, and all the surrounding trees or stones disappeared. The force field created by Li Buying was densely packed with shrapnel and looked very penetrating. He snapped his fingers and punched out to knock back the ammunition. Some of the flying shrapnel hit the guy who fired the ammunition in the forest. Listening to the sound of metal collision in the dense forest, Li Buying knew that he was probably in trouble. Soon a powerful titan appeared in front of him, raised the muzzle in his hand, aimed at the retreating motorcycle, fired another cannonball, and shouted directly to Li Buying through the loudspeaker. Hey, you coward, stop and avenge your brother. Is Apex Predator's brain circuitry sick? If I'm just a border soldier, don't you mean to let an ordinary soldier without a titan fight a pilot with a titan? Li Buying complained silently in her heart, and glanced at the logo on the titan. The pattern on this titan was obviously from the Apex Predator. Looking back, he wanted No 001 to drive the motorcycle and leave immediately, but 001 said, Master, do you need a titan? A titan can effectively help us deal with the next thing, and can also strengthen your defense capabilities. Titan. He nodded and said, of course. Then if you can, please deal with the personnel inside this titan. I will corrode and destroy the titan's intelligence, and transfer the main program to the titan. Please be prepared, I will stop the motorcycle. As the countdown began, Li Buying rolled over from the car, quickly shot out spider silk to pull herself to the tree trunk, stepped on the trees and shuttled through the forest and approached the powerful titan. The pilot in the titan was not surprised but overjoyed. He immediately raised the muzzle of his gun and fired at the unknown person coming towards him. 2 rounds shattered a large tree and also caused a large section of the shield of Li Buying's clothes to fall off. At this time, Li Buying had been hit by 3 rounds, and Titan's other weapon had also been charged. The pilot controlled the mecha and immediately raised the square multiport launcher behind it to fire a large number of small missiles. Faced with one after another explosions, Li Buying felt that the shield of his clothes was dropping rapidly, but the other 2 shields remained intact and undamaged. The hunter looked at the smoke and thought his prey was dead. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of his monitor, raising his fist. With one punch, Titan's energy shield was instantly reduced by half. The pilot's eyes widened and he wanted to control the mecha to counterattack, but Li Buying's attack speed was too fast and too strong. After all, he only needed to punch. After a few punches, the energy shield was completely destroyed, and the pilot inside bled to death. Titan detected the death of the pilot controlling it, and immediately switched to automatic combat to kill the enemy lying on top of it. However, as soon as it moved, it was attacked by data from No 001. The movements of the entire body immediately became stiff, and a large number of garbled characters appeared on the internal screen. In just 5 minutes, the artificial intelligence inside Titan was completely destroyed, and No 001 transmitted himself into Titan. The hatch opened quickly, and Li Buying threw the pilot inside directly out and sat in. 001 asked if he wanted to give him control, but he refused. He has never learned how to control a mecha, so his control of the Titan is weaker than AI's control of it. After changing into new equipment on the way, Li Buying sat on Titan and came to the vicinity of the laboratory. There was no fighting inside, and the situation remained quiet. It seemed that no one had come here yet. Coming out of the mecha, let 001 drive the Titan to hide in a secret location. He slowly approached the laboratory, surrounded by a layer of gravitational perception. After entering the scope of the research institute, Li Buying once again felt the very strange force field fluctuations. In addition to the gravity formed by the Earth itself, other forces were constantly distorting or even completely inverted. Feeling this force field, he became a little confused and gradually fell into a strange state of emptiness. Li Buying felt the force field gradually becoming immersed in it. The next second, time and space changed, and the ruins around him became complete and clean as new. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. The huge changes in the force field woke him up directly. When he looked at the white walls and the surprised and panicked members in the aisle, he knew that he had arrived in the past. This change in time and space took less than a second, and Li Buying returned to the original point in time. The force field once again experienced huge distortions, which made him a little dizzy, but it also made Li Buying, who had gravity mastery, interesting. The distortion of the large-scale force field seems to be caused by another force field. That special force field can cause retrograde chaos in the surrounding area. What is the time? There is still no specific conclusion on this, even in the Marvel world. At most, Li Buying knows that time actually only represents a changing scale of space. When the entire universe freezes, time will stop accordingly. When the composition of the entire universe returns to a certain previous state, it is equivalent to going backwards in time. The force field fluctuations here are consistent with his only knowledge of space and time. The retrograde phenomenon causes the matter in the entire space to reorganize, and uses energy and other microscopic matter that come from unknown sources to complete a certain sense. Turn back time. Li Buying didn't know where the extra energy and microscopic matter came from, and at the same time, he was not prepared to deeply understand this truth that was very close to the laws of the world at this stage. At present, he just wants to record this special force field fluctuation. Even if he can't control time, it can still let him feel whether other people have time travel. Having said that, it is still unclear whether foreign substances like his will be affected by time. Putting aside the analysis of time and space in his head, Li Buying felt that his head was not suitable to consider such complex theoretical issues. Instead of thinking about these, it was better to copy the useful force field first. Walking in the abandoned research institute, he quickly ran towards the center of the special force field. On the way, he met some dilapidated robots with protective measures turned on, and he chopped them into pieces with a wave of the spider silk in his hand. Feeling the chaotic force field, Li Buying became excited. He jumped up and moved forward when passing by the sea of fire. When the force field changed, the picture in front of him suddenly changed back to the past. The top of his head suddenly hit the intact ceiling, and the sea of fire under his feet had turned into a white floor again. Landing and ignoring the surprised looks of everyone around him, Li Buying did not have the same temporary space-time device as the protagonist of Titanfall 2. He had no way to switch within a short period of time. He could only turn on his invisibility and continue to move towards his original goal. Warning, warning. There are 2 minor vulnerabilities appearing. Please go and investigate. 2 tiny holes? Is this the time when the protagonist comes to perform a mission in place of his superior who is stuck in the wall? The next second he disappeared back into the sea of fire. He turned on the energy shield in advance and was not burned. He ignored the flames and jumped out of the window, shooting out spider silk and swinging towards the destroyed ring facility. Spinning in the air, the spider sensor sent a danger signal just as he was about to land. Li Buying immediately fired spider silk to move himself away from his previous position. The scene switched back to the past, and the place where he was about to fall became a wall. If he happened to be stuck in it, would his body parts merge with the wall or squeeze out of the wall? Anyway, Li Buying didn't want to think about this kind of thing. When he landed, he was already outside the laboratory. The huge ring device was in operation, and a mecha that was completely different from the previous Titans appeared in sight. It was constantly attacking the surrounding guards, attracting a lot of firepower to Li Buying, who should be the protagonist Jack Cooper and his elite Titan BT. Ignoring the 2 men, Li Buying lowered his figure and shuttled through the hail of bullets. Almost no one was attacking him, but they were all aiming at the intruding Titans. The spider sense reminded him of the danger ahead. The moment he jumped up, the force field changed, and the surrounding scene returned to its original state. Stepping on the sudden appearance of the ruins of the building, Li Buying finally arrived in front of the damaged ring device. Looking at the damaged device, Li Buying opened his hands to expand the force field. Seeing that with his current strength, he could only see chaotic force field lines, he immediately took out the gravity gun. The perceptual force field broke away from the influence of other force fields and gradually stabilized. He distinguished 3 situations of numerous force fields from the force fields he could sense. 1 is a special force field, which emanates from the center and does not conflict with any other force except for the influence of gravity, as if it is completely parallel. There is also a group of force fields in the current time period. Once it appears, it means that time returns to its original state. Another group is the past time period, which is the same as the current force field. Its appearance indicates that time will travel to the past. The latter 2 are currently intertwined, and Li Buying is using gravity to quickly distinguish them. At the same time, he is also studying and recording the special force field. During the research process under empiricism, he noticed that the past force field was more unstable than the current force field, which meant that the time period traveled was not necessarily the same as before. Sometimes Li Buying would appear on the battlefield, and sometimes he would appear before the research began, but generally it would be at the time when the Holy Ark came to the research room. At the same time, if he extended his perception outside this chaotic space, he found that the external force was repairing all the gravity in this chaotic area, so that the past force field calmed down and no longer appeared. What would happen if someone was dragged out of the force field? Li Buying thought about it, and took advantage of the moment when he returned to the past to grab a soldier next to him and throw him into the sky. He watched him fly to a high altitude outside the force field, and Li Buying also took this opportunity to kick on the ground with both feet. Take off. After catching up with the soldier in a short period of time, the soldier was pushed to the outside by the force field. Li Buying saw that there was nothing wrong with him from inside the force field. But after Li Buying went out of the research institute, the past returned to the present, and the distorted force field around him was instantly restored with powerful force. Those powerful forces are not only the Earth's gravity, an extremely powerful macro force, but also the macro force fields projected from other planets. Li Buying, who escaped from the research scope, released his power and fell down again, falling towards the center of the time force field formed by the Holy Ark. An extremely bright light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Li Buying, who turned on the force field to protect himself, only saw distortions around him, and the explosion scene of failed or successful experiments came into view. But the problem is that everything around is frozen, with only a few forces running. He looked around and could feel the biological force field emitted by himself, Jack Cooper's biological force field on the other side, the gravity of the Earth, and the time force field emitted by the Holy Ark itself. Other force fields are firmly controlled by the time force field. The Earth's gravity is too macroscopic and is suppressed by the time force field at this time. Only Li Buying and Jack Cooper can eat it. In addition to these, he guessed that there were also force fields that he had not sensed, such as the power of the entire universe. 001 controlled the Titan to hide in the darkness and remained motionless, pretending to be completely damaged, waiting for Li Buying to return to him. It found that another Vanguard-class Titan was approaching quickly at this time. When it was about to talk to Li Buying, his voice appeared in its ears. 001, I'm back. Let's go to the Air Force Base to seize the Holy Ark together. 001 looked back at Li Buying. His appearance did not change much, but it analyzed from his emotions and expressions that his master had undergone some internal changes that the machine could not identify. Its analysis was correct. After sensing the time force field, Li Buying was deeply attracted by this great power. When he used gravity to master it, his emotions were also slightly affected. The understandable statement is that he fell into a state similar to entering meditation or enlightenment, and he has not recovered yet. The time force field copied by Li Buying is not complete. He still needs to go to the place where the Holy Ark is, get close to the Holy Ark at this point in time, and completely combine the force field. 001 said nothing, raised his hand and lifted Li Buying into the Titan cabin, and drove him quickly to the Air Force Base. After running on the road for a while, he asked for the specific plan. Master, how are you going to get the Holy Ark? How else can I get it? Of course, I will kill my way in. How many Titans can I control if I give you several Titans? The subbody checked itself, estimated the lowest value and said, conservatively, I can only control 10 Titans at most. I can't control them as unlimitedly as the mother body. Then use this Titan to get in first. If you see other Titans on the road, I will help you control them. The reason why the gravity gun was not used to solve all the problems was mainly because Li Buying wanted to experiment with the force field model he had just obtained. In his opinion, there were still many unsolved mysteries in the force field model, so he had to experiment with it. After a period of rushing, Li Buying drove the Titan back to the vicinity of the spaceship, cleared the debris that had been accumulated before and boarded the spaceship, and asked the subbody to drive the spaceship immediately towards the Air Force Base. Quickly approaching the company and the hunters' territory in the air, he also heard their deployment through their built-in channels. After learning about their tight defense, Li Buying decided to use the characteristics of his spaceship hunter to deceive everyone, and then take the opportunity to enter the base and make a big fuss. By the way, 001, do I have all of Kate's identity documents? 001 gave him good news, of course, except for photos, bodies, genes, and other biological entities that cannot correspond to computers. All other information I have saved is the same as the information owned by the hunter, including verification codes and passwords. Okay, then we sneak in first, don't rush to kill people, wait until you are sent to the Titan's concentration point and quietly start to invade and control other Titans. I'll go get the Holy Cabinet. After redeciding the next task, Li Buying soon saw a large Air Force base. When his spaceship was detected by radar, a large number of turrets were pointed at him. 001 immediately sent a signal, sending out Kate's unique serial number in the hunter, the single password for this operation, and various confidentiality certificates, and the door finally opened and let him go. Before landing, Li Buying raised his head and transformed himself into Kate's face. He also put on a layer of pilot clothes over his sweatshirt. The spaceship slowly landed in the warehouse. After he opened the hatch, he saw about 2 or 3 ordinary soldiers. Hello, Mr. Kate. They did not bring any testing equipment. It was obvious that they were just here to greet a pilot. But that's right. If every pilot had to undergo a complex identity review, and genes, fingerprints, and everything else had to be tested, mercenary organizations like the Hunters would probably have been impatient. Hello, I'm late. I was blocked by the border army not long ago. Li Buying took off his helmet to show Kate's face and greeted several people. His body muscles were always tense to prevent the other side from seeing that he was not Kate's half-robot. The other side did not investigate too much. After a little formality, they let Li Buying leave and asked him to park the plane at a designated location and store the Titan at another designated location. It took about 30 minutes to handle all the matters. Li Buying successfully mixed into the base. At the same time, 001, which was placed in the warehouse, also took action, corroding the Titans around it. Walking in this base, Li Buying sensed the direction of the time force field and moved forward, and soon came to a place guarded by heavy troops. The members driving the Titan stopped him outside and said indifferently, "No entry here." He looked at the position where the weak gravitational waves were emitting outward. Because the gravitational waves emitted by the Holy Ark itself were too weak, it could not affect other force fields, but as long as there was a slight resonance, Li Buying took a few steps back and pretended to leave, typing to ask whether the subbody was ready for combat. It will take another 5 minutes so far, and there is an accident. It seems that the border troops are rushing here. Is the distance very close? It will take about 1 hour and 25 minutes to arrive. It's okay, we have plenty of time. He walked away while typing, and his face under the mask had returned to its original state. After 5 minutes, Li Buying walked towards the guard position again. Wait for my order. This is the second time he has come here. His strange behavior has long attracted the attention of the Titans guarding the Holy Ark. Just as they raised their weapons and wanted to speak, Li Buying immediately activated Gravity Mastery, which directly strengthened the time force field. The fluctuations emitted by the Holy Cabinet were suddenly increased by Li Buying, and Titan's movement of raising the weapon fell into a sluggish state, and the speed became slower, and finally even stopped. Within a range of about 100 meters, everything was strangely stagnant, and seemed to be disconnected from the outside world. Time outside is still passing as usual, and space is still changing, but inside it is completely still. No, if you look carefully, it's still moving, but the speed has been completely slowed down. Some people standing outside the force field quickly noticed this strange phenomenon and hurriedly notified the upper level. A large number of pilots and Titans approached here, looking at the blocked area and being endlessly tangled. Cuban Blisk, the top leader of the Apex Hunters, also came here. Looking at the stagnant people, he immediately got through the phone call from the company's upper echelon and the mission publisher, General Mater, and sneered. What is going on? Didn't you promise that what you were escorting was completely normal? This has never happened before. There must be a problem on your side. Instead, General Mater blamed Blisk, and the two faced each other tit for tat. Just less than 5 minutes later, the stasis field suddenly disappeared, and everyone returned to normal operations again. At the same time, a special alarm sound representing the loss of the Holy Ark also immediately sounded. Time in the fixed area slowly stopped, and Li Buying immediately passed between the Titans and entered the room they were guarding, and found a sphere almost life-size inside the room. The sphere was composed of 6-sided prisms, which completely blocked the fluctuations and energy of the Holy Cabinet inside, but in the end Li Buying activated the stasis force field. He immediately stepped forward to smash the edge, and a dazzling blue ball emitting powerful energy appeared in front of him, with powerful fluctuations disrupting the surrounding time. This is the Holy Ark, an ancient relic that can destroy an entire planet. Li Buying took out the gravity force and adjusted the time force field. The impact of the Holy Ark on the outside world was reduced by his seal. After getting the Holy Ark, Li Buying immediately tried to change his mind, reversed the slowness force field, and placed it on a container next to it. The container, which was not affected by external forces, suddenly slipped to the ground as the force field increased. Nothing moved it to the naked eye, and it began to move around on its own. Very well, slowness in turn means acceleration. The time field of the Holy Ark itself is slightly chaotic and needs to be controlled. Using the energy to blast and produce a devastating spacetime folding field is only the most superficial use. As for the lifespan that may arise, Li Buying feels that he has the ability to squander it. After all, his body is full of Dionysian factors. The door to the storage room suddenly opened. A group of pilots and Titans outside aimed their guns at the inside. Li Buying immediately applied the acceleration field to himself and left instantly before they saw him. According to a well-known principle of relativity, if others slow down, they will speed up, and if they speed up, others will slow down. Li Buying majestically walked away from the scene among the stopped people. Arriving at the location where the Titan was stored, Li Buying released the acceleration field and appeared in front of 001. The Titan controlled by the subbody looked at him. Master, I thought you needed my support. It doesn't look like it's needed anymore. Open the hatch. I'm going to put this in. The surrounding Titans were awakened in an emergency, but Li Buying was not too panicked at this time. After throwing the Holy Cabinet into the Titan, he turned on the acceleration force field again, letting the force field wrap up the Titan controlled by the subbody and him together. Leave these Titans to destroy, and we rush to the plane. Clear. 001 controlled the mecha and nodded, raising his hand to let Li Buying stand on his hand and heading to the parking lot together. He raised his hand to open the closed hangar door and walked in. He closed the acceleration field again, allowing them to smoothly enter the small spacecraft. Sitting firmly in the cabin, Li Buying waved his hands, causing all other aircraft around him to move away and clear the takeoff runway. The next second, the spacecraft burst out with tail flames, pushing the entire ship out of the hangar and flying high. The people in the Air Force camp didn't even react. He had already flown to a high altitude without any obstruction. On the contrary, the company and the hunters encountered trouble. Although 001 gave up controlling the remaining Titans because they were too far away, the other 9 Titans were also implanted with instructions to cause chaos and were now wreaking havoc in the Titan cabin. The jump engine started, and the spacecraft reappeared in outer space, and was still rapidly approaching the large spacecraft. There was a sudden notification from the small spacecraft, and it seemed that the signal had been captured over there. Connecting to the main body, starting to transmit data, 1%. Data transmission is completed, the subbody is recovered and converted to main body driving. Master, I haven't seen you for 8 hours, 25 minutes, and 42 seconds. Are you okay? AIE's voice, which was more lively than 001, reached Li Buying's ears, making him feel safe and relaxed in the chair. Not bad, the progress is going very well. That's good. Next, I will lead you back to the interior of the ship. To ensure safety, I will immediately activate the jump mode. After successfully returning to the inside of the ship, Li Buying took off his outer equipment, stretched hard, and waited for the jump on the sofa in the main control room. After the jump, AIE confirmed that they were completely out of the danger zone and immediately informed his master that they could move as they pleased. However, Li Buying had no intention of walking around on the spaceship. He came to Titan and asked the mechanical girl to open its door. The holy cabinet with dazzling light and huge energy appeared in front of him, which made him feel particularly beautiful. Ignoring the radiation problem, Li Buying walked into the bedroom with the two spheres of gravity and the holy ark, and began to study the mysteries of the force fields they emitted. At this time, AIE, based on the previous plan, moved toward the Master of None Pandora planet. The world mission is completed, the rewards have been distributed, and the soul repair level is 60%. Listening to the voice in his ears, Li Buying slowly opened his eyes in his bedroom, looking at the scene in the room he hadn't seen for nearly a month, as if he was in another world. Especially the sun hanging in the sky and the tall buildings outside made him feel as warm as returning to his hometown. In the previous mixed world, he did not successfully go to Pandora within a month. It still takes a little time to jump from one spiral wall of the Milky Way to the spiral wall on the other side of the Milky Way. At least in the limited month, AIE couldn't make the spacecraft jump over so quickly. Nothing happened along the way except heading to the transit planet. Yes, nothing happened. The huge universe was more empty than Li Buying imagined. There were only a few planets with life, and they were very small on the scale of the universe. Not to mention the ships made by humans, which are as small as a molecule. Outside the transit planet, he didn't see any passers-by. As for the transit planet, Li Buying only stayed there for a while. The chaotic place was not suitable for him, and there were more precious treasures. After buying what he needed, he went back to the ship and continued to drift in the starry sea, while studying the holy cabinet, the cosmic cube and the gravity hammer. That's right, time, space and gravity, what can you usually think of? After so many days of research, Li Buying finally achieved some results. In short, his strength has been greatly improved. After sorting out his thoughts, he swung his arm back to the basement and released AIE from the storage space. As for the holy cabinet, it was still in the storage space. He then took out another achievement of this journey. A large number of advanced processors and hard drives, powerful energy minerals, energy conversion devices, some mechanical assistants and other high-tech products that are enough to greatly improve AIE's computing power. After placing the processors all over the basement, AIE controlled the mechanical assistant to connect them. Then her eyes lit up slightly, and a large amount of information from the internet poured into her mind. Master, I think I should change my position. AIE looked at the crowded basement and said. Li Buying nodded and continued, where is good? That depends. She turned her head and looked at her master. Where do you think the country should be established? Established country locations. Help me find if there is a living island on the earth. This is not a metaphor, but that island has a clearer sense of autonomy. At the same time, help me find a mutant who has the ability to communicate with animals, plants, and even the land. Ability. Just as Li Buying finished speaking, AIE beside him blinked 3 times and spoke directly. The life island has been found, and incorrect options are being eliminated. The search is completed. The search for mutants, communication, animals, plants. The search is completed. AIE raised her hand to release the virtual screen in her hand, and conscious islands and mutants who could communicate with the Earth appeared on the screen. There is only one mutant with the ability to communicate, and there are about a dozen conscious islands. He needs to slowly search for them. With more advanced equipment, AIE's search speed has been greatly accelerated. Now if she wants to, she can completely collapse the Earth's network in an instant. Watching her movements, Li Buying gained some confidence in confronting Ultron in the future, and at the same time thought of the hero Vision who had not yet been born. After explaining the Vision situation to AIE, he was a little curious. If it were AIE and you got that body, how much growth would you get? Li Buying was thinking about stopping Vision from appearing, took the Mind Stone, and then changed the body in the regeneration cradle to AIE's current appearance for AIE to use. Not big, IMHO. What Li Buying didn't expect was that when the mechanical girl understood Vision's abilities, she bluntly said that Vision's simple body was not actually powerful at increasing her power. In the movie, the humanoid body created by Ultron using the Cradle of Regeneration technology and vibranium is powerful, but it actually does not have any special abilities, except for the performance brought by vibranium. The reason why Vision is so strong is because of the existence of the Mind Stone on its forehead, and the Mind Stone is both an amplifier and a restrainer. Vision is an artificial life form created using artificial intelligence Jarvis and Ultron as templates, but he has lost the unique abilities of artificial intelligence. That's the power of roaming in a sea of data. Jarvis, Ultron, and even AIE, even if they are damaged at the physical level, their own programs can continue to wander in the data network. Only similar artificial intelligences at the same or suppression level can compete with them. Otherwise, even if they are killed and injured many times on the physical level, as long as the data does not disappear, they can come back again and again. Like Ultron, in the end Vision blocked all data channels and cleared the data, and all the robots had to be destroyed before they disappeared completely. These artificial intelligences can continue to exist after the body is destroyed, but Vision cannot. After being pulled out of the Mind Stone as the source of life, it fell into true death. AI analyzed that the Mind Stone may have become its core, representing Vision's heart. A pure vibranium body is useless, and once she is equipped with the Mind Stone, the advantage of data life will probably be gone, and she will have weaknesses instead. She has a very clear definition of herself. She is a secretary and a good wife. She only needs to help Li Buying with peace of mind. She does not need to have too much power, or in other words, there is no need to exchange immortality for a powerful body. What's more, in the previous world, she had already made herself a suit of armor, which was enough to ensure that she had a certain ability to protect herself. Well, when Age of Ultron starts, I'll see if I have a chance to snatch the Mind Stone. Li Buying stopped talking about this matter and asked AI to hand over the data of the island and mutants to him. He took Professor X, Magneto, and the mutant with the ability to communicate to the living island. In what capacity are you going? Weavers, wait until the true founding of the nation to tell them the truth. It's not that he's afraid that Magneto and Professor. A university in San Francisco. A blonde boy was sitting in a secret classroom of the school, reading a book. The book was full of obscure languages and incomprehensible words, but he was reading with gusto. It seemed that translating the words was not too difficult for him. While he was reading, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a mechanical voice came from behind, Mr. Douglas Ramsey. When he heard someone calling his name, Douglas turned around subconsciously. It's me, what's the matter? Oh, God, I've never done anything bad. He was so frightened that he shouted subconsciously. In front of him was the Weaver he had seen on his mobile phone. Panic suddenly surged into his heart. After all, the man in front of him was a hero who could kill without blinking an eye. I'm not here to kill you. I'm looking for you for the future of mutants. I know you are a mutant, and I also know your mutant abilities. Now I want you to help translate a language. I will let you back after the translation is completed. Li Buying was straightforward and did not draw any big cakes for Douglas. He casually took out a stack of beautiful knives and threw them in front of Douglas. His mutant ability is an ability that has no external expression, so he has always hidden it very well, and no one has bothered him. Instead of making him a big pie in the mutant country, money is more useful. This college student had never seen so much money before. He was relieved when he heard that he was not being killed. When he saw the money, he puffed up his chest and said, "Tell me, what language do you want to translate?" Li Buying grabbed Douglas's clothes, pulled out his wand, and disapparated, taking him directly to an island. He first looked for the island of life, only to find that 6 of the dozen islands had pan-consciousness. Through the plants on the island and the island's behavior towards him, Li Buying knew to some extent whether these pan-consciousnesses had a favorable impression of humanoid creatures and whether their behavior patterns were conducive to the development of society in the future. After choosing the mildest one among the 6 islands, Li Buying hurriedly brought Douglas over to ask him to help translate, and at the same time called AI to record the translation fields. From Douglas's words, we can know that the language of the island includes a variety of sounds, including the sound of wind, shaking trees, water, earth, and rocks, but this does not trouble AI. For about 5 or 6 days, Li Buying took him here for translation after class, and finally AI fully understood the island's special language. Although this island is not as powerful or special as the island Clayquay in the comics that has the ability to act independently, it is still rich in products and can be completely self-sufficient. After confirming the position for founding a nation for mutants, Li Buying threw Douglas back and stopped bothering him, and then went non-stop to find the 2 key old people. Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters. The early morning sun shone on Professor. However, the words of the prophet were still in his ears, and he was a little wavering at this time, not sure whether he should follow the prophet's suggestions or even instructions, or maintain his original ideas and continue to have good relations with this country. After such a long time, he actually no longer had any confidence in the great power. Until now, he still insists on it, just like grasping a life-saving straw. But what the prophet threw to him at the edge of the cliff was an iron rope, or at least it looked like an iron rope. Just as Professor X was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly became alert because there was a mechanical sound behind him. "Hello, Professor X, this is our official meeting." A mechanical sound came from behind, and Xavier turned around and looked back. The Weaver was standing behind him wearing a spider sweater as usual. Facing the Weaver who appeared behind him instantly, "Professor, the prophet asked me to take you and your old friends to an island with special pan-consciousness to see where the country will be founded. Are you ready? Magneto is already waiting for us there." Hearing Li Buying's words, "Professor, apparition?" After grabbing the wheelchair and disapparating, Xavier felt his mind drifting into a trance, and then he came to an uninhabited island. He turned his head, and behind him was a beautiful beach with waves constantly beating on the sand, while in front was a dense forest where many tropical plants could be seen. "There you are, Charles. Eric, long time no see." Magneto, who was on the side, glanced at Li Buying warily, and then said hello to Professor X. The smell of gunpowder when the 2 sides met again was not as strong as before. The 2 of them looked at the island. One knew more or less that it was an uninhabited island in the Pacific through spiritual power and the other through metal induction. This uninhabited island is near Australia. Even if it is state-owned, it can be bought. And it is true that no one has set foot on it. At least Magneto found no traces of metal. The scenery is indeed pleasant, but why this island? Regardless of whether what the prophet said is true or false, the suggestion of establishing a mutant nation did give Magneto some ideas. Even if he couldn't find the island, he could go to the Middle East or Africa to carve out a land and become king. As for attacks from other countries that may be encountered in the future, especially those big countries, we can only think about it later. In short, we must first gain a piece of territory. Of course there is. This island has pan-consciousness. I asked a mutant, and then the hacker directly created a corresponding walkie-talkie in the language he translated, which can directly communicate with the island. Li Buying threw the watch to the two of them. They still didn't believe it, but Magneto still opened the translation software of the watch and tentatively said, "Hello, island." The next second, the two people who were concentrating suddenly felt a strange breeze blowing around them, and things on the island began to make sounds according to a unique frequency. "Hello everyone." The expressions of the two of them changed slightly, especially Professor. Yes, this island is alive, and plants and animals are all part of this pan-consciousness. Although it may not be useful now, it will be in the future. Li Buying turned back and said, "The prophet said that he is not prepared to care about how you build a country. This is a problem that you should solve yourself, but we will help you resist when those big countries attack." He snapped his fingers, that is to say, "I will assist you but not interfere in your internal affairs, at least not forcefully." Looking at this strange island that exuded goodwill and spiritual fluctuations, Professor. He was more hesitant than Magneto before coming, and more determined than Magneto after coming. "Okay, Professor, bring it here." Li Buying reassured them again, "This matter is simple. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be completely destroyed soon because of the Hydra incident. You can take advantage of the chaos and escape immediately." After finishing communicating with Professor X, Li Buying turned back and looked at Magneto. "So what's your answer, Mr. Magneto? But I want to remind you in advance, again, there are many backbone personnel in your team who cannot be high-level people, and you know the reasons yourself. Of course, not primarily based on the crime, but on the state of mind. The members of Magneto's Brotherhood are mixed. The most dangerous ones are the mutants who want revenge on society and those who are trying to have fun. It depends on how Magneto plans to solve it. It's still some time before that happens. You two should talk about it. The prophet said that he will respect your choice." The two former best friends and former enemies looked at each other speechlessly. Magneto said, "Charles, we really should have a serious talk. Just talk about the rest on the computer." Li Buying sent Professor X back first, and then looked at him briefly before leaving. The soul repair level has reached 60%. At this time, Li Buying's blocked memory has basically become clear. With AIE's pursuit of history, he understands the beginning and end of the memory seal. "My own memory was sealed by the Master of Illusion, after the Master of Illusion joined the Brotherhood and before he was captured by his own father. As for the reason for the seal, it was Lorna. According to AIE's information and speculation, in this world, she seemed to be Magneto's daughter. When Li Buying's family went on a trip, they happened to encounter a crashed plane. Lorna, who he found first, ended up seeing Magneto and his group directly. Instead of killing him, they sealed his memories of the Brotherhood and left. So after the seal, Li Buying only remembered that he found Lorna lying alone on the ground, but did not see Magneto and others. As for the crashed plane, he also knew more or less the reason, and it probably had a lot to do with Lorna's own ability to go berserk. After knowing the truth, Li Buying was a little worried about how to explain it to Lorna, but finally decided to put it aside for the time being, not to get involved in this muddy water, and let Magneto explain to his daughter. June is the graduation season for American high schools. The high school students have officially changed from teenagers to adults, cheering in this time that is enough for them to party. At this time, everyone's situation is also different. Some people just party for a few days and then start worrying about their future livelihood, and some people are thinking about which university to go to. There are also people whose parents have prepared everything for them so that they can truly experience the most beautiful days during this time when they do not need to be responsible. Among them, the most liberating thing is probably those high school superheroes. Yes, it is the good neighbor Peter Parker. After working long shifts, he can finally take advantage of the morning or whenever to sleep in. Li Buying was in a similar situation to him at this time and lived a very relaxed life after leaving school. Recently, he is also considering whether to go to college. Although he was already a college student in his previous life, it seems a bit dangerous to continue studying in the United States. Instead of going to school now, it is better to wait until everything is basically settled and then quietly complete the diploma. I've already started working on saving and disrupting the world, but in the end I still have to consider going to college. Alas. Li Buying sighed slightly because of his little person thoughts, opened a can of Coke and poured it into his mouth. It has been about half a month since we took Professor X and Magneto to the living island. During this time, everything was as usual. Every day, he was just like before, beating up the elite monsters spawned by the gangs, and at the same time observing the Hand and the Zodiac, preparing to map them over time. Speaking of which, those gang leaders really seemed to have been created. Under his attack for such a long time, even though there were fewer people who randomly inherited their names, there were still some people who dared to do so. However, there are currently some people who are named bosses, but the actual person in power is not him. To put it simply, they are stand-ins. This can be considered a way for those bosses to try to fight against Li Buying. It's a pity that the system's judgment is based on the actual people in power. Their confrontation is useless. Even if their strength slightly increases due to some stray alien weapons, they will still be killed by him instantly. Throwing the bottle into the trash can, Li Buying stood up, stretched and turned on his phone. There were several messages on it that caught his attention. One is today's college party, and students need to be present. The other is that Norman Osborn, the chairman of the Oscorp group, seems to have been criticized by the entire board of directors and therefore lost his position as director. The Green Goblin is coming out? Li Buying rubbed his fingers, took the chocolate bar and stuffed it into his mouth, preparing to catch the Green Goblin when he came out, and then try another fusion function of tiger power. If they can be separated with the power of the tiger after fusion, let's try what Norman Osborn will become after the Green Goblin's consciousness is disposed of. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the moonlight in the sky is blocked by neon lights. Li Buying wears a suit and blends in among the crowd at the graduation prom, using assassin's techniques to reduce his presence. He sat on the bar table of the reserved bar, wanting to hang out for a while and then go back quickly. He had always been insensitive to such group activities. But what I didn't expect was that even though he was hidden so deeply, someone still saw him. On the other side of the dance, an extremely beautiful girl was surrounded by a large number of boys and girls. She was smiling and talking to everyone in the center of the crowd, but there was a hint of impatience in her eyes, and an inexplicable appetite. It seems that these people are not equal to her in her eyes, they are just food. This look was completely subconscious. After a slight struggle, she regained her composure. She still smiled and talked to everyone, but her eyes swept across the entire scene of the school party from time to time. Suddenly, her eyes froze, fixed on a certain boy at the bar, and she subconsciously licked her lips. Oh, I suddenly realized that I have something to do. Take the first step. The girl said goodbye to these people who thought they were her friends, then walked quickly to the boy, smiled and said to him, "Hello, can I sit here?" Hearing the brisk voice, Li Buying looked back. What caught his eye was a European girl with long black hair hanging down to her waist. The light purple in her pupils attracted his attention like a whirlpool. At the same time, she had a pair of glasses on her nose, making her look elegant. Looking away, Li Buying smiled at the beautiful girl. Of course, please sit down. Superhero? Or a supervillain? Until now in the Marvel world, the hair color and eye color of ordinary people are still very normal. Only guys with special abilities will have eye color and hair color that are different from ordinary people. Guessing the identity of this girl in his mind, Li Buying picked up the juice and took a sip. Suddenly he clenched the cup in his hand and his pupils shrank suddenly. His spider sense activated for a moment, and some extremely terrifying monster seemed to suddenly glance at him, but then the spider sense stopped working, as if it was just an illusion before. What happened just now? With a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, Li Buying looked at the place where the sense of danger came from. The purple-eyed girl smiled and ordered a drink. She smiled at him when she noticed his gaze. Is her? Subconsciously swallowing his saliva, Li Buying was ready to take out all 3 pieces of equipment on his body. He remained calm on his face and asked, "Classmate, can we get to know each other?" "Oh, that's exactly what I'm here for." After hearing Li Buying's first words about getting to know herself, the girl showed a charming smile, picked up her cup and bumped it with his, "I am Galactic Alan. Maggie Lose, of course, her Chinese name is Li Buying." Recalling the name, he did not find the identity of the girl from his limited Marvel knowledge. However, Gonita leaned forward at this moment and took a deep breath as if making a subconscious movement. It was obviously a very tempting action, but Li Buying, who was alert, looked at it like a person taking a deep breath and inhaling the aroma of the food in front of him before eating. Vampire? Or something else? Are vampires really that strong? Ah, I'm sorry, I just think you have a very nice fragrance. Mr. Maggie, what kind of perfume are you wearing? No, I haven't used perfume. I'm afraid it's just the smell of shampoo and shower gel. Li Buying behaved like a straight man. He couldn't be a straight man. The person in front of him didn't know what the situation was. It was not impossible that he was the vest of some god. He was afraid that she would suddenly start a fight with him. However, amidst the panic, the picture Li Buying expected did not appear. Although Miss Gonita sometimes showed a dangerous aura, the spider sense was indeed triggered only once. She really didn't seem to be hostile. Those previous actions were just subconscious actions. It can be said that Li Buying lived like a year. After accidentally catching a glimpse of the danger of the girl in front of him, it was really difficult to let go. He dealt with the girl in front of him while trying to find a way to escape. It's a pity that he can't show that he has no interest in Gonita. She is too beautiful and has an attraction that ignores gender. This kind of attraction he has only seen in the 4 special beings he met. Thor, Loki, Gabriel, the barkeeper. He had reason to suspect that this kind of attraction was, in a sense, a message of attraction for lower creatures autonomously emitted by higher creatures. In human terms, what they radiate is divinity. This girl seemed to be a god, and she suddenly focused on him for some reason. During the conversation, Li Buying did not find out her life experience, but he did know her home address and phone number, as well as the communication methods of various network software. In desperation, Li Buying had no choice but to give her his own report, became her friend, and then listened to her tell her story. Oh my god, because I've been losing weight recently, I look at everything like food, and sometimes I look like I'm going to devour others. Ganada complained to him, while Li Buying smiled and nodded frequently, but he kept complaining in his heart. No, that's definitely not caused by losing weight. While the two were chatting happily, several malicious glances attracted Li Buying's attention. He squinted out of the corner of his eye and found a group of school students. Oh, they have all graduated, and now they can only be described as a group of gangsters. These idiots wouldn't want to come over and cause trouble, right? The corners of Li Buying's eyes twitched as he watched those guys who were probably Ganada's admirers come over in unison and then directly hold down his shoulders from behind. The girl who saw this scene immediately showed her eyes full of murderous intent, but unfortunately these gangsters couldn't sense it. The strong man at the head did not speak, and the younger brother on the other side said, "Hey, Huang, Asian boy, can you please give up your seat?" Li Buying, who was already emotionally unstable, became angry when she heard the little brother's voice demanding a beating. Are these ghosts seeking death by bothering him now? Li Buying raised his hand to grab his younger brother's wrist and lifted it up. Li Buying stood up and looked at the guys in front of him. At some point, everyone around him was attracted to this side and waited for things to develop. What if I don't let you prepare? If you want to take action, why not go outside? Pretending to be hot-tempered, he tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, so he took the initiative to go out with these gangsters. The kid whose wrists were locked struggled wildly and tried to get out of control, but he couldn't get his hand back. Li Buying raised his eyebrows with a look of extreme disdain. The gangsters opposite him immediately started to make a commotion. Judging from the whispers around them, they seemed to be quite famous in the school. Ganada frowned and showed a troubled expression, stretched out her hand to hold Li Buying and said, "North, don't talk to these guys too much, let's go to a quieter place to talk." "This is going to eat me? Why is this Asian boy able to win the favor of Miss Ganada? Damn it!" Li Buying had completely different thoughts from those gangsters. Under the signal from the leader, one of the gangsters quickly grabbed the bottle from the bar next to him and threw it directly at Li Buying's head regardless of whether it was a graduation party or not. Some timid bystanders closed their eyes subconsciously, but they did not wait for the crisp sound of glass breaking. Instead, there was a violent impact. A student was kicked away by Li Buying, and the bystanders fell down with him. Putting away his strength and using his skills, he quickly knocked down the students who usually bullied boys and girls without even reacting. He grabbed the leader by the neck and threw him directly on the bar beside him. After hitting him hard 3 times, he threw him out until his body became weak. He said to the students who hurriedly came forward, "They are fine. The Chinese kung fu I used will not leave any injuries on their bodies." After saying that, she looked at the calm Ganada and took her hand, quickly leaving this disastrous graduation party. They at least gave Li Buying an excuse to send Ganada home. He could send her home and leave immediately without suffering any more torture at the party. It's best to lure other superheroes over quickly. Why should he, a non-superhero, be solely responsible for this suspected god's existence? Pulling the black-haired girl away from the bar, Li Buying took a deep breath and turned around. Ganada spoke first with some apology. "I'm very sorry, North, for disturbing your graduation party. It's nothing, it's just that they are too annoying. Since they are all out now, I will send you home." Li Buying still kept smiling and just wanted to send this dangerous object away quickly. "Then I'll trouble you." Ganada tilted her head and smiled, as if she didn't even consider that he might be a bad person. Li Buying took a taxi to take Ganada to a high-end neighborhood, declined her strong request to stay as a guest, and stayed away under her resentful and reluctant eyes. It's strange how he smells so good. Watching the taxi leave, Ganada blinked obsessively, forced to hold back her hunger and returned to her home. After opening the refrigerator, a large amount of high-calorie food appeared in front of her. After passing through a pile of chocolate bars, she put on her pajamas and lay in front of the computer to browse the internet while following Li Buying's circle on her phone. After he was completely away from the girl in the car, he immediately stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He calmed down and asked AIE to investigate the information and input it on his mobile phone. "AIE, find out what's going on with this Ganada Garan." Soon a series of information appeared on the phone, which showed that the girl's information from birth to the present was all normal. As for her family situation, she was an orphan, but her parents left her a large inheritance and a house. Well, there was nothing unusual at all. She had everything she should have, and nothing she shouldn't have. But Li Buying just felt that there was something wrong with her. He always felt inferior when facing her. It was similar to seeing those gods, not in terms of strength, but in the essence of life. After confirming that Ganada had been on Earth for a long time, he relaxed slightly and took a deep breath, asking AIE to pay attention to the situation on Ganada's side. Because of this sudden and unexpected practice, he no longer showed that laziness and was ready to work harder to make himself stronger. After experimenting with the power of the tiger, the next enhancement targets will be the zodiac and the hand. Thinking about the next action time in his mind, Li Buying once again put on the spider hood and traveled through the city, gaining strength by killing those who kept trying to ascend to the throne of the underworld. It was still a rainy day with no moon visible. With a loud noise, a large amount of smoke rose from a warehouse, and then 2 figures, one green and one red, suddenly jumped out of the warehouse. "Green Devil, stop it. Oh, damn it, can't you just let me have a good summer vacation?" Peter Parker looked at the guy with a ferocious face in front of him who looked like a green goblin and kept escaping in an aircraft. He was angry and worried at the same time. The fleeing figure is a new villain named Green Devil. As for his true identity, no one knows yet. At this time, a quarter of the summer vacation has passed. Peter was still enjoying his summer vacation at the beginning, and because he received the admission notice from Empire State University in advance, he was quite comfortable during this quarter of the time. He entered Imperial University ahead of schedule and took advantage of the summer vacation to meet a few friends in the library with whom he seemed able to communicate in depth. The quiet life coupled with the fact that the villains are almost dead, and the gangsters have also restrained themselves a lot, made him almost forget that he was a superhero. It can be said that except for the fact that Dr. Lizard was turned back into a human by the Weaver, which still bothers him, basically nothing can bother him. However, the world is not static. When Peter wanted to continue living this peaceful life, another supervillain appeared, and that was the Green Goblin. His first appearance was 7 days ago. This villain seemed to have a huge conflict with the Aishi group. He dropped a large number of bombs at a celebration held by the board of directors 7 days ago, killing and injuring many board members. Peter had doubts about Norman Osborn, but after only 2 days he no longer had doubts. Mainly because something unexpected happened. What Peter didn't expect was that among his new friends was the eldest son of the Osborn group, the son of Norman Osborn. From what he said, Peter could learn that Norman had been dealing with matters related to his removal from the company's chairmanship at home and had indeed never left the house. Therefore, the Green Goblin has no direct connection with him. Whether he was hired or not is not something Peter can know. Peter Parker could only temporarily believe that the appearance of the Green Goblin was a sign of Norman Osborn's luck. He had room to maneuver once the board members died, and he quickly regained his position in the company after their deaths. In the following period, the Green Devil appeared repeatedly, mostly near large companies, and caused great damage. Spider-Man always allowed him to escape successfully. Peter finally caught the flaw today. As Spider-Man, he must know who the Green Goblin is this time. Hey, by the way, do other villains think the same way when they face me? It suddenly occurred to him that his attention was still on the Green Devil, who kept firing spider silk to stop the tail of the aircraft that wrapped around him. As the number of spider silk increased, the Green Devil found that he could no longer control the aircraft. Damn Spider, can't we just go our separate ways? The Green Devil laughed evilly with his sharp voice, but in fact it was not what he said. At this time, his heart was filled with the desire for destruction, and he suddenly felt that defeating a superhero was quite interesting. Oh, that will happen after I catch you and send you to a mental hospital or jail you. The spider silk launcher spit out silk threads to stick to the aircraft that had lost most of its power. Spider-Man pulled hard and directly pulled the Green Devil down from the sky. Watching the Green Devil fall from the sky, Peter didn't say anything. He had fought with him before, and it was certain that the Green Devil's physical fitness was extraordinary. He had experienced some kind of mutation like him, so there was no need to worry that he would fall to death. Seeing the Green Goblin fall on the top of the building in the distance, Spider-Man was about to rush up to catch him, but when he came to the edge of the building, his spider sense suddenly struck. Realizing that the danger was coming, he couldn't help but lean back, and at the same time raised his hand to hit his side, but the thing he hit was like steel, even harder than steel. A gust of wind blew in front of him. Peter looked up and couldn't help but be a little shocked. The Weaver wearing robe-like clothes was beside him, holding his shoulders easily at this time. P.S. Similar to the black one worn by old Ezio. With Li Buying's hard push, Peter jumped back and opened a safe distance, looking at the guy in front of him with great vigilance. Long time no see, Spider-Man. Mechanical sound came from Li Buying, and Peter saw him tapping in the air with his fingers. It seemed that the Weaver had also used high-tech tools. Oh, this is my first time hearing you speak, Weaver, but listen, although I have many things to ask you, but there is no time now, the Green Devil is about to escape dash. What do you think the Green Devil will do to me? After typing out the voice, Peter immediately shook his head. No, he absolutely can't let you take him away. He has to hand it over to the police station. Really, let's talk about this and that later. I just have time and I've always wanted to tell you something, haha. Li Buying laughed, and the mechanical sound sounded quite unbeatable. You have always wanted to let the law judge these evil people, but if procedural justice goes wrong, what should you do? What's the meaning? Li Buying pointed to the ground, and at the same time raised his other hand to shoot spider silk behind him to tie up the Green Devil who wanted to escape. Look at Kingpin. If I hadn't killed him, would there be any law that could punish him? No, he would just come out again, and then destroy more people. But that's not why you killed him. Of course, and I killed him purely because of personal grudges. Li Buying did not refute, but can you refute my question? Spider-Man opened his mouth. Just like Weaver shouldn't kill people, he really couldn't refute that there seemed to be some legal problems in New York. Rich people can easily get away with it, bad people will not be sentenced to death easily, but good people are extremely easy to be. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Believe me, when the program cannot achieve justice, more and more people will pursue justice in the results. In short, I need the Green Devil to conduct experiments. If you want to take the Green Devil to the police station, there is only one way, and that is to defeat I. Li Buying just wanted to say a few words to the superhero he liked in his previous life, so he returned to the topic and made a fighting gesture. He defines himself very clearly. He is not a superhero, he is just a guy who cheats to survive in a dangerous world. When Spider-Man saw this, he wanted to say a few more words, and wanted to delay other nearby street superheroes like Iron Fist and White Tiger. However, Li Buying didn't care about that and simply punched him with his fist. The fists of both sides collided with each other. Peter was miserable, and the Weaver seemed to be getting stronger again. Is there really no limit to his improvement? Spider-Man used the skills he learned with Iron Fist to fight Weaver, while complaining in his heart. He ducked sideways to avoid a heavy punch, and slashed at Weaver's neck with his right hand like a knife. Li Buying blocked Peter's attack with his left hand, and his fist turned into a palm and slapped Spider-Man on the neck. Spider-Man jumped up and somersaulted to avoid the attack, raised his hand to block his right foot, and his body was kicked away. Go out. Pulling away from each other, the two people raised their hands to launch spider silk at almost the same time. The spider silk balls launched by the device collided with the hard and impactful spider web and exploded directly in the air. A large amount of spider silk exploded in the air and formed a wall of spider silk that made it impossible to see the opposite side. Peter carefully waited for the Weaver on the opposite side to attack, but he did not wait for the opposite attack. Damn it, you couldn't have slipped away, right? Suddenly realizing that Li Buying might just slip away like the previous times, he immediately broke the spider webs clinging to the two pillars and found that the Weaver who was completely capable of defeating him had disappeared carrying the Green Devil. Spider-Man is somewhat helpless against an opponent who can't be beaten again and again, and who can't catch up even if he runs away. He pinched his numb arm and did not talk as much as he usually did when facing other people. He stood on the edge of the building and recalled the conversation between Li Buying and him. Does this count as being let off again? Looking down at his spider mark, Peter had actually already realized that the Weaver had been giving in to him, and if there really was a fight, he could kill him in the first battle. To be honest, this feeling of being let off, or let alone several times, was actually not a good one, and it made Peter feel a little powerless. If it were other villains, he would have chased them long ago. The reason why he did not do so now is because no one has been able to catch up with the Weaver so far, and he alone cannot beat them. Well, I keep blaming him. Don't masked superheroes like me often break the law? Sighing with some self-pity, Peter was thinking seriously about procedural justice and result justice that Li Buying said, and he had some goals in mind for what the ordinary person named Peter Parker would do in the future. Spider-Man in each universe is unique, and the things Spider-Man here encounters are the same. He has the existence of the Weaver, who is like a villain, and has met Daredevil, who is both a mentor and a friend. Many supervillains have been solved. With enough time, under the influence of these events, he was able to think about things in advance that he in other universes did not have time to consider at this age. Of course, he was not thinking about it now. Spider-Man quickly came back to his senses and patted his cheek hard. He took out his mobile phone and contacted the superheroes in his address book to see if anyone was nearby and could help him find the Green Goblin and the Weaver. After all, you have to look for it. Whether you can find it or beat it is another matter. God, I have experienced the feeling of a villain being forgiven by me. Peter smiled wryly at himself, waiting for the call to be connected. Carrying the green demon tightly tied with spider silk on his shoulders, Li Buying took him into the previous sewer and threw him on the ground. As the spider silk dissolved, an arm held up a gun and tried to attack him. Slapping the Green Devil's pistol away, Li Buying didn't intend to say anything to him. He raised his hand and directly pressed the Green Devil's head, and the power of the tiger automatically flowed into his body. Try splitting first. Pulling his head hard, Li Buying found that the Green Devil was easier to pull apart than Dr. Lizard. A normal Norman Osborn and a fierce and stronger Green Devil appeared in front of him. I finally got rid of my useless personality. After being torn apart, the devil couldn't help but smile when he found himself coming out, but before it could raise the corners of its mouth, Li Buying punched it to incapacitate it, and reunited it with Osborn again. Next is soul fusion. Staring coldly at the Green Devil in front of him, Li Buying began to test his abilities like a mad scientist. He pressed his hands on both sides of the Green Devil's brain and squeezed hard. As the power of the tiger was injected again, the fainted green demon suddenly let out a painful howl from his eyes. Let me go, let me go. His body is constantly changing between the green monster and the normal human body. Under the influence of the tiger's power, the two images quickly appear to render each other. The human body becomes greener and greener, the ears become more and more pointy, and the monster's body becomes thinner and thinner, while the appearance looks somewhat normal. The next second, Li Buying raised his hand and slapped the ears of the hybrid of Green Devil and Norman Osborn in front of him. The deafening sound that only Norman and Green Devil could hear was transmitted to the brain and even the soul. A slightly thin Green Devil appeared in front of Li Buying. He took out his wand and directly stimulated the new Green Devil to wake up. He raised his wand and used legilimency on him. The Green Devil who had just woken up did not realize that Li Buying was already peeking into his thoughts. His mind was still a little chaotic, and some evil thoughts kept popping up in his mind, but they were quickly suppressed by his self-control. Hey, Black. The hybrid was just about to say hello to Li Buying with a sinister smile, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with this, and suppressed his disgusting tone and said, Weaver, I know you can kill, can you really not let me go? When I get back to the company, I must find you and ruin your reputation. No, it would be better to let you be used by me. The thoughts of the hybrid flowed into Li Buying's mind, and he then talked to the guy in front of him. Green Devil, think carefully about what happened to you before, and also, let's see if you are the Green Devil or Norman Osborn now. What do you mean? Of course I am the Green Devil. Wait. The hybrid's pupils shrank, and after his mind became clear, he remembered what happened before again, and he reached out to touch his face, looking a little panicked. No, my face is wrong. Why am I like this? I am Norman Osborn, and the Green Devil is the negative personality I created after using the potion. Now the two personalities are merged together. Norman Osborn gradually found his position. Li Buying slowly asked him a few questions and discovered some post-fusion situations. Let's talk about the conclusion first. The hybrid Norman is more evil and chaotic than the original Norman. This is the result of merging with the Green Devil's personality. The Green Devil is an extreme personality created by using potions to strengthen his body and increase his negative emotions at the same time, not just his original emotions. In other words, if the secondary personality generated in this situation is merged with the main personality, although the main personality will still dominate, it will indeed affect the personality. Secondly, if there is no external force after completing the fusion, he will not turn into them again due to the passage of time. And the last point, Li Buying can still separate him. Confirming the last point, he grabbed the very resistant hybrid's head and prepared to experiment to see what would happen if Norman Osborn was killed by the Green Goblin personality. Spending more strength to separate the two again, Li Buying threw away Norman Osborn, who was wearing Green Devil equipment, looked at the Green Devil who was naked after being separated, and concentrated his fists to punch out without mercy. The ground shook slightly, and he discovered that the separated Green Devil not only became more crazy and evil in character, but also had a considerable increase in strength. Norman Osborn's personality actually weakened the physical enhancement potion. It seemed that only people who were evil enough could exert the effect that the potion should have. In Li Buying's view, if the cost of the medicine was low, instead of using it himself, it would be better to inject it on the beast and then turn the beast into a semi-mechanical and controllable creature. In this way, it can be used more or less as a biological weapon. After failing to kill the green demon with one punch, Li Buying raised his hand and waved again. The monster that tried to fight back finally lost its life breath. Norman Osborn on the side did not change much after 3 or 4 minutes. In other words, killing the secondary personality won't have a big impact on the main personality. I have to try to see if I can pull out the Dark Phoenix after the move. Li Buying roughly understood the application of the tiger power from Osborn. He could distribute certain things from the torn personality, such as clothes and equipment, which he left to Osborn. However, he cannot allocate the Green Devil's own strength to Osborn. The strength generated by the potion seems to be closely related to negative personality and cannot be eliminated. Next, we have to see whether the Phoenix power in Jean Grey's body is neutral or more related to the Dark Phoenix. As long as it does not move, Li Buying can completely solve a hidden danger. Don't worry, it won't be of any use if I kill you. The system in front of him lit up and reminded him that the mission of killing the snake 7 inches was completed again. He skillfully added ability improvement to the control of gravity. Li Buying glanced at Osborn, who was shivering beside him. He was going to try to clear the subordinates and observe the follow-up situation to see Norman Osborn's next state and whether he would drink that enhancement potion again. Li Buying was thinking about one thing. If he couldn't resist the temptation and drank the enhancement potion, would a Green Devil be born again? In this case, he can level up again. This kind of Green Devil is different from gang members. It is really spawned out of thin air. The power of the tiger helps the Green Devil shape a body by tearing it apart, and Li Buying will blow it up. It's quite beautiful when you think about it. Ignoring the frightened Norman Osborn who fell to the ground, he left directly from the other end. Osborn breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he had survived. He raised his hand and looked at his somewhat weak body, and suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness. But now is not the time to dwell on this matter. He has to leave the sewer quickly to prevent himself from being killed by the Weaver but being caught by other superheroes. After confirming the function of the tiger power, Li Buying was still doing killing in the rest of the summer vacation. He knew that it would take a while for leaks to grow, so during the summer vacation, he stopped attacking the gangsters who had been attacked by Tudu several times, and instead focused on the Zodiac and the Hand, who had never touched each other. His strength steadily increased, and Li Buying's control over gravity was getting stronger and stronger. A full month after the summer vacation, he finally waited for a new big event mission. On this day, he was chasing Virgo in the Zodiac in broad daylight. He avoided the sight of the minions in the shadows and walked toward the nervous Virgo. He heard Ai's alarm on the way. Master, I'm afraid the 2 things will happen at the same time. What 2 things? Li Buying frowned slightly, subconsciously having a premonition that something was not going to happen, and no longer obsessed with the perfect sneak, the figure emerged from the darkness and punched one of the leaders of the underworld organization Zodiac. Quickly getting rid of the mafia, he clicked his fingers and became invisible. Then he left the underworld den as if taking a leisurely stroll, and asked Ai again when he came outside. What happens? One is Iron Man. He has officially faced Aldereza Killian, the developer of the Extremis virus and the founder of Pioneer Technology. The plot of Iron Man 3 will soon begin. There is also a plot of Thor 2. Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster is currently in London, England. I am afraid that ether particles are about to lodge in her body. Do you want to cut off her hair? Ai, who has been greatly enhanced, is constantly monitoring some important personnel in order to provide information to Li Buying. After he heard the news, the system also issued a major event task. Equals. Big event mission, Thor 2/Iron Man 3. Time and space are not static. When one thing happens, another thing is also happening. Heroes generally need to deal with their own things, which rarely merge together. Ether particles or terminal viruses, which one are you going to choose? Mission reward, charging points +2, damaged soul repair, 20%. Equals. He did not expect that two major events would collide, but Li Buying didn't feel entangled now. With his current strength, the tasks can be completed together. He wants both the ether particles and the terminal virus. Squeezing his palms tightly, he confirmed that Tony Stark was just getting started, and asked AIE to send a picture of Jane Foster's location and transfer it directly to London, England. After looking at Jane Foster, who was talking to a man, Li Buying came to the sky, took out the gravity gun, and let his gravity perception continue to extend outward to explore whether there are hidden twisted spaces in these places. Buzz buzz buzz. With him as the center, the slight force field fluctuation spread out in all directions. Li Buying's senses were affected by countless force fields. He observed carefully and soon found that an abandoned warehouse had an unusual sense of gravity. Opening his eyes and flying towards the warehouse, he quickly landed in a place where the force field was too wrong and quickly found the node that was affected. Holding the gravity gun to synchronize himself with the force field of the entire twisted space, Li Buying instantly disappeared from his original position in the next second and entered the ruins of a long-abandoned temple. He deployed the force field to protect himself as soon as possible. Li Buying sensed that countless subtle force fields were trying to surge to the only living thing in this space, that is, him. Ether particles, no, reality gem. The surface of the gravity hammer showed violent fluctuations. He adjusted the gravitational wave to a wavelength similar to that of the reality gem and set the wavelength emission position on himself. The next second, the subtle force field fluctuations around him became more violent. Under his influence, they gradually gathered into a dark red liquid that kept rotating around him, trying to enter Li Buying's body. Looking at the ether particles that were the carrier of the reality gem, he now had two choices. One was to turn it back into the reality gem, and the other was to use it as it was. It didn't take long to think about it. Li Buying was ready to take the ether particles directly into his body instead of reducing them into gems. The state of the ether particles is estimated to be inferior to that of the complete reality gem, and the increase in strength is not as strong as the reality gem. But there is one thing it cannot match: the reality stone, and that is its level of safety. When the ether particles are in the internal environment, it is difficult to take them out as long as the owner does not lose or steps into any trap. Unless, like that dark elf, he deliberately releases ether particles in order to darken the entire universe. But the reality gem is different. It is just there and can be taken away too easily. Li Buying recalled the Marvel animation If. The powerful All-Gem Ultron was robbed of a soul gem just because he carried the gem in his chest. This is enough to show how dangerous this behavior is, even if most of the gems were taken away due to Dark Doctor Strange. As for the issue that ether particles would cause the loss of life force, he didn't need to worry too much. This was simply because Jane Foster's body was too weak. Determined to put the ether particles into his body, Li Buying loosened the barrier surrounding his entire body, and the red undercurrent immediately seeped in from the gaps in his neck and fit against his skin. A huge force spurted out from his chest. Li Buying felt the endless energy brought by the ether particles. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of energy. I don't know how much time passed, but when the last ether particles merged into his body, the next second, he opened his eyes and involuntarily emitted extremely violent power fluctuations, causing the entire small sealed space to be directly destroyed. When the space was destroyed, Li Buying returned to the main world. The first thing he did when he returned to the main world was to reduce the impact of energy as much as possible. The main reason was that he did not want the ether particles in his body to be discovered by too many people. Fortunately, under Li Buying's suppression and control, they obediently stopped the energy burst and merged into his muscles and blood. Not many people in the entire universe have noticed the appearance of the Reality Stone, and they have only found it in 3 places. One is naturally the Dark Elves, and the other is Asgard. The ether particles that carry the Reality Stone have been studied in depth by the Dark Elves, and the leader Malekith can naturally discover them. As for Asgard, it was a complete accident. Just like the movie, Thor was asking Heimdall, who was guarding the gate, how Jane Foster was doing. Heimdall, who happened to be looking over, immediately noticed this power. There is another place, of course Thanos, but he has other things to do, so he is not planning to go to the Earth for the time being. In his opinion, it is not a matter of minutes to get the gems in a small corner like the Earth. Oh, the most important thing is that there are 2 old immortals who have not died yet, so he can wait a little longer. At this time, Li Buying didn't know that he would get into trouble. He diffused the energy to calm them down and didn't stay too long. He turned around and used his wand to return to New York. As soon as he returned to New York, Li Buying's spider sense, which had been strengthened many times, began to activate, and he saw the guy who was about to hunt him across space and dimensions. Tisk, you still didn't hide it. He was well prepared for this. He got up and flew from the sky above New York to the no man's land, trying to deal with the chasing dark elves there alone. Standing still in the wilderness, Li Buying looked up at the deep starry sky, holding the gravity gun to feel the surrounding space conditions, and at the same time quickly adapted to his energy-filled body. About an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked to his side. Gravity was ready to attack the location where the space was fluctuating, but what was waiting for him was not the dark elf. Lightning flashed across, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Li Buying. Before Thor noticed the gravity gun in his hand, Li Buying put away the gravity gun and greeted him with the sound device. "Hey, Thor, long time no see." "Oh, Weaver, long time no see, your talking device is pretty good." Thor, who landed in a handsome posture, stood up and couldn't help but smile when he saw his old acquaintance. He came here about 2 or 3 hours ago, but in these few hours he has been accompanying his girlfriend who was almost kidnapped. "You came here for the ether particles. I'm sorry that I can't give them to you, and I won't go to Asgard with you. That would bring disaster to Asgard." Li Buying bluntly stated the reason why Thor came here and said that she would not leave with him. Thor frowned slightly, but because he knew there was a prophet behind the Weaver when the Avengers were formed, he held back and asked, "Can I ask why?" "Then let's start from the beginning. There should be some time before the Dark Elves come over. One more person means more strength." Li Buying is going to ask Thor to come and help and tell him what would have happened. "If I hadn't been there, the ether particles would have ended up in Jane Foster's body," and then, slowly narrating the original story, when he heard that Loki killed his mother due to an accident, he couldn't help but swing Mjolnir hard and destroy a large area of the forest. "This was what he and I were talking about in that room before. Don't worry about it so much. I probably wouldn't choose to do that now. So that's it." Thor's angry mood eased when he heard what Li Buying said. "Then why don't you go to Asgard, where more people will be able to participate in the war? Of course it's for the ether particles. What else? What if Odin wants to take away the ether particles?" Li Buying shook his head. "The prophet said that it cannot pass. Once it passes, there will be a chain reaction, leading to chaos in the immortal palace, and your mother will still die." Thor, the god of thunder, did not speak immediately after hearing this. He was still doubting whether the matter was true or false. Li Buying thought about it for a moment and prepared the next strong medicine. "Tell the great Odin what I said, and tell him one thing at the same time. Ask Loki who asked him to get the cosmic cube. Also, I hope he can ask Loki to come and help, which can be regarded as making him meritorious." "Okay, I get it." Knowing that he did not need to make a decision himself, Thor immediately turned the news into thunder and sent it back to heaven. Inside the closed and transparent cell, Loki was walking around boredly. A familiar scent appeared behind him. He cheered up and turned around with a provocative smile. "Father, why do you have time to come and see me?" Odin stared at the sun in front of him, then sat down in the cell and said, "Sit down and talk." Hearing the gentle tone, Loki blinked slightly, hesitated for a moment and sat down on the chair. The father and son began to have a heart-to-heart conversation. The expression on Loki's face kept changing, and then he became relieved. While the father and son were talking over there, Thor and Li Buying were also waiting and finally encountered the impatient Dark Elf troops. They arrived earlier than expected. At that time, the two were sitting in the forest talking. Li Buying asked Thor what Loki looked like in his mind. "What do you think of Loki?" "He is my brother. How can I look at it?" "Oh, you mean, do I hate him?" "No, at most, his attitude makes me a little angry." Thor acted very calmly, and Li Buying nodded slightly. The god of thunder looked curiously at the mortal in front of him who was obviously an ordinary creature, but seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Just as he was about to ask Li Buying why he cared about such important matters, the sudden spatial fluctuations coming from all around made the two men's muscles tighten immediately and they looked in other directions. As the passages emitting pitch-black light lit up, some very ugly monsters came out of them. From their pointed ears, you could tell that they were dark elves. But these dark elves were different from Li Buying's imagination. Their faces were a bit too ferocious. In short, they were very ugly and completely inconsistent with normal human aesthetics. The dark elves who appeared around him almost instantly locked onto Li Buying, who had ether particles on his body, and rushed forward without saying a word. However, the first target is not the weak human beings on Earth in their eyes, but the target of attack is Thor, who is more shining in their eyes. Although it is unclear why the Prince of Asgard did not bring the important Li Buying back to Asgard, it is definitely right to deal with the most dangerous people first. Looking at the dark elves rushing toward him, Thor did not show too much concern, but focused his gaze behind the soldiers. There, a tall dark elf was surrounded by many stronger warriors. They did not step forward, but observed the battlefield situation to prevent any accidents from happening. Li Buying saw some clues and immediately pointed out the guy's identity to Thor beside him. He should be Malekith, the lord of the dark elves. The more powerful warriors around him are cursed warriors created with ether energy. What do you think of the strength of those guys? What he didn't expect was that Thor on his side only glanced behind him and showed disdain. "Except for the king of dark elves, others are not powerful enemies to me. Is Thor so strengthened?" This was the first thought that came to Li Buying's mind. He couldn't help it. The god of hammer and axe in the movie really impressed him. Although it's unclear what Malekith's strength is in the comics, in the movie he still beat Thor violently when he appeared. His subsequent defeat was also because he wanted to pollute the universe with ether particles, and was completely eliminated when he couldn't escape. Although it was not as oppressive as Thanos, it was still somewhat powerful. As the dark elf soldiers rushed up, the two stopped talking immediately. Thor swung Mjolnir backwards, and then struck the space in front of him hard, and dazzling lightning shot up from the ground. Even though the thunderous torrent of energy deliberately avoided Li Buying, he could still feel his hair standing on end. The ordinary elf soldiers who rushed over were turned into ashes like the surrounding trees under the thunder. Ordinary dark elves seemed to be unable to pose any threat to the Asgardian prince. After seeing this situation, Malekith, who was standing in the distance, immediately ordered the soldiers to ignore Thor and capture the guy with the ether particles, while Thor was handed over to the cursed warriors to deal with. Several black figures suddenly appeared next to Thor at extremely fast speeds. He quickly lowered his head to dodge the attacks, his eyes flashing with lightning drawing an arc in the dark night. Those extremely strong monsters that did not look like dark elves were attacking Thor with their own weapons. Seeing this, the god of thunder slightly turned Mjolnir over, wrapped around the rope behind the hammer handle, and threw it out forcefully. An electric ring carried a shockwave and lifted up the surrounding ground, and the cursed warriors were knocked away. Thor looked back at Li Buying's condition, made sure that he didn't need to worry about it, jumped up hard, and gathered the strength of his hammer to hit one of the cursed warriors in the chest. Li Buying on the other side saw Thor showing off his power, and he was also avoiding the approach of the dark elves, with energy rays grazing his body. These dark elves were attacking him with firearm-like weapons in their hands, but it was not very effective. Li Buying's own shield could withstand these lasers, and coupled with the spider sense, it could delay the attack forever. Bang! The head of a dark elf exploded instantly. Li Buying pretended to blow the large-caliber pistol he pulled out from his cloak, and shot the dark elf soldiers while running with two pistols. Activate the shield. The soldiers immediately activated their own energy shields. Li Buying emitted gravitational sensing to detect their weaknesses, and directly affected these shields after firing bullets. As the bullets hit the protective force fields, the force fields shattered, and the dark elves were headshot one after another. However, there were slightly more soldiers sent from the opposite side. After fighting for a while, Li Buying was surrounded by the army of dark elves inside and outside. They kept shrinking the defense line and seemed to want to trap Li Buying here. Activating the gravity flight system that comes with this suit, Li Buying jumped directly into the sky. The dark elves looked at the ether particle carrier flying in the forest, activated their own technology and followed after him. They continued to fight in the air, and Thor also flew up while fighting. So far, one cursed warrior was hated by Thor's hammer, and the remaining few seemed to be incompetent just to fight. Malekith still did not go forward to fight in person. He was not anxious when he found that they could not help the two of them. When he came, he had already set up a magic barrier so that no one would notice the fighting within it. He raised his hand slightly, and a wave that Li Buying felt very familiar spread out from the center of Malekith's palm along with a burst of red-black energy. The cursed warriors and the dark elves immediately became a little manic under the influence of this energy, and at the same time, their physical fitness in all aspects suddenly skyrocketed. Li Buying raised his hand and fired a shot. The ordinary dark elf who was hit by the high-explosive bullet had a small hole in his head. He didn't die on the spot. Instead, he stared at him fiercely and rushed forward without fear of death. Ether particles. Li Buying sensed Malekith's use of ether particles, turned back his gaze and punched the approaching dark elf's head. He put the gun back into his robe and raised his hands. There just happened to be a lot of people, so it was time to try out how powerful the weapons made from artificial vibranium were. There were dark elves in all directions, and it was difficult for Li Buying to escape as he was surrounded in the center. He immediately prepared to use a large-scale sonic weapon that had not yet experienced actual combat. Switching the mode to a ball-type attack, he raised his hands flat and clenched his fists hard. The device on his arm immediately activated and entered a 3-second charging countdown to stimulate the strongest performance. When the weapon is activated, he also wears special noise-canceling earmuffs to prevent himself from hearing those sounds. The enemy was getting closer and closer, and the shield became more and more transparent. When the 3 seconds came, the surrounding dark elf soldiers, whose abilities had been greatly enhanced, suddenly felt the fear before death. Before they could effectively avoid it, the terrifying sound waves spread out with Li Buying as the center, and the noise came together with the sound wave pulses. The surrounding dark elves were immediately knocked away. When they were hit by the shock wave, they felt as if their bodies were torn apart due to the resonance of the sound, and their brains felt extremely stinging due to the noise. The range of the sound wave spread rapidly, and an area of about 100 meters was shrouded in the sound wave. The surrounding trees and land were also lifted up as if they were hit by Thor's hammer, but they were not so shattered and scorched. The bodies of those dark elves who had gained the amplification could withstand the strong impact. Those who were too close would die directly, and even more would suffer fractures. But the splitting headache made them unable to make effective movements at all, and the continuous sonic damage destroyed their brains and internal organs, which were still fragile after strengthening. Looking at the dark elves bleeding from all around, Li Buying's first reaction was that this mode of clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers was quite useful. Just when he was about to deal with these dark elves, a creepy feeling came over him. Li Buying, who used his spider sense to detect the crisis in advance, immediately turned sideways and tried to avoid the danger. However, the spider sense told him that the danger still existed, and he did not hesitate to release his phase ability to teleport a distance, and the black energy hit his original location. Malekith didn't know exactly when he came to his side, and he couldn't help but frown when he found that Li Buying avoided his attack. He used magic to create a big black hand and grabbed it at Li Buying. Li Buying immediately shouted for help, Thor. The beam of light emitting electric current was fired directly from a distance, carrying destructive power and rushing in the direction of Malekith. He could only raise his hand to block his black palm in front of him. The energy beam hit the palm of his hand, and Malekith couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at Thor, who was still able to help Li Buying in the fierce battle. At this time, the god of thunder has completely entered a certain deified state. His pupils are covered in white light, and his whole person exudes unparalleled divine brilliance. He has even become stronger with each war, and has begun to beat up those cursed warriors. We can't let him continue fighting like this. Malekith realized this. He ignored Li Buying and directly raised his hand to release extremely powerful curse magic at Thor. A ray of purple-black energy streaked across the night sky and hit Thor. The dark atmosphere of decay instantly enveloped him. He subconsciously took a deep breath and felt that his whole body was weak and aging. The other cursed warriors were ready to kill him while he was sick, but the god of thunder roared and did something they didn't expect. Thor raised Thor's hammer and smashed it directly into his chest. The black energy was dispersed by the thunder. Although his body was slightly scarred by his own energy, his momentum increased to a higher level, focusing his attention on Malekith. Wielding Mjolnir out of thin air, he knocked away the cursed warriors around him. He raised his hammer and came to Malekith and hammered it hard. The Dark Elf Lord raised his hand to deal with it without fear. A spear appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he raised his hand and stabbed directly at Mjolnir, preparing to strike hard. The powerful energies of the two collided together. Thor glanced at Li Buying before attacking to make sure that he had left before actually launching the offensive. However, Malekith could no longer care about the things around him and raised his gun to stab. The energy impact spread in all directions, and the magic barrier with a radius of 2 kilometers that had been set up earlier trembled slightly, and the energy beam formed a violent explosion. When the light dissipated, the inside of the magic barrier was in a mess. Li Buying, who was standing on the edge of the barrier and unfolded his triple shield, was also covered in dust. "Aie, are you almost there?" Using gravity control to shake away the dust, he asked if Aie was already there. "I'm almost there, estimated to be in 3 minutes." He rubbed his temples. The spider sense was foreshadowing a greater crisis. Malekith's strength seemed to be more than what was shown in front of him, and there was a stronger power that had not yet been shown. But that's right, he hasn't even used the ability to use ether particles on himself yet. In short, in order to prevent accidents, he had to ask Aie to come over. Another sound of gold and iron chiming came from a distance, and the smoke in the center was repulsed. Li Buying also saw the situation there. Malekith and Thor kept colliding with their weapons. Every collision would cause the surrounding areas to explode. Objects are destroyed. They seemed evenly matched, but what was visible to the naked eye was that Malekith was panting, while Thor still maintained his prime appearance, swinging Mjolnir tirelessly. After repelling Malekith again, Thor, who was full of divinity, prepared to charge up his strength to give him a fatal blow. However, the cursed warriors who were thrown away rushed forward at this moment, trying to use their lives to hold back the god of thunder. Malekith naturally did not waste time at this time. He raised his right arm and stabbed his palm into his heart. Red-black energy flowed from the gem hidden in his hand, and his pupils also emitted a dark light. "Thunder god Thor, you are very strong. You will definitely surpass your father in time. It's a pity that you will never reach that future." He put down harsh words to the god of thunder he had just met, and under the influence of ether particle energy, his body quickly repaired, and his energy surged at the same time. Thor raised his hammer and blasted the heads of the cursed warriors one by one. After killing them all, he released an energy blast at Malekith. The king of Dark Elf directly raised his hand to block the energy impact, rushed in front of Thor at super speed, and used his black spear to lift Thor into the air. With his strength soaring, he took the god of thunder and broke through the original barrier, and then flew towards the universe. Li Buying frowned when he saw this scene. His gravitational perception allowed him to see some things that no one could see. After Malekith reached out and stabbed his heart had been emitting space fluctuations and energy fluctuations. It seems that there is something that can continuously supply him with energy. In the bigger picture, it may be the Dark Elf Kingdom itself. There was no reason to speculate on this matter, and space fluctuations came again. He looked back and saw Asgard warriors coming to the Earth one by one with the help of the space instability caused by the 9-star chain. Reinforcements finally arrived, and they emerged from the other side to fight the remaining Dark Elves. A frivolous voice came from Li Buying. "It seems that my dear brother needs my help." Li Buying looked back and saw that Loki had been released so easily. He was looking at the stars with a sincere smile. "I'm sorry to trouble you and Thor, I'll be there to assist you." Mortals shouldn't even think about participating in the battle between gods. Loki looked disdainful after hearing his words. "You are too weak. If you really participate, you will only die without a burial place. You helped me once, so this is a kind reminder." Loki didn't talk much with Li Buying. He looked up and saw that Thor, who had been pushed into space, was suppressed by Malekith and flew directly over there to join the battlefield. Not always. Li Buying looked at the 3 people above who were getting smaller and smaller, and then turned to look at the black-robed man who quietly appeared in the forest. AIE had already changed into his appearance and put on a mask. He wants to turn himself into two completely different people. At least his own abilities cannot be fully tested, and he must leave a little leeway. Putting her arms around AIE, she tapped her fingers as Li Buying said, and the gravity pillar and the holy cabinet emerged from Li Buying's storage space, as if they were summoned by AIE. Turning on the spacesuit mode of his clothes, Li Buying immediately drove the gravity to reverse the gravity and increase the speed, allowing the two to quickly catch up with the three gods in the battle. During the chase, he moved his fingers slightly. AIE closed her hands and pretended to accumulate strength. Part of the gravity and the energy of the holy cabinet began to slowly flow toward her fingertips, and the speed became faster and faster, causing slight distortions in the surrounding space. Just in time, Li Buying thought he could try his new moves with a god. When they caught up with the three gods, everyone had already arrived near the exosphere, which is the outermost circle of the atmosphere. Li Buying only saw something similar to hoarfrost hanging on Thor's body, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly due to the cold, but this was impossible. You must know that these gods can definitely survive in outer space. When he and AIE got closer, an inexplicable chill penetrated the space mode equipment and almost penetrated into the bone marrow. Li Buying quickly stepped back and stared at the two ice swords in Malkitha's hands. Call. The dark elf suddenly swept aside with his sword, and Loki was swept out from the invisible state. Compared to Thor, who was eroded by the cold, it was not a big deal for him with the blood of a frost giant. Loki stared at the two ice swords in Malkitha's hands. He recognized them. They came from the power of Jotunheim, the country of frost giants. He didn't know how Malkith got them. He quickly raised his hand to apply defensive magic to Thor. Thor, who was eroded by the unstoppable ice, breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hammer and continued to fight the dark elves, but he was still the suppressed party. After Malekith on the opposite side injected the energy generated by ether particles into his body, his strength suddenly increased greatly, and there was no limit at all. His magic power and physical fitness were still expanding so far. Both Luoji and Li Buying were carefully examining the cause. One saw the energy constantly pouring out of the heart, and the other discovered the spatial fluctuations. Thor, his heart is probably connected to the kingdom of dark elves? We can't beat him to death. The god of trickery's brain was working at high speed to think of countermeasures. He was slightly stunned when he saw Li Buying flying over with a man in his arms, but he didn't pay too much attention and concentrated on using illusions to help Thor carry out a sneak attack. Just like now, Malekith seized the opportunity and stabbed Thor in the shoulder with his sword, but the almost physical illusion in front of him emitted green light and disappeared. The dark elf with a thorn on his back struck out with a backhand sword, struggled to catch the falling giant axe and spat out blood. The powerful magic power flowing out of his body was constantly repairing his body. Li Buying was also happy that no one was paying attention to him. He stood in the distance and constructed his own move. Since it was his first time to use it and he was dealing with gods, he had to accumulate energy. In the future, if you become more proficient or just use this move at the lowest power, the charging time will definitely become shorter. As time goes by, the stars in the sky become more and more dazzling, and at the same time, the starry sky becomes deeper and deeper. The three god-level figures have been fighting for a long time, and they have all reached the outside of the earth. Thor and Loki were left with some scars on their bodies, but Malekith on the opposite side was intact. He looked at the embarrassed two people and sneered, "The Prince of Asgard is nothing more than that." The surging energy acted as a medium to propagate sound in the universe. Before he could start mocking the two brothers, an extremely powerful and weird sense of disobedience suddenly enveloped the dark elves, as did Thor and Loki. They turned around suddenly, and Li Buying, who was silently doing big things, took advantage of this time to prepare his ultimate move. A strong gravitational force was bound to the top of AIE's finger. The three of them could clearly see the extreme distortion of the space. A black spot appeared in the center of the gravitational force, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. Even the three gods present felt that their consciousness was stagnant just by looking at the black spot. Although it was just an illusion, it was a reminder from their body. That thing is dangerous and can literally lead them to death. Li Buying felt a little uncomfortable behind the mask. He looked pale after forcibly compressing the force field. He had to be careful not to let the force field in his hand affect him. He would die if he let down his guard. This is a collapse force field that he developed during his uninterrupted cosmic transition, based on the analyzed transition space force field, combined with the teleportation force field of the space Rubik's Cube and the stasis force field of the Holy Ark. It is similar to the ultra-high gravitational field emitted by those celestial bodies, such as stars and neutron stars, but due to its more condensed state, the collapse force field is more lethal than the gravity emitted naturally. The Holy Ark provides energy, and gravity strengthens the force field. Li Buying gave it a name in the simplest way of describing it. Weakening the black hole? He must not be allowed to throw out the black hole-like thing in his hand. Malekith's pupils shrank, and in the next second he directly activated his magic and came to Li Buying. He raised his hand and waved two frost swords, trying to directly kill AIE in his arms. Judging from the external performance, there is no doubt that the weakened black hole is AIE's construction. Thor and Loki were a little slow on this matter, and because of this, they saw extremely strange phenomena. Inexplicable fluctuations spread from the black hole. Malekith thought he was swinging his sword quickly, but to the other people present who were not affected, he suddenly stopped. The dark elf just maintained the posture of raising the weapon and slashing down, unable to move at all. Thor tried to reach out to the dim position next to Libying and Aie, and felt a strong restraining force exerted on his hand. Wow. Loki also came over and tried it, with wonder and vigilance flashing in his eyes. He focused on the Libying pretended by Aie, and Libying himself said, "We're going to take care of Malekith, so please retreat." Because he was not sure how wide the weakened black hole he had just created was, Libying asked the two gods, who were much weaker than in the comics, to retreat quickly, at least 1,000 meters. He was sure that the black hole would not exceed 1,000 meters anyway, and it was not a real black hole. Because this black hole-like force field was too weird, Thor and Loki immediately stepped back to see what would happen next. When the two of them walked away, Libying took a deep breath, confirming that the weakened black hole was under his control, and used his phase ability to continuously retreat while maintaining the blockade. Only when he was about 1,000 meters away did he completely let go of the gravitational force used to block the black hole. As the gravity was released, Malekith's flow speed returned to normal. The long sword did not hit anything, and there was only an extremely dark dot in front of him. His first reaction was to activate magic to escape from here. With the teleportation activated, the magic that could originally run hundreds of meters away could only travel about 1 meter. The black spots affected the entire space. Due to the loss of Libying's suppression, the weird space force field released a huge gravitational force, trying to attract everything around it, and all space-related abilities were affected. Malekith suddenly covered his chest. The space tunnel there was shrinking. After all, it was just an energy channel created with the energy of the Reality Stone. It can be destroyed as long as the right method is found. His movements were like catalysts. The fluctuations caused by teleportation magic and energy tunnels intensified the changes that weakened the black hole. The small black spots were no longer stable, but expanded in space like the beating of a heart. The originally suppressed gravity was instantly released, and the strong suction directly restrained Malekith, who wanted to fly away normally. When he found that he could not escape, he roared and turned around and threw a large number of ice spikes at the black spot. However, instead of destroying and weakening the black hole, the ice spikes containing huge energy stimulated the energy inside it, causing further diffusion. In addition to the space force field, the stagnation force field was also activated again. This time was different from before. Before, his consciousness was frozen, but this time his consciousness was still running at a normal speed. As the scope of the stasis force field expands, the special influence also weakens a lot. The dark elf's soul struggled to leave his body. He struggled to use his spiritual power to make his body move. However, even his soul could not escape the gravity, let alone his material body that was affected by the three forces. He could only watch as he was getting closer and closer to the black hole, and his body had begun to twist with the distorted space. There was no pain, and there was no pain in the stagnant state. "No, let me go quickly, I am willing to surrender." As death got closer and closer, his soul looked at the three people watching in the distance and begged for mercy loudly, not looking like a king at all. Loki and Thor just crossed their arms and watched him being sucked in. To be on the safe side, the god of trickery also asked Libying, who was observing the gravitational field, "I assume you don't have any of the bad habits of superheroes on Earth." "Of course not. In fact, I wanted to get rid of you when I saw you, but considering Thor and Asgard behind you, I decided not to." Libying, who was still holding Aie, shrugged slightly and put the holy cabinet back into the storage space. The test results have just come out. The weakened black hole produced by his large output is about 900 meters in diameter. Now this situation can be controlled by him. As long as he wants, he can use gravity to easily deal with the black hole. It's safe, controllable, and powerful, just be careful when using it on Earth. All in all, the result was pretty good. On the offensive level, except for possibly being unable to defeat a certain supreme mage who was about to die, I could say that I had no opponent at all. From this battle, he could tell to some extent that the current universe was still far behind the comic version. It was estimated that not many people could withstand the damage of a real black hole. Of course, the premise is that there is no such thing as a group of gods. The closer the stasis force field was to the center of the black hole, the less impact it would have. The spatial force field and pure gravity would become larger the closer they were to the black hole. Malekith watched helplessly as his body was shattered, and his soul could not escape the vortex. "Thor, Loki, and you two mortals." Malekith looked at the four people with extremely resentful eyes and tried to curse these guys. Libying's eyes narrowed slightly, not prepared to let him speak. Curses must be effective when spoken from the mouth of a god, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Aie raised his hand slightly, and Libying used gravity to exert a force that affected the force field around his soul. Before he could say the content of the curse, he felt the suction force increase greatly and was directly dropped into the weakened black hole. His body and soul were torn apart, and the weakened black hole still remained spinning there. The gravitational range gradually shrank with the passage of time, and the black area formed by the gravitational field also continued to disappear from the outside inward. Libying breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prompt from the system to deal with Malekith. At the same time, he motioned to Thor to process the remaining things of the dark elf. The torn flesh and blood would probably form a clump in the center of the gravitational field. It would be bad if those flesh and blood fell to the earth, and they might be used for something. About half an hour later, the weakened black hole disappeared naturally. There was indeed a piece of remaining flesh and blood in the center of the original black area. Thor raised his hand and struck it from the air, and the current directly blasted away the last remaining thing. After defeating Malekith, the four of them landed quickly, and the gravity pillow was put away. Ai, pretending to be Li Buying, nodded to her master and ran deep into the forest. Thor didn't mean to ask her name. After all, she was from the Weaver's organization, although her strength was indeed terrifying. In the forest, the scattered Asgardian soldiers had returned to their original positions and were waiting for the orders of the two princes. Li Buying tapped on the keyboard and asked smoothly, "Then what are you going to do next? Do you plan to stay on Earth or go back to Asgard? You don't need to worry about the 9 stars Lianza now." Of course I'm going back to Asgard. What's so good about being on Earth?" Loki seemed to take it for granted, but also felt a little guilty. He would definitely be troubled by those superheroes on Earth, so he might as well leave as soon as possible. Thor was just the opposite of his younger brother. When Li Buying raised this question, he seemed a little silent. After thinking for a long time, he turned to Loki and said, "Loki, you take the people back first, and I'll wait for the last period of time for the 9 stars to go back." "Really? I have to remind you that if you really don't plan to go back, if I behave well during this period, I will be the heir to Asgard." Loki heard the implication of Thor's words and did not appear very happy. Instead, he reminded himself of his brother who fell in love with a mortal. Thor stood up and flew away without saying a word. The god of conspiracy shrugged slightly, seeing that his brother was probably not planning to return to Asgard, so he signaled the soldiers to wait where they were, and came to the corner with Li Buying. "It's time to give me an accurate estimate of when Thanos will come. If I don't do anything to Shenmian's father when I go back this time, Hela won't cause any trouble when he comes out. Even if Thanos comes, Allah won't be allowed to do anything. Asgard will be destroyed." Loki asked Li Buying about the future, and Li Buying also realized that the future of Asgard had been completely changed by him. Since he told Loki what happened after that, he would not try to take action against Odin, and the God King of Asgard would not die, and he would not be preparing to enter Odin's sleep in the near future. In this case, Hela will not come out easily. Even if it attacks, Asgard will not be easily destroyed with his help. Thanos cannot go directly to Asgard after obtaining the Power Stone. Even if you go to Asgard, it's still useless without the Space Stone. Thanos had to go to Gamera to get the Soul Stone, but he could only get 2 gems at most, because Li Buying was ready to get the Soul Stone. If calculated this way, Thanos, the entire Avengers, or gods like Li Buying, Hulk, and Thor, who simply possess the Soul and Power Gems, are still capable of fighting. However, the odds of winning are not high enough. Reality is different from the movies. At this stage, Iron Man and the others cannot even participate in the Battle of Gods. Li Buying is also worried that Thanos, who has obtained the Power Stone, can surpass Odin in strength. "Yes, as you thought, nothing will happen to Asgard for the time being." Li Buying nodded slightly and asked Loki if he had the ability to communicate with Thor across dimensions. If Hela came out by then, he could go and help. Oh. After glancing at Li Buying, Loki understood to some extent that the cube was on his body, but he didn't say anything. He just said that he would go to Thor if necessary, and then disappeared with the rest of Asgard. Nazi. After solving the biggest problem, Li Buying breathed a sigh of relief and asked Ai how the situation was at Iron Man. When he learned that it was not yet time for a fight, he rubbed his temples from mental fatigue and prepared to go back and take a rest. Shooting out spider silk and swaying on his way, he caught up with Ai who was walking home in time, and together they used Phantom to leave the original location. However, as soon as he teleported back home, he was startled by the smell of a stranger in the living room. He subconsciously took a deep breath and tried to identify it by smell. It was a very familiar smell, a bit like Iris. He had smelled it a long time ago, etc. Li Buying's pupils shrank, and he remembered who he had smelled this smell before. It was the smell of the girl who gave him a sense of fear when he graduated. Since graduation, Gonita Garen has not looked for him. She just quietly followed his accounts on various social software. I originally thought that she would not come to find him so easily, but didn't he expect that she would come here? Taking out the gravity gun and holding it in his hand, Li Buying stabilized his mind and pushed the door open. He raised his hand to turn on the corridor light. The light shone down from the stairs, and Gonita was lying on his sofa to sleep. "Miss Gonita, how did you get in?" Standing on the stairs, Li Buying immediately asked. The gravity gun he held behind his back was constantly vibrating, ready to release the restraint-type force field at any time. Hearing Li Buying's voice, the dazed Gonita opened his eyes. A predatory look flashed across his pupils, which shocked him. "Don't get me wrong, I came to you because I was really hungry and couldn't bear it. Let me introduce myself first. I am a god, a higher god than the people I fought with." Gonita held her stomach that made a sound and looked uncomfortable, but she still briefly introduced herself to Li Buying. After her reminder, Li Buying realized that something was obviously wrong with the girl at this time. Her face was pale, and her eyes looking at him were full of appetite, which was obviously the sign of extreme hunger. "You go ahead and I'll listen right here." He did not proceed rashly, but remained vigilant and motioned for Gonita to continue. Seeing this, the girl did not care to tell her story. According to her, she was once a very powerful god who usually used planets as food. However, when an accident happened, her predecessor suffered a devastating blow. After the death of a powerful god, its remaining energies came together to form her. It is better to say that the father who created her unintentionally was the powerful god, and she was just a newborn from the perspective of time. Carrying incomplete memories and only knowing her own name, Ganada wandered around the universe at will. Her first stop was the lifeless Earth. She fell asleep immediately after arriving here. When she woke up again around 1000 AD, Ganada settled down simply. She didn't eat much when she was just born. She settled on the Earth and ate whatever she could to ensure her survival. The main reason why she settled down instead of eating the Earth to replenish energy like her father was because of memory impairment. She didn't know who her enemy was and how strong it was, so she kept lurking, trying to wait until a long time before coming out to prevent herself from being approached by a powerful enemy as soon as she was exposed. Relying on her almighty power, Ganada has lived alone for the past 1000 years, hiding in the middle classes of various societies and never being exposed. Then why did you come to me suddenly? The more Li Buying listened, the more frightened she felt. Gods, devouring stars, being beaten violently. All of this reminded him of a certain god who was obviously very powerful, but was often used as a stepping stone because of his lack of energy. That was Planet Devourer. Isn't this the girly version of Galactus in front of me? Because the energy waves you generate make me hungry. Ganada lay on the sofa and looked at him with the eyes of prey. She looked hungry and chewed a piece directly on the sofa. It turns out that large fluctuations in energy will make Ganada feel hungry when she is in a dieting state. If she does not feel the large fluctuations in energy for a period of time, she will recover, but if she continues to feel it, her maximum tolerance level will be lowered. The apocalypse explosion, the Tunguska explosion, and the small-scale battles between gods who didn't know where they came from all made me feel a little hungry. Then there were the nuclear bombs you threw out, and the energy erupting from unknown locations. Ganada complained and took another bite of the sofa. These are pretty good. After all, this kind of outbreak only happens once every few years. I can calm down my appetite to some extent. But the problem is that the recent explosion of energy has been too ordinary. I even felt 3 waves of energy at the root level of the universe. The result is now better. I already want to eat the entire city. She was talking about the fight between Loki and Thor, the cosmic cube, the mind scepter, and the ether particles. Li Buying felt a little guilty, but then he thought about what it had to do with him. It would still happen if he was not around. All in all, she felt violent energy fluctuations again today, and her increased hunger and appetite finally began to be uncontrollable. Ganada desperately wanted to eat to replenish energy, but the problem was that even stealing electricity could not solve the problem. Hungry, she regarded everything in her sight as food, and it was expected that she would have to swallow the entire city to satisfy her desire. I don't want to be exposed to the eyes of unknown enemies, so I came here to find you. You are the mortal with the most various energy auras on your body, although your own energy value is only like this. After explaining, Ganada disappeared instantly. Li Buying, who sensed the danger with her spider sense, activated her phase ability to avoid it. Ganada reappeared and threw herself on the ground, raising her head and staring at Li Buying with increasingly fierce eyes. Hurry up and hand over the source of energy. If you don't hand it over, I will take it away. Looking at Ganada, who had no majesty in her movements at all but exuded increasingly powerful divine pressure, who was probably the planet devourer, a slight hesitation flashed in Li Buying's eyes. Aye, how much of what she said is true? 80%, in my calculation, you have not revealed too much strength. If she has malicious intentions and can directly kill you and take the things over, you should have the possibility of reaching consensus and cooperation with her. Of course, maybe more like owners and pets? Who dares to have Galactus as a pet? Thanos, the heart of the universe. After thinking about the possibility of cooperation, Li Buying looked at the inventory in his storage space. The cosmic Rubik's Cube cannot be handed over, but the Holy Cabinet can, and its energy is also at the explosive level. With a slight hesitation in his heart, he realized that he might not be able to defeat Galactus. He reached out and took out the Holy Cabinet and handed it to Ganada, whose eyes were physically glowing. So you can eat the energy inside without damaging it. Sure. Ganada, who ran over to beg for food, snatched the energy-emitting Holy Cabinet from Li Buying's hand in an instant at a speed that Li Buying could not see clearly, and held it in her arms. The energy that escaped was sucked directly into her palms. As energy continued to pour into her body, her abdomen finally stopped making sounds, and a sense of satisfaction made Ganada lie on the ground unwilling to get up. Speaking of Ganada, student, is it better for you to be full or half full? Seeing that she really had no intention of taking action, Li Buying relaxed a little, reached out and poked Ganada's arm and asked. Ganada had a dissatisfied look on her face when she heard the inquiry. She watched Li Buying, who felt strange, throwing the Holy Cabinet back to her, covering her underfed stomach and lying back on the sofa. I can't eat too much, she said helplessly. If I'm full, my appetite will increase further until it devours the planet. If I'm not willing to hand over the Holy Ark, what should you do? Li Buying still couldn't help asking about this matter. Ganada, who was half full, touched her belly. The pitiful look before disappeared and she became extremely cold again. She lay on the sofa and said helplessly, what else can I do? I also want to live. Knowing that he had really avoided a fierce battle, Li Buying breathed out, what are you going to do next? Rent a house next to your house so that you can come here often to get energy. Gonita shrugged and reached out to lift a strand of long hair beside her earlobe. You don't want the Earth to be suddenly destroyed one day, right? Realizing the ambiguity in her words, Gonita explained, oh, not a threat, I really need the energy. I know, I can tell from your appearance before. Until now, this Gonita was different from the Galactus that Li Buying thought. He thought that Galactus was a super arrogant person who liked to eat people who were eaten by human planets whenever they disagreed. But from now on, it seems that the newly born planet devourer is not that serious, and is even quite easy to talk to. By the way, do you have any requests? If you have any trouble, I can help you. Just treat it as meal expenses. Sitting up from the sofa, Gonita's face turned slightly red as she came over. Some of her previous actions did make her a little embarrassed. Li Buying touched her chin after hearing this and told her about the current situation. Anyway, he just hoped that she could come out to help him at the critical moment when necessary, and Gonita, who had just eaten, readily agreed and left Li Buying's home soon after. Before leaving, to ensure that there were no accidents, he also asked about the peepers outside, and the news he received was that they did not see Gonita coming. Damn, why did Galactus appear? After Gonita left, Li Buying thought about the most important thing. Listening to her statement, the original Galactus was dead, so who killed it? Do the 5 gods still exist? Are they watching over the Earth? No, isn't Planet Devourer a multi-level? Why did it sound like it was only a starburst level before, a clone in a single universe or insufficient energy? After all, when he is weak, he can be taken care of by the Avengers. More high-end problems appeared in Li Buying's mind. Of course, he was just thinking about it now and was not yet able to solve it. I originally thought that not many monsters in this universe could appear in the main material world, but as a result, the weakened version of Galactus came around. Although she is only an infant, it can be seen that the future of this universe is likely to be troubled. Early the next morning, Li Buying gently shook his sore arm. He glanced at the gravity in the storage space. Last night, he tried again to integrate the gravity into his body. The result is not bad. Now I can master nearly half of the gravity. The effect will reach its peak when it is integrated with the body. Instead of continuing to dwell on those things, Li Buying suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and continued to do the task at hand to strengthen herself. She put on her equipment and immediately rushed to Stark's beachside mansion. As soon as he arrived there, Li Buying saw helicopters launching missiles towards Stark's mansion. One missile flew straight towards the mansion and caused an explosion, directly destroying part of the area. Seeing this, he didn't stop any longer. He drew out his wand and used apparition to appear closer. Li Buying stuck 2 spider threads to the tree, pulled them, and then ejected towards the helicopter. Kicking the pilot in the helicopter to pieces, he opened the door and aimed at another helicopter. He left footprints on the helicopter with his legs and kicked it into the water. Li Buying copied the previous operation and launched an attack on other helicopters after kicking the pilot to pieces. It's the Weaver? Be careful with the weaving poof. Shuttled in front of the helicopters, the scratched Tony and the armored Pepper came out of the villa, saw the reassuring figure of the Weaver, and immediately sat in the garden that was almost in ruins. So you won't leave yourself a way out when making armor, and keep a few copies of the previously made armor at home. I never knew that terrorist would dare to attack my villa. Haha, even if you dare to hit the Twin Towers, why don't you dare to attack this superhero like you? 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times 5 times destroyed all the helicopters in the sky. Li Buying flew to the embarrassed Tony Stark and talked to him with a mechanical voice. Tony covered his head and looked at the anxious Pepper beside him. For the first time, he realized that he shouldn't be so high profile. After all, he was not alone. So it was your prophet who predicted my death and then sent you to rescue me? Anyway, thank you in advance, Weaver. You're welcome. You won't die if I don't come. The prophet asked me to come here just to do you a small favor. I'm afraid I'll need your help for some things in the future. Li Buying acted very indifferent, but he may indeed need Tony's help in the future, such as the trade between the mutant country and the outside world. Judging from the rogue behavior of this country, it is likely to impose economic sanctions on the mutant nation established in the future. Although the island can be self-sufficient, it still needs to be modernized. By then, Tony's help will be indispensable. With Tony's presence, Stark Industries will definitely remain a world-class giant enterprise in the future. It is right to ask for his help. Well, by the way, can you help me find the base of that terrorist organization? After the greetings were completed, Tony, who was so frightened that his heart was beating fast, finally calmed down. Extreme anger flashed in his eyes. After narrowly escaping from death, he didn't care about whether he owed favors or anything like that. He just wanted to quickly deal with the terrorist organization. Pepper little disagreed with this. When she came out of the Iron Man armor, she showed dissatisfaction. Tony Stark, look at what you look like now, you need to rest. Oh, come on Pepper, it's more dangerous to delay for another day. Tony tried to use his clever tongue to persuade his girlfriend, and Li Buying interrupted. Don't worry, I will help protect you for a while. I have my target on you. Originally, Li Buying wanted to solve it quickly, but just now AIE called and said that Killian wanted to hire a hand killer to deal with Tony. Isn't that a coincidence? He was also planning to take action against the opponents. The most important thing was to find their hometown. According to the information searched by AIE, they did not leave any information about the main base on the internet. From the few words recorded by some surveillance cameras, it can be understood that their hometown is not even in Japan. The current main base of the hand seems to be located in a forest in the United States. After AI's investigation, it seems that there are traces of demons behind this underworld organization. Li Buying was ready to contact demons and wanted to see what those extra-dimensional monsters were like. After learning that he was willing to help, Tony temporarily gave up his thoughts of dealing with the terrorists as soon as possible. He was helped up by Pepper and walked towards the sports car parked in the garden that had not been destroyed by the helicopter. Killian, damn it, I have to find evidence that he is the leader of a terrorist organization. After learning from Li Buying that Killian planned all of this, Tony almost bent the fork and knife in his hand with a cold expression. Li Buying raised his eyebrows and noticed Tony's gaze. What is the problem? Well, it will probably take several months just to find the evidence. Killian will probably have fled by then. Also, Maggie, do you need me to upgrade your equipment? Tony was eating steak as he spoke. The meaning behind his words was very clear. If there was no evidence that Killian was the leader of a terrorist organization, he hoped that Li Buying could help deal with that Killian. It's not that he is working for nothing, he must be paid, such as upgrading his equipment. Speaking of which, whether in the movie universe or here, Iron Man is not shy about killing people. Li Buying opened the mask and ate the steak. Tony seemed very happy about this. He felt from the bottom of his heart that the Weaver trusted him. After all, half of his face was exposed. This half of the face has indeed not been changed by magic. Li Buying, who has become stronger, is not afraid of his identity being exposed, and the time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be destroyed is getting closer and closer. Yes, but if he comes and takes action on his own, don't we have the right to defend ourselves? Why don't you use the power of the company to confront him head-on? After giving Tony a suggestion for a business war, Li Buying suddenly clenched his knife and fork, his pupils shrank, he raised the knife in his hand and threw it aside. As the sound of gold and iron rang out, he had already reached the position where the knife was bounced away. The handsmen have arrived. With a punch, since this was another Tony's villa, Li Buying couldn't help but splash blood everywhere. The punch hit the head and directly shattered the brain inside the skull. He raised his legs and kicked up the crystal lamp used for decoration. The crystal lamp flew directly behind Tony. With a crisp sound, the crystal lamp was chopped away. Li Buying pulled out his pistol and fired it directly. Blood flowed from the invisible guy's body. Tony reacted and snapped his fingers. He pretended to be calm but actually shouted in a panic. Jarvis, turn on the thermal energy sensor and infrared scanning and cover and project all the recorded figures. He gave an order, and 2 dead shadows appeared on the ground, but more than that, Jarvis reminded him kindly, Mr. Stark, there are many people who are not invited by you in the villa. Do you want to activate the defense system? Activate the defense system. This villa is safer than the beach villa. After receiving the order, Jarvis immediately controlled a large number of automatic guns to extend from the roof, floor, and wall, aiming at the killers and launching attacks. Deafening gunshots rang out, and the killers who sneaked into the villa suffered a devastating blow. Of course, the villa could not avoid damage. Seeing that he didn't need to kill the minions himself, Li Buying walked to the killers of the hand and wanted to check their bodies, but before he touched them, the killers turned into a pile of fine sand and disappeared. He touched his chin thoughtfully. Resurrected killers. Tony also discovered their abnormality and said in disbelief, what's the situation? A kind of resurrection magic, you can think of them as undead creatures. What? Resurrection magic? Tony didn't want to believe it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If there really is resurrection magic, then he can't resurrect his parents? But Li Buying's next words made him a little discouraged. Yes, but this magic is essentially to borrow energy from a certain demon, and then bring the soul back and put it back into the body. The soul and even the body will become the property of that demon. This made Tony give up his idea directly, and at the same time, his opponent became even more angry, and ordered Jarvis, don't worry about the damage to the villa, do your best to annihilate them amidst the hail of bullets. The skills of these ninja-trained killers were of no use. The invisibility caused by unknown magic was also broken, and they were unable to get even close to the restaurant. Under this situation, the villa became increasingly dilapidated, but 2 figures quietly glided down from the air and landed silently on the roof of the restaurant, ready to break in. The next second the glass shattered. Li Buying saw 2 people, a woman who looked like a bullseye with several circles drawn on her head, and a man with pale skin and long flowing hair who covered his eyes with a mask. Among them, the man is constantly emitting a slight mental fluctuation. Judging from the degree of fluctuation, it should be a superpower such as telepathy. The elite of the hand? The lazy expression of the spider on Li Buying's face disappeared, and the abstract spider immediately turned into a ferocious beast, its trembling claws seeming to be smiling. Weaver? The 2 people who broke in were about to declare Tony's death, but they were shocked when they saw Li Buying, who was a guest here. Ms. Bullseye and Gorgon, famous mercenaries. AIE's words came from his ears. The long-haired Gorgon immediately grasped the sword in his hand, and he took a stance of drawing the sword to deal with Li Buying's attack at any time. Ms. Bullseye threw a large number of darts, and the darts were flying straight towards the 2 sides of the 3 of them in arcs without mechanics. However, Li Buying could see it very clearly. There were special positioning devices on the darts that could guide them. It's gaudy, but it's really handsome. He couldn't help but comment in his mind, raised his hand and shot out a spider silk to entangle all the darts, waved the darts back, took out a large caliber pistol from his pocket and aimed it directly at the ordinary person. Activate the shield. Feeling the danger, Gorgon roared, and Ms. Bullseye covered her chest with both hands. Li Buying pulled the trigger, and a shell flew out of the pistol, hitting Bullseye's shield that shone with magic light and then exploded. The wall with the windows was blown open by the explosion. Tony and Pepper covered their faces and hid a little bit. The strong wind made them hurt. Jarvis, hasn't the armor activated yet? Tony shouted loudly, and the next moment 2 sets of Iron Man armors broke through the blockade of the basement and appeared directly behind him and Pepper Potts. The two immediately sat in and received the formal protection of the armors. Just leave it to me. You go deal with those killers. That Gorgon has psychic abilities. Li Buying signaled them not to grab the reward. Tony heard the superpower on the other side and left decisively. When the smoke dissipated, only Gorgon with damaged clothes was left. But there were no scars on his body, probably because of the devil's blessing. Don't you think it's awkward for a grown man to be named after a Gorgon? Asking the guy opposite, Li Buying raised her hand and waved to her side. Suddenly, Ms. Bullseye appeared and stabbed the enemy in front of her with a dagger, with an angry look on her face. She is not Bullseye's family member or anything, she is simply because Bullseye accidentally saved her. However, after the dagger hit Li Buying's palm, the gloves were not pierced. Instead, the situation under the black cloth was revealed. There were some extremely hard alloys underneath. The weapon in Ms. Bullseye's hand was slapped away with great force, and the slap became bigger and bigger, hitting her face in disbelief, killing her and turning into ashes. The next step should be for her soul to return to the hands of the demon and then be resurrected. Unfortunately, Li Buying more or less used Malkitha's death to master the technique of sealing the soul. Not paying attention to the Gorgon in front of him, he raised his hand and quickly activated gravity control. The next second, a gravitational field directly locked the soul in place. The confused Bullseye lady found herself floating in the air unable to move, and panic suddenly filled her heart. You hens think that you can be resurrected, so you can do whatever you want. Sensing that Gorgon's heartbeat was accelerating, Li Buying understood that he could feel that Ms. Bullseye's soul had been controlled by him, so he used his body to threaten her and squeezed the floating soul in the air. As the pressure rises, her soul becomes torn apart, causing her to completely lose her soul. The scene he saw with his telekinesis made Gorgon twitch in his face, and at the same time he realized that the Weaver was definitely not just an ordinary superpower, but also had attainments in magic and mysticism. At least he could see souls. At the same time, it also means that he must not die here, otherwise there will be no chance of resurrection. Gorgon was caught in the dilemma of whether to fight or flee, but Li Buying would not give him the time to struggle or the chance to escape, crushing the floor under his feet and entering his attack range. Facing the Weaver who rushed into his sword at high speed, Gorgon calmed down and instantly drew out the sword from his waist. The sword slashed through the air, but he didn't hit anything. Li Buying used an iron bridge to avoid the blade, and raised his leg to kick Gorgon's chin. The man using the sword took a step back and raised his head. While avoiding the kick, he unhooked the blindfold from his eyes with one hand, opened his radiant eyes and stared at Li Buying in front of him. In addition to telepathy, he also has this other ability, which is that people he sees with his eyes will be turned to stone. This is the origin of his code name Gorgon. But what made him panic was that the long-haired man who opened his eyes didn't see anyone in front of him, and Li Buying seemed to disappear out of thin air. Li Buying, assisted by AIE, had long known Gorgon's petrification power, and when he took off his blindfold, he initiated phase movement and came behind the man. After punching the killer's entire head, Li Buying held the soul but did not destroy it. He took this opportunity to prepare to ask where the main base of the hand was. Looking at the struggling soul in front of him, he paid attention to the couple dealing with the hand members over there. He leaned on the chair and stared at the soul. Tell me, where is the main base of the hand? I will never betray the hand. Gorgon acted very tough, but Li Buying didn't care whether he was tough or not. He took out the wand from the storage space and waved it slightly. The magic power on his body became cold and dark. He narrowed his eyes, pointed the wand at the soul, and said, "The soul leaves the body. Soul-stealing curse?" The light hit Gorgon, and he suddenly felt that his consciousness went blank, and a feeling of incomparable fullness and happiness spread throughout his body. Li Buying raised his eyebrows when he noticed Gorgon's strange behavior. This was not the first time he had cast the soul-stealing curse, but it was the first time he had used it on the soul body. He didn't expect that the soul would be so easily affected by the unforgivable curse when it lost the protection of the body. "Okay, now tell me where your main base is." Asking Gorgon about the location of the main base, he was controlled and just about to open his mouth. A large amount of evil magic suddenly emerged from his facial features in the soul state, and the painful killer just dissipated in front of Li Buying. Tisk, a devil's contract? Li Buying put away her wand and turned to look for Tony and Pepper. By the time Li Buying got there, Tony was almost done with it. Due to the characteristics of these ninjas, he had no intention of showing mercy. They could come back from the dead anyway. Pepper didn't say anything about this either. The main reason was that a person turned into dust after being shot, and there was really no real sense of killing him. In addition, Li Buying said that they could be resurrected, so she acquiesced in this behavior. Scanning the surroundings, he received new news from AIE. Some of the killers who had not yet had time to enter the villa were currently retreating, and the area where the main base was located was shrinking with their actions. When this mission is completed, he will go and deal with the hand club. Are you okay? It's okay. In this age, we still use cold weapons. Tony stepped out of the armor and picked up a blade that he had broken and looked at it. The weapon was indeed very sharp, but in his opinion it was better to use it to make something else. Don't underestimate cold weapons. Thor's hammer is also a cold weapon. I would rather call that hammer an energy cannon, it's just that it's hard enough. Tony talked to Li Buying, who was typing, and at the same time called the police to report the situation here. After making the call, he signaled Pepper and the guest to go to another place first. There is no way, the Weaver is still considered a criminal so far, which is different from the members of the Avengers. Li Buying did not refuse, and got into the intact sports car and headed to the next villa. Tony Stark quickly took care of the things there, and he couldn't wait to sit across from him. So, let's talk about Killian now. Do you think the business war can effectively attack him and make him continue to take action? That's right. After all, he just wants to be a master and get a better life. If you bring down his company, his plan will definitely not be implemented. Li Buying shrugged and tapped the keyboard. Under the influence of the mechanical sound, his words seemed very philosophical. Strength, wealth, power. Killian is currently acquiring the remaining 2 through wealth. Eliminate his wealth. Do you think he has the ability to continue to implement his own plan? I'm afraid he can only become a villain who carries out terrorist attacks. And you have to be careful about the extremist virus. I can survive the explosion, even if you have armor. Li Buying was explaining information about the extremist virus to Tony. That thing was essentially used to improve personal strength. The deepest reason for its creation was probably related to immortality. After all, these rich people have everything, so they naturally want to enjoy it for longer. The extremist virus can enhance the body's repairability and at the same time release extremely powerful heat. Terrorists who are not afraid of death can use this energy to self-destruct. If the extremist virus can be controlled well, the person injected with the virus can breathe fire from his mouth. After hearing the description, Tony subconsciously raised his hand and tapped the table. Then if Thor or you use it. Thor's physical strength and cells are probably able to completely destroy the virus. I'm not sure, but I guess he can control the energy it generates. No one with superpowers has injected the extremist virus in the movie. Li Buying is also quite skeptical about the ability of the extremist virus and doesn't know if it can be useful to him. Even if it is useless, you can just keep a tube as a collection. Maybe you will be able to use it sometime. I'll remember it and I'll be careful. Tony nodded. I'm going to trouble you during this period. Do you want me to prepare a room for you? No, I'm afraid you'll call the police to arrest me. The day after the attack, Tony, who had talked with Li Buying, immediately began to target Killian's company. Pioneer Technology immediately launched a counterattack after being targeted, and actually had a direct stalemate with Stark Industries. Now everyone with a discerning eye realizes that something is wrong. Not to mention why Stark Industries wants to deal with Pioneer Technology. How can a company that was only established in recent years, no matter how fast it develops, possibly go head-to-head with Stark Industries? As the founder of Pioneer Technology, Killian has been unable to sleep at night these days, wondering whether he has been exposed, and there is a great sense of crisis in his heart. Coupled with the failure of the Hands operation, he was ready to send the terrorist organizations he supported there, and injected those terrorists with the unfinished extremist virus. Using the surveillance camera to keep an eye on the situation over there, Killian suddenly stood up, only to find that all the surveillance screens turned into snowflakes, as if the signal was blocked by an inexplicable electromagnetic force. The people are indeed here. Li Buying and Iron Man in suit were standing in the small forest near the villa. Tony, who equipped the armor with infrared vision, asked Jarvis to scan the incoming terrorists, and the results showed that they were normal. Does it require external activation? He flew up directly from the forest. Weaver, let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and flew out. Li Buying shot out a spider silk to pull himself up, and immediately ejected and jumped into the air. The high-profile Iron Man appeared in the eyes of the assassins. They glared at Iron Man and took action immediately. However, Tony, who had obtained the intelligence in advance, would not go down. He raised his hand to aim at these terrorists and immediately launched missiles. Explosions and flames surrounded him in another villa. Although Tony was rich, he still felt a little dissatisfied with such a squandering. When all the people were included in the flames, he did not fly down immediately, knowing that the guy injected with the extremist virus might not die so easily. The armor was suspended in the air. Tony waited quietly for the smoke and dust to disperse as much as possible. Suddenly, a steel bar flew out of the smoke at extremely fast speeds. Being prepared, he turned his head to avoid the steel bars, and then quickly took off to keep a safe distance. Some guys with high temperatures on their bodies jumped out of the smoke at the same time, and the damaged parts were recovering quickly. Desperate virus. Jarvis told Tony that the body temperature of these people has reached a high temperature that is impossible for the human body to reach. If they explode one after another, the armor will indeed be unable to withstand it. Thinking of this, Tony felt a little flustered. Fortunately, Li Buying came to help, otherwise he would not know how he died. Damn Iron Man, come down if you can. Didn't you say you want to fight us head on? As we all know, those terrorists standing below did not have any good attack methods against Tony flying in the air, and tried to call him down. Tony is not a young man anymore, so how could he go down there? He just came here to act as bait for the weavers. The next second, one of the shouting personnel suddenly raised his chest forward, and a dull sword blade protruded from his chest. Li Buying walked through the flames and activated the high-frequency mode when he hit the guy's chest. The vibration of the blade directly destroyed the balance of energy in his body. The hit terrorist subconsciously opened his mouth, and his facial features emitted a violent light. The light emanating from the facial features was noticed by the terrorists in front. When they saw that one of their own was about to self-destruct, they opened their eyes wide and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Li Buying drew her sword and pulled the spider thread away. Extremely violent shock waves and strong winds came from behind, followed by a series of explosions. With the shield on, he was not affected. He landed and looked behind him. Several large craters appeared in the villa. In addition to rebuilding the villa, Tony probably had to tidy up the ground. This virus is too unstable. Even if it is used as a weapon, it is very unqualified. Absolutely no one will buy it. Tony Rui, a former weapons dealer, commented. Li Buying did not answer and threw a small bottle into Tony's hand. He almost threw it out when he looked at the glowing blood inside. Extremis virus. Yes, I took some blood from the person just now to give you a comparison. Do you have the evidence? After taking the blood bottle back to the basement of the villa and storing it, Iron Man flew out again. Jarvis has taken this opportunity to find evidence of Killian's close contact with terrorist organizations. Let's go meet him now. In the secret base of the terrorist organization, Killian was pacing in the monitoring room. At this moment, he realized that his identity might have been exposed, and Iron Man was rushing here. Looking back at the completed but untested version of the Extremis virus on the table, he took a deep breath and made a very difficult decision. He plans to use the Extremis virus without clinical trials. Although it is a very risky idea, Killian has no other choice now. No matter what, he must first overcome the current difficulties. Picking up the injection and stabbing it into his neck, Killian felt endless energy surging through his body. He took a deep breath subconsciously, and cracks glowing red appeared on his body. Call. Breathing out a stream of fire from his mouth, Killian's heart continued to expand after gaining strength, and he opened the communication to notify everyone in the base to prepare to face Iron Man. Nearly 30 minutes later, Iron Man's figure appeared on the outside of the base, and it wasn't just Iron Man. A large number of Iron Man's armor surrounded the base, dealing with the various terrorists located here at extremely fast speeds. Members injected with the Extremis virus stepped forward to destroy those armors that were trying to engage in close combat after launching missiles. They put their arms on the armor and directly used high temperatures to destroy the circuits. However, those who possess the Extremis virus are also targeted by Tony and Jarvis in advance because of this, targeting them who can cause great damage to the armor. With preparation, Iron Man continued to attack from a distance in the air, destroying all the equipment in the terrorist organization's base. Even those with the Extremis virus could not withstand the continuous bombardment. Each of them directly exploded because their bodies could not withstand the increasingly powerful energy in their bodies, which actually saved Tony a lot of effort. After a while, there was no more sound on the ground. Iron Man glanced at the situation on the ground and landed directly. He raised 2 laser cannons and fired lasers at any time, and slowly walked towards the inside of the building. Weaver, you must be able to protect me, Tony whispered, and writing appeared on the ground, indicating that he didn't need to worry. With Li Buying's guarantee, Tony shouted, "Come out, Killian, or are you a coward? Even if you have a treasure as powerful as the Extremis virus, you don't dare to come out." Iron Man was talking nonsense in the base, which was in line with his original character. Tony started to taunt and search for Killian's location, but his location was never found in the infrared vision. Just when he turned back, Li Buying's handwriting appeared on the wall. "In the ruins on your left hand." Tony decisively raised his hand to release the energy beam, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the ruins, directly colliding with the energy beam. WTF. Seeing the energy beam blocked by Killian's bare hands, Li Buying was also a little surprised. AIE and Jarvis quickly saw that Killian used his own large amount of energy to form a simple and crude shield. In other words, when it comes to waves, it just depends on who has enough energy. The Extremis virus does not comply with the law of conservation of matter at all. It cannot transform its own cells into a state that can absorb energy from dark matter or the air. Looking at the very unscientific but somewhat magical situation in front of him, Li Buying immediately got ready to take action. Killian, who blocked the laser with his bare hands, was extremely excited. He felt that he was completely stronger than Tony. He was like a third-rate villain, explaining his grand plans without deciding the outcome. Li Buying took advantage of him to let down his vigilance, and pulled out the hidden sword made of artificial vibranium with rhythmical fingers, covering it with the gravity control, and instantly appeared in front of Tony and Killian from the darkness. Killian, who lacked combat skills, had his neck cut open in half before he could do anything. Hot blood spurted out from the wound, splattering on the shield and the ground. Killian kicked Killian away with his throat cut open, but Li Buying did not let down his guard. He stared over there. The man who had broken half of his neck was indeed not dead. Killian held up his drooped head and pushed it back to its original position. The powerful recovery caused his neck to grow back, and it emitted a radiation-like mineral of light. Weaver, I've heard about you. It seems that even you can't kill me. Touching his intact neck, Killian grinned extremely arrogantly. Li Buying looked at his expression, the spider on his face tilted his head. Tony watched the spider's movements and somehow read its meaning. It was taunting. The extremis virus is strong, but it's still unstable. Li Buying said in a mechanical voice, raised his hand and pointed it at Killian, turning on the direct beam mode of the sonic weapon. After a short period of accumulation, violent sound waves were ejected from his hands, carrying the impact and blasting Killian directly into the metal wall. Arrogant, he couldn't help but cover his ears and show a painful expression, but something even more horrifying happened to him. The violent resonance and continuous impact of the sound waves caused the flesh and blood on his body to be torn apart. The terminal virus repaired his wounds, but the crystals similar to radioactive materials were still increasing. The crystallized position could withstand heavy blows, but it could not withstand the resonance. As the sound continued to break, Killian, who realized something, tried his best to break free, but was still pressed back against the wall. Not just the shock wave, but something seemed to be preventing him from coming down. Quietly using gravity control, Li Buying locked Killian and slowly cut his flesh with a knife. He really didn't expect that the extremis virus here seemed to have improved its performance and was not so easy to lose stability. After about a minute in the sound wave, the crystals all over Killian's body suddenly cracked, emitting a flash of light before the explosion. Run! Li Buying shouted. Tony decisively took his outstretched hand and took him out. Killian turned into art like those terrorists. The ruins in front of him were leveled, and it was confirmed that Killian was completely dead. Li Buying said to Iron Man, "Shall we go down and take a look?" At this time, the base's underground equipment appeared in front of the two of them. Tony stood up and looked over there, feeling a little moved. The extremis virus was more powerful than he thought. He nodded and followed Li Buying down. Entering the underground with the ceiling completely lifted, the two of them separately explored the base with almost nothing left, and finally met in Killian's laboratory. The two made a copy of the information about the extremis virus. Li Buying directly physically destroyed the computer, while Tony remained silent and agreed with his behavior in disguise. Listening to the sound of the mission being completed in his ears, he subconsciously covered his head. After a period of dizziness, he felt a sense of clarity. His soul repair level increased to 80%, with the last bit left. Tony, then I'll leave first and leave the rest to you. No problem. If you continue to stay here, I won't be able to explain it. After dealing with Killian and getting the rewards for clearing monsters, Li Buying was not going to stay any longer. The rest of the quarrels with the police and S.H.I.E.L.D. were left to Iron Man. Compared to continuing to stay here, Li Buying has more important things to do. According to AIE's recent intelligence and the normal timeline learned through the movie, Hydra is already about to take action. Whether it's seeking revenge against Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., or helping mutants move to new islands, almost everything requires his help, and I'm afraid he will be very busy during that time. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Tony, there may be some turmoil in the United States recently. You'd better pay attention. What did the Prophet predict? Regarding the disputes within the Earth, our organization must try to ensure peace among various countries on the Earth. After saying some vague words, Li Buying disappeared from Tony's sight. Tony Stark looked at the information on extremis virus, and after a while he looked up because of the sound of helicopter wings. There was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could not detect such a big explosion, and they finally came now. Browsing the information on extremis virus, Tony's face gradually became serious. This Killian seemed to have some connection with Hydra. Except for the last information on extremis virus, all others were backed up in Hydra. Li Buying, who was in charge of killing and not burying, ignored what happened next and returned home. As soon as he sat down, he heard that AIE needed his help. The mechanical girl has been storing her processors all over the world in recent times. Basically, Li Buying took AIE to do it. As long as the storage of the processor is completed, theoretically as long as the Earth and the Moon are not destroyed, AIE will be immortal. Yes, they also put several sets of processors on the Moon just in case. Although Li Buying didn't think the Earth was so easy to be bombed, he wasn't so sure. Captain America, the Winter Soldier. While using gravity to dig a hole in the forest, he recalled the original plot. In short, it was the story of Captain America and Nick Fury noticing something strange in S.H.I.E.L.D., and then discovering that S.H.I.E.L.D. was all members of Hydra. No one in the movie has shown superpowers. The situation here is definitely different, because Hydra has absorbed many mutants, and the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a big drama. AIE, how is the situation with the Brotherhood and the X-Men? Over at the Brotherhood, Magneto is dealing with overly vicious subordinates, and College X is also communicating with the students. Professor, the two old men who had been fighting for a long time realized that this was a big change for the mutants. Now that the migration decision had been made, it must be completed better, and all situations in the process must be taken into consideration. Li Buying didn't know what they were thinking or what they had done for Jiangguo. He just needed a push. Then there is the hatred of parents. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he buried the processor sealed in the iron box deeply into the rock layer, and filled the iron box with rocks. Who did the death of my parents? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure it was Hydra. Do you need to provide evidence? AIE said that she was ready to show the evidence to Li Buying. He shook his head and expressed his trust in her. No, just leave it like this. When I attract everyone's attention, the people from X Academy can leave. Then when SHIELD is destroyed, Li Buying, who has the ability of gravity, should also appear on the table. He will directly confront Hydra, show off the power he possesses, and attract everyone's attention there. The X-Men and the Brotherhood just break through the blockade and leave and head to the island. Naturally, this was not all for the mutants, but he felt that he should no longer hide. AIE, what do you think I should name me who uses the power of gravity? Should I call it King of 10,000 Powers? Or Black Hole? Searching for words related to gravity, AIE suggested, how about calling it Dash? After burying the processor, Li Buying returned home and looked at the charging point. He did not choose to go to other worlds. It was not good to go to other places to strengthen himself during this time period, otherwise the time difference and the inability to adjust his perception would seriously affect his actions. Li Buying took out the gravity gun and sat on the bed. Li Buying wanted to use it to find the last remaining undiscovered gravity guns, which should be near London. Let me think of something else. Closing his eyes and falling into a state similar to meditation, he thought about what he had to do in the near future, constantly improving the memo in his mind, and at the same time, the gravitational field formed by gravity continued to spread outward. People with more sensitive senses suddenly experienced intermittent dizziness, but they did not pay too much attention and continued with their own affairs. Some scientists have discovered this unknown gravitational field, but because the interval between fluctuations is too long, they have no way to pinpoint the source of the gravitational fluctuations. Li Buying soon found the gravitational force buried at the bottom of central London, guiding them to continuously move in the Earth's crust in a gentler way than King Wanli in the movie, and soon jumped up from the garden. The silver-black liquid flowed into the home from the crack of the door. The gravity on his hand increased some of the mass, but from the surface, the size was almost unchanged. Putting away the outward spreading gravity, Li Buying continued to hone his abilities, hoping to quickly form a force field that could actively defend or attack without his own control. In fact, he was also a little nervous, mainly because he was afraid that he would lose his ability to foresee things, but he couldn't continue to be so afraid. If he keeps moving forward with the trend of the times, will he also become a part of the trend? So he wants to change and make the future better for him. Lorna, have you told your aunt and uncle? As I said, they are willing to go to that island with us. Okay then, get ready, the time is coming. It has been another month since Killian and Malekith were dealt with. During this time, Li Buying stopped attacking gangsters and has been familiar with his gravity mastery, preparing to make a big deal when the time comes. Because of this, the gangster became cautiously active again, but his residual power was still there, so he did not dare to be too presumptuous. At this time, Li Buying was talking to Lorna through communication software. Lorna had an interview with the Danes. They readily agreed to move to the island. The main reason was that they had no children, so they agreed easily. To them, Li Buying and Lorna were just children. Since staying in the United States would cause trouble to them, they should leave together. You seem to be leaving the United States, so where should I find you? Notifying Lorna to get ready, he turned off the communication software and looked aside speechlessly. Ganada suddenly appeared on the sofa next to him, wearing a purple plush pajamas, not treating him as an outsider at all. Li Buying was helpless. You don't regard me as an outsider at all, Miss Garland. After all, you are the one who is most familiar with me. You are the only mortal who knows my true identity. Oh, by the way, is this very similar to the Island Country anime, where an alien girl suddenly appears in the home of an otaku with a younger sister? First of all, you are not a girl, and secondly, I am not a homebody. I just have something to do recently, so I won't go out. Li Buying resisted the desire to complain about this alien otaku, took out the holy cabinet and let Ganada suck it, and sent her the location of the island. If you can't find me here, come to the small island. Just wait for me. So what are you going to do? It shouldn't damage the network. Fortunately, I didn't move near your house quickly. Of course not, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Before he finished speaking, the voice on the TV caught Li Buying's attention. The host whom he saw often was reporting on the car accident and the terrorist attack that occurred in the downtown area. As he saw it, Nick Fury was assassinated. Major event missions, Captain America 2, X-Men 2. The world is quietly changing because of your choices. Now that you have powerful power, you are no longer prepared to hide your existence, but want to help the people around you and help yourself live a better life. Plot inertia will be destructive, but the direction of the world will not. Whether you can achieve the future you want depends on yourself. Mission reward, complete soul repair, characteristic life essence improvement, equals. After closing the taskbar in front of her, Li Buying drank the coke in one breath and burped. Then she stood up and said goodbye to Ganada. I have something to do, you can do it yourself. Ganada shrugged and handed the holy cabinet back to him and disappeared directly into the room, while Li Buying walked to the basement to join AIE. Not only does he have to take action this time, the mechanical girl also has to take charge of the X-Men, guiding them to quietly leave and go to the island. Before that, he has to send AIE to a safer location. Apparition? Pulling out their wands and casting magic, the two of them were transferred from the empty basement to a secret base prepared in advance. It was located underground in a small country, not on the chosen island. AIE, leave the X-Men to me, Master, just mind your own business. The mechanical girl was the first to respond. Li Buying rubbed her blonde hair and turned to leave. AIE looked back and closed her eyes. The container placed in an abandoned factory in Westchester County suddenly opened. Some graceful figures walked out wearing black robes. However, when the black robes were lifted up, what was revealed underneath was not human flesh, but rugged iron bones. The robot controlled by AIE quickly found all the equipment and was fully armed. It took off immediately using the anti-gravity device and the jet device to quickly rush towards X Academy in the air. She arrived at the academy in about 10 minutes. She fell directly in front of everyone's surprised eyes and shouted loudly through the loudspeaker, "Professor X and the X-Men, it's time to execute the plan." Dangerous eyes were placed on her stand-in. Professor X was pushed out in a wheelchair by several police officers. Many people looked at her with suspicion. "Who are you?" "Hacker, I'm here to take you away. First of all, have you prepared a ship and evacuation route? If not, you can follow my orders." The mechanical voice sounded very cold and ruthless. The professor stopped the person behind him who wanted to speak and nodded slowly. "The matter is too urgent, so I haven't prepared so much for the time being. I just listened to you, and everyone is already here. It seems I don't need to waste any more words. Let's go. Don't worry about being targeted. SHIELD, Hydra, and the government will have their hands full with themselves." A large amount of data flashed in AIE's eyes, and he began multi-threaded operations to move the large automatic passenger plane stranded at the nearest location to the designated location. He raised his hand to signal the X-Men to fly away and escort their planes. Ignoring the scared and hesitant expressions of the children, AIE opened the door and let everyone walk out together. This behavior directly made the leader Cyclops couldn't help but question. "If you really go out like this, aren't you afraid that your traces will be completely discovered? I told you, don't worry about being spotted, because you have already been in the sight of the Father, the Colonel of the US Army and the Master of Illusion." Considering the possibility, AIE raised the finger of the mechanical body and pressed it on a position similar to the temple. The eyes under the hood actually glowed brightly, and a large amount of information appeared on the mobile phones of the main members. Damn it! Everyone who had read the information couldn't help but cursed angrily. A somewhat excited Wolverine stepped forward and wanted to ask her if she had known about this for a long time. However, Hacker gave the answer before he asked the question. "The Prophet already knows everything. This is the best solution. I say it one last time. Follow me. Don't ask any more questions. Just follow my instructions." Turning around and walking outside the school, everyone looked at Professor X. The professor looked particularly determined this time. "Let's go, follow. No matter what, this is an opportunity to unite all mutants, and they must seize it." At the same time, AIE was also contacting Magneto and talking to him. "Magneto, I am Hacker, please ask the Red Devil to come over." The original plan was for the Red Devil to transfer some people. Although the distance was too far, the Red Devil could reduce the number of people in the academy by about 50% as long as they worked hard. Magneto, who received the news on the other side, was in high spirits and notified his die-hard Red Devil to take the Academy members to the desert island. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, but AIE also saw a piece of news. The Colonel is about to send someone over. Let's not mention the danger that AIE, X Academy, and others are about to encounter, and turn the perspective to the other side. Li Buying, wearing regular clothes, was walking on the street, and AIE's voice came to her ears. "A group of SHIELD agents are already heading towards you, Master. It seems they have received the news and are ready to take advantage of this opportunity to loot everything first." Without responding to AIE, he paused in the bustling street, looked up at the cameras around him, made sure he found a good place and stopped moving, and tapped his fingers to activate the gravitational sense. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the enemy he was waiting for. Hydra, which controlled the entire SHIELD, did not let him wait too long. People with special force fields in gravitational perception were approaching, and they had more or less special equipment on them. They were probably afraid that the Weaver was protecting Li Buying, so they sent heavy troops over. Li Buying, who was waiting for them silently, suddenly raised his head and looked at one of them, his expression revealing excitement and mania. He raised his arm slightly and made a grabbing motion with his palm, and squeezed it hard in front of the public. The next second, the heads of the plainclothes men who were approaching him exploded. Red, yellow, and white liquids were scattered on the ground, and headless corpses fell on the road. Passers-by and some members of some organizations who peered at Li Buying through the monitor did not react for a moment to the sudden change. The next second, passers-by erupted in shrill screams, as if they were injured, and retreated back. At the same time, some brave ones also picked up their mobile phones and tried to take pictures. Li Buying turned on the amplification ability of artificial vibranium in his hands and shouted loudly in front of everyone, "Dem Hydra, which has completely controlled the entire SHIELD, you killed my parents back then, and now I come for revenge. Alexander Pierce, wait to die." The sound quickly spread out without being loud, but everyone could hear it. People in the whole street heard his roar, and the sound also spread quickly through the internet. With AIE's help, headlines became "SHIELD was completely eroded by Hydra." The whole incident was pushed to the top, and all the evidence began to be put on the surface. After roaring, Li Buying didn't care so much and walked slowly towards SHIELD's base in New York, looking very arrogant. Alexander Pierce, the original mastermind behind the incident, had just finished talking to Captain America after the incident and sent people to hinder this guy who might destroy the plan. Imagining the future era of Hydra, Alexander Pierce couldn't help but show a joyful expression and wanted to open champagne to celebrate. However, just when he thought he could implement the plan with peace of mind, a Hydra member suddenly opened the door with a very serious look on his face. "Oh no, Mr. Pierce, something big happened." Seeing the information that was popping up on the internet, Pierce stood up from his chair suddenly, with the veins on his temples exposed, and roared like a beast, "Weaver? Damn Asian boy." He didn't expect that these two guys actually knew about his plan and made it public just like that. No, the captain managed to escape. A Hydra agent broke in, and bad news came one after another. Pierce took a deep breath. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been completely penetrated, he might have been suppressed by this time. Control all personnel who are unaware of the situation and activate the aircraft carrier. He quickly ordered, took out his work cell phone that kept ringing, glanced at it, threw it on the ground and crushed it to pieces. It was from those disgusting senators. Now he no longer has to flatter those guys. Once the plan is launched, no one can go against Hydra. What about that mutant? Send someone to kill him. No matter what the reason is, he is wanted. We should also check whether there are spies from other forces within us. Pierce was extremely surprised that his plan was exposed in advance. At the same time, he decided not to try to imprison Li Buying to dig out the secret of artificial vibranium, but to kill him immediately. Based on Li Buying's performance, he doubted whether there was an organization behind his identity. Turning to look below the building, Captain America was on his way to escape. He noticed that his eyes were staring back at Pierce, and then disappeared from sight. Damn it, S.H.I.E.L.D. has really been penetrated that deeply. I don't know if Fury is prepared. On the way to escape, Steve Rogers learned more or less about the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. After he completely got rid of the tracking personnel behind him, he remembered the mobile phone S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him and immediately took it out and planned to throw it away. The messages that kept popping up on it made him stunned. When he clicked on the video and saw Li Buying roaring loudly and killing people in the street, as well as some evidence from within S.H.I.E.L.D., he suddenly realized that things might not be that simple. Before throwing away the phone, he called someone. "Tony, where are you now? I need help." What Steve didn't expect was that the sound of waves came from Tony's side. "Captain, I saw the news. Alas, although I want to help, unfortunately I am not in New York now, but in Hawaii. Just run away. Did you agree to protect the world together?" Steve almost yelled, but after thinking about it carefully, Tony was really not suitable to participate in this kind of thing, and his next words made Steve relieved. "But fortunately, I left some equipment for you in the old place. Remember to go get it. This is a help to you. Let me know when you really can't bear it anymore." Tony on the other side hung up the communication without waiting for the captain to say thank you, and watched the beautiful beach continue to lie under the umbrella. Whether he is a superhero or an entrepreneur, it is not easy for him to get involved in such internal government matters. Once he gets involved, his nature may change, so let's leave it to the captain to deal with it first. P.S. It seems that the movie never explained why the others were absent. Anyway, he is very fast, and if Steve is in danger, his armor can be activated at any time. Picking up the phone, Tony kept an eye on the mutant named Li Buying, wondering whether he and the Weaver were accomplices. However, when the time passed, he suddenly couldn't sit still anymore. He explained to Pepper, put on the armor and flew to New York. "Thanks, Stark." Crushing the phone completely, Steve, who was rushing to the hospital, changed direction and rushed towards a bar where the Avengers gathered, while listening to the conversations of passersby on the road. The high-profile Asian mutant seemed to have gotten involved with members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve also had the same doubts as Tony about the mutant's coincidental behavior, suspecting that Li Buying was a member of the Weaver organization. But at this time, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just hope that he can be like the Weaver and not hurt innocent people. After crushing the heads of a group of agents, Li Buying strode towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. It was still far away, but there was no police or the like to hinder him on the way. I am afraid that the US government reacted quickly to such a national event and did not give the Hydra Bureau a chance to create chaos. It directly asked the SWAT and special organizations to temporarily stop helping them. When facing possible foreign enemies like Hydra, they are still very careful, probably. As for Li Buying, so far he has not shown a deterrent effect similar to that of a nuclear bomb. In their eyes, he is just another supervillain and disobedient mutant, so they don't need to take him too seriously. Li Buying, who didn't quite understand the upper-level brain circuits, irresponsibly guessed that anyway, whether it was the previous world or the Marvel Universe, they had never known anything at all. "Master, they are coming." AIE warned that Li Buying also spotted the fighter jets swooping down from the sky. It could be said that the Hydra people had given up their pretense and were ready to attack him and the surrounding people in the street. The fighter jet dived straight down, but Li Buying raised his arm to aim at the pilot inside the fighter jet and instantly crushed his head. The out-of-control fighter jet fell downwards, and the crowd dispersed in panic. The pillar of fire rose into the sky with the explosion. He used gravity control to restrain the flames and impact within a certain range. He waved his hands gently, and those Hydra members who tried to get close to deal with him were killed instantly. At this moment, the spider sense sensed the threat posed by the enemy in the distance. Li Buying raised his hand to create a columnar repulsion field, and sniper bullets were also shot from the distant building at this time. The bullet automatically fell into the repulsion field, stopped just 1 meter away from him, and then returned to the original place at a faster speed. The agent who had no time to turn his head was blasted by a shot. Hydra needs to be exposed more so that the X-Men can retreat more easily. Knowing from AIE that the army had set off in their direction, Li Buying took a deep breath and raised the wreckage of the fighter jet beside him in front of him. The wreckage was continuously compressed by gravity and turned into an iron ball. After preparing things for attack, he soared into the air in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Rushing towards the SHIELD building, Li Buying's flying speed became faster and faster. All the photographers could only capture after images flying in front of the camera. After passing through several streets, they finally saw the tall building. Realizing that there were many people emitting special force fields hidden among them, Li Buying didn't even have the desire to go in. He just floated outside and decisively raised his hand, and the iron ball transformed from the wreckage of the fighter jet went straight to the building. The iron ball was completely torn in the air and turned into smaller shells that hit the glass of high-rise buildings. They carried a certain trajectory to avoid ordinary people and attack those with special abilities. The next second, the system at the bottom of his eyes kept beating. It seemed that he had killed many famous 4th and 5th tier villains, so Li Buying decisively turned on the system and kept increasing gravity control. This first wave of sudden attacks caused a large number of casualties. The members of Hydra did not expect that Li Buying was so ungrateful that he would carry out a sneak attack. Barely able to defend against the attack, the Hydra members' counterattack arrived. The glass that was on the verge of breaking was completely broken, and several attacks similar to flames, shock waves, and energy beams came. Li Buying dodged sideways and landed directly, standing outside the building. Mr. Pierce, what should we do now? Pierce, who felt that his life was more important, had already taken a helicopter to the aircraft carrier and observed the situation in the building through the internet. He was a little aggrieved when he saw that Li Buying was not prepared to enter the building at all. There is a device inside the building that hinders the use of abilities, but it has to wait for Li Buying to enter before it can take effect. If he attacks from a long distance outside, there is really nothing that can be done to him. Concentrate our forces to deal with this guy. Divide the agents we have in New York into 2 groups. One group will go to the aircraft carrier, and the other group will go to the building to hinder the guy's progress. Pierce rubbed his temples and gave the order. At this moment, another message came: Captain America has made some moves. He seems to have gotten new equipment from nowhere. What? He immediately looked at the screen. Captain America broke out at a speed that ordinary people would never be able to break out, but the outside of his body basically did not change. There were only a few more things on his hands, legs and waist. He put on the exoskeleton developed by Iron Man, which is specially designed for enhanced people like Captain. While keeping the appearance basically unchanged, it can greatly increase his strength, and it also has some wonderful uses. Damn Iron Man, help this way. Pierce, who was gritting his teeth, was also a little helpless about this. If Tony came in the armor in the original plan, it would definitely make the upper echelons of the United States doubtful, wondering whether these superheroes wanted to take the opportunity to increase their influence. In this case, they will sit still even more and watch both Hydra and the superheroes suffer. However, now, even if the reaction from the upper levels is slow, it is time to react and let some special forces attack them. There seems to be an army in Westchester County, preparing to do something to the mutants. Sir, our spies are running out of time. Then let's concentrate our forces. Pierce ordered, covering his head and thinking about why things turned out like this, completely deviating from the original plan. Westchester County. Colonel William Stryker brought his troops to X Academy. He saw that people were indeed going to the empty school. After checking, he found out that they had left before. Quick, catch up. Stryker roared loudly and led the special forces to quickly catch up with the many X-Men on the way. AIE looked back and called by name, Mr. Robert, Miss Lorna, Miss Storm, Miss Petra, come here to help. At this time, the entire team has shrunk significantly. The Red Devil has taken away a large number of children who have no fighting ability. Currently, the only ones left behind are members with a certain degree of fighting ability. Professor, the 4 of you will proceed according to what I say. She pointed to the protruding cliff of the mountain nearby. Miss Petra and you, let's release our abilities together about a quarter of the way up the mountain. I'll count down, 3, 2, 1. Petra has the ability to affect earth and stone, and the remaining ones have the ability to release shock waves, cause structures to loosen, and release rough telekinesis. Their current strength cannot directly bring down the cliff above, but they can do it after working together. When they released their abilities, the rocks on the canyon behind the entire team began to collapse, directly blocking the way of the vehicles. The decentralization line was blocked, and there were armed helicopters in the sky that needed to be dealt with. From a distance, more than a dozen black spots were approaching quickly. At the same time, AIE was sure that the missiles on these aircraft were already aimed here. Miss Storm is responsible for shooting down the helicopter, and Miss Lorna is responsible for preventing those missiles. Mr. Robert, please help seal the road on the other side of the rock wall with ice. When their large force arrives, it will at least make the road muddy. I don't know if you can understand it, Miss Storm. If you can, you don't need to go to such trouble. You can solve it by yourself, AIE said, taking out a stack of data from her arms and patting it on Storm's hand. It was a weather weapon found in Hydra's database that only existed in the data but had not yet been produced. The information contains the conditions and required data for the formation of violent storms. Theoretically speaking, as long as Storm can understand the data and control it, she can create a storm with the least amount of energy. In this world, Storm can ignore the laws of physics and create a global disaster with all her strength, but if she can follow the trend, the power required will be much less. No, I can't learn it in a short time. I'd better just cause a storm. Storm was attracted by the information, but quickly remembered that this was not the time to do this kind of thing, so she temporarily returned the pile of things to AIE. She was just an ordinary person with a slightly higher IQ and could not reproduce immediately. Situation on the data. Raising her hands high and pointing at the sky, Storm took a deep breath. Her eyes were wrapped in white energy light, and as she waved her hands, the clouds in the sky quickly gathered. This is an uninhabited forest, and she doesn't have to worry about whether her actions will cause casualties to innocent people. The clouds were spiraling downward, and an extremely huge tornado was taking shape, quickly enveloping the helicopters. When the tail of the tornado pierced the ground, all the helicopters were no longer able to resist this powerful force. They were tied around the tornado, or they would be directly involved in the hurricane machine and destroy everyone. There was no other choice. Call. Storm, who created the tornado, took a deep breath. This is enough to trap them for more than 10 minutes. Keep moving forward, the ship is not far ahead. It was confirmed through the internet that this special force was completely blocked nearby. AIE turned around and left with a large number of mutants. William Stryker was blocked on the other side by boulders and muddy roads and could only rage helplessly. Quick, send those highly mobile people after us. He couldn't help but roar loudly, but at this time, a higher-ranking officer gave him other instructions. Immediately head to the sea near Brooklyn to prevent the aircraft carrier controlled by Hydra from taking off. After a long period of review, the government, which realized the seriousness of the problem, finally realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had really been completely infiltrated by those remnants, and there were not many people who could be trusted. Nick Fury and Captain America, who were labeled traitors, can be trusted. As for the rest, all in all, it was related to their own personal safety. Those senior officials immediately summoned the nearest army and asked them to deal with the aircraft carrier. William, who had lost the X-Man, suppressed his anger, turned around and ordered everyone to get in the car and rush there quickly. Now that he had lost the X-Man, he should first deal with the matters ordered by his superiors. AIE slowed down and said to everyone, "Don't be so anxious. They are all going to intercept and prevent Hydra's plan. We can take our time." As Li Buying and Hydra attracted a lot of attention, the members of X Academy boarded the ship smoothly, and the ship was not blocked. Lorna stood next to AIE and asked worriedly, "Hey, AIE, brother, he should be able to come back safely." "Definitely. Don't worry. Human beings can only deal with the masters within 10 fingers. Sure enough, when the ship completely reached the high seas, Li Buying and Magneto's arrogant speeches at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building caused an uproar. Turning the perspective to Li Buying again, he waved his right arm back slightly, and the vehicles in the parking lot instantly floated into the air and quickly twisted into spike-like objects. Still aiming at the Hydra agents who had attacked him, Li Buying instantly swung out all the steel thorns, and they immediately flew into the building at extremely high speeds and stabbed those agents. It's a pity that these agents are already prepared and either avoid or directly destroy the steel thorns. Agents with special abilities walked out of the building one after another. He scanned their faces, and AIE continued to display these guys' information on his contact lenses. The main purpose of doing this is to prevent Li Buying from being solved by secret means. Some poisons and the like are hard to guard against. Turning on the space mode of the clothes to create a sealed environment, his eyes were a little surprised, mainly because he saw two unexpected members, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. But the force field fluctuations they emitted were not as strong as expected, as if they had not been activated. Speaking of which, there are mutants in this world, and they are probably Magneto's children. So the Mind Scepter only activates their potential? Not all of the people in front of him were mutants, but also superpowers created by Hydra through experiments. Li Buying thought about the possible situation, raised a finger and pointed it in the air, and several sniper bullets floated in front of him. Looking back at some very thin people, judging from the fluctuations in the force field, those people were quietly using their mental abilities. He decisively turned on the electromagnetic disruption device on his clothes. The electromagnetic fluctuations generated by his mental abilities were directly affected, and those mental abilities could not take effect at all. "You guys, come on together, I'm in a hurry." He said something very arrogantly. Li Buying naturally knew that Pierce had left by car long ago, but he just wanted to wait for the aircraft carrier to fly up, so he still wanted to show his strength against others. "I want to hit 10. Opening his hands slightly, the vibranium sound wave device in his cuffs was exposed to the outside world. Li Buying switched it to a large-scale interference mode, and the violent sound waves began to spread around and affect everyone's actions. Buzz. The sudden noise caused those Hydra members who were still wary of Li Buying's attack to cover their ears, and the snipers who were shooting from a distance felt distracted. This is almost fatal to snipers, and it is difficult to even aim at Li Buying. The moment it affected all the surrounding members, Li Buying decisively activated gravity mastery. The next second, a large number of metal objects in the cloak flew out, attacking those with superpowers who were caught off guard again. The three superpowers immediately raised their hands to try to stop it. It seemed that all of them were telekinesis. The three people combined their powers to fix the blade thrown by Li Buying in the air. The blade was fixed in the air, and those superpowers immediately thought that Li Buying's body had become his biggest weakness, and they pounced on him without hesitation. There were some subtle changes in the superpowers who rushed over, either showing traces similar to beasts, or their physical qualities were greatly improved, and Quicksilver was among them. Facing the attacking superpowers, Li Buying showed no signs of panic at all. He raised his hand slightly, turned his palm down and pressed it hard. The huge gravity field instantly suppressed everyone. Those who were closer to him were more severely affected. The ground collapsed, and those with superpowers who were close to about 2 meters were directly crushed to the ground. Some of them didn't know whether they were alive or dead, some vomited blood and were severely injured, and even more serious were those with superpowers whose bodies had not been enhanced. The momentary loss of concentration caused them to lose control of their superpowers, which meant that the sharp objects fixed in the air could move. The sharp edges that were originally fixed in the air and trembled slightly due to the conflict of abilities re-rotated, slicing across the necks of one superpower after another. Just after killing about 5 people, the energy-emitting red light locked them in place. Wanda, who was not yet the Scarlet Witch, gritted her teeth to stop the blades from moving forward, and subconsciously made a sound in her throat. HMPHHHHHH. Li Buying watched their struggles. Some people resisted the interference caused by sound waves and gravity. They were pressed to the ground and took out lighters or some fuel and pointed them at Li Buying, trying to release the flames. However, the fierce flames were blocked by the shield, and there was no way to get close. Whether it was the defensive side or the offensive side, the gravity control was impeccable. He can also see that if the superpowers here are calculated according to the classification of mutants, they are probably only Delta level, which is the so-called level 2 mutants. Master, some people seem to have control methods left by Hydra. You can try to remove them. Just when Li Buying was about to deal with everyone once and for all, AIE's reminder made him squint his eyes, and according to what she said, he found bombs tied to the limbs or necks of certain superpowers. Raising his arms, his hands seemed to be pulling something. These superpowers thought that Li Buying was going to kill them, so they subconsciously closed their eyes. Some people were bleeding and collapsed on the ground. Some people were not hurt, but heard the sound of something being destroyed somewhere in their bodies. They opened their eyes and looked a little dazed. All the bombs tied to their limbs and necks fell to the ground, losing their ability to explode. The heavy pressure on his body suddenly lightened, and the annoying sound waves stopped. Before they could react, Li Buying raised his hand and waved, and Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were called to his side. Everyone who survives, come with me. Intimidate. Li Buying did not allow them to refuse, and activated his intimidation ability to scare them. The superpowers who had just been freed from their bonds and regained their freedom originally wanted to escape immediately, but now they became quiet again. The young man in front of them became tall and awe-inspiring in their eyes, making them subconsciously shrink back. Ignoring these mutants, Li Buying looked inside the building. AIE took advantage of this time to completely crack the trap. There is no device that can pose a threat to him, so he can enter easily. Kicking open the door of the shield building, Li Buying walked inside, glanced around, and gave orders to the group of people behind him. Find the Hydra members you know and deal with them all, do you understand? Understood. When they heard that they had the opportunity to kill those who had been experimenting on them, the eyes of the group of superpowers behind them showed excitement and violence. And Li Buying led them to keep moving forward, opening one door after another of S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek revenge. Some of the agents who controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. employees would resist to some extent, but before Li Buying could take action, the group of superpowers behind him had already activated their abilities. If you can't beat the big brother in front of you, you can't beat ordinary people like you? The devices they were forced to wear by Hydra not only had the ability to explode, but also automatically detonated whenever they tried to release their superpowers against Hydra members. This is also the reason why superpowers obey the advice of Hydra. Now that the most important restraint has been removed, they will naturally want to recover their previous debts. There were also some superpowers who did not choose to use their powers or were even unwilling to take action. Li Buying did not force them and quickly cleaned up the Hydra agents inside the building. Naturally, some agents never choose to be exposed, and he only cleans up the agents on the surface. When he reaches the center of the floor, the device that AIE mentioned before that hinders the activation of superpowers is finally activated. As a force field spread, all the mutants around him and those with superpowers transformed from the Research Institute felt a sense of powerlessness. This feeling of losing power shocked them. All the agents from the upper and lower floors of the building gathered here. Wanda raised her finger, looked at the red energy on her fingertips, and gritted her teeth to break out. But when she raised her head, she was confused. The Asian boy in front of her who had defeated everyone did not panic at all. He stood there and waited for the enemy to come. Just when those Hydra members thought they had a chance to win, Li Buying raised his hand and tightened it as before, and the heads of all the agents who had gathered exploded. Let's go. Li Buying successfully destroyed the device that hindered the superpowers, and Li Buying took the rest of them forward. Nothing could be seen from this passage alone. As soon as they turned the corner, the hell-like scene in front of them made some people with superpowers directly support the wall and vomit. Many people turned pale and covered their mouths. The corpses fell to the ground, and their brains were smeared on the walls. No one could survive. Soon he led these people to the top floor. Some of the higher UPS in Hydra who were starting to get scared finally wanted to ask for mercy. For example, a certain bald man with glasses, when he saw Li Buying arriving, he immediately knelt down and begged, "Wait, don't kill me, I know where Pierce went. Unnecessary. He came here just to destroy all the hydras and bring peace to the world." After slapping him to death with a wave of his hand, Li Buying finally entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main control room. After casually dealing with the agents who tried to take hostages and threaten him, he took out a data cable from his cuff and connected it to the computer in the main control room. "Master, Colonel William Stryker and Captain America are going to intercept the aircraft carrier taking off from the sea. 2 more carriers are now preparing to take off from the S.H.I.E.L.D. dock." AIE's voice came, and the takeoff locations of the 2 motherships also appeared on the screen. The underground dock was very close to the building. Far away from the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, the spacious road was tightly blocked, but there were no ordinary people inside. The streets were filled with Hydra agents and special forces. They ignored the safety of the residents and were constantly exchanging fire, not to directly stop the aircraft carrier, but to arrest and protect Pierce respectively. His helicopter crashed during the flight, but unfortunately he was okay, and now many agents are trying to protect him. Due to Li Buying's actions, Pierce's order to lift off the aircraft carrier made the whole thing go completely crazy. Steve Rogers and others did not have that much time to prepare a solution. The only solution for now is to hold Pierce hostage and have him order his subordinates to destroy all the motherships. Basically, there is no need to worry about this. The lower levels of Hydra will almost never betray the higher levels. Most of the lower levels are guys who have been brainwashed by faith. What makes the mutants feel dumbfounded and angry is that both teams have a large number of mutant warriors. A small portion of the management team wore no threat devices, while a larger portion wore more or less bomb bracelets and the like. The 2 sides continued to fire, and the mutants' power mostly played a supporting role. At this time, they were actually evenly matched. Of course, the main reason is that there is no way to throw weapons of mass destruction into the city, and those high-level officials still have to consider the consequences to some extent. In contrast, countless missiles are being launched towards the aircraft carrier on the sea. Nick Fury has informed some high-level officials through anonymous messages of the situation after the aircraft carrier has risen to high altitude. All those who influence the rule of Hydra will be targeted by the mothership, which means that all high-level officials in the United States may be included. How could those who cherish their lives allow such a thing that threatens their lives to take off? They decisively sent all the troops they could to deal with the mothership. However, although one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strategic weapons had been destroyed before, it was because of Loki. It was only at this moment that it showed its true power when faced with those missiles. The aircraft carrier erupted with an extremely violent electromagnetic wave, and all missiles with tracking capabilities failed and fell into the water. At the same time, the weapons above the airship aimed at the missiles that had not been shot down, detonating them in the air in advance. The entire aircraft carrier was impregnable, and there was no way to destroy it. When everyone was very anxious, the appearance of a figure directly broke the status quo. The classic blue, white and red shield flew out from the crowd, spinning in the air and ejecting at high speed. It kept hitting the heads of the Hydra warriors, causing them to fall to the ground one after another, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Someone stood up and rushed over, hoping to take this opportunity to grab the shield. However, the shield instantly turned back at a weird angle in the air and flew directly back to one of the men's hands. There seemed to be music playing all around, and everyone looked at the man standing in the car. Many people showed excitement. Captain America looked at the team of Hydra agents in front of him, looked farther away and frowned hard. Raising his shield to block sniper bullets, Captain America jumped off the roof of the car and began to discuss countermeasures with everyone. After a conversation and a plan, he immediately disappeared. Fire! Fire, damn it! With several similar roars, the firepower from Captain America's side became more fierce, suppressing Hydra's troops. The Hydra warriors resisted vigorously, but suddenly a shield shattered the window of a street store and flew straight out, constantly ricocheting among the crowd in unscientific ways. Many people's attention was attracted by the shield, but no one noticed that there was a figure quietly passing through the Hydra army in the store where the shield flew out. Hurry and grab it. The shield didn't kill many people, but it completely disrupted Hydra's formation and seriously interfered with their attacks. The commander immediately shouted, asking mutants with grabbing abilities to stop the shield. The mutant with super speed jumped high and tried to catch the flying shield, but suddenly there was a hole in his head, and then the body fell to the ground. If you don't have much defensive ability to dare to jump up like this in a gun battle, it's more or less a serious problem. Fortunately, the strength of the shield gradually weakened. Just when Hydra thought the matter was about to end, the shield falling in the air suddenly seemed to be attracted by something and gained power again. Steve, who rushed behind the large army, raised his palms and pointed them at the shield, and a little electricity leaked out of the gloves on his hands. This is the equipment Tony left for him, 2 magnetic gloves used with the shield. With these 2 magnetic gloves, he can guide and control the shield, and can even reapply power. The re-energized shield bounced off a few times and then flew into the building. Only then did the Hydras realize what was going on, and immediately sent people to stop Captain America from moving forward. However, they had no way to stop Steve, who was determined to move forward. With the equipment provided by Tony, he could be said to be like a fish in water and quickly broke into their temporary stronghold. When he rushed in, an iron fist suddenly blasted out from the door. Captain America put his shield on his chest in time to block the powerful attack. He looked up and was shocked by the appearance of the man in front of him. Bucky! Steve shouted loudly, but his old friend on the other side ignored him and attacked expressionlessly. At this moment, Pierce's triumphant voice came from the building. "Oh, my dear Captain, isn't it nice to meet your old friend?" The culprit of everything was currently sitting on the comfortable sofa in the underground safe room, with a confident expression on his face. In fact, this is exactly the case. As long as Captain America cannot catch himself, then after the aircraft carrier takes off, no human being will be able to stop Hydra's great cause. In fact, neither Hydra nor S.H.I.E.L.D. knows one thing, that is, Thor has returned to Earth, at least not yet, and he hides it pretty well. Damn it, what did you do to Bucky? Captain America had a fistfight with Bucky. Because he was restrained and merciless, he had no way to compete with Bucky and was losing ground. The iron fist hit the wall, holes were punched out one after another, and Pierce's disgusting voice came again. It's just a little brainwashing. No need to make a fuss. And compared to this, shouldn't you be more concerned about the aircraft carrier? Look at the sky, Winter Soldier, break the wall. After hearing Pierce's order, Bucky hit the damaged wall with his steel arm with all his strength. The sun shone in, and Steve subconsciously looked at the sky. Although he couldn't see anything, he could tell from Pierce's words that it was too late to catch him and stop his plan. Ha ha ha, now will be the era of Hydra, and it will be my era. Pierce shouted arrogantly. The computer in front of him showed the characters calculated by the Zola algorithm as a threat to Hydra's rule, and he was ready to start cleaning up these members at any time. If someone were here, he could see everyone's name. Stephen Strange, Peter Parker, Frank Castle, The Punisher, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom. The most serious threat is Lee Bying standing in the middle of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. The beam weapon on the first aircraft carrier that flew to high altitude began to change direction, aimed at his location, and began to slowly accumulate power. Just when the members of Hydra were complacent and Captain America looked desperate, the huge screen erected on the street suddenly lit up again, playing exactly what was happening on SHIELD. A group of superpowers are standing on high-rise buildings, showing an inexplicable style. Master, please be aware that the flying aircraft carrier has locked onto you. Okay, broadcast the situation here to the whole world and ask Magneto and Professor X to come over. Lee Bying learned that the aircraft carrier had taken off and locked itself, and immediately ordered AIE to broadcast the scene on the building and notify 2 other important people. At this time, most people in the world saw Lee Bying and the superpowers who originally belonged to Hydra behind him. Soon Magneto and Professor X were also brought over by the panting Red Devil. Pierce's heart stopped, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Many people besides him stood up subconsciously. Among the mutants, Magneto and Professor. Magneto, who knew the script in advance, looked up at the aircraft carrier thousands of meters away that posed a great threat to his life. Lee Bying's voice came from beside him. Leave that to me, and you guys will be responsible for the speech. Eric Len's hair looked back at the white-haired Quicksilver and the red-haired Scarlet Witch, and at the same time looked at Lee Bying meaningfully. He didn't expect that the child he had met before was actually a person with superpowers, and was in the same group as the Prophet and Weaver. Magneto pushed Professor X forward, and the two announced loudly. I, Magneto, Eric Len's hair I, Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier. We hereby declare our alliance. To all fellow mutants, those with superpowers who are constantly being persecuted, and the people who love them. Professor. As soon as he said this, the whole society was in an uproar. The top leaders of several countries stood up directly, and the superpowers behind the 3 people who originally belonged to Hydra gradually became excited and excited. At this moment, they felt that they were involved in a major event that affected the direction of the world. Magneto exudes a cold aura. We will resolutely fight against those forces that persecute fellow mutants and friends with superpowers. We will ensure that the good will not cry and the evil will never be tolerated. These mutants are coming for real. Everyone is aware of this. Iron Man, who was on vacation, stood up instantly, his eyes full of seriousness and confusion, and finally put on his suit and flew to New York. In the Fantastic Four building, Mr. Fantastic, who was trying to figure out how to deal with the aircraft carrier, stopped and watched the broadcast inside intently. The top leaders of countries that often experimented with mutants and superpowers and did not treat them as human beings became panicked. They kept calling top leaders of other countries and contacting the military, hoping to find that country that had not yet been established and completely destroy it. Destroy. The street heroes are confused about the sudden changes and can only choose to wait and see. However, people like Daredevil realize that the world is about to change. When Magneto and Professor X team up to say these words, there will only be 2 situations for mutants. Either you don't make it through and you fall to the bottom completely, or you make it through and rise to the top. Fortunately, not all countries officially hate mutants. Unfortunately, there is a superpower that is eyeing mutants. The 2 wanted to continue talking, but the direction of the aircraft carrier's beam shifted. As they said those words, the Zola algorithm became slightly confused and quickly calculated a new future. The threat from the X-Men and the Brotherhood has reached its peak. In addition, there are Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and others. The top ones have also been replaced by Magneto and Professor X. The charged beam was instantly launched. Lee Bying, who was prepared, raised his hand to release the shield. The violent energy beam hit the shield without any intention of penetrating it. Several more attacks came from a distance, the energy and attacks gradually strengthened, and exceeded Li Buying's protection limit without using gravity. He immediately took out the gravitonium and rebuilt the shield, using the protective force field of the cosmic Rubik's Cube on it. The shield that originally seemed to be cracked immediately stabilized. It's just that because of the influence of the live broadcast, someone in a small country saw gravity's incompetent rage. The two settled down, and Magneto, who was always ready to release his powers, continued to give a speech to Professor. As for the ordinary people, they currently have a welcoming attitude. After all, they feel that once the evil mutants described by the officials leave, their lives will be much safer. During the speech, the other two aircraft carriers also flew into the sky and aimed their full attack here, but they could not destroy the shield built by Li Buying no matter what. Not long after, the two finished their speeches, and just as the Red Devil was about to take them away, Li Buying pointed to the group of people behind him. "Take them away too, and I will handle the rest." The figures on the building disappeared without a trace, but the aircraft carrier did not change its target. In fact, after Li Buying took out the gravity gun, the target of the three carriers had always been him. When everyone left, Li Buying took a deep breath and knew that it was time to pretend. His whole body floated under the influence of gravity control. In addition to the gravity, the Holy Ark also came into his hands. When Li Buying took the Holy Cabinet and floated it in his hand, his whole body radiated light from anger to expressionless. "I know that many people think that mutants are a threat and will lead to the destruction of human society, but do you think this is really the case?" He began to talk in a long way. "No, in fact, those guys who preach that mutants are all threats just want to gain profits from mutants, just like they never care about the life and death of ordinary people. If mutants are really a huge threat, big enough to destroy an entire country, as big as a nuclear bomb, then even if they publicize the threat, they will never act so recklessly. I, Li Buying, will be the nuclear bomb here, the giant nuclear bomb that can blow up the entire country. Now I will show you the power of this nuclear bomb. Of course my attack will not hit innocent people. Hydra's 3 aircraft carriers are exactly my experimental props. Feel the pain." Feeling that the current scene was a bit déjà vu, Li Buying shook off the random thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the 3 aircraft carriers in the distance after repeatedly emphasizing. His mind moved slightly, and a small black spot appeared in front of him, exuding huge gravity, affecting everything except him. First, some objects on the rooftop broke free and floated, then the entire SHIELD building trembled, suddenly broke due to the influence of gravity, and most of it floated in the air. Fortunately, before they came up, Li Buying had dismissed all SHIELD employees. That is, Tony, Reed, and other highly intelligent people who had been paying attention here quickly discovered the problem and used the gravity detection devices they had at hand to investigate. The more they looked at it, the more frightened they became. The gravitational situation there is very wrong. The fluctuations of the force field are exactly the same as those of a black hole, but not as natural as a black hole, and not as powerful. It is more like a simulation. Until Li Buying finished charging up, no superhero except Missile showed up. He could feel many sights nearby. If he wanted to attack the city below, many people would probably rush out in an instant. The reason why they have not shown up now is probably because they have considered that this is a struggle between mutants and major powers, mainly the United States. If they get involved now, it may have unexpected effects. But when Li Buying was about to use his ultimate move, they suddenly realized that it was a mistake to wait here. They should have rushed out to stop the mutants' movements. That small black dot gave the superheroes a great sense of fear. If the black dot fell, the entire city would be destroyed. Fortunately, Li Buying was not a supervillain. He looked up at the 3 motherships that were still firing energy beams at him. The black spots in front of him instantly disappeared and appeared in the sky. Weaken the black hole. Directional traction. The sound spread, and the small black dot stretched out 3 gravitational tentacles that were completely invisible to normal vision and spanned thousands of meters, directly binding the 3 aircraft carriers, intending to drag them all over. After being tied up, they immediately deployed their shields and tried to fight fiercely with the gravitational tentacles. However, this was of no use. The shield force field was easily crushed and the tentacles wrapped around them. Facing the gravitational field without any form, the aircraft carrier has no countermeasures and can only burst out energy and try to break free from the constraints by relying on the impact of the energy. Unfortunately, under the influence of the stasis field, everything was in vain. The 3 aircraft carriers, which could even be used as small towns, were suddenly pulled from 2 different locations by the gravitational field like 3 toys. They carried a gust of wind and fell towards the black spot. Through the live broadcast, many people saw this scene, especially the nearby superheroes, who were greatly shocked. They watched as the darkness dimmed above them, and the huge aircraft carrier passed through the sky. They were attracted and collided directly with each other, causing a violent explosion. The shock wave generated by the explosion whipped up strong winds, and was bound by gravity as soon as it left not far away. No parts of the aircraft carrier fell after the explosion, and they were all attracted and squeezed together. Those parts were tightened from the outside to the inside by a huge force, and the gaps between the 3 aircraft carriers continued to shrink. In the end, there was no gap between the metals at all, leaving only a mixed metal block about the size of a building. Raising his hand to remove the weakened black hole, the metal block fell from the sky and created a deep pit. Some superheroes looked at the intact city around them except for the buildings and muttered to themselves, "Oh my god." Apart from the flying buildings, there was no trace of damage to the city by this Asian mutant. It can even be said that no one was injured at all, and the losses to the public were very small. This means that he has perfect control over his own abilities, at least with the blessing of 2 spheres in his hand, one white and one black. After doing all this, Li Buying raised her head and looked straight ahead. It seemed to the audience that she was looking at them, and then activated her intimidation ability. Everyone watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts, and he said, as Professor X and Magneto said, "We advocate peace, but we are not afraid of war. If anyone really wants to consume mutants as supplies and therefore tries to attack our soon-to-be established mutant country, then you can give it a try. Some people are innocent, so I will launch targeted strikes on your military bases and military locations, for example." Li Buying raised his hand again, and the surface of the gravity hammer fluctuated violently. The next second, a giant hand made of seawater emerged from the coast and clenched tightly, erupting with a violent sound. After the demonstration, he finally finished his business, but Li Buying was going to do more than that. He looked far away and called out someone's name. "Now the matter about mutants is coming to an end. It's time for me to take revenge on Alexander Pierce and the entire Hydra that is still alive." The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot, and the half of the building that was originally floating in the air and other debris fell to the ground. Why is this happening? Pierce, who was originally confident of winning, watched Li Buying destroy his plan bit by bit, and his heart fell into rage and disappointment. He never expected that the opportunity for Hydra to appear would be snatched away by mutants. When Li Buying showed his strength, Pierce became afraid, worried that Li Buying would know what he had done. When he heard his name and Li Buying disappeared, Pierce felt like he was falling into an ice cave, and shouted loudly, "All agents and Winter Soldiers, come and protect me." Bucky, who was still fighting with Steve outside, turned and rushed to the basement. Captain America immediately stepped forward to catch up with him and wanted to delay him here, at least not to let Bucky go to die. The two of them approached Pierce's position while fighting. They were indoors and did not see a stream of light sliding across the sky. Li Buying turned into a stream of light and slid across the sky from the shield building to here at a speed that no one could react to. After getting Pierce's position from AIE, he directly crashed through the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The violent vibration made many people unstable, and the Hydra troops were more seriously affected. Breaking into the ground, Li Buying looked up at the guys who were about to raise their guns and aim at him. The gravitational field immediately spread and enveloped the city area. Most of the Hydra members were shot in the head under his thoughts. The special forces on the ground didn't know what to do for a moment when they saw this change. The commander quickly gave orders and they all rushed to the building where Pierce was. Underground, Li Buying stepped over the bloodstains and came to the door of the secret room where Pierce was. The door was automatically knocked open. He walked in and saw Captain America being beaten. Snap. With a light tap of the fingers, everyone's movements were stopped in an instant. Their eyes moved slightly and saw Li Buying appearing outside the door. Most importantly, Pierce's eyes were full of fear. "Okay, it's time to deal with your problem, Alexander Pierce, do you have anything to say?" Walking through the crowd, he raised the blonde man in front of him and lifted some of the restraint. Pierce, who was able to take a breath, shouted, "Wait, don't kill me. Your parents' death has nothing to do with me. It was done by someone else. I can tell you who it was." "Well, it's a very good suggestion." Li Buying's expression was very playful. "Unfortunately, I don't need your help. If I kill all 10 Hydra people, there may be some wrong kills, but if I kill 9 out of 10, there will definitely be some misses. I just need to kill all the Hydra people." As he said that, he looked back at the suppressed Captain America and his good friend Winter Soldier, which made Steve open his mouth hard, trying to excuse Winter Soldier. What Steve didn't expect was that Li Buying directly untied his restraints, and then Winter Soldier rolled his eyes and fell into his arms. Captain America was startled at first, and then learned from his breathing that Winter Soldier was still alive. "Captain, you two go out first. I hope you won't stop me in the future," Li Buying said meaningfully, raised his hand to lift the ceiling above and rushed out of the ground with Pierce, and dealt with the remaining Hydra members. Soul out of body legendary mind. Slightly slowing down the flight speed, Li Buying quietly cast a magic to let Pierce recall all the information about Hydra, and at the same time cast Legilimency to take out all his memories. After doing all this, he had already rushed out of the underground and flew back to the sky with a slightly slower flight. He grabbed Pierce and said to the live broadcast again, "The following is a notice to the top leaders of Hydra. I will find you one by one and then deal with you all, just like Alexander Pierce." When he finished speaking, Alexander Pierce immediately felt the pain of his bones and muscles being torn, and his whole body was twisted, starting from his fingers and toes. The next moment his body twisted into a line. Li Buying casually threw his body and stood above the Special Forces members, ignoring the guns aimed at him. He patted his heart with his right hand. "This is my answer to you. If you are not satisfied, you can try to take action against the country that is about to be established. I don't mind showing a stronger force." As he rose higher and higher, Li Buying's voice gradually became ethereal. He said his name again, and also said the title that AIE wanted. I say it again, my name is Li Buying, you can also call me Great Attractor, Great Attractor. After that, Li Buying flew high and disappeared directly from everyone's sight, leaving a deep impression on them. Iron Man only flew to New York at this time, and sighed slightly at the disappearing Li Buying from a distance. This is a really troubled time, but he has no way to do anything. After all, he is just an entrepreneur and cannot have any impact on the country's decision-making unless he also tries to change the system. Tony shook his head, showed his face and wanted to turn around and leave. Just then, some strange voice stopped him. Hey, Iron Man, do you want to talk? I want to know what you know. Iron Man looked back and saw Mr. Fantastic looking at him. What is the source of giant attraction? Looking at the high-spirited Li Buying in the video, Wolverine was very concerned about the meaning of this title. Many of the X-Men were highly educated, so he explained it to Wolverine in simple terms. The so-called giant gravitational source is a very special gravitational point in the universe. Just like the name, it is a powerful gravitational source that pulls the galaxy cluster composed of countless galaxies like the Milky Way around it. Its identity is unknown. Some people speculate that it is an extremely huge black hole. Some people speculate that it is a star that has never been discovered. Many scientists irresponsibly said that it is very likely to be the center of the universe. It can be said that the celestial body will rotate around its will and the gravity it emits affects everything. After being sent back, Professor. Now the girl is excusing her boyfriend, saying that the matter was a military operation, and that all the people killed were members of the notorious Hydra. The Danes who were originally worried about Li Buying killing people were obviously convinced. Killing and killing enemies are completely different situations. Another important point is that the version played on the ship was specially edited and added with special effects by AIE. Through editing and adding special effects, Li Buying, Professor X and Magneto appear very bright, great, and upright, and they are fighting for the power of mutants. At the same time, AIE also placed some pictures of mutants being tortured by Hydra to deepen their impression. In addition, the Danes and some ordinary mutant members like them had ordinary parents who grew up listening to the stories of Captain America and were very familiar with the story of Hydra. Isn't this just good mutants fighting against Hydra villains? Under the offensive of public opinion, some fearful people settled down, which did not cause these parents to panic. Professor X raised his hand to touch his chin and said to Magneto, "It seems we still have a lot to do. I hope Mr. Li Buying can withstand attacks from the outside before the mutant nation grows. It can't all depend on one person. Mutants must learn to protect themselves." Magneto continued. When the ship carrying the first batch of mutants traveled across the ocean to an island that had not yet been named, Li Buying, who quietly disappeared from New York, did not catch up with them, but landed seemingly casually in a forest. He was panting heavily and walking staggeringly. His eyes were full of exhaustion and a sense of enjoyment. Anyway, it looked like something was wrong. The major event mission is completed and rewards will be distributed soon. Please find a suitable place to receive them. Complete repair of your soul will cause you to enter a deep sleep for a period of time. Life essence improvement will put your body into a state of reorganization. This will cause you to fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. After waking up, you will obtain the sublimation of the dual essence of body and soul. Just after squeezing Pierce to death, Li Buying received such news. He was so frightened that he immediately took off and asked AIE to find a safe enough location, and finally found this unexplored forest. During the flight, Li Buying quickly felt the changes in her body. First of all, it was physical. The soft feeling in the muscles all over his body when he got up kept coming over him, making him want to take a return sleep. He could even feel it when he stretched his fingers. Secondly, in terms of his soul, he could feel that the last section of his soul that had throbbing pain from time to time was being repaired, and the numbness and itch spread to his limbs without affecting the softness. The two feelings were combined, and his whole body felt like a full-scale massage. He became drowsy, and his eyelids couldn't help but want to close. Before falling asleep, he finally staggered and ran into a small cave. A bright light flashed in the cave, and AIE controlled a mechanical body that appeared in it. This is one of her processor storage points. The robot has some combat capabilities and can protect Li Buying's safety. Now he is really a bit of a bastard. Even if he can fly to the ship, there is no guarantee that someone will look at his master strangely. AIE judged this way. From a safety perspective, it was safer here. Ordinary beasts could not defeat her, and there were no complex intelligent creatures. After seeing the robot, Li Buying finally relaxed and closed his eyes. The mechanical girl stretched out her cold mechanical arms to hug him, and then entered the cave. Taking out the processor from the alloy box, AIE put Li Buying into it to ensure safety and silently guarded him. About 3 days later, Lorna was combing her black hair in the room, and a soft female voice came from behind. "Do you need my help?" "Oh, thank you." She was stunned for a moment and looked back. A tall woman named Wanda gently asked her if she needed help. Lorna thought about it and did not refuse this big sister's help. The ship's room was a double room, so she and Wanda were assigned together. She didn't know why, but she, Quicksilver, and Magneto gave Lorna a strange feeling. She always felt that they were willing to talk to her. She was so kind to herself that even her good friend Petra quietly asked her if she had been in contact with those 3 people in advance. However, Lorna herself had no special feelings towards them and just treated them normally. In fact, due to the different growth environment, Lorna's life can be said to be very happy because of Li Buying's company, and it does not appear to be very miserable, so there is no special perception such as blood induction. Magneto, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver are different. Their lives are not good. They are happiest when they are with their loved ones, but their loved ones keep dying. Therefore, subconsciously, they hope to find relatives who are related to them. The three of them can more or less feel the connection between several other people and themselves. Miss Dane, Wanda asked carefully while combing Lorna's hair, it is said that you and Mr. Lee, Maki North are brother and sister. Yeah, not really brother and sister, so he is also my boyfriend. Lorna once asked whether she, the Danes, and Li Buying needed to hide their relationship. AIE quickly made a judgment and said she didn't have to worry too much about others taking her as a hostage. After all, Lorna herself has fighting ability and the Dionysian factor in her body, so she doesn't have to worry too much about the threat of death. Li Buying had several ways to get to the location where Lorna was in danger within a second, so as long as she was held back and not directly imprisoned, it would be no big deal, not to mention that AIE was monitoring her at all times. Then your biological parents are. Wanda didn't ask. It was a bit low-key to ask. After smoothing Lorna's hair, she took a mirror and let her have a look. Speaking of which, did you dye your hair to make yourself look more like an ordinary person? Yes, due to the enhancement of my mutant ability, my hair gradually turned green from the black hair I had when I was a child, so I dyed my hair later. Lorna answered, talked to Wanda, her sister who was several years older than her, walked out of the room together, and sat down in the restaurant of the passenger ship. Oh, speaking of which, you don't have to worry about revealing your identity as a mutant now, so you don't have to dye your hair anymore. The two chatted for a while, but after breakfast they were no longer together. Wanda was also a little worried that her and Pietro, Quicksilver's intuitions were wrong and they did not choose to stay with Lorna. She quickly stood up and joined Pietro. Quicksilver scratched the back of his head and followed behind Wanda and whispered, I made a sideways comment on Magneto, but I didn't ask anything. It's just because he doesn't want to say it. Since he doesn't want to say it, forget it. Regarding Magneto, Wanda's reaction was not as gentle as when she treated Lorna. Her eyes seemed cold, and there was no need to recognize her biological father who ignored them. Their parents had died in the war in Sokovia, and the others were just strangers. Well, since you said so, sister, forget it, but Miss Lorna, who may be our little sister, is really Mr. Maggie North's girlfriend. We are safe and guaranteed. That was a young man who stood with Magneto and Professor. No, he shouldn't be involved in the establishment of this ignorant mutant country. Everything still depends on the mutants themselves. Wanda has also learned some things from Lorna these days. For example, their group is the Advance Force and they have to start almost from scratch. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about the materials. Building your own home? Wanda blew the sea breeze, and red light emitted from her palms. What appeared in her mind were the backs of Professor X, Magneto, and Li Buying. On the other side, Lorna entered the computer room and asked the mechanical girl about her boyfriend. Hey, AIE, there's nothing serious about Bullet and Ying. The eyes of AIE's body moved slightly. Please rest assured, the master is under my protection and it is expected to take a long time to come back. Please wait patiently until then. As long as it's okay, if someone chooses to take action during this period, they have to consider international public opinion. Although according to the data, the United States never follows any rules, they will be more cautious under the threat of the Master, Professor X, and Magneto. AIE controls the world's public opinion, steering the public opinion towards the side of mutants, and at the same time explains to Lorna. With the destruction of SHIELD, the infiltration of Hydra, the troubles of supervillains, and other countries taking the opportunity to sneak in, there is only a 2% chance that the United States and those countries that are busy dealing with the United States will take action immediately within a week. We'll be safe for at least a year, so there's no need to worry. AIE's explanation made Lorna relax. She sat next to the mechanical girl and looked at her work for a while, then left this special room and stood on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. There were many people standing on the deck, and most of them had hopeful smiles on their faces. For mutants, it was satisfying to have an uncertain future that could be improved with their hands. On the contrary, those parents or loved ones who are ordinary people and members of mutants are still a little worried that they will be treated harshly when they get there, such as dangerous mutants and so on. Fortunately, Professor X often provides them with psychological counseling, so there is no need to worry. Lorna stood on the deck for a while, and a red figure suddenly appeared. The Red Devil finally came to take people away. The multiple long-distance transfers of multiple people in the previous day consumed a lot of his energy. He was bedridden for 3 days, and he only recovered now after resting. And the first thing he did after resting was to get up and continue working, and he had to bring everyone on the ship back to the island. The weak non-combatants left first, then the combatants. Lorna's eyes were in a daze before she came to the island she had seen in the photos before. The scenery was more pleasant than it looked from the photos. Well, to say that high EQ means there is a natural beauty, and to say low EQ means that there is no trace of civilized society at all. Some of the people who came first were still setting up tents, and many of them frowned, a little uncomfortable with this place. When those pioneers saw Professor X and Queen Magneto, they couldn't help but lean over and want to complain. After appeasing these people, the two real authorities looked at AIE, who had been transferred together. The mechanical girl calculated that time was almost up, and turned to look at the coast. The sound of ships sounded, and an unmanned fleet of large ships was slowly sailing on the coast. They were transferred by AIE from the nearest country and were loaded with buildings and various items needed for development. This is the first batch of supplies, including the ship itself. Please take stock of the rest. As agreed with you, our organization will not make any intervention in the rest. Throwing the USB flash drive containing the list to Magneto, AIE directly cut off the control of the body. Li Buying and AIE had already discussed it before. If the mutants received too much help when they founded the country, Professor X, Magneto, and some future leaders might question what his fictional organization wanted. There is a saying that the most expensive thing is free. It would be bad if the mutants thought the same way, so AIE did not support them for free, but calculated the accounts clearly like a normal investment. But in fact, AIE or Li Buying really didn't need that much money. Thanks for your help, hacker. The mutants will remember this. Professor X nodded, but AIE's words seemed cold and ruthless. It's not help. The Prophet just hopes to protect the Earth in the future. I hope you can help when aliens invade. Of course, the Earth is also our home. Magneto did not continue the conversation, looked at the piles of mutants behind him with hope in his eyes, and shouted loudly for some mutants who could move the containers to come over. Storm, Phoenix, Scarlet Witch. Lorna followed and walked into the docked ship. Only 5 people, including Magneto, began to use their abilities, and containers trembled and rose from the ship. Petra, fortify the beach. Lorna thought of something and shouted to her best friend. Petra, who had the ability to control the land, put her hand on the ground to activate her ability. The originally soft beach became hard, and the icemen began to help. The containers were gradually stacked together, and Professor. As for those mutants who are not yet of use, Cyclops is responsible for teaching them the language that belongs to this island. It has to be said that construction by mutants with superpowers is convenient and fast. With the cooperation of some technologies, they quickly built luxury mobile homes and connected them to communication signals. After a tiring day, Lorna couldn't help but rub her temples and lay on the bed not wanting to move, and there was still hot water. She was confused and didn't know how long it had been before a hand pressed on her shoulder and shook her. Lorna opened her eyes and saw Wanda in pajamas and Petra lying on a bed in a triple room. The important thing is that both people's hair is wet, as if they had just taken a shower. Well, is there hot water? Lorna stood up and looked at the toilet cubicle of the mobile home. Petra explained while surfing the internet, Robert and Allardyce, Pyro Man, they made hot water and distributed it to other rooms. It is probably still there now. It's burning, but there is an insulated water tank. After hearing this, Lorna quickly got up, took off her clothes and went to take a shower. Similar things happened in various rooms. At the same time, on the beach, Magneto and Professor. Miss Hacker, I hope to order some robots to be responsible for low-level tasks such as cleaning up and collecting excrement and garbage. Considering that no one was likely to be willing to do such inferior work, Professor. How about this one? On this small island that has not yet entered civilized society, changes are slowly taking place. In the boundless starry sky, Li Buying slowly opened his eyes. A little confused, he wanted to look around and found that he was actually at the transfer station. He was a little surprised by this. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be sleeping? Li Buying looked around, and for some reason a strong light spot caught his attention. He didn't hesitate and walked directly over. As he got closer to the light spot, the light became more and more obscured in the starry sky. As he completely walked into it, a feeling of down-to-earth appeared in his legs. Opening his eyes that were dazzled by the light, Li Buying looked around. The inner space of this light spot was completely white, but there were 2 chairs facing each other, and there was a person sitting on the chair with his back to him. The maker of the system? Li Buying already had a premonition in his heart and was not too afraid. After all, he was once just an ordinary person, and his current achievements were mostly due to the help of the system. If it was really for some dark purpose, there was no need for the system to choose a guy like him who was once an ordinary person. But he originally thought that he would have to wait until the entire universe was invincible to figure out the origin of the system, but it turned out that he could do it now. He walked past this chair and turned around. An old white-haired European man who looked like Gandalf was sitting on the chair opposite in a robe, looking at him with a smile. Li Buying looked a little restrained sitting on the other chair. Then you are. Relax, kid, you can think of this as a recording, or a ghost. The kind old man pressed his hand in the air, and a table appeared under his hand to support his hand. At the same time, there were 2 glasses of orange juice on the table. To Li Buying's surprise, the old man in front of him had transformed into an ancient Chinese emperor wearing black clothes and became much more majestic. You can call me God, OAA, God, or any other name of the creator God. As for the image, use the appearance of the creator God that you can accept. If you want me to face you with a bunch of tentacles, that means you are the only creator? Then my world and the Marvel world. I am not the only creator God. You know the theory of stacking boxes. My world is also a box, and your world is also a box. It is on the same level as all the worlds you have experienced. And the reason why you know so much specious news is simply because of the circulation of various information in the universe. The kind old man once again turned over a box on his right hand that roughly occupied the entire table. Several boxes of different sizes appeared. The boxes were separated, and there were labels written on them. Your universe, Marvel Universe, DC Universe, Terminator Universe. They are in a parallel relationship, but they all have threads penetrating each other. After closing the box, the old man turned into a sphere with dazzling light. It stretched out its energy tentacles and pointed upward. Li Buying followed the tentacles and looked, and Gandalf's face reappeared in front of him. The next second, he was sucked out of the box by the strong wind. As he was being sucked out, he was gradually getting bigger, and when he finally landed opposite the creator, he had returned to his original size. The old man smiled and said, "That's probably it. Then the reason why you chose me and did this is..." Li Buying listened carefully. Although he was able to travel around the world like he did now thanks to the other party's kindness, he still had to know why he did this. "I chose not only you, but also some other people. It's just that the box that wraps your box, the big box, is too big for you, so you basically won't encounter them." On the table, among the boxes representing the universe he created, boxes representing small universes appeared one after another. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. "Now your strength has basically reached the standard, so I'm here. The phantom built into the system you mentioned has also been activated. As for why you need to choose different people to travel through various worlds." The kind old man raised his finger to open a small box, and a small man the size of an ant appeared inside. He began to crawl out of the small box and into another box, repeating the process again and again. What's surprising is that he continues to grow bigger in the process, just like Li Buying traveling between different universes to become stronger. When it was about the same size as the box, the little man jumped out of the small box. He actually took out some pieces of paper as big as himself from somewhere, and then folded them with difficulty. Soon another small box appeared, and the little man got into the box he made, became the size of an ant again and wandered around happily inside, visiting the box on the other side from time to time. Li Buying suddenly realized, "You want us to become stronger and continue to create new worlds, but what will happen if we fill the box?" The old man smiled. There were more and more small boxes in the big box on the table, and the big box kept getting bigger, as if there was no end. Look, just like this, as the number of small boxes increases, the big box is actually getting bigger. Don't think about the law of conservation of mass. That's the rule of your box. I understand that. After all, the Marvel Universe doesn't talk about conservation of mass. Knowing the final mission assigned to him by the system so quickly from the Phantom, Li Buying more or less has a real goal. Currently, he is to continue to become stronger and create the world. Thinking about it this way, gravity mastery can indeed be used to create the world. After all, it belongs to the basic rules at the bottom of the world. Since you already understand, I won't say any more. In short, keep working hard. There is another news. The old man changed back to his Gandalf appearance, stood up and patted Li Buying on the shoulder. "Actually, there is already a person in a small box who has escaped from the big box I made. You can do it too, keep working hard." In the unknown cave, Li Buying woke up from the pitch-black environment. He stretched hard, and the movement he made was quickly noticed by Aie, who was guarding outside. The door of the alloy box was opened, and Li Buying walked out and asked the mechanical girl, "Aie, how is the situation outside now?" "Everything is normal. The United States is cleaning up domestic spies. SHIELD has been destroyed and disintegrated. At the same time, the mutants have safely arrived on the island. At least for now, various countries are still in a wait-and-see mode." "That's good." Li Buying didn't appear to be in a hurry. He raised his hands and clenched his fists to feel the fullness of his body. The weakness buff was completely deleted, and his physical strength seemed to be inexhaustible. He could feel the blood rushing through his body, and at the same time, his own structure had changed, as if energy was stored in his cells. He seemed to be approaching higher beings like Loki, Thor, Gabriel, and Gonada. This is the so-called improvement of the essence of life. The energy stored in the body changes the cells of the body, and at the same time the structure begins to be optimized, and the whole body becomes more perfect. But what's more important is the heavyweight news he got after evolving. The ultimate goal of creating a universe, additional DLC to break away from the big universe, etc. still make him a little confused. But at least he knew the true origin of the system, so Li Buying no longer had to worry about it. Oh, although he wasn't worried. After all, he was still too weak compared to a system that could travel across the world. It would be too early to think about the true appearance of a system that travels through the multiverse before he even reached the star level. The result is that it has spoken out by itself now, and I just hope that there will be no conspiracy or trickery in the future. Li Buying, who had elevated his body, took out the gravity pillow. He was not planning to leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to try to absorb the gravity pillow and increase his strength again. The current time period was also the best time to do this. When he was dealing with Hydra members before, he killed a lot of people, and the system reminder jumped about 10 times. All the rewards after completing the mission were focused on gravity control, which should be enough to absorb gravity now. The black metal sphere continued to rotate in front of him, round and smooth without any defects. Li Buying placed his hand directly on the gravity, eliminating the force field that separated the two. As the palm comes into contact with the gravitational force, it quickly climbs up the arm, appearing very similar to the way venom and nano armor cover the whole body. The difference was that it slowly penetrated into Li Buying's body and penetrated into his body along the pores of his skin. He felt that instead of becoming heavy, his body was much lighter. Unconsciously floating up from the ground, He was suspended in midair and stretched out his other arm to touch the gravity pillow. Li Buying had a hunch that he would be able to complete the integration with the gravity pillow this time. The metal covered him, and after about an hour, all the gravity was integrated into his body. From the outside, Li Buying did not change at all, but his overall temperament became more stable. Gravity is now flowing in his blood, and there is also some in his muscles, but it has not affected any physiological conditions or rejection reactions. Li Buying fell from the air and seemed a little uncomfortable. He flicked his arms and jumped slightly. In the next second, he hit the top of the cave above his head, but even if he hit it, he didn't suffer much damage. After absorbing the force of gravity, he was now light and airy. If he didn't pay attention, he would not be affected by gravity. Li Buying adjusted slightly and fell back to the ground, and asked Aye, how much do I weigh now? If you stand on the scale, it will probably look like a ball of cotton wool. At the same time, your body is constantly producing energy on its own, so it's best to block it. The mechanical girl judged, and at the same time took out the energy detector and showed it to Li Buying. He squeezed his arm to release the force field, completely adjusted himself to the normal state, and walked out of the cave when everything was ready. The body controlled by AIE put the processor back into the alloy box and buried it, and the mechanical body fell into dormancy again. Looking up at the dazzling sun, Li Buying walked out of the cave and flew up. Then his body was wrapped in a protective force field, leaving a sonic boom cloud in place and rushing directly into the distance at supersonic speed. Following AIE's guidance and flying through the city to the mutant island, Li Buying spent about 2 hours flying directly into the Pacific Ocean and found the island. He was surprised when he saw the progress on the island. At this time, what Li Buying saw was not the temporary mobile homes that had been built after the incident, but serious brick and concrete houses. Although they looked a bit crude on the outside, they were indeed built. It's only been more than 10 days, what kind of black technology? Strong mutants on the street are carrying heavy objects, mutants with similar telekinesis abilities are doing manual work under the guidance of other people who are proficient in various types of equipment, and those who can release a large amount of energy are helping to charge the power storage device. Able. All in all, it is a prosperous scene, and everyone is willing to contribute. Even those with less useful abilities, such as the little naughty ones, are also carrying some small boxes and doing what they can. By the way, the initial construction is always like this at the beginning. Li Buying, who was floating in the air, sighed and found his sister who was adjusting the steel bars, so he flew to her side quietly. Lorna seemed to feel something before she even spoke. Turning around and looking back, the girl saw the smiling Li Buying and hugged her directly. You are finally back, I am almost worried to death. It's only been more than 10 days, Lorna, you have to trust me more. He put his arms around Lorna's slender waist, and they rubbed their ears together for a while. Li Buying quickly let go of Lorna because of the surprised gazes around her, and asked her about the whereabouts of Professor X and Magneto. Walking on the streets of Xing Xing, he quickly received looks of surprise, vigilance, and admiration. Li Buying kept nodding at the other mutants, but the expression on his face was indeed that of not letting strangers in. Arriving at the center of this small street, a house that was more luxurious than the neighboring buildings appeared in sight, and 2 X-men were walking towards it. Hello, Mr. Maggie North. The visitors were Cyclops and Phoenix Girl. Li Buying shook hands with them. When he held Jean Grey's palm, he felt the flow of tiger power and immediately stopped it from flowing into Phoenix Girl's body. It seems to be really useful. Li Buying felt more confident about subduing the rampaging Phoenix Girl. After letting go, she asked Professor X and Magneto what they were doing now. When he asked about it, Cyclops told Li Buying that someone had already found them, hoping to form an alliance with the mutant country being established. Who is so bold as to place a bet now? Li Buying was quite surprised. When he learned the answer from Cyclops, he suddenly realized, it's Dr. Doom. Victor Von Doom, the main enemy of the Fantastic Four, is a supervillain who is proficient in magic and technology and combines the two. He is also the master behind the small Eastern European country of Litovania. In this universe, according to the information collected by AIE, he is not very powerful. His country, Litovania, is one of his bases. At the same time, he also hopes that his country can enter the level of a great power. Anyway, due to his own reasons, the relationship between Litovania and the United States is not very good, so it is natural for him to seek alliance with mutants. Then both the professor and Magneto want you to come over. After receiving permission to enter, Li Buying pushed the door open and the 3 people inside looked over at the same time. There was another person in the room besides Professor Come Over. Hello, Dr. Doom. Victor Von Doom. Li Buying stretched out her hand to shake his hand, then turned to look at the other 2. Professor. Oh, you can handle national affairs on your own. I am only responsible for the protection of force. I came here just to say something to you to reassure you. The fictional organization has said that it will not get involved in internal affairs, so of course he will not interfere. The main reason is that he gets a headache when hearing about political matters. It is better to leave this kind of trouble to Professor X and Magneto. Mr. Juyunyuan is really a bit free. Dr. Doom watched Li Buying walk out, and said to the 2 mutant leaders who were a little embarrassed in front of him. He could know from some of the conversations just now that Li Buying was indeed more like a nuclear bomb, as he said. After all, he doesn't seem to get involved in affairs. A person who is powerful but has no idea about power can be said to be a perfect partner, which makes Victor envious. Haha, after all, he is still a young adult, so let's continue talking about cooperation. Simply skipping this topic, the three of them continued to talk about cooperation. The two mutant leaders did not seem too resistant to cooperation with Latvania. They had both reached the level of leaders. Professor Justice. After coming out of the temporary government building, Li Buying lost his motivation for a moment and was not sure what he wanted to do. As for heading to the new world, he was not in a hurry. He was going to travel twice in a row, and for the second time he would go to the DC universe to find trouble with Doomsday. Before that, he wanted to stay with Lorna for a while, and other things. Help build the town? Walking to a construction site, Storm Girl, who was directing the mutants' actions, tensed up her muscles when she saw Li Buying coming. She was not very scared, but it was just a subconscious move in the face of someone who was too strong. Hello, Juyenyuan. Just call me Li Buying or Mucky Nose. Do you need help? I have nothing to do now. Storm Girl raised her hand to lift the white hair that was soaked in sweat and stuck to her face, and said with some hesitation, "Oh, everyone can basically do the hard work. I don't know if you can do this delicate work. Anyway, let me see for myself first." Li Buying shook his head, knowing that his strength and previous actions had deeply impressed His Majesty in the hearts of mutants, so he had better find something to do on his own. When he came to a newly prepared foundation, he asked AIE to send him the structure of the entire building and other information. The mechanical girl simply made something similar to a taskbar on a special contact lens. What is needed to build a house, how it needs to be done, and to what extent it needs to be done are all marked in the most concise way. With her help, Li Buying quickly understood the construction method and started to work directly with a snap of his fingers. All the required materials flew towards the foundation in an instant. When they landed on the foundation, they automatically began to sink into the ground like building blocks and began to be assembled. From nails to load-bearing objects, the basic structure of a building appeared successfully in 30 minutes. If the concrete or other things hadn't taken time to reinforce, he could have even built the entire house directly. He was looking at the basic structure he had built when Storm, who was overseeing the work, rushed over with a helpless look on his face. "Mr. North, I hope you won't interfere with the progress of the construction site. Many people have been attracted to you." Okay, then I'll leave first without disturbing your movements." The bored Li Buying apologized and said goodbye to the mutants who were working hard to build their own homes, and then left the construction site, wondering whether to go to the new world. But the problem is that when we come back from there, it will still be at this time, and it will take a few days. "Finally found you, Mr. Maggie North." Just as he was about to leave, Cyclops's voice came from behind him. Li Buying turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Cyclops? You don't know where the accommodation is yet? I'll take you there." Li Buying thanked him and followed him to a house that was slightly different from other houses. This house was closer to a villa, and it was also full of brand new furniture. Both the professor and Magneto hope that you can live here and become a symbol like them to achieve the separation of powers. To put it simply, I hope that Li Buying can be a mascot. Even if he stands here regardless of anything, he can give great encouragement to all mutants and make them no longer afraid of the future. The triangle is the most stable shape. Even if Li Buying shows no concern for power, Professor X and Magneto still hope that someone can help make another decision when they have disagreements and cannot decide the direction. Li Buying, or the organization behind Li Buying, can accomplish this, because mutants can be said to have been benefiting from that secret organization from the beginning to the present. Magneto and Professor Prophet predicts the future direction, Hacker wanders in the digital ocean, Weaver and Giant Source can handle most things. Such an organization can directly control even some developed countries. Unless mutants have another use for them, they really have the best interests of the world and mutant kind in mind. Now the two of them are waiting to see what happens next, hoping that what the prophet said is true and that alien creatures are about to invade the Earth. The separation of powers and spiritual symbol. Okay, then I will live here. By the way, I have something to tell Professor X and Phoenix Girl. I think you and all the X-Men should know. Li Buying walked towards the house. Thinking of something, he turned around again and looked at the unknown Cyclops with a meaningful look. The prophet stored an energy in my body. He said that energy can suppress or even deal with the negative personality in the Phoenix woman. It depends on your choice. Remember to call me when you are all free. Are you telling the truth? Knowing that it was possible for Jean Grey's negative personality to be removed, Cyclops excitedly held Li Buying's hand, thanked him and immediately left to explain the matter to everyone. Li Buying entered her villa and looked at the surrounding layout and sighed, thinking that this was her home. She spun around in a circle to find out the layout and hit her head as soon as she sat down. Even though he had been idle until now since he came back, he always felt that he had nothing to do. After sorting through the complicated thoughts in his mind, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up and walked outside. I almost forgot that Aunt and Uncle Dan were still here. When will you get married? Will you hurt anyone? And how is your situation with Lorna? Li Buying, who was a little tired mentally, stretched and walked on the way home. When he went to visit the Danes, they were preparing dinner for the hard-working mutants in the temporary restaurant, which was regarded as being a chef. When they saw Li Buying, they immediately stepped forward and walked to a hidden corner to ask about his current situation with concern. The first thing that concerned him was whether he was injured, the second was whether ordinary people in New York were hurt by his behavior, and the rest was how he got along with Lorna. feeling the concern of relatives, Li Buying felt that she was still a human being at this time. After dealing with the Danes, he learned that the two relatives did not want to live with him, so he did not continue to disturb their lives. He returned home and slumped on the sofa. After a while, he started playing games. It's all pure nonsense that playing games wouldn't be fun if you have superpowers. Anyway, Li Buying had a lot of fun playing competitive games with his own human body rig. While enjoying the pleasure of seconds, time passed by little by little. When he heard the knock on the door, he stopped his original idea of starting another game, got up and opened the door to see the X-Men. Everyone, come in first. Stepping out of the way, Li Buying sat back on the sofa and placed the black tea and some snacks prepared in advance on the coffee table with a snap of her fingers. The Phoenix girl couldn't wait to ask. Mr. North, are you telling the truth? Is there a way to get rid of my secondary personality? You have to try it first. The prophet said that if I don't operate it properly, you may go berserk again. With my current strength, I can just press it back. In short, you have to go to another island with me, which is safer. Li Buying shrugged. How should I say, have you made a decision? Hearing him say there was danger, Cyclops' first reaction was that he didn't want to put his girlfriend in danger, but Phoenix Girl couldn't wait to say, okay, I want to give it a try. Sheen. Scott, don't stop me. Li Buying, who was not too anxious, listened as the X-Men began to discuss and even quarrel about Jean Grey. Finally, Professor X made the final decision and decided to agree with the Phoenix Girl's choice. Everyone walked out of the villa and was lifted up by Li Buying in an instant. Then they took off and rushed into the distance. It took more than 20 minutes to arrive at an uninhabited island far away from the mutant island. Asking the other X-Men except Phoenix Girl to move away, Li Buying stretched out his hand and motioned for her to hold it. Jean Grey was mentally prepared to stretch out her right hand and hold it tightly with him. The pure tiger power flowed into Jean Grey's body unimpeded through physical contact. She clearly saw the two tigers emerging in Li Buying's eyes, and her mind was immediately attracted to them. The two tigers slowly separated, and Li Buying was always ready to stop the separation, for fear that Dark Phoenix would come out with the power of the Phoenix. The surrounding X-Men all saw the Phoenix Girl's figure overlapping. One was the original Jean Grey, and the other had a face full of anger, and the negative emotions turned into a substantial black mist wrapping around her face. Dark Phoenix. Professor. He could feel the force field fluctuations emanating from the Phoenix Force in Jean Grey's body. Now he could confirm that it had no intention of moving into the Dark Phoenix, so he continued to increase his power. The power of the tiger continued to flow in, and as time passed, he finally completely tore apart Jean Grey and Dark Phoenix. As the two sides separated, Black Phoenix immediately opened his eyes and adjusted his condition. While opening his mouth and roaring, he released his telekinesis to stir up the surrounding soil and targeted Jean Grey and Li Buying with more attacks. After finally breaking free from the shackles of her main personality, she will never go back again, she will destroy everything. As a completely negative personality, full of rage and desire for destruction, Dark Phoenix is obviously more destructive than Jean Grey, and everything nearby is being decomposed and annihilated. The Phoenix Girl who was separated from the negative personality reacted slowly. When she saw herself launching an attack, she quickly raised her hands to resist, but someone wanted to be one step ahead of her. Li Buying came directly in front of Black Phoenix with the force field shield on her head. You. Before Black Phoenix could speak, Li Buying raised her hand, and a huge force hit Black Phoenix's abdomen. If she hadn't given herself a permanent mental shield, she would have been shattered to pieces. Even though she was not seriously injured, she still flew into the sky. Li Buying nodded to a few people and followed her. The X-Men could only see dark sand-like things dancing in the air. I'll follow and take a look. Storm Girl flew up to see if she could help, but the dark sand gave her a feeling of extreme danger, making her afraid to get too close. At the same time, she watched the two of them fight higher and higher, almost reaching the outside of the universe. At this time, Li Buying stared at the Black Phoenix in front of him with his mouth wide open and his face showing excitement. His muscles subconsciously tightened, and he manipulated gravity to collide with the Black Phoenix's substantial telepathy. Those black sands are special phenomena caused by the spiritual power of the Black Phoenix affecting reality. Li Buying is quite envious of this kind of special effects. After all, his own abilities have no special effects. Raising his hand to aim at the Black Phoenix flying above him, he found an opponent he could let go and fight, finally showing his violent side. The huge pressure forced Black Phoenix to use her mind power to form protection around her body. She could feel the invisible force field around Li Buying condensing, turning into invisible swords and poking at her. Die. Dark Phoenix is also a person who is silent about her actions. Even without the Phoenix power, she is still a top-ranking mutant in the Omega level. At this time, she used telekinesis to reversely suppress the force field around Li Buying, making almost the same movements. The fluctuations of the two forces began to conflict, and the surrounding clouds formed various strange shapes like iron sand that encountered magnetic field effects. This also means that the two people have an impact on the surrounding magnetic field, and as the confrontation time prolongs, the impact becomes deeper and farther. Boom! Following a strong collision of forces, Storm was thrown far away. The black storm in her sight tried to attack another small figure, but she could not get any closer. Why, you, just, don't die. The Black Phoenix roared angrily, and the black mist formed sharp spikes that continuously pierced Li Buying, breaking into pieces closer to Li Buying. The broken positions showed some fluctuations, but it seemed to have little effect. His force field at this time combines the advantages of various force fields and can spread attacks against a single point. In other words, if you want to break through his protection, you must have someone who can directly smash the entire shield. Strength. On the other hand, Dark Phoenix chose to rely on her precise control of telekinesis to fight against the force field spikes created by Li Buying. Whenever the spikes were about to hit her, a black mist would condense to block invisible attacks. At this time, both parties are basically no longer seeing with their eyes, but using special perceptions for more efficient observations. Black Phoenix's mental power that can affect reality can be keenly aware of strange fluctuations. Li Buying's force field perception and spider sense completely opened up the entire picture, and Black Phoenix's every move is under control. Under normal circumstances, whether it is Li Buying or Dark Phoenix, the two of them can defeat most other superheroes in seconds, as long as the superhero does not have special force field protection and lacks physical fitness. Implode, decompose, crush. The attack methods of two people's abilities can produce various results, but the bodies of people with powerful energy and biological force fields like Hulk and Thor cannot be affected, and must be destroyed from the outside to the inside. Now the two sides are basically like this. One side uses telekinesis protection, and the other side uses force field protection. The two sides are now simply competing for basic operations and basic strength, and are still in the trial stage. As the strength of the two gradually increased, the storm formed by the black mist became stronger and stronger. However, Li Buying was as motionless as a rock and was completely unaffected. From the scene, he looks like a lonely boat, but in Dark Phoenix, it feels like he is the small corner emerging from the iceberg. Stopping at a high altitude and continuing to fight, Li Buying kept flashing various measures in his mind, and suddenly raised his palm and turned it down. At this moment, Dark Phoenix felt like everything was turned upside down. The direction of the gravity exerted on her by the earth was directly reversed by Li Buying. Black Phoenix, who surrounded herself with a force field and took off, had been using her mind power to resist the constraints of gravity. Now the gravity was directly reversed, and she was about to fall into outer space. But she reacted quickly, and instantly adjusted the direction of her telekinesis to float in the air again. However, the next second she fell towards the ground, and the gravity around her body reversed again as Li Buying released the influence of gravity. Dark Phoenix can only follow Li Buying's actions again and again to adjust his telekinesis. As for using his mental power to affect reality so that he is not affected at all, of course he can, but the problem is that it consumes a lot of money. After experiencing dozens of inversions, a slight wound appeared on Black Phoenix's cheek. The pain made her eyes slightly open. Li Buying only needed to change the gravity once, and Black Phoenix had to exert more force on her flying and floating state. Two subtle changes. She realized that she could not go on like this. The repeated changes in the direction of her telekinesis had made her a little distracted, and she had to find a way to break the situation. Li Buying narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little amazed at his own strength. Until now, he had not used any force, not with all his strength, but without even using basic force. After the combination of gravity and himself, his ability will directly change qualitatively. All aspects of gravity mastery will be improved exponentially. Now he doesn't know what he will be like when he hits with all his strength. Anyway, it can't be used on the Earth. He will find an uninhabited planet to use it later. The spider sense suddenly broke out, and the greatly enhanced gravity perception also noticed the subtle changes in telekinesis. The two sides almost fought with complete tactical transparency and knew each other's attack methods. So there was no sneak attack, she was probably going to attack head-on. To strengthen his own protection, when Li Buying put on a 3-layer shield, the Black Phoenix, which was falling to the ground, raised its hand and waved it hard, and a simple but strong enough mental shock hit him. This blow directly separated the black mist between the two people, and the surrounding magnetic field changed more drastically. The mental shock hit the triple shield and then decreased layer by layer. It was confirmed that Li Buying's head was still hit. Snort. A muffled sound rang out. Black Phoenix's attack had finally worked. Li Buying only relied on the powerful gravitational waves to weaken his mental fluctuations, but he could not directly delete it. After all, the two were still different. The spirit is closer to electromagnetic force, and gravity and electromagnetic force have difficulty affecting each other. Gravitational fluctuations and electromagnetic fluctuations will affect each other, but they can only be reduced or enhanced, and there is no way to completely eliminate them. Looking at the guy covering her head who separated her from Jean Grey, Black Phoenix showed a ferocious smile. Before she could laugh out loud, the gravitational fluctuations around her squeezed her tightly like big hands. Li Buying raised his head and looked directly at Black Phoenix. He was careful enough, but the simple mental impact of Black Phoenix was still powerful enough. It could at least give him a splitting headache. Fortunately, only mental shock can do this, but any auxiliary abilities such as mental manipulation and memory modification cannot affect him in the slightest. Now Li Buying has completely repaired his soul. The increase in the strength of gravity mastery has also strengthened his mental power. The main thing about his soul is solidity. Stretching out his palm and preparing to strike again, Li Buying squinted his eyes and noticed that someone outside seemed to have finally arrived. It seemed that he had to speed up the process instead of continuing to play with the Black Phoenix without the Phoenix power here. After the two started fighting, the force field began to expand continuously, first to the small island, and then slowly extended to nearby areas. Gradually, the entire Earth's magnetic field quickly became chaotic. Although the change was very weak and temporary, it did happen. The first person to notice this was Magneto. He could control metal and looked at the ground. He opened his hands to emit his ability and truly felt the changes in the Earth's magnetic field. Naturally, he also knew that Li Buying took Phoenix Girl to deal with hidden dangers, and he supported this matter. After all, no one wanted to have an uncontrollable nuclear bomb around them. Those with superpowers who can sense magnetic fields soon noticed the anomaly, and then came the departments responsible for detecting magnetic fields and geography in various major countries. The entire Earth's magnetic field was causing chaos, which had never happened before. They tried to find the source of the chaos, and finally locked it high in the sky. The satellite's perspective continued to decrease and only saw black smoke wrapping everything. Damn, what happened again? Iron Man, who was conducting experimental research, received the information provided by Jarvis, and immediately got on his armor and flew to the scene of the accident without stopping. Other superheroes with high-speed movement capabilities or tools were also rushing there. However, when they arrived, the extremely chaotic magnetic field prevented the high-tech heroes from entering, and could even cause chaos in the armor or fighter planes they created. Once inside, it would cause an out-of-control situation. I'll go explore the road first. Human Torch looked at the superheroes and waved their hands, carrying flames, and trying to rush into the black fog. However, not long after he entered, he felt tingling all over his body. When he lowered his head, he discovered that the suit and skin on his body were decomposing. This situation shocked the Human Torch, and he did not dare to stay in the black mist any longer. As soon as he came out, he shouted, "Damn it, something is wrong inside, those black things are corroding my body. It's not corrosion, it's decomposition. Please don't go there. This is probably caused by a person with superpowers whose mind can affect matter." Mr. Fantastic and Iron Man tried to obtain some black mist or black particles, but they could not obtain these things by any means. They would disappear quickly once they left the group. It was not until they used a special detection device to detect it that they realized that this was just an extended phenomenon like an aurora or a rainbow, not an entity, and further confirmed the mental fluctuations in it. However, even if it is detected, they have no good way to get in, at least not until two of the most intelligent people on Earth create corresponding countermeasures. But the biggest problem now is that the black fog is expanding over time, and the disorder of the magnetic field has now caused abnormally active volcanoes in various regions, while increasing the possibility of various natural disasters such as tsunamis, tornadoes, and avalanches. If this continues, the impact will become larger and larger, and the entire Earth may become unsuitable for human survival, and this change may become permanent. "Hey, isn't there anything you two smart people can do?" the stone man in the fighter plane said angrily. Iron Man joined in from the open cabin door, and Mr. Fantastic, who was studying the mental force field, responded with a very serious expression. "We are preparing to take action. Ben, damn it. Nuclear bombs may not be effective. They will be decomposed before detonating. Detonating them outside will not affect the people inside. I have to find reinforcements before that." Tony doesn't want to sit still and wait for death. It doesn't matter if humans can't get in for a while. Isn't there still a god on the Earth? He got someone on the phone and said, "Hey, Thor, I'm sorry to bother you, but it seems that your reinforcements have arrived." "I have arrived." Mr. Fantastic spoke at the same time as a loud voice outside the fighter plane, and a man emitting thousands of thunders appeared in the sky above all the heroes. The most powerful superhero on Earth currently, Thor has arrived. Looking at the black mist in front of him, Thor did not rush in. Instead, he entered the cabin and listened to Reed and Tony's explanation. He then nodded and rushed directly into the black mist after getting out of the ship. Thor, who exuded strong electric light and divine power, completely ignored the decomposition phenomenon and entered the field where the Black Phoenix was generated. However, in addition to decomposing the black mist, he also felt another force confronting the black mist. Well, he was very familiar with this power. It seemed to be the ability of the person next to the Weaver. Thor approached with an interested look, but before he could get close to the center, the range of the black mist and gravity field suddenly shrank, rising toward the universe. When he saw this, he immediately caught up and saw the most spectacular scene in Shenshen's life. "Gotta speed things up." Realizing this, Li Buying became serious. He clenched his fists and entered a fighting state, making the bones on his body explode, and gradually relaxed his hands as if in slow motion. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. Dark Phoenix's eyes widened and she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. She could sense that huge danger was coming towards her, and she immediately used all her strength. "Ah!" A sharp bird-like chirping sound came from her mouth. Li Buying's hands had been fully opened, and gravity mastery emitted weak but seemingly endless gravitational waves, spreading towards the entire Earth. The next second the gravitational wave began to shrink, and became stronger and stronger during the contraction, reaching the edge of the black mist, or the edge of the Black Phoenix's mental force field expanded instantly, wrapping up all the mental fluctuations and forcibly restraining them. The black mist that originally had a radius of nearly several thousand meters was only a few dozen meters away. The black sphere quickly rose into the sky and headed towards the universe in the sight of many superheroes and Thor. Among them, Li Buying continued to accumulate strength, and the substantial oppression suppressed Black Phoenix, leaving her no time to attack and barely using her telekinesis to protect herself. The phantom-like cracking sound resounded in the ears of the two people. They both knew that this meant that Black Phoenix's telepathy could not last long. Black Phoenix even felt the high pressure and the high temperature it brought. However, under these conditions, she made an unexpected move for Li Buying. She suddenly closed her eyes and curled herself up into a ball, like an egg. WOC, there's no way the Phoenix Force is still there? Li Buying felt a little guilty. After all, he didn't know what the Phoenix power was like in this world, but the problem was that he didn't feel that the Phoenix power was flowing to Black Phoenix. The black mist representing her mental power began to shrink automatically. Something that surprised but relaxed Li Buying soon happened. A special mental waveform was released from the egg-like black mist, and even directly broke through his blockade. A black phoenix broke out of its shell, and the impact caused in a short period of time even shattered the force field he formed. The black phoenix, whose body was like a burning flame, appeared in front of him. Judging from the force field, its strength greatly increased. But compared with Li Buying, it's not good enough. This is not the Phoenix Force. It is simply because after living with the Phoenix Force for a long time, the mental powers of Dark Phoenix and Jean Grey have transformed towards fluctuations similar to the Phoenix Force. They have become stronger, but Kazuma's Phoenix Force not worth mentioning in comparison. It's my turn. Li Buying looked at the furious Black Phoenix. She threw out a Black Phoenix that looked like a flame carrier. Before the Black Phoenix approached him, he threw his hands in front of him and slapped it hard. Snapped. At this time, they had left the Earth and reached the boundless universe. The crisp clapping sound spread with the energy, and the two force fields were merged at the fingertips to be born. Stagnation field? The stasis field spread out and enveloped Thor, who was coming over. Everything in it, including the Black Phoenix or Phoenix, remained still in place. Everything in the stasis field stopped moving. Li Buying's closed palms rotated in two directions and placed them in front of his chest, slowly separating the upper and lower parts. The gravitational waves in the force field resonated with the gravitational waves emitted between his palms, and a miniature black dot symbolizing a weakened black hole soon appeared in the gap between his palms. He gently pushed it forward, and the black hole ignored the stasis field and slowly and resolutely crashed into the Black Phoenix. The moment it touched the materialized telekinesis, the original stasis field was lifted. In Li Buying's eyes, 2 or 3 minutes had passed, but in the perception of the two people who were wrapped in it, time had not passed at all. Thor and the Black Phoenix only saw that his movements suddenly shifted, and a black dot carrying a strong gravitational wave was thrown out by him. Cry. The sharp bird cry resounded in the ears of the three people. It was the spiritual fluctuations emitted by the collision of telekinesis waves and gravitational waves. It was transmitted into the mind like a cry. At the same time, the black hole expanded instantly, and the black color covered the entire body of the phoenix. Ah! The Black Phoenix raised her hand and tried to influence the phoenix, wanting it to escape the black hole's restraints. However, no matter how hard the phoenix struggled, it could not get rid of the attraction of the black hole. The black that seemed to be able to swallow everything slowly rotated, and the light emitted by the phoenix was sucked into the ring. A little light was emitted around the expanding black hole, gradually forming a situation similar to a star ring. The Black Phoenix's mental power was gradually misinterpreted by it and slowly fell apart. Danger, danger, danger. The sixth sense told her that death was coming. She finally felt scared and tried to retreat. Li Buying just retracted her arms and pushed forward. The black hole entangled with the phoenix slowly moved towards the Black Phoenix under the traction. The force field entangled the Black Phoenix. She screamed and tried to fight back, but the gravitational wave was too huge. Even if she attacked the weak point, she could not destroy the overall structure of the weakened black hole in a short time. At the same time, even if she used her telekinesis, she could not break free from this huge traction. The black hole was like a huge mouth, chewing the phoenix while swallowing the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix's face became worse and worse as she forced herself to overuse her telekinesis, but she could only barely stop the weakened black hole from moving forward. Go in. No. Li Buying made a grabbing motion, adding the last straw to the Black Phoenix. She felt a huge thrust coming from behind her in horror, like someone kicked her hard, directly kicking her into the black hole. She fell into the capture range of the gravitational wave, and could only withdraw all her mental power to build a shield to barely support it. However, this could not solve the fundamental problem, and it would take a long time for the weakened black hole to self-destruct. The shield broke a little bit, and finally, under her horrified eyes, what was supposed to happen still happened. As the protective force field completely collapsed, the Phoenix Force did not fly from Jean Grey's body to find the Black Phoenix. Her body and soul were quickly torn apart under the action of gravity. The system's voice rang in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to snap his fingers. The weakened black hole accelerated its self-destruction and soon disappeared in the universe. The person involved did not think that his special effects were very strong, but Thor, who was watching the battle from the side, was different. The first thing he saw after flying out of the universe was a huge phoenix. It was burning with black flames and gave Thor a great sense of danger. Its body, which covered the sky and the sun, almost covered about 10% of the Earth's area. The people in an area could not see the sun directly, and the Earth fell into panic. Those spiritual flames that could decompose everything broke away from the phoenix's body and fell from the sky. Thor immediately raised his hammer to smash them. He was sure that if this bird constructed by the materialization of spiritual power landed in America, it could even directly destroy the entire continent. Before Thor could deal with these flames, he was fixed in place by the stasis field. When he came back to his senses, the person who used gravity next to the weaver had created something more threatening. The gravity source similar to the black hole he had seen before. The flames that were originally falling towards the earth were immediately attracted by a strong suction force. Thor was even a little unstable in the air. This suction force was much stronger than when he dealt with Malekith before. His first reaction was that the range was so wide. He quickly fixed his body. The lightning formed by the divine power around Thor actually had a tendency to be sucked over under the action of gravity. He spent a little energy to control it and stood in the distance waiting for the result of the matter. Then he saw a black hole slightly smaller than the black phoenix appear, and instantly swallowed the phoenix, emitting a strong breath. More importantly, this black hole was more low-key than the one that swallowed Malekith before. Standing in the distance, Thor did not even feel the danger it brought. It just stayed there quietly, as if there was no harm at all. This made Thor feel even more terrified. He and his father had seen a real black hole. In terms of temperament, this fake one was almost the same as the real one. After the fight was over, Thor immediately ran over and looked at Li Bying with a strange look. Hey, the guy next to the weaver. Li Bying, right? Who were you fighting just now, and how come you seem to have become stronger again? Hello, Thor, my superpowers have been upgraded, so I'm stronger again. Li Bying pretended to be unfamiliar with Thor. The one I fought was the dark side of a mutant, and the prophet asked me to deal with her, and now everything is fine. That's good. I'll go tell the other superheroes now. Thor didn't doubt him. His father and Loki believed the prophet's words, which showed that he was indeed trustworthy. So he left Li Bying and flew back to Earth. He returned to Tony and told him and Mr. Fantastic the whole story. The two of them also quickly obtained information about the female mutant based on his description and found that it was Jean Grey from the X-Men. Destroy the dark side. That organization actually has such a terrifying power. Thor, you should have tried to catch Li Bying before. A trace of worry flashed in Mr. Fantastic's eyes, and a trace of displeasure flashed on Thor's face. The tall and strong man approached Mr. Fantastic, whom he had not seen for a few times, and knocked on his chest with Thor's hammer. Mr. Fantastic, has he done anything to humans? I know that he helped you stop the disaster of Hydra, and even solved a crisis on the Earth now. If you are afraid of his strength, then you should also be afraid of mine. Also, I am a god and don't want to get involved in the struggle between you humans. Thor has actually been enduring the surveillance of other humans on him recently. In order to stay on Earth for Jane Foster, he knew that he had to be patient for his lover, so he deliberately ignored those sights. But these humans have been doing more and more excessive recently, and Thor is almost impatient. No matter how much he pretends to be a human, he is still a god, and the pride in his heart cannot be eliminated. Thor, who was already furious, couldn't help but think of his recent experience when he heard what Mr. Fantastic said. His anger was immediately ignited by Mr. Fantastic, resulting in the current situation. Hey! The stone man and the invisible woman took a nervous step forward. Reed raised his hand to stop them. As one of the smartest people on Earth, he quickly realized why Thor was so angry. After thinking for a moment, he apologized very sincerely. Sorry, it's my problem. It's true that I don't trust you too much, but this is related to the safety of mankind, so I have to do this. Okay, Thor, you also have to know that we ordinary people are very weak creatures. If we are not careful, we can easily die. Tony came up to smooth things over. Thor, who was a little irritated, knew that it was his own problem. He took back Thor's hammer without saying a word and left the fighter plane. He flew in the air for a while, took out his mobile phone and called the Weaver. Li Bying had left Thor's phone number. After dealing with the Dark Phoenix, Li Bying flew down from the universe. Before he joined the X-Men, he received a call from Thor, so he picked up the phone and asked in a mechanical voice, Hey, Thor, what's up? Well, I remember your organization has contact with that mutant country. Can I stay there for a few days? Of course, you're welcome. I'll let Li Bying take you there. Although he didn't know why Thor wanted to come, Li Bying welcomed him very much. After all, charging and other things could help. After hanging up the phone, he didn't go to Thor immediately, but flew back to the X-Men to see what was going on. Jean Grey didn't show much abnormality after her negative personality disappeared, and she returned to normal like Norman Osborn. After falling from the sky, Li Bying still asked Professor X, a professional, Professor, how is Miss Grey? Professor X, who had already checked the 3 time periods of negative personality separation, Dark Phoenix and Li Bying fighting away, and Dark Phoenix being completely eliminated, couldn't help but smile. Very good, her own mental fluctuations and mutant abilities have not been affected at all, she is still the original her. That's really great, Miss Gray. The prophet also asked me to remind you that although the power in your body is strong, it is not uncontrollable. Don't be afraid of it, try to communicate with it and gradually master it. Knowing that Jean Grey was safe, Li Buying reminded Phoenix before leaving, and then prepared to pick up Thor. As for the X-Men, Phoenix and Storm could take them back. Just as he was about to leave, Phoenix and Cyclops called him. The couple looked at each other and bowed deeply to Li Buying as a thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Li Buying. It's my job, don't worry too much, I just want my loved ones to have a better life. Li Buying waved his hand slightly and didn't take it too seriously. He sincerely hoped that there would be more good people in the world for many reasons, a large part of which was for himself. The force field perception unfolded, and Li Buying quickly searched for the location of Thor. He immediately flew over there. Thor also found his location when he approached a certain distance. After the two met, Li Buying waved his hand and signaled Thor to follow. Flying faster in the air, Li Buying asked curiously, although it's a bit offensive, I want to ask, why do you want to stay with us for a few days? Thor touched his long golden hair in the air, and then said bluntly, you know, these ordinary humans are always wary of aliens. I have been monitored by many people recently, and my girlfriend happened to be away, so I want to hide for a few days. This couldn't be one of the reasons why Thor and Jane Foster broke up during the Age of Ultron. Li Buying guessed the gossip and said to Thor, I understand you. Before I awakened my ability, I was also monitored by Hydra and SHIELD, and I endured it for a long time at that time. Alas, Li Buying, you still lurked for a long time after you had the power, don't you feel uncomfortable? Thor wanted to gain some experience from him on how to endure it longer. Of course it's uncomfortable, but I still have a sister to take care of, so of course I have to endure it. There's no need to move them all out now. Li Buying chatted with Thor, but was not prepared to teach Thor how to be patient. To be honest, Mr. Thor, you don't need to care too much about human opinions when you have power, right? You can completely stun those surveillance guys. I think you have to think about whether you are a human superhero or an Asgard, virtuous god. Or maybe it's both, why not find a compromise? A compromise plan, a show of force. Thor nodded and said he would give it a try. The time for conversation passed unknowingly, and they arrived at a prosperous town. Floating in the air, Thor could feel the hopeful atmosphere of the mutants. Very nice place, Thor commented, landing and walking on the street with Li Buying. Cyclops had no time to be gentle with the newly cured Phoenix girl, and quickly came here to greet Thor under the command of Professor X. He can be regarded as a member of the mutant nation. Second visitor. Knowing Thor's purpose, Cyclops took him to a hotel where he was originally preparing to receive foreign ambassadors to stay temporarily. He did not send anyone to monitor him. In front of him, he told Li Buying what the Professor and Magneto wanted to do next. Something that Li Buying can participate in. But Thor didn't listen. He said he was going for a stroll and then disappeared from their sight. Li Buying listened to Cyclops's words. The first was to determine the name of the country, and the second was that the professor was going to teach the island's language to other mutants so that they could understand what the island was saying. In this way, the entire island is equivalent to a communication device. Even if the communication device fails, the mutants scattered on the island can still communicate with each other by talking to the island, and then the island transfers it to another mutant. To put it simply, it is an information exchange that is difficult to block, so that any outsider will have no way to hide. As for how to teach, it's very simple. Use his brainwave booster to carve the language into the minds of other mutants, so that everyone can learn the island language. Holy F2, oh no, Holy Kara links the thoughts of each of us? Li Buying's expression became strange and he went to the office building to meet the two people in power. Mr. Li Buying. Professor Pride. Magneto put a piece of paper in front of Li Buying. Should we choose several names, or should we just follow the variant of the original name, Crockway? Crockway, although the mutant country in that timeline is still troubled by disasters, at least it was successfully established. By the way, there won't be any ceremonies or leadership speeches for the founding of the country. I won't go. Li Buying didn't care much about the country's name and still maintained his opinion. The two of them had no objections and simply agreed. When Magneto took back the paper, he said, "Don't worry, we don't have time to do that kind of thing. The most we can do is post an announcement to let the mutants know. In a few days, I will have to bring some militant mutants as an army to go to other places that are malicious to mutants. Country and rescue those brothers and sisters who are being persecuted. Eric, don't bring too many evil people back. Professor, the next thing is the second thing. I hope to ask the Prophet for his opinion. Professor Communication Bridge, I don't know whether it is good or bad. There is no need for a prophet in this matter, which is definitely a good thing," Li Buying nodded. After all, it is not a true spiritual connection with the island, but to be able to understand the meaning of the language it speaks, and not to be confused about it. What problems do mutants themselves cause? At first, he thought it was something like insect swarm consciousness or psychic link, but he soon realized that the island was actually a large-scale, new type of communication software that could only be used by people in a certain area. So there is no need to worry about the mutants appearing like the island will be destroyed and the person will be directly brain dead. It is just that there is no need to make a phone call on the island, just say a word to the plant, and the other person can receive the message. The pan-consciousness of the island actually does not have much demand. As long as it does not excessively destroy the environment, cut down trees and hunt animals, then it welcomes the arrival of mutant people. As the number of mutants increased, it gradually changed. Professor A bridge to achieve cooperation. Yes, this means that Professor X's mental ability is also getting stronger bit by bit. After learning about this, Li Buying couldn't help but look at Magneto. He hesitated before speaking out his thoughts. Professor, have you ever thought about using your ability to amplify the spirits of other mutants and then strengthen their mutant abilities? With the connection of the island, all this is not impossible. Professor, these things can be discussed later. The United States does not have that much time to attack us. As for the Force, you can do it for the time being. In this case, I will inform the mutants in the town to prepare them to receive new knowledge. Professor, so he has to slowly inject the language into everyone's minds. This will take about 2 days. After 2 days, everyone will be able to learn this special language. As for the new mutant members, they will have to go through can only be added after review. Li Buying nodded from time to time while listening to the professor's plan, then raised his finger and asked if he could add something like a password to the input language memory, so that other organizations that captured the mutant residents would not be able to extract the island language from their brains. Yes, we can do it from the island itself. I can contact it and let it remember the mental fluctuations of people it can trust. After all, everyone's mental fluctuations are different. The three of them exchanged opinions with each other. Seeing that it was already getting late, Li Buying stood up to say goodbye to the two busy leaders, and got up to see how Thor was doing. It turned out that he got along well with the mutants, and was currently enjoying the admiration and praise of a group of mutant children. He put Mjolnir on the ground and watched the mutants take it. Then he picked up the hammer and pointed it at the power supply equipment around him. Releases a mild electric current. The battery, which required mutants to spend a lot of time to charge, quickly stored full power. Some mutants who could cause a slight electric current couldn't help but come forward to ask Thor how to become stronger or what skills he had in using electricity. The smile on his face suddenly froze when he talked about this. When it came to using electricity, he had always relied on force to defeat skill, and he had never carefully studied the use of electricity. After all, his attack is essentially a torrent of energy, and the thunder is just incidental, with thunder and lightning skills and so on. When Thor was a little embarrassed, he happened to see Li Buying waving quietly in the distance. He was relieved and pretended to be serious and told the mutants around him that he had something important to do, so he could no longer accompany them. After seeing Li Buying in the distance, the residents did not choose to continue to pester, and quickly dispersed to do their own things. How does it feel that they still have this place for you? Walking back to the temporary hotel with Thor, Li Buying asked him what he thought of them. Thor looked back at those who left. There is a vitality that those big countries don't have. The most important thing is that there is no one watching me here. As for your people, it can be seen that they do respect me, keep a distance that does not disgust me, and understand what moderation means. From his slightly resentful words, Li Buying could tell that he was in trouble during his time on Earth. It was probably those fanatical superhero fans who were fearless that made him impatient. It sounds bad. Yeah, it's bad. Looking back now, my recent temper with Jane seems to be just as bad. After relaxing, Thor was willing to have a few true words with someone who was probably stronger than him. After arriving at the hotel, he patted Li Buying on the shoulder and walked up. He also walked towards his home, opened the door and heard the sound of the bathroom door. The sound of water. Lorna, whose face was full of exhaustion, poked her head out of the bathroom. When she saw that he was back, she walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. My dear, you are back. Lorna lay directly on the sofa, and Li Buying sat next to her head. Soon the girl placed her head on his lap, closing her eyes and seeming to be resting. Why, weren't you very tired when I saw you this morning? He raised his hand to pinch Lorna's cheek. The smooth skin was admirable. He also noticed that her hair color had changed. The green hair was particularly conspicuous, adding an inexplicable charm to her. Lorna held her forehead and said, "Let's explore the islands and nearby waters to see if there are any precious mineral deposits. I can't tell you where they can be found so easily. Instead of trying to find a solution here, it's better to try to start with people's livelihood technology." After saying that, there was obvious joy on Lorna's face. Li Buying originally thought not to continue asking, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided not to bully her. So have you found any mineral deposits? Category: Petra, and I found some rare earths. Speaking of this, Lorna became excited and talked endlessly. Li Buying listened to her without disturbing her and would add a word from time to time. Lorna soon fell asleep. It seemed that she had indeed consumed a lot of physical strength and energy. Li Buying picked her up and moved her back to her room. After taking off the bath towel, he covered her with a quilt and looked at his sister's development. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. There's still about a year left, so there's really plenty to wait for. Leaning over and kissing the sleeping beauty on the bed, Li Buying returned to his room, took out his wand and waved it gently, disappearing directly into the bedroom and appearing next to the liquid metal body that was currently regarded as AIE's body. AIE, nothing big happened in New York, right? In the pure white room that shone with white luster, AIE, who was dealing with various things, turned around. Li Buying's palm pressed on her head, and the mechanical girl rubbed it slightly. Report, nothing major happened. However, many countries were shocked by what happened when you fought the Black Phoenix. Since they did not see your true identity, they thought that attacks like black holes and phoenixes were external attacks caused by stars. Then AIE unfolded the electronic screen, and there was an unfinished robot on it. There are two other very important points. One is Trask Industries, which cooperates with the military. They have used Mystique's cells to develop special modules that can change their own genetic makeup. There are still some necessary technologies to create a sentinel, such as materials and nanoparts. It is expected to take more than 10 years to complete under normal circumstances, but I can try to get the special module on myself in advance. You can still play like this? Li Buying's eyes widened, and after confirming with AIE that there were no side effects, he told her to try it first to see if she could really copy the mutant's abilities. The mechanical girl's figure showed slight movement, and after about 2 seconds she said, "It's getting better. Do you need my blood?" He raised his finger, ready to let AIE test whether his superpower could be copied by the sentry. Yes, unlike the sentinel you mentioned that can learn mutant genes through external scanning, at least there is no technology that can do this now. I need blood to analyze genes. AIE opened her small mouth that looked like a living person, bit her finger and pricked the unprotected skin, and analyzed Li Buying's genes from the blood. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "I can't analyze yours genes, not to mention replicating superpowers. Wait a minute, I'll find you some mutant blood." It seems that the copy ability obtained through Mystique cannot copy the abilities of superpowers other than mutants. Li Buying used Phantom again to return to the town, wake up Lorna and draw some blood from her, then came back and gave the blood to AIE. The mechanical girl did not pour the blood into her mouth, but twisted her little finger into a needle inhalation of blood. Her body fluctuated again, and Li Buying's eyes widened a little. He saw that 2 electromagnetic force fields similar to biological force fields and mental force fields appeared on AIE, and they were 50 to 60% similar to Lorna. After completing the gene replacement, she raised her hand and aimed at the small metal box not far away. The box suddenly levitated. In Li Buying's eyes, she released a mental force field similar to Lorna and Magneto. It sure works, but what about the strength? Countless data flashed in AIE's eyes, and he increased his output power to the force field, and the metal objects in the entire room began to shake. Eliminating the influence of the ability, the mechanical girl said, "The output intensity of the ability will be enhanced according to the strength of the force field and my enhancement of the force field, but it will affect the life of my parts. Judging from this situation, some superpowers cannot be copied. The upper limit of superpowers can still be determined based on energy intensity." Li Buying nodded clearly. Even in the future, the Sentinels of this world will not be as powerful as in X-Men, Days of Future Past. There are some superpowers of mutants that cannot be copied, and even if they are copied, there are some limitations. Materials and energy issues are difficult to solve. The first 3 people to make nanodevices are probably Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, and Ant-Man. As for AIE or T-1000, the liquid metal has not yet reached the nanometer level. Thinking about other things, Li Buying immediately came back to consciousness when he heard another thing AIE said. This thing is more critical than the sentry who doesn't know when it will be done. She had found the Hydra members who had taken advantage of the chaos to transfer the spiritual scepter in advance. There was a choice before him, which was whether to completely disrupt the original plot and get the spiritual scepter directly. If I take away the spiritual scepter, is there any chance that Ultron will come out? That is a big event mission that can make Li Buying continue to become stronger. AIE analyzed the data and directly brought up new information for Li Buying to see. The screen said that Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards and Iron Man Tony Stark had reached a cooperation intention, or that the Fantastic Four and the Avengers had reached an agreement. The Alliance tried to unite Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Bruce Banner, and an unknown Henry Jonathan Pym. The chance of Ultron appearing after taking away the Mind Scepter is about 72%. Before Li Buying could ask her whether she could compete with Ultron without vision, the mechanical girl said, "Master, the battle in the data field depends entirely on the computing power of both parties. The alien processors scattered all over the Earth are much stronger than the ones on the Earth. He is much stronger and I have the ability to fight him. Okay, I'll get the Mind Scepter. Even if something goes wrong, I can give the scepter to the members of the Avengers and let them make vision." He made a decision, raised his wand and disappeared in front of AIE. The spiritual scepter. In the bright laboratory, Baron Strucker, the most important member of Hydra, is looking at this beautiful and eye-catching scepter. The science around him is analyzing and deconstructing the energy field, hoping to create a more powerful weapon. Although he was attacked by the mutant Li Buying, which led to the death of Alexander Pierce, one of the important leaders, what he wanted to do completely failed. But this did not affect the actions of other members of Hydra. Fortunately, Pierce did not think of placing the Mind Scepter in New York, but moved it out first, allowing Baron Strucker to carry out the operation here. Research. They conducted a comprehensive inspection of the psychic scepter. In addition to simply studying the special force field and energy characteristics, they also discovered a very important point. The psychic scepter seems to be able to enhance or even activate mutants' abilities, and it has no side effects at all. However, some people are not so much enhanced as they are fully developing their potential. Now there are many die-hard mutants belonging to Hydra in this laboratory, and their abilities have been greatly improved. Some people have the ability to gain a hardness similar to that of ordinary stones, but now it can become as hard as metal. Some people run extremely fast, but their physical fitness cannot keep up. Now they have some kind of force field that can lighten the air, resistance and other aspects. Baron Strucker already has ideas about mutants in his mind. If it weren't for Li Buying's existence and the Avengers asking him to take action, he would have captured a large number of mutants long ago. It's a pity that Pierce made too much noise. During this period, he and other Hydras must be more careful. As long as they survive this period and lurk again, the Hydras can secretly develop again. When the time comes, those mutants will be slowly captured, brainwashed, and amplified. As long as there is an army of amplified mutants, it will be no problem to conquer the world. Strucker is so ambitious that he seems to have the entire Earth in his heart. Once he rules the Earth, he will head into the universe. The bright future seemed to be close at hand, and the voices of the Hand members beside him brought him back to reality. Baron Strucker, remember our agreement. Of course, I won't forget it. Besides, your scientists will also send you the test data, right? He raised his monocle and looked back at the killer dressed as a ninja, with a little fear flashing in his eyes. As a senior executive of Hydra, he naturally knew that magic, demons, etc. existed, and he also knew what was behind the Hand. There is something strange about it. It was unclear whether it was an alien or a creature from another dimension. He only knew that it was definitely not a good thing. But now that everyone was in a cooperative state, Baron Strucker naturally wouldn't care so much. The Hand hopes to borrow the psychic scepter for research, which will help Hydra resist superheroes and Li Buying who may be targeting Hydra. Naturally, Straker will not agree, but for the sake of the Hand, he can help Hydra. The head snake was busy and compromised. Experimenters from both sides studied together and shared the results. He didn't want to do this originally, but who made the outside environment not good for Hydra, which had caused a big problem. Straker observed the beautiful mind scepter for a while, then turned around and was about to leave the laboratory to see the situation in the mutant area. As soon as he took a step, he heard the siren sounding, and the guard's calm shout came from the radio. Someone has invaded. Someone has invaded. Hydra and the Hand are cooperating, so they can take action against the Hand. After learning the current specific situation of Hydra from AIE, Li Buying couldn't help laughing when he knew that they were going to lurk again to study the spiritual scepter with the Hand. At the same time, he was planning how to find the lair of the Hand. He already had some ideas in his mind. Idea. Arriving at Hydra's fortress, Li Buying squinted his eyes and looked at the huge brightly lit station approaching an entire town. He took out the weaver's mask and put it on directly. Raising his right hand and patting his left shoulder, he turned invisible and strutted directly towards the station. He could also see many patrolling guys on the road. As for why he didn't use gravity control, of course he didn't want to attract the attention of those countries. He had made enough noise in the United States before. If he continued to be so arrogant, he might be attacked by a group. Although Li Buying can deal with the people who attack him, if he really kills too many, he and the mutants, who are still social creatures, may not be able to develop for a while. Okay, that's all for the reason. He simply didn't want to kill a bunch of people again, which would be too troublesome. He moved his fingers according to a certain rhythm for a long time, and the hidden sword stretched out from his cuffs. He walked forward casually, and AIE's voice came to his ears. Master, all the important databases of Hydra are offline. I hope you can find a way to get those data. Just use the data cable you are equipped with. No problem, I'll pay attention. Li Buying nodded, raised his hand and smoothly crossed the neck of the Hydra member who was standing alone at his post as he passed, and used spider silk to stick him in place, still maintaining his original posture. On the way forward, they continued to use the control of gravity to pull up the spider silk to form a spider web. The completely invisible spider silk gradually spread all over the area, and it was smeared with deadly poison. He rotated forward from the outside in, and the spider web quickly wrapped the entire camp, ensuring that it would be difficult for Hydra members to escape from the ground without using large-scale weapons. There were some possibilities in the sky or underground. After dealing with about 20 people, the Hydra branch finally realized something was wrong. After discovering that someone had invaded, they immediately notified everyone, and a large group of people surrounded them in the direction where the last person died. On the other side, Li Buying pulled out the hidden sword from the guard's neck and was about to move forward when suddenly a strong wind blew by. At the same time as the spider sense occurred, the force field sense also found that several mutants were approaching quickly. It's not the usual fast approach. The fastest one is close to the speed of sound. Of course, this speed is just fairly fast for Li Buying. He directly assumed a parrying posture and swung his hidden sword forward to stab. His dynamic vision instantly improved. The movements of the Hydra members rushing towards him became very slow, and they were all locked by Li Buying. The guy at the front saw the hidden blade being swung sideways and tried to dodge. He even thought that the intruder in front of him couldn't keep up with him. However, when the hooded intruder raised his head, the chest of the fast-moving mutant suddenly shook. Tight. Oops, it's Weaver? Li Buying, who tensed his muscles, took a step forward, and inserted his hidden sword directly into the neck of the unprepared Hydra agent. When he pulled it out, blood slowly sprayed out in the air. At the same time, the body still slid forward due to inertia, and the speed became faster and faster. Slowly, it finally made a big hole in the wall. At the same time that the agent died, the invisible high-speed ability user took the opportunity to attack the weaver from behind. The sharp blade in his hand was unsheathed and headed straight for the back of his neck. What the sneak attack agent didn't expect was that the weaver actually kept up with his speed, raised his hand and suddenly grasped the wrist where he held the dagger, crushing the bone. The severe pain caused the high-speed ability user to lose his balance. He groaned in pain and his body became tilted. At the last moment of his life, what he saw was the bottom of his shoe, and his head was kicked directly. Sure enough, punching to the flesh is still suitable for me. Looking at the kicked corpse, Li Buying felt himself getting excited. When he looked down at the corpse, 3 high-speed mutants rushed up together, trying to kill him through encirclement and suppression. Just now they observed that the weaver could keep up with their speed, which meant that the advantages of mutant abilities were basically gone, and now they could only rely on skills. A stinging sensation suddenly appeared on his face. Before he died, a Hydra agent who was running a little slower saw countless bloodlines behind his teammates. It was unknown when the blood-stained spider threads appeared there. He had great control over his speed. When he saw the bloodline and felt the pain, he braked suddenly. Blood flowed from his face and the arm in front of him, but at least he saved his life. The agent who stopped took out a miniature firearm from his waist and aimed it at Li Buying to fire continuously. For him, firearms were actually not as useful as blades, and the bullets were not necessarily faster than him, so they were generally used in environments where he could not run to attack. Now it was also a situation where he could use a firearm. However, before he could fire, his heart suddenly stopped, his muscles quickly became weak, and he fell to the ground struggling. Li Buying didn't even look at it. He raised his hand to push aside the cobwebs that were woven in an instant with the help of gravity and left, continuing to go deeper into the area. The lethal biological toxins he has produced through multiple amplifications can be released in a few seconds. The physical constitution of these mutants alone cannot withstand it. At least they must have immunity to the toxins in their bodies. The vanguard did not stop Li Buying's attack. Seeing that he could no longer assassinate him, he decisively put away his hidden sword and moved his fingers again. The clear sound of gear merging and electronic sounds sounded, and his wrist guard switched to sonic weapon mode. When he walked past a house, the wall suddenly collapsed, and a huge figure stretched out its fist and hit Li Buying. Seeing that the high-speed mutants alone could not defeat this guy, Hydra and the Hand did not act rashly, but waited for everyone to gather and take action together. As the tall mutant punched him, a burst of mental fluctuations came from a distance. Several mutants related to the spirit tried to influence Li Buying, but he just silently turned on the electromagnetic interference device with his left hand, then flicked his right hand and used force swing out with a tight grip. The 2 fists with a huge gap, almost 3 times the size, collided together, and the mutant's entire arm exploded. This was because Li Buying did not use gravity control to cover his whole body with the force of his blow. The mental abilities of those guys were useless. He threw out a large amount of sharp spider silk from his wrist and flew towards the mutants. The energy shield saved their lives, but this howling physical mutant was not so good. Good luck. After losing his right arm, his regeneration ability seems to be quite good. As soon as he was hit, the flesh sprouts began to twist at the fracture, and the bones also appeared to grow. However, Li Buying would not give him a chance to regenerate, and jumped up with an uppercut. He was beaten until blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the soldiers, mutants, and hand killers inside the Hydra base finally rushed over one after another. Some of them were ready to attack, and Li Buying's spider sense was buzzing crazily. It's not that it's dangerous, but the number of attacks is really a bit too much, but it doesn't matter. Weaver still has super wide range attacks. Li Buying took sound insulation measures and directly activated the circular diffusion mode of the sonic weapon. The sharp sound was directly transmitted into everyone's ears. The glass shattered due to resonance, cracks appeared in the wall, and the skin and facial features of those who were closer to him and who were not strong enough were bleeding continuously, and they immediately fell to their knees and covered their ears. The same goes for the mutants further away who can attack from a distance. The loud sound severely affects their ability to use, and they cannot target the Weaver alone to attack. Some people didn't believe in evil and wanted to attack him, but the flames, energy beams, physical projectiles, and other things he threw were all deflected. Some people even hit friendly troops and directly killed them. No one could deal with it for a while. Li Buying did something. Damn it, artificial vibranium. Baron Strucker cursed secretly. He knew something about Li Buying, his parents, and artificial vibranium. From the Weaver's sonic weapon, it could be seen that Li Buying and the Weaver had indeed been together for a while. It's a pity that there is nothing to know about it. The situation is settled and no one can do anything unless he can keep the Weaver here. Can you hand deal with him? Baron Strucker looked at the ninja behind him. The killer's face was also very ugly. The Hand Club had suffered a defeat at the hands of Li Buying. He was not sure whether he could defeat them. He turned around and said, "My suggestion is to go straight to high lethal weapons and don't lose these. He is surrounded by our people, how can we use highly lethal weapons?" Baron Strucker was helpless. The main Weaver didn't come here as struttingly as Li Buying. If he really came like this, he could still use laser cannons or electromagnetic cannons to kill this guy before he came over. If he did this now when he was in a crowd, as the leader of Hydra, he would be overthrown by his subordinates. In this way, our people will be responsible for holding him back, and you will take the opportunity to prepare for the attack. The people of the Hand are not afraid of death. They can be resurrected in the glory of the hand, as long as they do not encounter anyone who can target the soul. People. Obviously, they don't know yet, or the devil or the higher UPS haven't told them about Li Baing's soul attack. Baron Strucker would naturally be willing to let someone die. If possible, he would naturally want to struggle, and would not want to run away with the spiritual scepter and give up his base. On the other side, Li Baing, who was on a killing spree and covered in blood, quickly discovered the changes in personnel. The number of hand members around him increased significantly. It was obvious that they were trying to delay time until Hydra attacked. The exploding darts mixed with bullets were thrown from the hand killer. Li Baing's body lit up with a layer of white light, and some ripples appeared when the bullets hit it. At the same time, spider silk scattered from his wrist and tied up a large number of explosive darts, or shuriken. Holding these shurikens and throwing them behind his back, he directly pulled all the explosives and threw them back to the hand. For a while, small explosions continued one after another, and the smoke obscured the surrounding environment. Li Baing stepped forward, clench your fists and dive into the smoke. Heavy punches hit the fatal parts of one hand or Hydra member after another. They were punched through the chest or had their heads blown off. There was absolutely no room for survival. As for the Hydra members, Li Baing used gravity to restrain their souls one by one, preparing to use them as consumables to find the headquarters of the hand. Since the soul is connected to the devil, can he reverse trace it through the fluctuations generated when the soul is disposed of by the devil, and thus find the devil's hiding place? If the gravity perception was turned on to the maximum and he could notice the tiny fluctuations, at least he thought he could give it a try. The souls that only he could see were tightly bound behind by gravitational chains. The souls of those hand members were shocked when they found that they had not returned to the rebirth point. They tried to escape but could not stay away from Li Baing no matter what. Severe pain from the soul suddenly arose, and the ninjas of the hand could not stop wailing. Li Baing glanced casually and continued to move forward, sighing once again that his behavior was like a villain, but fortunately he was locked and tortured. Souls are not good people. More and more souls were accumulated behind him. He dealt with everyone inside before the smoke dissipated. The scene inside made everyone stiffen and feel deep fear. Bodies were scattered on the ground, and Li Baing standing in the center looked particularly strange. His raised hands were pulling at the spider silk, and the spider on the mask raised its head as if it was hissing. "Aren't you ready yet?" The members of the hand roared in a low voice. Baron Strucker broke out in cold sweat and turned to stare at the agents who were operating weapons. They didn't need the Baron to urge them. Li Baing standing there made these brave soldiers who were not afraid of death stop. I felt the long-lost terror. Many of these Hydra agents, like Li Baing now, stood in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, but once someone else came to kill them, they became part of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The guy who claims to be ruthless still has the same emotions as ordinary people. The target is completely locked. Baron, stop standing still, fire, fire. Baron Strack roared loudly, and a long straight gun barrel located inside the fortress was aimed at Li Baing's position through the wall. The energy gathered in front of the barrel to form a bright light, which seemed to be a pure energy weapon. Li Baing seemed to be aware of this. He looked up at the position of the gun barrel, raised his hand and shot out a spider silk to pull himself up high. He kept crossing the outside of the fortress, trying to avoid the energy weapons without forgetting to check the inside of the fortress. The whole thing is covered with spider silk. The barrel changed direction following his movement, calculated his next action position based on the data, and fired without any pause. Energy beams capable of destroying most normal objects on the earth surged in front of Li Baing, but with spider sense, he shot out another spider silk early, and at the same time, several more beams shot out one after another. There are a total of 5 energy turrets inside this fortress, which were originally designed to defend against Thor and the Hulk. Hydra originally planned to punish them, but Li Baing enjoyed this treatment first. The computer had taken into account Weaver's teleportation ability and Spider-Man's spider sense, and even increased the intensity of Spider-Man's plan 5 times. The 5 beams of light almost completely enveloped Li Baing. The torrent of energy enveloped the Weaver, and Baron Strucker immediately shouted excitedly, "Okay, well done, die." The energy torrent lasted for about 5 seconds. Baron Strucker was confident in his energy cannon and no longer seemed as nervous as before. The same was true for the captain of the hand. He could naturally see how powerful the energy cannon was. But when the energy beam dissipated, the scene in front of them made everyone's mood drop to the bottom. Li Baing did not have any injuries. 3 layers of protective shields emerged on the surface, blocking him from all attacks and damage. What the energy cannon did was only weaken the energy of his protective suit to the extreme. 3 more similar attacks can definitely deal with Li Baing, but the problem is that the energy cannon in the trial stage cannot fire continuously at all, and is now in a state of incapacitation and overheating. Let's go, release those crazy mutants and some dead soldiers to slow down the pace. Baron Strucker saw that Li Baing could not be killed by a single blow, so he ran away very decisively. This can also be regarded as an important skill of Hydra. He opened the protective shield, took the psychic scepter, turned around and left, and the captain of the hand immediately followed. At the same time, all the experimenters quickly put down what they were doing and followed Baron Strucker's pace. These researchers are extremely valuable assets of Hydra, and it is impossible for the Baron, including Hydra itself, to give up on them. Just around the corner of this huge laboratory, one floor was ordered to be separated from the other floors. A group of important people in the laboratory quickly got into it. The same thing happened in other places inside the fortress. At the same time, in the prison at the Hydra base, the mutants who had been driven crazy by the experiment suddenly discovered that the collar that inhibited their abilities had been removed. Before they could get happy, the prison's spray facility sprayed out enough to make people lose their ability. The elixir of sanity. Their eyes became wild in an instant, and they directly launched indiscriminate attacks. The weak mutants were killed directly, and only the powerful mutants were able to survive. All kinds of abilities were generated from inside the prison for a while. Li Buying observed these situations after they took action. Standing at the gate of the castle, he found that those suppressed mental fluctuations became active instantly, and then had a violent impact. If this continued, the entire castle would be completely destroyed. This is not what he wants. He also hopes to let AIE obtain more research information. Raising his arms slightly, he stopped his sneaking action, pressed down hard with both hands, and changed the time force field to act directly on himself. If others are slow, he is fast, so if he is fast, others are slow. His own speed was increased, and the fortress that was being destroyed by the explosion caused by the spread of flames, toxins, thunder, and other things, appeared to collapse in Li Buying's eyes, and the speed slowly slowed down. He looked at the stagnant world and walked into it. Standing in the gap of time, his hidden sword wiped the necks of one person after another. Soon there was no one who could move in this castle. There must still be living people. Li Buying took those mutants one after another. He was knocked unconscious and thrown outside the castle. Not knowing whether the madness spray was permanent or temporary, he planned to take them to Professor. After dealing with the remaining Hydra and Hand members, Li Buying came to the entrance of the secret passage and kicked open the ground and the alloy door underneath. He walked into the secret passage and continued to move forward. He soon found those who were quietly escaping. Hydra executives. After confirming the location of the exit, he took a slight detour and came to the exit. Then he clapped his hands again to release his own acceleration field. At the same time, he used gravity control to completely fix the collapsing castle and extinguish the flames. Hurry, we are almost there. When the time comes, we will use the flamethrower to burn his spider silk, and then we will take the opportunity to run out. Baron Strucker looked at the exit not far away, with a hint of hope on his face. As the door slowly opened, they quickly left the silver-white passage and appeared outside. But when they left the secret passage, the smiles on their faces suddenly froze. The weaver sat on the big stone nearby, staring at them with the ferocious spider's compound eyes on his face, and raised his 2 feet in front, as if he was walking. Ridicule their self-righteousness. Okay everyone, can you leave your important information and the spiritual scepter? With the ruthless mechanical voice speaking penetrating words, the people of Hydra and the Hand were not ready to sit still and wait for death. The faster and stronger mutants rushed directly towards Li Buying, and those who could use mental power and telekinesis were exert influence on the side. What gave Li Buying a greater sense of threat was the man next to the Baron who was shrouded in black robes. The spider sense told him that if he didn't take any protection, the guy would kill him in one blow. Li Buying raised his hand and instantly grabbed the speed mutant's arm, but Li Buying still kicked him in the head. In the eyes of others, it seemed that no matter how fast he was, there was no way to avoid the grab. The power mutant also rushed over at this time. His body exuded a light similar to that of Diamond's. His body expanded to the same size as the newly transformed Hulk, but it was only the same size. He did not transform with anger. Strong ability. Diamond. I have to try to see if I can dispose of it with brute force. The bullets fired at him were blocked by the energy shield. When Li Buying focused on the guy rushing in front of him, he kept paying attention to the black-robed members who gave him a sense of danger from the corner of his eye. These mutants, which were almost equivalent to mass production, were not very important. The man in black robe was what he needed to pay attention to most. Diamond Man raised his arms and hammered hard at the top of his head. Li Buying slipped to dodge the attack. He aimed his palms like knives at Diamond Man's eyes, jumped up and stabbed him directly. The sound of breaking brittle and hard objects was heard, and Diamond Man couldn't help but wailed, and danced his hands in an attempt to hit Li Buying, but how could he give such a good chance? After piercing Diamond Man's eyes, he grabbed the eye socket and pulled hard, relying on the power of pulling jump on top of him. Then Li Buying raised his palm and aimed at the Diamond Man below him, turning on the cone mode of sonic attack. Boom! The sharp sound and sonic shock came, and the terrifying resonance shook the Diamond Man's body. A tearing sensation came from all parts of the body. Before he could react, his whole body imploded, and all the diamonds exploded. When this mutant turns into a diamond, he will really maintain his diamond appearance when he dies. Li Buying gently landed and looked up at the remaining people. Do you want to die decently on your own, or do I help you look good? Don't think you're sure of victory, Weaver. The Baron's anger was beyond words. He waved his hand to the man in black robe and took off his black robe. Quick, seeing, kill him. Star? Li Buying, who was very sensitive to this, narrowed his eyes instantly. Under the black robe was a boy with a withered body and dull eyes. His skin was wrinkled and skinny, and he looked like he was going to die soon. After receiving the instruction, he immediately raised his dry fingers and prepared to take action, seemingly without any self-awareness. When he raised his finger, the spider sense immediately issued a warning. Li Buying turned his head slightly, and a beam of light faster than those energy cannons shot out from his fingertips and passed through Li Buying's hair, causing part of the hair to scorched. An energy mutant? Li Buying narrowed his eyes, and immediately focused his gravitational sense on the boy, raising his hand to send sound waves to him. Higher firepower, pay attention to protection. The shock wave was released, and the other side responded with an energy beam more than 2 meters wide. While Li Buying dodged, the sound wave was completely blocked by the energy shield, but there was sound transmitted into the shield. Increase the firepower, increase the firepower, increase the firepower. Baron Strucker began to repeat these words. The man known as the Star had raised his hands at this time. The words were the secret key, which unlocked his originally locked energy door. The beam of nearly 5 or 6 meters thick continued to sweep around. Li Buying is using his phase ability to avoid. It seems that they are mutants with similar abilities to Cyclops, and their bodies should be connected to another dimension full of energy or directly connected to a certain star. Li Buying, who was sure of this, asked AIE to analyze it to see if the mutant's ability could be used to help Crockway provide energy. Cyclops could not do this, or with the current technology, there was no way to use Cyclops from the destructive energy emanating from his eyes. The results are pretty good. These energies are gentler than they look and can be easily reused. Moreover, the child's mental fluctuations still exist, but they were affected by hypnosis or something else. Giving it to Professor X should be able to return to normal life again. The game should be over. Li Buying narrowed his eyes slightly. The highly penetrating gravitational spike broke through the energy field, which was much simpler than that of Dark Phoenix, and gently poked the boy's head. Controlling the energy, he rolled his eyes and fell backwards. Go, and at the same time, the energy released in the hand gradually dissipates. Before Straker could react, Li Buying came to him and waved his hidden sword, quickly killing all the remaining people. He picked up the psychic scepter and the suitcase that the Baron carried and put them into the storage space. Taking this star back to the fortress, Li Buying plugged AIE's data cable into Hydra's computer, and at the same time used the Imperious Curse to interrogate the souls of the Union one by one. The station is, The station is, The roar of souls was endless. The data cable on Li Buying's arm was connected to the computer host here. At the same time, he waved his wand to constantly interrogate the souls of these hand members. As he had thought before, he tried to use their deaths to explore the location of the headquarters of the hand. It was quite effective so far. Since he already knew that the headquarters of the hand was in the United States, he expanded his gravitational perception to the entire American land, and then narrowed the scope little by little based on the fluctuations in the disappearance of souls. When a certain contract of soul gravity here was destroyed, the same fluctuation did come from another place. After about 20 souls died, he had completely locked the target of the hand headquarters. Clenching his fist and crushing the remaining soul, Li Buying looked at the huge display screen. About 10 minutes later, AIE finally downloaded all the useful information, and he could go back with a group of unconscious mutants. It's just that Professor. After changing his clothes and taking off his mask, he transformed back into the giant attractor and directly raised his hand to lift up the still unconscious prisoners, leading them into the air and disappearing, leaving only a mess here. When he returned to the island, it was already around 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. He knocked on the door of the 2 elderly people's houses and woke them up regardless of whether they were sleeping or not. Magneto and Professor the New Mutant's expressions are wonderful. Are these children Hydra's guinea pigs? Magneto saw the clothes and marks on their bodies at a glance. Li Buying nodded and took off again. I have other things to do, so I will leave them to you two. As for their information, I have asked the hackers to send them to the computer. Professor. After delivering the goods, Li Buying rushed non-stop towards the location where the special fluctuations were found. After flying there, he used gravity sensing to scan the empty ground, and soon discovered the special fluctuation force field. However, what surprised him was that the high-tech concealment equipment on his body could not find anything strange on the ground, as if there was nothing there in the first place. Is it related to magic? With this speculation in his mind, as the giant source, he was not prepared to experience the strange magic of the devil, so he directly raised his hands above his head, preparing to kill the hand and the devils in the hand in one fell swoop. Death. He pressed down hard with both hands, and the gravity of the area he locked directly increased 100 times. Bang! There was a huge collapse sound, and various sounds came from below. Everything that had been covered up was directly revealed. Li Buying could see with the naked eye that there was indeed a base here, surrounded by magic circles that cracked under gravity. As for the base itself, do you know what it's like to have 100 times gravity? For example, if a person weighs 70 kilograms, he will directly turn into 7 tons under 100 times gravity. The whole person will be directly squashed and turned into blood, broken flesh, and broken bones. The same is true for buildings. It cannot resist the impact it brings. The heavy pressure comes and flattens at a faster speed. The large base was directly crushed into a pancake shape by Li Buying. The life inside it could be said to have disappeared in an instant without any precautions. But even so, there was still a life emitting a special force field. Who is it? A roar like a beast sounded, and a 2-meter large hand broke open the metal on the top floor of the base. Its sharp claws grabbed the top floor and tried to get out. The monster was quickly dug out from the ground, looking around angrily. From Li Buying's perspective, it was all black, with skinny legs, strong arms, and a bloated torso full of fat. It looked very uncoordinated, but it exuded an aura that would make ordinary people tremble. At this time, it was furious. All the slaves it had finally recruited died and the palace it built was destroyed. This made it want to kill the murderer who did all this. It wanted to cut this guy into pieces. The demon that felt the sight suddenly looked up to the sky. When it discovered that the visitor was Li Buying, it froze on the spot. It obviously got the information from the slave, but it didn't turn around and run away. Instead, it stared at him and roared. Human, do you think you are strong? I will turn you into my new slave and work for me forever. Remember, my name is Beast. As it spoke, there was a trace of greed in its eyes. It was obviously eager for the abilities that Li Buying had. The reason why it was so confident was probably because of magic. It still thought that Li Buying was an ordinary mutant. Glancing at the magic resistance in his system column, Li Buying watched the demon rising from the ground and was about to take action. Then he was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a hideous smile appeared on his face that made the demon a little scared. Long-term mission, slaying demons and demons. Similar to the long-term mission Beat the Snake 7 inches, the target will be converted into an extra-dimensional creature. Mission reward, same as the long-term mission Beat the Snake 7 inches. What an unexpected bonus. When this mission came up, Li Buying already had the same intention of fishing and law enforcement as Dr. Dark Strange, but instead of devouring those demons, he directly eliminated those demons. Of course, in any case, we should deal with the monster in front of us first. He turned his attention and looked at the monster flying towards him. He clenched his fists with both hands and crushed the monster with huge force. The beast that originally expressed disdain for Li Buying suddenly changed its expression to shock, and was then directly struck by the giant. Smashed into the ground. The smoke and dust were suppressed before it could even rise. The beast with a ferocious expression was suppressed by the power and could not move. It did not stand up again until it used magic power to create a shield again. The scars on its body were also being repaired quickly. A hint of caution flashed through its eyes as it looked at Li Buying. Originally, it thought that Li Buying's ability to twist the aviation battleship into steel was all its strength, so it had a million confidence to dare to shout with Li Buying. Even at this level, it couldn't do it in terms of attack, but it could easily withstand the same amount of force. But just now, the force Li Buying unleashed had exceeded that before. This made him feel a little unsure. The main reason was that what happened in the universe in the morning made him contact Li Buying. Could it be him? No, mutants can't have such powers. The beast denied this, and the magic power fluctuations on his body stirred up a piece of dust that escaped gravity. The next second, his skinny legs exerted force, and the whole body appeared directly in front of Li Buying. He looked at Li Buying and grinned and shouted, "Stupid. Get down here." Li Buying's figure suddenly disappeared in front of it. In the beast's perception, his breath appeared directly behind him without even a millisecond. It immediately widened its eyes and raised its magic shield. Activating the phase ability to go around behind the demon, Li Buying's eyes slowly rotated like black holes. He clenched his fists and was about to hit the magic shield with all his strength, but he suddenly felt some different auras, some of which were very powerful. Something else is watching the battle. Li Buying, who noticed this, did not make any pause and withdrew his strength slightly. He was not prepared to kill the demon directly. It would be bad if he exposed too much strength and attracted a powerful enemy in advance. A punch hit the shield on the back of the head, and the condensed power exploded, knocking the beast directly into the ground. All the large rocks within 100 meters were shattered, and an inexplicable strong wind whipped up within a kilometer and hit the forest. Li Buying, who knocked the demon down, was naturally not prepared to wait for it to recover. He clapped his hands together, and the soil was attracted and directly wrapped the slightly dizzy beast, forming a sphere that rose from the ground to the sky at supersonic speed. This time, we didn't break through the universe again. Dealing with this kind of thing doesn't have to be as troublesome as dealing with the Dark Phoenix. The earth explodes and the sky. Li Buying muttered silently in his mind, and aimed his thumbs and index fingers like cameras at the high earth ball. The force field continued to condense in front of him, and the air was rapidly compressed to form a special cannonball. The next second he pushed the air bomb directly. Got out. The earth ball in the sky was directly smashed to pieces. The beast raised his hands to create a magic shield to intercept the blow, but suddenly felt a light on his back again. How is it possible? How could you be so fast? It didn't even have time to say this. When it turned around, it saw Li Buying appearing behind it. Anger and frustration flashed in its eyes, but the next blow came immediately. The punch carried with the force field fluctuation caused the magic shield to break again, followed by a combo of fists. After the power was amplified, each punch could directly smash the entire building. Ho 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 ho. The demon known as the Beast opened its mouth and roared. Its appearance became more and more ferocious, and all the dark magic power in its body burst out, barely blocking Li Buying's attack. Also in this situation, it opened its mouth and emitted a disgusting note. Those sounds were almost pervasive. Even if Li Buying blocked his ears in advance, he could still hear what they were saying, and he suddenly frowned. He has never fallen behind in the study of magic. Although he doesn't know much about the magic in the Harry Potter world, Li Buying can more or less understand that this seems to be some kind of curse similar to a curse. Don't let it be displayed, otherwise it may be very troublesome. Despite the protection of the force field, Li Buying still didn't want to face any weird magic. Starlight appeared in the almost pure black pupils of his eyes, his fingers moved slowly, and finally he slapped hard on the magic shield. The invisible force field turned into spikes and struck hard, hitting the weak point of the magic shield like a pile driver. The flow of magic power was blocked, and the entire shield directly shattered. The demon was shocked, and its first consideration was naturally to use magic power to protect its vitals. What it didn't expect was that Li Buying decisively gave up the attack or did nothing, and his mouth that was constantly opening and closing was instantly pulled by the force field. Then he felt an extremely sharp pain in his jaw. Red and black blood sprayed out, and its jaw was torn open by Li Buying. It would definitely not recover for a while. After swiping his claws to repel Li Buying, the beast whose jaw was bleeding continuously reshaped its magic shield. The bleeding on the jaw had stopped at this time, and the granulation and bone spurs began to grow again. Depending on the speed, it would grow back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I thought that demons can regenerate at high speeds, or are all demons just as useless as humans? DUI beast taunted, and Li Buying was also a little upset, wondering who was spying on him. After saying this, he started the second round of attack mode again, preparing to let the demon in front of him run out of magic power and die. It did not have the fluctuations of space tunnels similar to Malekith, Cyclops, and stars. That is to say, the energy in the body is limited. As for Li Buying herself, the ether particles are providing him with almost endless energy, which even affects his mental power and is almost inexhaustible. Speaking of ether particles, Li Buying narrowed his eyes slightly, and while concentrating on the attack, he began to think about one thing, which was to let the force field attack penetrate the energy shield and hit the demon directly. When he concentrated on imagining this matter, a black force suddenly gradually clung to the force field without any color or special effects. Li Buying either bombarded the magic shield, or collided with the devil's claws, and his fists erupted like flames. Average special effects. What is that? The beast didn't even realize what it was, and there was a trembling feeling in his heart. He must never be hit by these fists. But its speed was not as fast as Li Buying's. It subconsciously tilted its head back, and its fist stained with black flames ignored the energy laws and directly eliminated part of the magic shield. More and more doubts piled up, and the questions turned into ignorance and brought panic. It already had the idea of retreating, but Li Buying would not give it time to return to hell. By the way, I can add something for you. Li Buying, who remembered that he had a sharp weapon against dark creatures, took a few steps back and took out the holy silver paint from the storage space. He squeezed it with gravity and sprayed it on his gloves. The black flame was suddenly mixed with a little golden light, giving the beast a greater power. Sense of threat. Run, run, run. The devil's instinct made it run away quickly, but where could it go? Under extreme threat, the devil showed its fangs and made the most painful decision, thrusting its hands into its fat belly. Tear apart with force. If you can, just ignore these evil spirits, it roared, and countless souls poured out of its belly in an instant. Those were the souls he collected after controlling the hand. After they emerged, each one was transformed into a demon or an evil spirit due to dark magic. More importantly, they instinctively wanted to fly to a city with a large number of humans. Once it pours into it, the consequences will be disastrous. But Li Buying didn't worry about this. He waved his hands and brought up black flames containing golden light. He pushed forward hard. The flames, or the force field carrying the ability to affect reality and the holy silver paint, hit that person like waves. Lots of souls and demons themselves. The souls couldn't help but scream. The slight difference was that some were annihilated directly, while others turned from black to white again. The black mist mixed with golden light ignored the magic shield of the falling beast and directly contaminated it. The moment it was contaminated, its expression became extremely frightened. The black mist allowed Li Buying's gravity to ignore the magic shield and attack the beast directly, but this was not the most fatal thing to it. At least this blow did not have the ability to kill it, but it was mixed with silver powder. Everything seemed different. The beast demon can feel that this power comes from a certain dimensional demon, and the purpose of its creation is specifically to target evil creatures like it. The silver powder exuding golden light, Li Buying's force field attack, and finally the fog that can ignore the magic shield. This combo directly makes the beast unable to resist, and can only choose to face death. No. Struggling constantly in the swirling golden black smoke cloud, the demon tried to climb out of the vortex, but it was like a small boat encountering a huge undercurrent. It could not break free no matter what, and could only feel the drama coming from its body. It hurt, and the skin and even flesh began to burst into flames. The gravitational wave tore its body apart, and the demon soon turned into ashes. Even its soul couldn't escape, and it could only drink in hatred. Call. Li Buying, who was floating in the air, exhaled after receiving the message from the system. However, he did not choose to fall directly to the ground. His eyes swept across the seemingly peaceful forest. Hey, everyone, I have been watching for so long. It's time to come out and meet me. As he spoke, he once again activated gravity control without special effects, using it to press against certain points where the line of sight came from. Several figures used their own methods to escape from the gravity attack, including flaming skulls, hairless women, and darkness. There is a man in a magic suit and a white bird-headed man. Let me see. The four people were wary of each other, especially the flaming skull glaring at the man in the suit. Li Buying found that he could almost guess the identities of everyone present except the white bird-headed man. Li Buying pretended to salute a little and said hello, and at the same time showed a kind smile on his face. He was mainly directed at the demon in a suit and tie, and then named them one by one: Ghost Knight, Ancient One Mage, Mephistopheles. I wonder who this is. I am Kong Su, just a little god passing by. Don't pay too much attention to me. The bird-headed man in white clothes looked at the two strongest among the four, with a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. The retinue of Emperor Waishan and Mephistopheles, the terrifying Dimension Lord, were obviously more powerful than him, a small local god. Much. It is the Egyptian moon god Khonsu and Moon Knight's immediate boss. Ghost Rider stared at Mephisto closely. I received news that there might be villains from the hand here, so I came over. I didn't expect that you would take care of them first. Oh, Master Gu Yi, my contractor Johnny Blaze, Mr. Kong Su, and this Mr. Li Buying. Mephisto acted politely. I just followed Johnny. If it weren't for Mr. Li, he might face an opponent he couldn't solve, and he might need my help. Who needs your help? Ghost Rider said in a hoarse voice, seeming to want to take action at the slightest disagreement. Gu Yi narrowed his eyes and ignored the grudges between the two, focusing on Li Buying. I just came to see what the person who broke the future is like. Li Buying nodded. I think everyone has already seen it, so let's just say goodbye. If he could, he would naturally want to deal with Mephisto's incarnation here, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided not to do it. There was no benefit in dealing with the incarnation. On the contrary, he might let it attack him later, so it was better to wait for the other side to attack first. Certainly. Kong Su came here to take a look because he accidentally sensed a huge fluctuation in magic power. The main reason he stayed here was because he was worried that Li Buying would come directly. Seeing that no one had any intention of fighting with him, he disappeared. Mephistopheles took off his hat and saluted, and then left without caring about the Ghost Rider behind him. Johnny yelled and quickly chased after him, but he was always just a short distance away. As the three people left, Gu Yi still stayed here, with a wise light in his eyes. Can I ask you a question? Of course, please. He agreed while preparing for battle, and did not think that Ancient One would not take action against him, because the duty of the Supreme Mage was to maintain stability, and he might also be an unstable person in the eyes of Ancient One in a sense. But since it's a movie version, it should be easier to talk to? What do you think of this world, and what do you want to change this world into? Gu Yi asked a very profound question when he came up. Although Li Buying knew that she might ask this question, he still found it a bit troublesome when he actually encountered this question. He thought for a moment and couldn't help asking, isn't what I have done enough? Explain something. That's enough, I just want to hear what's on your mind. Gu Yi raised his eyebrows, and his voice was as calm and kind as ever. Li Buying quickly responded after hearing this, I like this world, and I feel that I can be more stable around me. This is all he wishes for the Marvel world. At least before he can create his own universe, he still needs to talk to various characters in this universe to maintain a certain balance. Gu Yi didn't say anything after hearing Li Buying's answer. He just smiled and then disappeared in front of him. These magic sticks are really mysterious. Seeing that there was no follow-up battle, Li Buying relaxed a little, stretched out his hand and pressed his temple, ascended back to his home, quietly entered his room, listened to the slight breathing of Lorna next door, and his face became more gentle. He really didn't have any big desires, just wanted his relatives around him to live in a better world. It had been about 10 days since the consecutive battles with the Black Phoenix and the small battles with the Devil. Thor left early. Professor X taught everyone the Krakova language through his ability, and Li Buying had been conducting combat experiments on ether particles on Krakova Island. Since using ether particles to affect reality in the duel with Devilman, directly allowing his force field attack to ignore its magic shield, he began to study how to use the reality gem to maximize his strength. It turned out that ether particles can indeed change reality, but there is no way to change it at will, at least Li Buying's body can't stand it. He had thought about using the reality stone to destroy Thanos, who was countless light years away. When he thought about it, the ether particles did condense, but his spider sense immediately sent an alarm, and the energy of his body was also rapidly depleted, which scared him to give up the idea immediately. It seems that using the reality stone can indeed deal with Thanos, but the price is 1-for-1, which Li Buying cannot accept. However, in the case of conforming to physics or with less impact, he can modify it at will, similar to magic, spending energy to achieve what he wants to do, such as freezing water into ice, turning fossils into mud, and other similar behaviors. There is also the Mind Scepter that he just got. Li Buying gave it to AIE, who studied the electromagnetic fluctuations emitted from it, trying to use it to make his program more perfect. But unfortunately, there has not been much progress so far. AIE, are you ready? Li Buying, wearing a new version of the combat windbreaker, asked the mechanical girl. After resting for so long, he was finally ready to travel through time and space again, and wanted to go to the DC universe to get the space adaptive field. In this way, when going to space, there is no need to use gravity to protect yourself all the time, and you can have more spare energy to fight. The mechanical girl opened her eyes and unplugged a lot of data cables on her body and stood up. She nodded in address and said, I'm ready. Let's go. The bright light flashed in front of his eyes as always. Li Buying appeared in the vast big box after a long absence. Several worlds he had experienced were placed in front of him. He raised his hand and clicked on the largest one, and the taskbar immediately appeared. What surprised Li Buying was that the task reward actually changed, but it was right. His soul had been repaired. Equals. Do you want to return to the DC universe? Mission, stop Superman's death and kill Doomsday. Mission reward, genetic optimization, derivative use of gravity control space adaptive field. Equals. Genetic optimization? Li Buying raised his eyebrows. He thought that after the essence of life was improved, the genes did not need to be optimized. It turned out that the two were different. Speaking of it, his life should also include the soul. Does that mean that in addition to the body, the soul is also improved? Thinking about these things carefully, he raised his hand and clicked on the confirmation. This time, he clearly felt a strong spatial fluctuation. Reappearing from the house he had left, Li Buying looked up and looked around. He called AIE out at the first time. A large amount of data kept appearing in the eyes of the mechanical girl, and she began to take over the hidden hand left by the DC universe again. Master, please help me arrange the processors on the Earth here. Okay, leave it to me. Li Buying nodded slightly. There were still processors left in his hand. He quickly arranged them in various corners. In this way, AIE's computing power could surpass most computers, and only steel bones would be a little more troublesome. AIE selected some uninhabited storage addresses. He raised his wand to perform phantom shift, threw the box containing the processors directly on the ground, and used gravity to control the soil to swallow them. About 2 hours later, AIE's processors were buried all over the Earth. She collected data and said, "It has been about a year and a half since we last came here. Superman and Batman have not yet fought, but from the database search traces on Batman's side, he is indeed preparing to fight Superman. Is kryptonite originally on the Earth, or is it because of Zod's environmental modification device? There was kryptonite on the Earth, but the amount was very small, and the environmental modification device caused the Earth to have more kryptonite." Listening to AIE's analysis, Li Buying took out the headgear from the storage space and used the slight fluctuations controlled by gravity to affect it. The image that appeared this time was not a spider, but a constantly rotating black vortex. In terms of the intensity of the battle to be involved in later, the Weaver's vest is temporarily useless. Later, he will act as the massive source to help Superman. After helping AIE fix the processor, Li Buying left his big house and went outside. He was currently in a third-tier city in the United States. There were no supervillains or superheroes, so his daily life was very peaceful. He walked on the road and observed the surroundings, went to a convenience store to buy some things he needed, and then returned to the room, wanting to wait quietly for the day when Superman and Batman would fight. However, as soon as he sat down, he felt the sound of the spider sense. After turning on the gravity sense, he also found that something like a meteorite was falling from the sky, and the direction seemed to be right above his head. He looked at the sky and couldn't help but wonder if there was any special metal that was going to fall. Then he was a little nervous, fearing that he was going to hit the Doomsday on Krypton. Turning on the invisibility mode of the clothes, Li Buying opened the window and flew toward the meteorite that emitted strange fluctuations. After taking off, he couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the meteorite. What fell was not a meteorite, but a device similar to a life support capsule. So is it an alien monkey or a girl with pink hair and a heart-shaped tail? He complained in his mind. Since the landing point of the life-saving capsule was in his own direction, Li Buying raised his hand to control it with gravity and slowed down its falling speed. He slowly fell with it and brought the life-saving capsule in. In your own house. No one noticed. Li Buying put down the life-sustaining capsule and asked AIE. The mechanical girl shook her head. No, this life-sustaining capsule has some kind of blocking ability, which can prevent the prying eyes of satellites and the like and create an invisibility effect. He returned his attention to the life-saving cabin. For a moment he didn't know what was inside. He held the holy cabinet with his left hand and asked AIE to try to crack it. If there are any monsters inside, he will deal with them directly. If he can't deal with them, he will release the spacetime force field to temporarily trap them, and then look for foreign aid. But before Li Buying could let AIE crack it, the landing capsule slowly opened and spurted out cold air. He immediately narrowed his eyes and made an attack stance, with invisible force field spikes ready to move. Afraid of being unsafe, he used ether particles to render special effects on the force field spikes, and added abilities such as armor break, fixed damage, and paralysis. The spiral spikes immediately appeared in the real world, burning with flames. People have a sense of danger. A cold mist filled the space. As the mist gradually dispersed, Li Buying's eyes changed from vigilance to shock. At the same time, he thought about whether he had really become the male protagonist in the light novel. Huddled in the life support cabin was a girl, who was about 10 years old and had long curly blonde hair. Her snow-white skin looked like it had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. She was not wearing any clothes, and there was still some frost hanging on her eyelashes. Li Buying roughly knew her identity when he saw the blonde hair. Supergirl Kara Zor-El. Ah, where am I? Kryptonian. Kara Zor-El, a girl who was only over 10 years old but actually in her 40s including her sleeping time, woke up from the soft bed and raised her hands to cover her forehead, feeling very dizzy. She stood up from the bed in a daze and looked around. She found that the technological level of the place where she landed seemed to be pretty good. Although it was far from Krypton, at least civilization had developed. After sitting blankly for a long time, she gradually sorted out her thoughts and memories, and asked and answered herself in Kryptonian language. I am Kara Zor-El, a Kryptonian. My current location is unknown. I am suspected to be a civilization that has just begun space exploration. I escaped from Krypton before. Kryptonian. As she thought about it, her mood dropped. She huddled up and sat on the bed in her pink pajamas, her eyes full of loss and sadness. Her parents' death seemed like just yesterday, but she knew it must have been a long time ago. After sorting out her mood, nervousness and vigilance followed. Although she seemed to have been found by people with good intentions, she was an alien who landed from the universe in a survival capsule. These natives would kill her. Not sure how. When she was trying to find something to defend herself, there was a knock on the door. Nervous Kara thought for a moment and said, "Please come in Kryptonian." She was unfamiliar with the place and had to find someone to talk to know where she was. The wooden door without any technology slowly opened, and a girl smaller than her appeared in front of her. Kara was temporarily relieved. At least on the surface, there was no harm in picking up her child. You. Hello, may I ask about this? Kryptonian. AIE walked up to Kara, listened to her unknown language and raised her hand to stop her from continuing to speak. She stretched out her index finger and tapped her ear, then pointed at her lips, shook her head and opened her mouth to say a few words. Kara also understood that the girl in front of her probably couldn't understand her words. As for why she didn't think she was deaf, it was naturally because the words coming out of this girl's mouth were also some kind of language. The mechanical girl took out the tablet, and an earth was immediately drawn on the drawing board. Kara looked at the earth and immediately understood that she had landed on this planet. One picture after another appeared in front of the Kryptonian girl, and she gradually understood the situation of the planet. Also, she was currently picked up by two brothers and sisters on the planet. The reason why she was so calm was because they were not ordinary people. As for the common law, he didn't elaborate on it, and Kara didn't choose to ask. Speaking of my clothes. Kara's face suddenly turned red. After all, she was actually just a 15 or 16-year-old child, and she was still a little shy when she thought of being seen. After regaining consciousness, she shook her head and pointed to the door, hoping that the sister would ask the brother to come over and thank the two people in person. AIE judged her meaning from her gestures and shouted, "Brother." Li Buying, who was waiting outside, walked in and waved to Kara. The Kryptonian girl subconsciously reached out and patted her cheek to prevent her face from being seen by the two. She then got up from the bed and wanted to say thank you, but she didn't know the etiquette of this planet. How? It was AIE who helped her. Bowing and shaking hands were drawn on the tablet. She immediately followed it and said in Kryptonian, "Thank you so much." The eldest brother in front of her smiled and waved to say that she didn't have to worry about it. The girl who was younger than her continued to draw. A blank circle and Kara's portrait appeared on the drawing board, as if he wanted to ask her where she came from. Kara didn't know how to explain it, so she stretched out her hand and scratched a few times on the drawing board, blackening out her own planet. When she saw the cookies on the table, her eyes lit up, and she picked them up and crushed them directly, indicating that she came from a broken planet. Guiding Kara to reveal his life experience, Li Buying pretended to be surprised. AIE then used a tablet to open Superman's information and images for Kara to view, and showed that he was also a person who came from a destroyed alien planet. People. Is there such a monster on Krypton? Kara couldn't help but have question marks on her head, and then she danced and said that the Kryptonians looked similar to the people on this planet, and their strength was the same as them, but not so powerful. The brother and sister nodded in front of her, and said that she could temporarily live here to learn knowledge on the Earth. Then they took her to the location where the life-sustaining cabin was placed. Seeing the intact cabin, Kara patted it gently and looked at the two again. People expressed thanks. The girl really felt the kindness of the humans on this planet, and she couldn't help but smile. Thinking that she hadn't introduced herself to them yet, she immediately pointed at herself. Kara. Later, Kara also learned the names of these two people. The elder brother was called Li Buying, and the younger sister was called AIE. Watching the two of them walk out of the room, Kara lay on the bed with her eyes open, having a hard time falling asleep. Finally done. It's really hard to communicate with someone who speaks a different language. After finishing today's exchange with Kara, Li Buying stretched, while AIE followed him step by step. When the sun rises tomorrow morning, she will notice the changes in her body. Well, it should be so. After all, sunlight has a very quick effect on Kryptonians. The reason why they are almost the same as ordinary humans now is mainly because they just came out of the life support module, and the sunlight reflected by the moon is too weak. Let's rest today. Move to the metropolis tomorrow or sometime. Then he used Kara as a contact to meet Superman, and naturally joined Superman vs. Batman. As for Batman's possible countermeasures, Li Buying is not worried at the moment. This is the real world and not a comic book. Batman can't find something out of thin air that can make Li Buying weak, and he will hide it himself. Strength. Early the next morning, Li Buying was woken up by a short scream, and he felt like something was slapped on his face. He opened his eyes and saw that the water glass placed next to the bed had already been filled with tears due to the scream. The screen was shattered, and the other glass was in a similar situation. While yawning, he stood up, took out his magic wand and cast Restore as before, and the shattered glass began to repair itself. Li Buying got dressed, walked downstairs, knocked on Kara's door and entered. Kara had stopped screaming and stared at her radiant arms in surprise. The sun's rays were adsorbed on her skin as if it were materialized. A steady stream of energy was pouring into her body rapidly. She could even feel herself changing. Gotta get strong. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Kara subconsciously looked toward the door. Li Buying, wearing cool clothes, appeared in front of her. She didn't know what she saw, but suddenly turned red with a blush on her face. Is this the awakening of ability? AIE. Li Buying called AIE, and the mechanical girl entered the room belatedly. Kara anxiously drew with her hands and feet, and Kryptonian language kept coming out of her mouth. AIE played the video of Superman and gave it to Kara to watch again. Kara finally realized that something was wrong. The Earth seemed different from her hometown. The Kryptonians here seemed to have some inexplicable changes. Could it be that the people in the image were really her compatriots? The Kryptonian girl's eyes glowed with hope. When she opened her eyes slightly, the energy gathered in front of her eyes and emitted extremely weak rays, which scared her so much that she fell back. The rays followed her eyes and swept across the roof until she closed her eyes and disappear. Kara shook her head, took a few deep breaths to signal herself to relax, and her eyes slowly returned to normal. Looking at the messy room she had made, she didn't know how to apologize to the brothers and sisters. Li Buying took out a wooden stick in front of her. He waved slightly and spoke an unknown language. Everything in the room quickly recovered under her surprised eyes. Kara, whose worldview had been somewhat shocked, couldn't help but look at the wooden stick. Could it be some high-tech item? Seeing Li Buying approaching, Kara suppressed her perspective ability. The boy put his hand on her shoulder and patted her, while AIE drew Superman, the three of them, and things similar to vehicles. The Kryptonian girl understood, which meant that the two of them were willing to accompany her to find someone. A warm current emerged in her heart, and Kara nodded vigorously, her eyes full of gratitude. Although she didn't know what other people on the planet were like, the two people in front of her did help her a lot. Instead of rushing to find Clark in Metropolis, Li Buying chose to teach Kara to control her power first. After all, whether it was the heat rays from the eyes or the strange power, it would not be easy to deal with if it were exposed. Over the past few days, she had seen the Kryptonian spaceship, the Kryptonian transformation device, and the battle between General Zod and Superman through more online videos, and she suddenly understood what was going on. If Zod's transformation is successful, he will surely live on Krypton again, right? When such thoughts arise in her heart, she will blame Superman for stopping all this, but she will look at Li Buying and AIE guiltily. After knowing that she was a Kryptonian, these two people still accepted her. They were never afraid that she was the same person as Zod, and they devoted themselves to teaching her a lot of Earth knowledge. The very conflicting emotions made her a little entangled, and in the end the choice weighed on my heart. After all, Zod has failed. She and Superman are probably the only Kryptonians. It can be said that the Kryptonians have long existed in name only. On the contrary, AIE noticed her entanglement, and after learning about it, Li Buying told Kara some truths. They were not actually native Earthlings, they could be regarded as aliens like her, but they were aliens very early on. Moved here. After seeing Li Buying's ability, Kara decisively believed this statement, and the entanglement in her heart quickly dissipated. Even when she became more dependent on the two of them, she still did not feel resentment towards the humans on Earth. This is not Krypton, but the hometown of people on Earth. It is natural for them to protect the Earth. She was still angry at Superman's behavior and felt that Superman had betrayed Krypton, but Kara also understood that Superman, who had lived on Earth since childhood, had already regarded herself as an Earthling. In short, it will take some time for the Kryptonian girl to adjust her emotions towards her only remaining compatriot. Fortunately, the time spent practicing controlling power allowed her to adjust quickly. Since there is no way to recover Krypton, then live a good life on Earth. This is also what her parents expect of her. Over the past few days, Kara's power has finally increased from a rapid increase to a slow increase. It seems that it has been activated, and now it is slowly increasing the upper limit. Li Buying, who confirmed this, also decided to leave for the metropolis today. Kara, let's go. Mainland Chinese. Okay, mainland Chinese. Kara nodded and said very awkwardly. In addition to the external superpowers, Li Buying also found that Kara showed super intelligence that Superman basically did not show in the comics. This girl from Krypton at least learned. It can be said that language has made rapid progress. In just a few days, I barely managed to learn the daily communication and words in mainland Chinese and English. I think with the sunshine, maybe my thinking mode will not change, but my memory and language skills will definitely improve again. Sitting in the car of unknown brand bought by AIE, Li Buying drove it from a third-tier city to the metropolis. Kara, who was full of curiosity, went out for the first time. Looking out the window, from the busy traffic to the deserted area, everything seemed strange to her. Novel. For those with high EQ, it means that there is a natural beauty, while for those with low EQ, it means that the technology is far from Krypton, but Kara quite likes it. AIE continued to explain the knowledge on the Earth to her. Kara was divided between listening and observing the outside world. Time also passed slowly, and soon she came to one of the most prosperous cities on the Earth, the metropolis. It was night, and the metropolis was brightly lit. Looking at the lights, Kara seemed to have regained some Kryptonian feeling, and couldn't help but feel sad and nostalgic. Li Buying originally wanted to go to the metropolitan house bought by AIE first, and chose to stay temporarily and wait for Superman to show up. However, as soon as they entered the city, a building with black smoke rising caught their attention. The flames were burning in the building, and countless people were trapped inside and wailed. Kara looked at them and blinked, then looked at Li Buying. Save me. Do you need her to save them? Kara is just asking. AIE fully expresses the meaning of the Kryptonian girl. She has a good impression of Li Buying and AIE who teach and even protect her, but others are just strangers to her. In terms of personality, Kara, who just arrived on Earth as a teenager, is obviously not as empathetic as Superman, who has been on Earth since childhood and has kind adoptive parents, and has no social relationships with these humans. Li Buying and AIE, the only ones who have contact, also said that they are different from the people on Earth here, so they are really just asking. Kara will definitely go if the brothers and sisters ask her to save them, but if it is not necessary, she don't care about these human lives. Li Buying shook his head. Superman should be coming soon. You should be able to see him this time. If you can control your emotions, you can talk to him now. We will go with you. Okay, thank you Li Buying, AIE. Kara crossed the seat and hugged Li Buying, and then hugged the mechanical girl. At the same time, Li Buying and her raised their heads at the same time, feeling something flying over here. The arrival of someone did not set off a strong wind. He relied on his own biological force field to block all his influence on the outside world, and suddenly entered the burning building. Only Li Buying and Kara could clearly see the figure. Superman is coming. When Carla saw the strong man, she unconsciously squeezed the door handle. The door handle was overwhelmed and was squeezed out of shape. Li Buying reached out and patted her shoulder, signaling her to be calm and that she would have a chance to find him later. He entered and exited nearly 100 times in 1 minute, and all the trapped people in the building where the fire broke out were rescued by Superman. When he walked out with the last person in his arms, people couldn't help but surround him and subconsciously stretched out their hands to save themselves and others. Of his own family, some people even knelt down and prayed to him. At this time, Superman was respected by ordinary humans like a god on Earth. Snort. The Kryptonian girl snorted coldly. When Superman took off, she immediately opened the door that had been repaired and chased after him. Li Buying asked AIE to wait here, and she turned on the stealth mode and followed closely. Flying in the air, Superman quickly sensed that something was chasing him behind him. When he turned around, a series of emotions such as astonishment, solemnity, doubt, joy, etc. appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Clark Kent looked at Kara Zor-El, who was unfamiliar with flying in the air, and asked her about her identity. Naturally, Kara would not give him a good look. Her eyes instantly released heat rays at Superman, and shouted, "Are you excited to kill your fellow humans and become the god of Earthlings, Superman?" Kryptonian. Facing the direct heat ray, Clark realized that his guess was right. Judging from his actions, the Kryptonian in front of him was definitely a Kryptonian who had just arrived on Earth. He kept moving sideways in the air, raised his hand and said, "Hey, kid, I don't want to fight you, I have my own reasons." Kryptonian. What reasons would make you kill your own compatriots? Kryptonian. Kara roared angrily, and the sadness accumulated in her heart turned into anger. Just when she was about to rush forward to fight Superman, Li Buying's voice sounded in her ears, which sounded very gentle. "Kara, just treat it as my request. Can you please stop first?" The pleading in her words made the Kryptonian girl hesitate, biting her lips until they almost bled. Finally, she glared coldly at Superman and temporarily put down her desire to attack. Clark breathed a sigh of relief and looked up behind Kara. His eyes narrowed slightly and he saw Li Buying, who had entered the invisible state. Li Buying also released the invisible state, looked at Superman generously and raised his hand to invite. "Superman, can you tell us something about Kara?" "Certainly." Without showing any hesitation, Clark nodded and agreed. He also wanted to know what the relationship between the boy flying in the air and his compatriots was. Falling from the sky, AIE drove to the wilderness soon. The three of them got into the car one after another. Kara refused to sit in the same row as Clark and sat in the front with AIE with a cold face, while Superman and Li Buying sat in the back. Li Buying told the story of his slightly changed identities according to the original plan. He and his sister were superpowers and could use magic at the same time. However, the encounter with Kara remained unchanged, and he told it in detail. "That's what happened, that's why we brought Kara here to find you, so that Kara can learn to control her power. That's it. Thank you very much." Clark took a deep breath and thanked Li Buying and AIE. Kara frowned and mocked. "What do you need to thank them for? Shouldn't you regret that I didn't die directly or be dragged into the laboratory for research?" Kryptonian. With a feeling of guilt, Superman tentatively said his Kryptonian name. "My Kryptonian name is Kall. I don't know if you have any impression of this name, Kara Zor-El." Kara, who was still angry at Superman, suddenly froze and shouted in disbelief, "Cousin." Kryptonian. "Ah?" Superman's eyes widened. For some reason, Li Buying seemed to have a bucket of chicken wings in his hand, allowing him to savor this good show. After recognizing Clark as her cousin, Kara's anger lessened but her complaints deepened. She couldn't help shouting, "Why do you want to do such a thing? Don't you know there are only a few Kryptonians? Oh, by the way, there are only 2 of us left." Kryptonian. "I'm sorry." Clark shook his head sadly, but his expression remained firm and he did not regret his actions. "I can't let Zod attack the humans on Earth." "You." Kryptonian. Kara has always spoken Kryptonian, while Superman usually speaks English. Although the two of them are related by blood, there is really no family tie between them. Kara, why don't you go have a fight first, or let Superman punch you a few times to vent your emotions? Li Buying saw that Kara had a tendency to go crazy, and he was afraid that the girl would turn into a villain. He suggested, and Clark actually nodded in agreement, if you want to vent, you can go to me. Don't think I dare not hit you. Kryptonian. Kara, who was filled with anger, pushed the car seat with her hand and punched Clark in the chest. Although she subconsciously restrained herself, she still took Clark to make a big hole and rush out of the car. Superman did not fight back but only defended himself. He beat Superman violently. After repairing the car as before, Li Buying got out of the car and watched the fight between the two. Neither of them chose to use other abilities. Kara just punched Superman one after another. The Kryptonian girl cursed Clark angrily in the Kryptonian language. She began to cry as she cursed, and the movements of her hands weakened. Then she pushed her cousin away, flew to Li Buying, hugged him, and cried bitterly. Clark raised his eyebrows and looked at the Asian boy who had an innocent look on his face and raised his hands. Then he looked at his cousin who was only 15 or 16 years old minus the time he was asleep. He resisted the urge to call 911 and made a mouthful of hope. Li Buying can comfort her. Li Buying naturally agreed. AIE in the car showed his tablet and explained the three people's current residence. Clark, who saw the address, nodded and flew away, wanting to ask his father, Kara Zor-El, if she was really his cousin. A cousin who is more than 10 years younger than him minus the frozen age. It's still too weird. The Kryptonian girl who noticed Clark's departure raised her head and wanted to stop him, but Li Buying held him tightly in her arms. Kara did not move because she was afraid of hurting him, and heard the young man's gentle voice. Don't worry, Kara. I left him my home address and he will find it on his own. AIE and I think you need a good rest. Looking up at the young man's concerned expression, Kara finally calmed down after venting her anger. She sobbed and wiped her eyes with the back of her hands. She was very endearing and not at all like a supergirl who could deal with most threats on the earth. Li Buying went to drive. Sitting in the back seat, she lay on AIE's lap and fell asleep quickly. Her eyes were closed tightly as if she had a nightmare. AIE raised her hand and patted her in response to the habits of humanoid creatures. Kara frowned. Only then did his brows disappear. It can be considered as a preliminary acquaintance with Superman, and then all we have to do is wait for the battle between Superman and Batman. After entering the tidied villa, Li Buying raised her hand to pick up the sleeping Kara and put her on the bed. He brushed away the golden hair on her face and then exited the room and closed the door. The next night, there was a knock on the door. Li Buying could tell from the force field fluctuations that it was Superman coming. He opened the door and raised his hand to invite Superman in the hero uniform to come in. It seemed that he didn't want to expose himself at the moment. Identity of Mr. Li Buying, where is Kara? Oh, she didn't really want to see you, so she hid in the room. Pour a cup of green tea for Clark, he said thank you and took a sip. He sipped his lips as if he was not used to the taste, but quickly took another sip, and then said his purpose, Kara is indeed my friend. Sister. From the copy left by his father on the spaceship, he learned that Kara was the daughter of his uncle Zor-El. It was said that he hugged him once, but unfortunately the two parties fell apart after the destruction of Krypton. The main reason I came here this time is to ask my cousin if she wants to go to my place. My mother can adopt her. Roll. Kara's room opened a crack in the door, and her very rude voice came from inside. Clark scratched his head helplessly and put the pamphlet on the table that contained tips for controlling power that he had recalled overnight. I hope these can help. Sister. Don't worry, I will teach her after she becomes more emotionally stable. Li Buying took the trick book and nodded seriously, while Clark stared at him and couldn't help but smile, and thanked him again, feeling from the bottom of his heart that he was a good person. In addition to his mother, Louise, and his dead father, it was because there were good people like Li Buying on the earth that he chose to help mankind. The kindness Kara received made him more determined. After Superman left, Kara came out of the room, walked down the stairs and reached out to Li Buying to briefly ask for the pamphlet. Give it to me. Li Buying, who saw Kara's intention at a glance, hid the booklet long ago. You want to burn it, but that's not possible. This is what I asked Superman for, not what Superman gave you. I have to ensure that you have it. The ability to control force. I don't want his help. The Kryptonian girl shook her head angrily. Li Buying's eyes were deep, and he took Kara's hand and said, but you need my help, and I also need your help. There is something I hope you can help Kara with. He sat the girl down and told her that he had danger foreknowledge, hoping that Kara could help him avoid danger. The girl's eyes lit up when she learned this and she nodded vigorously. Maybe she finally felt that she was no longer a troublemaker, but could help Li Buying, so Kara seemed very happy and said word by word, what's the deal? Li Buying looked up at the universe, said something to AIE, took Kara's hand and took off directly, pointed at the dazzling sun in space, and said to the Kryptonian girl who closed her eyes and bathed in the direct sunlight, I hope you can get close to the sun to absorb energy and prepare for the great danger that will come later. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, himself, The Flash. There were only about 5 superheroes who were fast enough to arrive. Excluding Batman who provided the kryptonite spear and the other useless ones, Li Buying was still going to let Kara join the battle just to be on the safe side and wear a battlesuit to hide her identity. Good. Kara nodded vigorously, and then flew towards the sun, her body becoming more and more comfortable, as if she was being held in her mother's arms again. Looking at Kara, who was glowing all over, Li Buying did not leave, just waiting for her to absorb the solar energy in space. After preparation, he would come for about half a day every day to see how Kara was doing. The days passed normally like this, everything was as usual, except that there was an extra mouth to eat in the family. Although Kara did not actually need to eat to replenish energy, she still had various desires. After spending about a month studying the spiritual scepter and the ether particles in his body with nothing to do, AIE finally came to deliver important news. On this day, Li Buying was using ether particles to try to create air so that he could breathe on his own. The mechanical girl opened the door and said calmly, "Superman and Batman have started fighting. Let's go and rescue Superman's mother Martha first." At the same time, on the other side, Superman also flew over Gotham City to look for Batman, his eyes full of anger and panic. Not long ago, capitalist Lex Luthor kidnapped his girlfriend Lois and forced him to show up. Just when he rescued Lois and was about to attack Luthor, he learned something shocking. Far away in Smallville, Kansas, the mother was arrested. In order to ensure a normal life, Superman's super senses were not always on, so he did not hear his mother's cries and pleas for help. At this time, he did not know where his mother was taken. After confirming that this incident was true, Clark could only temporarily obey Luthor's threat and come to Gotham. At the same time, he used his super senses to search for the location of his mother Martha along the way. Unfortunately, he could not find it even though he had covered the entire America. Could it be said that he was taken to another continent? With a dull look on his face, he came under the bat light, and the sky began to rain heavily just like his mood. Batman walked out of the darkness, and Clark descended from the sky and said, "Batman, this is Luthor's conspiracy, Clark didn't want to fight, but Batman on the other side, who didn't trust anyone, didn't think so, and directly opened the trap he had set. Violent sound waves were released from the predetermined sonic weapon. Clark, who amplified his senses to sense where his mother was, groaned and was suddenly severely disturbed. He lowered his hearing for a moment, and then pointed at Batman and roared, "Listen to me, Batman." Before Clark could say a complete sentence, he saw a bullet flying towards him, so he subconsciously reached out to grab it and wanted to throw it to the ground, but this was exactly what Batman wanted. Having studied Superman's battles, he naturally didn't use ordinary bullets. When he saw the bullet being caught firmly by Superman, he decisively pressed the button, and green smoke exploded instantly. Green kryptonite powder filled the air, and Clark immediately realized what it was, but by the time he realized it, it was too late, and his body weakened almost instantly. If he was given some time to bask in the sun, the effect of kryptonite on him would be reduced, but before that, Clark didn't know that Batman would get the kryptonite and use it against him. His physique instantly fell from extraordinary to close to mortal, and a sense of imbalance filled Clark's body and consciousness. A dark figure that was enough to bring fear to ordinary people immediately approached at a very fast speed, raised his arms and tried to give him a fatal blow. Batman took advantage of Superman's weakest moment, rushed to him and clenched his fists. The exoskeleton wrist guard on his arm had already been charged, and at this time it was suddenly swung out and hit Superman hard. Bang! The attack that was enough to shatter the entire wall hit Clark's chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and hit the wall behind him. The amount of kryptonite seemed to be insufficient. Even with its weakening effect, Superman still maintained a physique that was much better than that of ordinary humans. He still did not die after taking Batman's attack completely. Just his chest was seriously injured. He was still able to continue to move. Cough cough cough. Clark kept coughing and spurting a lot of blood from his mouth, but Batman did not stop attacking. He rushed in front of him and punched again. Superman, who was prepared, endured the pain and dodged Batman's punch sideways. His nails pierced his skin and tried to transfer the pain with pain. Batman turned around and continued to attack Clark, shouting in a low voice, "Superman, how does a mortal feel?" His body had not yet completely weakened, and the gun was probably only able to cause superficial injuries. Bruce Wayne, who was thinking quickly, swung his right fist, but it was just a cover. As soon as his arm was extended a little, he kicked out his left leg with the power of his waist. What Batman didn't expect was that Superman in front of him slapped his left leg armor with both hands. Clark, who was feeling suffocated, forcibly stopped the armor and raised his fists towards Batman's chin. A heavy blow made Bruce fall backwards with his head raised. With the help of the exoskeleton, his own flexible waist and martial arts skills, Batman, who was falling backwards, was about to adjust his body with a slight tremor, but Superman kicked his calf to stabilize his body, and he lost his balance and fell sideways. The 5 fingers opened and tightened again, and the sound of gas explosion sounded in the palm. Clark held his breath and punched Bruce's chest. When he was about to hit, the surrounding gun turrets aimed at Clark and shot. He had not recovered from his weakness and could only raise his hand to protect the fatal part. Bruce, who fell to his side, supported the ground with one hand and stood up. He never thought that this god on Earth would learn fighting skills. "I thought you only knew how to use brute force and looked down on these mortal skills." The gun turret stopped attacking. Clark put down his bloody arms, and bullets were squeezed out by muscles. Facing Batman's provocation, Superman, who was a little dizzy due to excessive bleeding, had difficulty answering for a while, and said with difficulty, "I am human." Don't joke, you are not human. Seeing that Clark's ability recovered quickly after leaving the kryptonite, Batman raised his hand and aimed at Superman and shot again. This time Clark did not choose to take it hard, but turned sideways to avoid it, and then found that the trajectory was not aimed at him, but at the ground. Green kryptonite smoke exploded, and Superman's ability, which had just improved, weakened again. He could not help but kneel on his legs and could no longer resist. The hidden Batmobile ejected a kryptonite spear. Batman grabbed the handle of the spear without even turning his head. He came to Superman and raised the weapon in his hand to try to kill the alien creature in front of him. However, before he could do anything, an old female voice sounded in the distance, attracting the attention of Batman and Superman. No, Clark. A man in a black windbreaker appeared in this battlefield without any other distractions with an old man. The old man rushed between Clark and Bruce and stopped the person who wanted to hurt his son. Batman stopped immediately, with an uncertain expression under the mask. Seeing the mother in front of him, Superman immediately felt relieved and grabbed Martha Kent's hand and said weakly, "Mom, I'm so glad you're okay." Time went back a little. After confirming that Superman and Batman were fighting, Lee Bying quickly found Martha Kent in Australia based on AIE's location. It was unknown how Lex Luthor had tied her across the ocean to here. After using apparition to reach the designated location, Giant Source raised his hand to crush the heads of everyone except Martha Kent, and then brought the sleeping old man to the vicinity of the battle site, and waited until the fight was almost over before waking Martha Kent up. This set of moves was done at the right time, and Louise on the other side also arrived just in time. The sentimental Batman immediately couldn't do it. He immediately realized one thing. In addition to kryptonite, Superman also has weaknesses, one of which is a weakness that he doesn't have. Bruce Wayne stared at Clark Kent in silence, but his memory returned to the alley he used to be in. When he finished his memories, he chose to throw the kryptonite spear far away, and then looked at Lee Bying in a black windbreaker. At this time, Lee Bying was wearing the same mask on his head, but the shape of the mask was no longer a spider, but a rotating black vortex. There are large and small black spots around the black vortex. Some of them are sucked into the vortex, and some are thrown to more empty places, but no matter what, the black spots always exist. "Who are you?" Batman asked Lee Bying very warily. Lee Bying shrugged slightly, pretending to be relaxed, but his voice was deeper than Batman. "Giant Attractor, Prophet, you can call me whatever you want. In short, I am here to ensure that the Earth is not destroyed. Do you know why Lex Luthor wants you to fight Superman? You are just one of the plans. He wants to kill Superman. If you fail, he will try to use Zod's body to create a powerful monster. In short, the entire Earth will be destroyed." Bruce Wayne's eyes widened and he did not doubt the words of the masked man in front of him. At least this time, the prophecy of the prophet was definitely true. He immediately called back to Clark, "Superman. I heard it and I felt it." Superman stood up, and as the kryptonite moved away from his body, he began to slowly recover. His super senses also noticed that some monster was brewing quickly in the spaceship not far away. He nodded lightly to his mother and girlfriend, preparing to return again. Step onto the battlefield. The dented bones automatically returned to their original positions with an explosive sound. Bullets that had penetrated into the bones or muscles were expelled. Skin injuries were quickly repaired. Clark stood on tiptoes and flew directly into the air towards the metropolis. Batman immediately raised his hand to summon his Batfighter, and ignored Lee Bying who suddenly appeared next to him, thinking that he must be capable of going to the metropolis on his own. "You two, let me take you to a safe location first." Lee Bying reached out to take the Kryptonian spear and put it in the storage space. He raised his hand and skillfully released the Phantom. In an instant, he took the two of them to the small house in Kansas, and then teleported again to Krypton, which was about to become the battlefield. Near the spaceship. As soon as he landed, a huge explosion erupted from the spacecraft covered by a huge building in front of him. The gravel or dust was blocked by the force field. He could feel the emergence of a biological force field similar to Superman, and it was following time slowly intensifies. When the smoke dissipated, Superman struggled with the bald monster with mucus on his body. Due to his previous injuries, he was suppressed for a while. The first stage of Doomsday kept raising its hands to bombard Clark. "Punch him down and knock him away completely? Ho 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 ho." A roar shook the air around it. It raised its eyes and looked at Lee Bying's position. The instinct of the evil beast told it that Superman was not important. The seemingly weak human in front of it was the guy who gave it the most sense of danger. Just when it tensed its muscles and wanted to attack Lee Bying, a heat ray hit from a distance. Doomsday raised his hand to try to block it, but found that the energy did not hit him. An invisible shield helped. It blocks attacks. It can absorb energy. "You can't use this. You go and take all the civilians away from the area first." Lee Bying loudly informed Superman, who was releasing heat rays from his eyes, that the advertising company in charge of the shooting could hear him. For a moment, people's attention focused from Superman to Lee Bying, who had a black hole on his face. He was prepared for being exposed to everyone's view. He raised his head and was about to call other superheroes over through the TV. However, when he thought that it would be troublesome to engage in a melee with too many people, he decided to try it himself first. This is just the first stage of the Doomsday. As long as no one causes trouble, there will be no problem. Even if there is no energy, it is still evolving rapidly. In the sense of gravity, the bald monster that he blocked from all growth resources is still evolving bit by bit. Li Buying can only sincerely hope that it will be the same as in the movie, and will not be activated by the sun like the Kryptonians, and Kryptonian's stone also works on it. Ignoring the Superman who attacked him, this beast crushed the ground with lightning speed, and while emitting a sonic boom, it came to Li Buying and swung its fists like boulders at Li Buying. However, the fists you can't get close even if you're 1 meter away. Fortunately, the current strength is not very strong. He waved his hand and took out the kryptonite spear made by Batman. Without waiting for Wonder Woman and Batman to arrive, he raised his hand and touched the tip of the spear lightly. The kryptonite spear shattered with a crisp sound, and the fragments turned into green streams and were pulled away from the things that fixed them by him. They regrouped in Li Buying's hands to form sharp blades one after another. Seemingly feeling the danger posed by the kryptonite to him, he decisively ran away from the kryptonite at a faster speed and wanted to escape from here at a faster speed, but he saw Superman coming back on the road. During that time, he had sent away all the humans within a radius of 500 meters. Now he just hoped that other people would know that they were in danger and run as far away as possible. Clark used his still weak body to collide with Doomsday. The shockwave erupted from the collision of the two directly destroyed all the buildings within 100 meters. People further away could feel the storm sweeping away. Looking at the plane in the sky being blown by the strong wind, Li Buying reminded again, "Everyone, those who can exit the central city should quickly exit the central city. The entire central city is no longer safe." This was the last warning. He slowly lowered his head, exuding a powerful pressure, and watched Doomsday, who was fighting with Superman, slightly raise his hand and activate gravity control. The fist that was about to land on Superman's face suddenly stopped, and Clark found that Doomsday's body was trembling slightly but unable to move, as if it was firmly locked by something. He looked back at Li Buying, and when he confirmed that it was him who did it, he immediately relaxed and struck the monster in front of him with both hands. He grabbed one of Doomsday's arms and pulled hard, tearing the arm off forcefully. Roar. After suffering heavy damage, Doomsday broke free from his restraints and roared. The biological force field became stronger again. It did not develop any ability to adapt to gravity. It was just the force field that forcibly became stronger. From this, Li Buying confirmed that the Doomsday in front of him was absolutely can't beat him. What? A Doomsday without energy is nothing more than that. Just as he came up with this idea, there was a sudden violent energy fluctuation in the Kryptonian spaceship. Li Buying looked back, his expression darkening. Lex Luthor started the spacecraft and used the remaining energy to try to activate the energy beam. The target is naturally not Superman and Li Buying, but the Doomsday itself. The beam of light suddenly shot out. Li Buying raised one finger and pointed directly at Lex Luthor in the distance, and aimed the other palm at Doomsday. When he was about to take action, Superman's voice came from behind, "Giant attractor, please don't kill him. That's why I hate these people who have a no-kill rule." The somewhat gloomy Li Buying held back the murderous intention in his heart and moved his index finger slightly. Luthor, who was looking excited, suddenly had all his limbs twisted. He fell to the ground and didn't even know what was happening. Then he wailed due to the severe pain. The beam on the other side was about to hit the Doomsday. At this time, it already felt that it was in danger. Instead of avoiding the energy ray again, the monster instinctively ran towards the energy ray in an attempt to absorb the energy. Just when it was about to combine with energy, the invisible giant hand of the force field once again blocked the power it desired, grabbed it and pulled it violently to the other side, away from the path that the ray must pass. The energy ray itself was about to leave further away. Considering the safety of the humans fleeing Central City 500 meters away, Superman stood in front of the energy and prepared to resist. Li Buying sighed and held the Doomsday with one hand, forming a shield with one hand to allow the energy rays to radiate obliquely. The expected scorching heat did not come. Looking at the rays flying towards the sky at an angle, Superman looked at Li Buying gratefully. Without stopping, he approached the controlled Doomsday and wanted to rip off the other arm. If there was no accident, Doomsday would have died like this, but the accident still happened. Several figures were approaching from a distance at high speeds, carrying large amounts of electricity around them. Li Buying naturally noticed the figures carrying a large amount of energy and rushing straight towards the metropolis, but he didn't know what their true form was. Fortunately, AIE also sent a message at this time. "The situation is not good, Master." The message conveyed by speaking was a bit slow. As soon as AIE said a few words, the shadows had already reached the outermost edge of the metropolis. She decisively connected to her master's contact lenses, and pictures suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Yellow, black, red. These streams of light with familiar colors made Li Buying's eyes twitch, and he had obviously figured out who they were. All were speedsters, probably 5 in number. He was rushing to the metropolis at this time because he didn't come early, he didn't come late. He couldn't help but feel that some of these guys who used the speed force deliberately led the speedsters here, just to use the electric current generated by running to replenish the energy of Doomsday. Yes, the Flash will generate a lot of energy while running. Generally speaking, the energy in the form of electric current will not affect the outside world due to the special nature of the speed force. However, this is not absolute. As long as the speedster wants to, or has any special abilities, he can use these energies. That's why the Flash is often used as a battery in comics. In movies, he also uses huge energy to activate the mother box or charge Cyborg. Damn speedsters. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and less than a second passed. The speedsters were already running from the outer reaches of the metropolis to the city center, where he, Superman, and Doomsday were. Li Buying immediately deployed his gravitational field. The resolidified kryptonite fragments kept spinning and flying in his hands. His hands rotated around a point as if casting a spell, and a small black color suddenly appeared in the center. Time force field, space force field, gravity field. The kilometer range centered on him was wrapped in a 3-gravity field, and the surrounding gravitational fluctuations were completely reshaped according to Li Buying's mood. Superman and Doomsday both responded and looked at him, obviously feeling it. Changes in the force field. It was at the same time that the force field was unfolding that Batman's plane and Wonder Woman, who descended from the sky, arrived belatedly and fell into the giant web woven by gravity. The speedsters also entered together and felt their bodies sink. What happened? Barry Allen suddenly felt that his sense of speed had disappeared, and his whole body became difficult to move. Then he looked at all the speedsters in front and behind him, and found that they were all like this. In fact, what happened on his side happened very suddenly. In short, speedsters from other worlds came to his universe at the same time for unknown reasons. Fortunately, the latest speedster to arrive is said to be his daughter Nora. Through her mouth, Barry also learned about the dangers on Earth, which is the situation of Doomsday on Superman's side. The other two speedsters are Speed Force villains from the future or from different world lines. They want to kill Superman through kryptonite in order to complete their evil plans in the future so that Superman can't trouble them. Originally, they planned to attack Barry, but unfortunately Barry had already defeated the two speed villains, Albert Swan and Zoe Lemon Hunter, and his current strength was more than enough to deal with the two speedsters who had temporarily cooperated. As for the last one, of course, the neutral Black Flash is the time undead who hunts down the speedsters in order to protect the timeline and prevent these speedsters from affecting the entire world with the Speed Force. On the way to Metropolis, Barry and his daughter Nora had successfully knocked off all the kryptonite carried by the other two speedsters, but they did not give up and planned to use backup methods. Charge Doomsday and kill Superman. The result, as Li Buying saw it, resulted in the current situation. Barry felt the extremely viscous air, and the speedsters seemed to be moving forward in gel. Just when the 5 of them were confused, a killing intent directly enveloped all the speedsters in front of them, and they all looked in the direction of the murderous intent. The 3 people from the future couldn't help but widen their eyes. The black hole on Li Buying's face seemed to spin faster due to anger. The 3 people from the future were shocked. They did not recognize this guy wearing a black hole mask and had never even heard of him. Seeing a total of 5 speedsters, Li Buying immediately knew what was going on, but his attention was mainly focused on the time undead. He mainly wanted to see what he, a person who had traveled through the world, looked like in its eyes. The reaction of the time undead is also very interesting. It directly ignored Li Buying, as if there was nothing there, and just stretched out its hands to try to catch the speedsters. Does it only react to the speed force? Li Buying narrowed his eyes and focused his attention again on the few people who were running towards the Doomsday and wanted to continue to speed up. He once again began to pretend to be sophisticated. Speed people from the parallel world, you have crossed the line. Parallel world? The 4 speedsters who were conscious when they heard this word were all shocked, but the 3 people who had traveled through time did not express doubts. Instead, everything made sense because of this explanation, because in their history, there was no black hole wearing a head here. Hoodman. Barry subconsciously looked at Nora while running, feeling a little pity that his daughter was suddenly no longer his daughter. Even if they knew the fact that this was a parallel world, the 5 people were still running towards the location of the Doomsday. Even the escaping electric energy was absorbed by the monster to a point, and the chest was moving at an extremely slow speed. Shine. Hey, black hole? Stop these 2 quickly, they have a lot of energy in them. The 2 speedsters in front were stubborn and continued to rush forward. Nora and Barry were both chasing and escaping. Black Lightning, who fell at the back, chased all the speedsters. Seeing the truth clearly, Li Buying's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he aimed at the legs of the 2 people in front and applied gravity control, as if hitting their legs with a giant hammer, but they only shook slightly before sprinting again. Speed Force protection? Unfortunately, it is still affected by gravity. Raising his head slightly, he directly exerted 10 times the gravity on the 2 villains. Barry saw the 2 of them getting closer and closer to the day of destruction, and when the electricity in his body slowly flowed to the monster involuntarily, his heart was full of anxiety. At this moment, a magical scene happened. The 2 speedster villains who were running suddenly stopped, and then fell to the ground suddenly. Their bodies seemed to want to move, but there was no way to react. WTF. Before Barry and Nora could understand what happened, Li Buying ordered, "You 2 leave Metropolis immediately. These 2 will be handed over to the time undead, now, immediately." Looking at the motionless 2 speedster villains, Doomsday with a red light slowly coming out of his chest, the Black Hole Man and Superman, Barry, and his daughter from another world didn't hesitate too much, turned around and left Metropolis on the other side. The time undead temporarily ignored the 2 of them, ran to the 2 speedsters who were unable to move and were extremely frightened, grabbed their necks, tore a crack in the solidified space and let them in, and then ran towards Barry, who was running away. And Nora only has eyes for the speedster. Damn it, you have to make me work overtime. Li Buying confirmed that they had left the stasis field and had run far away. He immediately turned to look at Superman and Doomsday, who were moving at a turtle speed. The black spots in his hands disappeared, and the passage of time completely returned to normal. Ho 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 ho. The moment the stasis force field disappeared, Doomsday let out a deafening roar, and terrifying energy fluctuations gathered in his chest, and then suddenly exploded. The substantial energy impact spread to all directions, and all objects on the ground were shattered by the energy and turned into fly ash, while it itself shed its bald skin and slowly grew hard edges and corners. The two speedsters only provided a little power. This was the current situation, and Li Buying suddenly felt troubled. Superman relies on sunlight to activate his abilities and is afraid of kryptonite. However, the Doomsday here has no possibility of growing by absorbing a little sunlight, but it is followed by rapid improvement through any powerful energy, and is still afraid of kryptonite. It can only be said that it has indeed become stronger than the Kryptonian. Superman raised his hand to resist the attack. The bat fighter in the air was blown away as soon as it arrived on the battlefield. Wonder Woman landed first and raised her shield to protect the energy. The kryptonite blade in Li Buying's hand was still flying at high speed. He himself was invisible, protected by a force field. I don't know if the kryptonite in his hand is enough to deal with Doomsday. Doomsday's recovery ability is estimated to be extremely strong. He has to use this kryptonite to achieve the maximum damage as much as possible, cut it into pieces, and then use gravity to crush it into one piece. If necessary, use strong acid or chemicals to completely destroy the monster's genes. In short, let it be completely incapacitated first. Whether it dies or not depends on the system prompts. The energy impact destroyed everything, and the damage range was much wider than when Thor and Loki stopped fighting. All houses and creatures within 2 to 3 kilometers were destroyed. After the energy impact, only a little sand was left on the ground. As soon as Superman lowered his arm, Doomsday's heavy punch hit his head hard. He was forced to raise his hand to block, and then his whole body was driven into the ground. The re-evolved monster looked up at Li Buying and jumped in an instant. To the top of his head, eyes flashing with electricity and completely released. The electro-optical rays came directly, and Li Buying took no protective measures. Wonder Woman, who had already rushed to the battlefield, raised a large shield to block the torrent. The splashing current turned the surrounding soil black. Different from being hit by a nuclear bomb in the movie, Doomsday at this time was more charged by electric current, so the cracks on his body showed white light, and arcs flashed on his body. Seeing that the attack on his eyes was not enough, and feeling Superman approaching behind him, the spikes on Doomsday's back like lightning rods quickly turned white. A beam of light went towards Superman, and another beam of light added fuel to the attack on Wonder Woman. Batman finally arrived at this time. Seeing the current situation of the battle, he felt troublesome. At the same time, he also noticed the kryptonite blade flying at high speed in Li Buying's hand. Ju Yin-Yuan, why don't you take action yet? Batman, who could only borderline obey, asked loudly, and at the same time, he decided in his heart to immediately build armor that could fight against this kind of monster after he went back, at least to withstand attacks, in case something similar appeared again this time. I'm worried about its regeneration ability, so I need to kill it in one hit. But if you don't do something, Superman will be unable to withstand it. Wonder Woman shouted angrily, and Superman indeed looked extremely weak. The sky was still gloomy, and he couldn't get any sunlight. After getting rid of most of the weakening effects of kryptonite, his body was still not as good as before the kryptonite attack. In the current situation, there was no time to shine the sun on him. Superman was worried that once he left, the entire battle situation would change. The matter was at a deadlock. Li Buying could sense a lot of sights, but none of them seemed to be planning to come out. He could only sigh, raised his head and shouted under the protection of Wonder Woman, making a little formality to call the people still there. Reinforcements in space. SOS. The extremely penetrating sound flew towards the universe, and everyone raised their heads subconsciously. Superman and Doomsday's reaction was even greater. They could feel that when Li Buying shouted, it had the same origin as them, but it was stronger at this time. People are approaching. In the dark night sky, a star became more and more brilliant. Everyone saw it, whether in the dark or in the light, that the shooting star was falling towards the center of the metropolis. The meteor suddenly stopped just before it hit the ground. Everyone saw a burning little sun hanging in the sky, erasing all the darkness around it, making the night look like day. When they got used to the extremely dazzling light, they could clearly see the figure in the flames. It was a small-looking girl, but no one could see her face clearly. All those who know something about Exodus can't help but think of this sentence, "You cannot see my face, because no one can see my face and live." Yes, the girl burning in front of her is like a god. SOS. In the vast expanse of space, Kara Zor-El, radiating golden light, is curled up above the earth facing the sun. The cells in her body are full of energy, but they are still improving under the influence of sunlight. Every beat of her heart would cause fluctuations in the surrounding force field, and her whole body would become calmer due to the sunlight, as if her spirit had been temporarily sublimated. When Li Buying asked for help, his voice naturally could not reach space. However, Kara telepathically sensed Li Buying's call for help, and the tranquil spirit became active again. Her eyes became alert again, and she stood up again from the crouching position and straightened her body. Every bone in her body made a sound, and the light turned into blazing flames and enveloped her body. "Isn't it Li Buying who called me just now?" She spoke very proficient continental in her mouth, and her eyes regained their intelligence. She leaned down, circled directly above the center of the metropolis, turned into a meteorite, and fell to the earth, the speed getting faster and faster. Thinking of what Li Buying said, her face quickly formed a mask with energy. When she fell to the ground, she had a panoramic view of the scene, and she immediately understood everything. Then it was time for her and Li Buying to really start taking action. Just when everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the radiant guy, Kara's first reaction after confirming the situation on the field was to use her eyes to release heat rays to attack the Doomsday. Li Buying shouted one step ahead. Don't use energy-type moves, they can absorb energy. Her eyes that were glowing red calmed down, and she looked at Clark, who was holding on tightly. Her emotions were no longer as violent as before, and she felt calm in her heart. She grabbed Superman by the collar and threw him directly into the sky. Clark, who was out of the attack range, also understood who the man with the glow all over his body was. He breathed a sigh of relief and without too much hesitation, followed the power and flew into the universe, preparing to recover himself under the sunshine. After throwing away Superman, the energy beam carrying the electric current hit Kara, but she didn't even bother to raise her hands to defend herself, letting the electric current fall on her body, and just walked towards the day of destruction. Sensing the danger approaching, Doomsday reduced the current blocked by Wonder Woman in front, and focused his attention and power behind him, trying to block Kara's progress. But this did not have any effect. Kara arrived in front of Doomsday within a moment, and instantly swung the knife with a speed that was difficult to observe, and Doomsday's head was cut off directly. Without the control center, the originally exciting current beam stopped instantly, and Doomsday's body also fell forward, looking as if things were about to end. However, just as the body fell, its right foot suddenly took a step forward, turned its waist and used its left hand to directly hit Kara's head. At the same time, it picked up its head with its right hand and pressed it on the head again, and the wound healed quickly. Roar bang! Just when Doomsday was about to let out an angry roar, Kara smashed its bones and cracked its muscles with a full punch, and then let it fly into the air, but its rising speed could not match Kara's own. The Kryptonian girl who had just knocked the monster into the sky disappeared, and then suddenly appeared behind Doomsday and punched it again, driving it into the soil. The two punches made the air fluctuate twice, and the shock wave hit Wonder Woman's shield with a muffled sound. She looked at the ground with a serious look. Doomsday had no intention of being unable to move after receiving such an attack. In just a few seconds, all the internal and external scars on its body completely returned to normal, and its body became stronger. Trap it. Don't stimulate it to evolve anymore, just leave the rest to me. Wonder Woman, help protect me. I got it. It's up to you. The two responded together. Wonder Woman also saw that Li Buying was probably holding back some big move to deal with this monster that was difficult to die at once. She probably didn't have much time to perform other actions, so she agreed to protect him. Kara once again came to the back of Doomsday at a flash speed. This time, the punch did not give Doomsday the opportunity to evolve quickly as before, as long as the force was maintained enough to suppress it. She put a pair of small hands on the spikes on Doomsday's back, and pressed hard for a second. The giant monster was pushed to the ground by the petite Kryptonian girl. No matter how she moved, she couldn't break free, so she could only try to strengthen her body. Strength. The only problem is that the energy it absorbs is still not enough. If it does not die, the current energy can only make it slowly improve itself. It would take at least 10 days and a half to break free from the shackles of Kara, who had been exposed to the sun for 180 days and was currently temporarily strengthened. Its hands kept hitting the ground, and the entire ground vibrated due to its attack. The foundation of Metropolis seemed to have completely collapsed. Li Buying continued to scan the weak points of Doomsday's body through gravitational perception. He will use the kryptonite blades made of these kryptonite spears in his hand to complete the cooking the ox, and then disintegrate these blades and soak the flesh of the Doomsday in the kryptonite powder. Since Doomsday was constantly undergoing rapid evolution brought about by death, he needed to constantly update his weak points and plan his route again. Now that it is suppressed by Kara, it does not need to be done. It only takes more than a minute to complete everything. Observations required. There were no other surprises in this minute. Kara's sudden arrival did make many people in the dark become cautious. They could all feel Kara's power. At the same time, after observing for so long, these people also realized the horror of the ever-evolving Doomsday. It is definitely not a weapon, but the disaster itself. Even with kryptonite, it may not be completely controllable. Those villains no longer act rashly. After all, what they want is to rule the world or other purposes, not to destroy the world itself. Phew, it's finally done. Li Buying exhaled slightly. This was the only time he used gravity control to perform such a precise attack. It was enough to turn Doomsday into thousands of pieces in an instant. Coupled with the effect of the kryptonite blade, it was guaranteed that there was nothing he could do about it. Recover. Let it go. After calling Kara, the Kryptonian girl let go of the hand that suppressed Doomsday and jumped away. The monster that lost its suppression stood up and howled to the sky. It wanted to attack Kara again, but suddenly found that it was unable to move, as if it was entangled by a transparent rope. Live. It was thrown into the sky by the gravitational tentacles, and the kryptonite blade spinning at high speed between Li Buying's hands flew out at this moment. As his control over the ability increased, the blackness of his eyes became darker, as if he wanted to swallow the Doomsday Sun whole. Doomsday, who was in the air, watched helplessly as the kryptonite blade flew towards it, and finally felt the fatal feeling it had never felt in the more than half an hour since its birth. It was suspended without any leverage points to move. When it realized the danger, it actually accelerated its own evolution and moved with great effort, as if it wanted to evolve the ability to fly. However, it was still too slow without suffering death. Staring at the flying poison that was the most deadly to it, Doomsday suddenly lit up his eyes and released an electric current, aiming directly at kryptonite. The instinct of the creature tells it that as long as it destroys this thing, neither Kara, who brings it the greatest threat, nor Li Buying, the second threat, among the members present, can kill it immediately. However, Li Buying had anticipated this situation a long time ago. When its eyes glowed, he instantly adjusted the direction of the kryptonite and completely approached the Doomsday, leaving only the last distance left for it. The desire to survive makes it still choose to give up. The current surges in its body and is about to be completely released. When it completely releases this energy in a ball shape, the kryptonite will still be destroyed by it. Unfortunately, its last ray of hope was completely cut off. A bullet hit its back from behind and exploded completely. The green smoke spread, directly making it lose the possibility of mobilizing the energy in its body. Batman coldly moved his arm, and he, who was on the verge of not being able to participate in the monster battle, started the prelude to Doomsday's death. When Li Buying shouted "K, let it go," Batman had already shot the bullet from Doomsday's back, and Doomsday only focused on the thing that posed the greatest threat to it, thus ignoring it. Danger behind you. This blow completely ruined Doomsday's hope. The green sharp blades were close to Doomsday's body and started their work due to the influence of gravity. The 4 claws were cut off easily. First, the outer flesh and blood was cut off bit by bit and turned into pieces of meat suspended in the air. Then came the internal organs of Doomsday. The sharp blade penetrated the hard-to-break bones to process important parts from the inside, destroying the brain together. In the end, the only complete part left was the skeleton. After all the flesh and blood was removed, Li Buying still did not receive the system prompt, and continued to control the sharp blade between the skeleton, constantly wearing away this difficult bone. It took about more than 3 minutes, and he finally sliced the Doomsday into pieces, all of which were suspended in the air without falling off. Putting them and the kryptonite blade inside a force field sphere, Li Buying raised his hand and clenched his arm. The kryptonite blade instantly turned into powder and mixed with the bones and flesh. He shook it vigorously a few times to ensure that all the flesh and blood were contaminated with kryptonite. Amidst the constant shaking, the seemingly ordinary flesh and blood finally began to change, slowly turning into ashes as if all the vitality had been sucked away. Finally, only white dust and green remained in the transparent sphere of kryptonite powder. Li Buying's frown finally relaxed, and he heard the announcement from the system. Equals. The mission is completed, Superman is not dead, Doomsday has been killed, and mission rewards have been distributed. Whether to return to the Lord? No. You will have a month to fix it. Equals. The moment the task was completed, Li Buying trembled slightly. The light stream that only he could see emerged from the panel and entered his body. His cells were slowly being optimized, and his own force field also changed slightly. Without enough time to feel the changes in himself, he opened his eyes and met the eyes of Kara, who was approaching. The Kryptonian girl in a highly intelligent state immediately understood Li Buying's eyes and rushed to him with lightning speed, and grabbed his arm. Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman, who had just completed their supplement and wanted to join the battlefield, all realized something, but were too late to stop them. Li Buying waved slightly and said, "Then let's do this for now, the 2 of us will leave first." Apparition. Kara and Li Buying disappeared instantly, leaving only Wonder Woman and Batman looking at each other. Superman also slowly flew down at this time, only to find that the crisis had been resolved. Looking at the 2 guys in front of him who looked like they were no ordinary people, Batman was silent for a moment and then said, "Let's talk between the 3 of us first." On the other side, Li Buying took Kara to the underground. The Kryptonian girl saw Ai sitting here. After being improved in all aspects, she saw through the essence of the mechanical girl this time, and said with some surprise, "So Ai is a robot." She was just a little surprised, but she didn't have any other thoughts. When she was on Krypton, there were Kryptonians marrying artificial intelligence. Well, speaking of Kara, is your current state permanent or short-term? Li Buying nodded slightly and was more interested in Kara's situation. She spoke of her current status without reservation. "If I take it for a few more decades, I might be able to become this powerful permanently. But now it's just like a short-term increase. After all, it only lasts for such a short time. When the increased time passes, I will still be stronger than my cousin weak." Li Buying naturally expressed his understanding. Superman has been exposed to the sun for a full 20 or 30 years on the Earth. It would be strange if Kara was stronger than Clark after being exposed to it for such a period of time. Next, in order to ensure that Kara and herself can live a normal life in the DC universe, this girl who can be called a god on Earth will stay in a secret room without seeing the light for a while, waiting for her to return to her original condition. Will come out. About 10 days later, Kara had returned to normal. The upper limit of her abilities had improved a lot due to the previous situation, but there was still a gap between her and Clark. In the past few days, Li Buying didn't see Superman or Batman coming to his door. It must be that Clark didn't want his cousin's life to be disturbed, so he hid the news about her. However, although Batman cannot know who Kara is, he can definitely realize from Superman's mouth that she is a Kryptonian other than Clark. He will probably hide more kryptonite to ensure his so-called prevention of Superman losing control. Situation. It's just that his target has changed from Superman, who already knows his true identity, to Kara, who still doesn't know his identity. I can go out now. Kara was lying on the sofa and stretched herself. At this time, she was in a villa in the metropolis, but she still wanted to go out and play. AIE nodded slightly, indicating that he had completely settled everything about Kara from birth to now, and was able to allow her to appear safely under the sunshine of the metropolis. The girl was very happy to take Li Buying's arm and invite him to go out with her. Li Buying, how about going out with me? Since exiting that epiphany state, Kara seems to have thought about many things clearly. Her eyes are no longer so full of hatred, but she has become very yearning for a new life, and she is no longer so secretive about her feelings. On the other hand, Li Buying was still a little hesitant. If he wanted to say whether he liked Kara or not, of course he did, but he was mainly worried about what would happen if Kara and Lorna met in the future. Kara has already warned this Kryptonian girl, but Krypton's concept of love is too advanced. After all, Kryptonian children are directly cultivated through genes. She didn't care about Lorna's existence, and even wanted to see her. After learning about Li Buying's difficulties, she complained about the backwardness of the Earth, and was willing to wait until he asked Lorna before talking about what happened next. Okay, if it's just to hang out. Li Buying opened her eyes and was about to get up, but she and Kara looked at the door together. Superman, or Clark Kent, was arriving in a car and was about to knock on the door. Kara walked over and opened the door. Clark was still surprised when he saw his cousin. What surprised him even more was that her cousin's attitude towards him had completely changed. Kara smiled and waved. Cousin, you are finally here. Clark was shocked by the change of his cousin. For a moment, he thought she was under some spell or magic. He walked into the room with some disbelief and caution, fearing that there would be some danger in the house. Li Buying smiled and said, "Don't panic, Mr. Clark. She just figured it out in that state." That state. Recalling that divine and detached posture, Clark nodded in understanding, and at the same time put down the big stone in his heart. As a relative and the only compatriot, he naturally hoped to put those things down. "So are you here to find me or Kara?" Putting down the teacup in his hand, Li Buying had already poured the tea in front of Clark with gravity. He took a sip and his expression became serious. Both. Batman said that he wanted to form an alliance to fight against major events that could affect the Earth. I don't know if you two are willing to join. He hopes that I can persuade you to, and I also hope that you can join. He said that he wanted Kara and I to join the Justice League, but in fact it was to prevent us two from causing trouble. Oh, the focus should still be on Kara. Kara still had no objection to this. She gathered her golden curly hair into a low ponytail and said, "I can do either. It depends on Li Buying. Sorry, I don't trust Batman, so I won't join that league with Kara." Li Buying refused flatly without leaving any room for negotiation. Before Superman could explain to his future good friend, Li Buying raised his hand and knocked on the table to analyze or predict the future situation. He is the kind of person who will never completely trust others. He doesn't even trust himself, so he will definitely make various countermeasures and measures based on the information of those superheroes and supervillains. I absolutely don't want my weaknesses to be discovered by Batman, and I absolutely don't want other supervillains to get my weaknesses, so I don't want to be a hero and don't want to be exposed under the spotlight. He spread his hands and shrugged, saying, "Let's put it this way, the possibility of me joining the Justice League is equal to the probability that Batman can completely trust someone. That means it's completely impossible, right?" Superman couldn't help shaking his head, and could see Li Buying's determination. "In that case, I will go back and tell Batman your choice. Just tell him the original words. As a person who tends to be selfish, I can help others without damaging my own interests. I will protect the world when my own interests are damaged, such as when the world is about to be destroyed. But if I am in danger, I will live regardless of everything." Seeing Superman get up so quickly, Li Buying raised his hand to say goodbye to Clark, and turned back to ask Kara, "Where are you going?" Of course, shopping in the mall. Driving the car that AIE bought for him, Li Buying took Kara to the mall in Metropolis, thinking about the future development of the DC universe. The most critical issue is the Mother Box. Superman did not die, which resulted in the Mother Box not erupting throughout the universe. Waves, thereby attracting the attention of Steppenwolf and Apocalypse. So what will happen next to cause the Justice League to happen? Or will the remaining two Mother Boxes be activated? With his fingers rubbing slightly on the steering wheel, Li Buying drove the vehicle safely on the road, and his mind was looking for the Mother Box kept by the human in the storage space, and he felt relieved. After all, the last Mother Box was in his hands, so there was no need to worry too much. Did he say that? I know, Superman. Bruce learned from Clark the response of the Great Attractor and another Kryptonian, and did not show too much disappointment. After all, he had guessed about Li Buying's psychology before. He asked Superman to go just to try that possibility. Unfortunately, the Great Attractor was not ready to expose itself, and Superman was very tight-lipped and did not say who the other Kryptonian and the Great Attractor were. It seems that we need to spend more time searching for the identities of the two people. Just when Bruce Wayne, who didn't believe anyone, thought so, Clark, who had just repeated Lee Bying's choice, recalled the words in his mind, and his eyes also became alert. I don't mind you hiding a kryptonite to target me, but you are not really going to collect the identities of all superheroes, and then record their weaknesses and finally form a file, right? No, of course I won't do that. I don't have that much energy to guard Gotham City. Bruce denied it flatly. Clark's eyes twitched and he didn't continue to ask. He just mentioned another title that Lee Bying had said. He calls himself Prophet. What if your plan against superheroes is exposed to other villains? So I won't do such a thing that harms others and benefits myself. Batman was not fooled, and still assured Superman that he had never had such an idea in front of him. Superman had to shake his head and leave this temporary secret base. Time passed bit by bit. Bruce waited for Superman to leave for a long time. During this period, he was drawing and depicting on the drawings. At this time, it had taken shape. What was drawn on it was a huge Batman robot. It is not too big, only about 5 or 6 meters, and seems to be made according to some giant exoskeleton. Of course, it is just a rough draft. Sir, the energy shield equipment, freezing equipment, and other things you need have been ordered online. Mr. Lucius Fox also thinks your idea is a bit too radical. After all, he is not a fan of such large exoskeletons. Expert. Afu's voice came to his ears, and Batman still kept a low voice. It doesn't matter, I believe him. If it doesn't work, I will try to find someone else. Unlike Iron Man Tony Stark who does almost everything by himself, Bruce has a private team in equipment manufacturing. Although he makes many things by himself, the more high-tech equipment requires reliance on research team. Lucius Fox is one person who knows his identity as Batman. He is the chief engineer of the scientific research team and one of his more trusted personnel. At this time, Bruce was almost sure that Superman was no longer spying on him, so he picked up everything, got up and piloted the Batfighter back to his Batcave in Gotham City, where he opened a secret file. A large amount of information about famous superheroes continued to surface. Looking at these things, Bruce Wayne decided to launch a countermeasure plan against superheroes. One update today, no update tomorrow. Get ready to play Baldur's Gate 3, goo 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 goo. Clark Island, in Lee Bying's room. As the bright light flashed, he reappeared in the room, his eyes swept across the room, briefly recalled what happened before leaving, and then prepared to go to the new world again, or go to the starry sky world in front again for hidden cultivation. Lee Bying wants to find a way to upgrade AIE's external equipment in the new world. If there is no new world that interests him, then he can try to completely destroy a planet in the starry sky world, or go to Wuzzo looking for trouble with the so-called evil god. However, just before he was about to leave, a special and familiar powerful biological force field was approaching. He stopped about to leave and opened the window to look at Gonada Garan hidden in the clouds. After finding the target she was looking for, the purple-haired girl fell from the sky and flew into the window. She took off the sun hat on her head and said, "Hey, long time no see. Your country is developing pretty well." Lee Bying shrugged and invited Gonada, who was looking around, to leave her room. "It's not my country. I just live here. You come to me for energy, or are you here to chat?" Gonada rolled her eyes at Lee Bying, stretched out her hand to ask for energy and was secretly shocked by his growth. It had only been a few months since she last came to ask for energy, and the power Lee Bying exuded it's already the same as her who hasn't eaten. Then he took out the holy cabinet and handed it to the dissatisfied girl in front of him. Lee Bying was not ready to go to the new world for the time being. He would wait until this guy was sent away. Ah, by the way, Gonada, who just sat down on the sofa, looked up at Lee Bying while absorbing the energy. "I feel embarrassed every time I borrow energy from you. You want me to take you there? Can you visit other planets? Can you buy some specialties from other planets?" Taking a deep breath to swallow the energy in the holy cabinet, Gonada also seemed a little distressed. Her appetite had fluctuated half a month ago and began to increase again, mainly because of the struggle outside the Earth. Yes, it was Lee Bying's battle with Black Phoenix that had a great impact on her, and the originally planned time to regain her appetite was extended again. "Other planets? Didn't you say that you have been living in seclusion on Earth?" Gonada took the conflict she said before and after quite naturally. "Yes, in order to ensure that my identity as a god born from the corpse of a god is not discovered by unknown enemies, I have been living in seclusion on the Earth, but this does not mean that I cannot go out with other identities. I am an employee in the universe. His name is quite famous in the military world." "The Marvel Universe?" Lee Bying became a little more interested and raised his hand to point to himself for safety reasons. "So I still haven't understood how strong my strength is in the entire universe." The purple-haired girl licked the corner of her mouth and shook her head while recalling the energy of the Holy Ark. "Do you think there will be many beings who can destroy the planet by taking time or using tricks? Compared to the universe, there are very few. Don't worry, just be careful. Nothing can stop us too." Lee Bying couldn't listen to these flags and pinched his arm. "Nothing can stop you. I am only a carbon-based creature so far, and there is no seal or anything like that. So are you going or not?" Gonada did not refute, but chose to ask Lee Bying again. "Go, of course. When will you leave?" When he learned from Gonada that there were very few beings that could destroy planets, he couldn't help but be curious and wanted to visit alien planets. It would be great if he could meet an opponent of equal strength and slightly weaker than himself. The purple-haired god who put his hand on the holy cabinet still closed his eyes. Wait until I'm half full. I won't have to come to you when my appetite has completely decreased. After spending 2 hours drawing energy from the holy cabinet to return her hunger to normal, Gonita sighed while stroking her stomach, which obviously did not feel full, and then stood up and straightened out her somewhat wrinkled clothes. Reaching out to Li Buying who was waiting on the side, Gonita raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's go, I'll take you there." Without appearing too hesitant or timid, he lightly tapped the right arm of the suit and said something, which quickly switched to spacesuit mode, and then raised his hand to grab Gonita's outstretched palm. Li Buying only felt a distortion in the space, his body began to be stretched, and his gravitational perception seemed to be instantly stretched to hundreds or thousands of light years away with the fluctuations. When he came back to his senses, he had been taken to a planet by Gonita. The new planet in the early morning. The distance traveled in this space is much greater than the jump of a spaceship. Feeling the slightly different gravity from the ground, Li Buying twisted his neck slightly and felt that his characteristic environmental adaptation strengthening, alien, was slowly taking effect, and his body appeared as time went on. Adjustment. Here it is. Looking at the high-tech products around him, Li Buying did not look like a country bumpkin entering the city as Gonita expected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and asked her what kind of planet this was. Gonita looked a little disappointed, but still answered him, "It's a developed planet called Xandar. This is a place where alien tourists can come. It's similar to regional tourist attractions. People can buy some specialties back." Xandar? The Power Stone seems to be here. No, it still depends on what is happening with Guardians of the Galaxy now. When he learned that this was the Xandar planet, Li Buying flashed a dangerous light, but he quickly suppressed it. The security measures here must be stronger than anywhere else on Earth. Even if the Power Stone was still there, he would not. You can definitely get it quietly. As for coming in as frantically as Thanos, well, Li Buying is still a little afraid of becoming a public enemy of the universe. He played with Gonita Gallon for a while in this place where alien tourists can stay for a while without identification. Since the currency system of Xandar is non-entity, he cannot get the money of this planet. For this reason, I could only watch the beautiful girls eating and drinking here. More importantly, I used gravitational perception to explore the surrounding environment, and discovered something while wandering around. Many cameras began to focus on Gonita who was eating and drinking, as if they were examining her identity. Li Buying, who was wrapped in a battle uniform, couldn't help but raise her hand and pat the girl's arm. "There are many cameras looking at us. Is this normal?" "It's normal. I guess it's Xandar who wants to talk to me, energy-loving, about something." When Li Buying heard something similar to a title called energy, Li Buying looked at her face with empty eyes. From the previous conversation, we can know that Gonita has been a mercenary and is somewhat famous. It is estimated that she has slightly revealed some of her ability to swallow energy, and her ability is not too exaggerated, so she got such a title. The big one hides in the city, the small one hides in the wild, right? Li Buying was about to complain about Gonita's behavior when her communication device suddenly rang. Gonita, who was eating something similar to noodles, clicked on the virtual device and kept pressing her fingers, as if she was talking to someone. After turning off the screen in front of her, she moved the big bowl in front of her and stood up. "Xandar Star just needs my help with something. Will you come with me? Tell me what it is first, and then I'll think about whether I want to help." A mercenary team that helped Xandar sent a distress signal, hoping that they could send someone to help. It seems that they have provoked some terrible guy. It seems that his name is Sovereign. Xandar's team is not very capable. Come forward directly, so I want to send mercenaries to help. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Li Buying's eyes flashed, and his body was eager to try anyway. This was a good time to try to destroy the living planet. The plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is simply Where Are We Going? Dad and Daddy Loved Me Once, performed by Star-Lord and the living planet Ego and the Interstellar Hunter, which mainly revolves around Star-Lord and Ego. Ego is a huge living planet, considered a member of the gods. He constantly uses his incarnation to sow offspring in the universe, and brings the offspring back to raise and then kill them. The purpose of this is to absorb the divine power born in the child's body, and when it becomes stronger, it will begin to devour and assimilate other planets. If Star-Lord and his party fail, the first one to suffer will probably be the Earth. Fighting against a real living planet made Li Buying's body feel inexplicably excited. The previous battle with Doomsday was actually not very enjoyable. The biggest reason is that Doomsday's strength grows too fast and is very uncontrollable. Li Buying likes to bully the small, but he doesn't like the opponent to explode like the protagonist, so he directly kills Doomsday before he grows up. Dead it. Egg is different. The strength of his planetary body has reached its limit, otherwise he would not choose to seek the power of his own heir. Okay, I'm here to help, so how do we find the space mercenaries? I knew you would agree. Someone will put the search device on my spaceship parked at Xandar Starport later. We can just go there. Gonita seemed very unhurried. She bought a lot of food on the way as she walked along the street. After approaching the interstellar port, she calmly walked towards a small spaceship that seemed to be parked for 4 or 5 years and was covered with dust. After she said a few words in alien language, the spacecraft immediately opened, and she raised her hand to invite Li Buying again. "Please. It seems you are really rich. It's just so-so. After all, I've lived for so long." There was an iron box placed inside the spaceship. Gonita tapped the button in the center of the box. As it unlocked, a screen appeared above the box. It seemed that the box and the box were part of the search device. On the 25th, turn on the autopilot mode and follow the search device target. Gonita, who was lying comfortably on the sofa, commanded. After hearing this, the spacecraft immediately started flying to the outside of Xandar to find the Guardians of the Galaxy. Sitting on the spaceship from the Marvel Universe, Li Buying also happened to use gravity sensing to see how the interstellar technology in this universe was. Unfortunately, AIE was still in his storage space, and he didn't want to be in front of Gonita for the time being. Let her out. Do you mind if I investigate the spaceship technology? No problem, just take a look. Gonita replied lazily. Li Buying's gravitational perception instantly expanded and enveloped the entire spacecraft. The main target was the jump engine in the spacecraft. This was the place where the spacecraft's navigation technology could be seen most quickly. After scanning a circle for a while, he immediately judged based on his little knowledge of science and technology that AIE had made up for. The jump engine of the Marvel Universe and at least the spaceship Gonita was better than what he had seen in the mixed star world. The engine is much more powerful. Gonita, what level is your spaceship in the universe? Why, are you worried about the situation of the Earth? Gonita guessed wrongly what Li Buying was thinking, and he followed the trend and admitted this statement. You can think so. After all, you know that so far, all countries on the Earth are still a mess, not even a whole. Oh, don't worry too much. This spaceship is considered average in the universe. The Chidori army that launched the attack on the Earth only has a few hundred ships. You know, the entire universe is not suitable for weak people. It's still too big. The purple-haired alien girl explained the current situation while eating alien food that made Li Buying feel weird. Long-distance interstellar jumps are difficult to complete. Even a powerful alien force like the Chidori needs to use the passage opened by the cosmic cube to truly travel from places tens of thousands of light-years or even farther away. The time and energy consumed in the process can be said to be countless. This is also the reason why it is difficult for interstellar forces to expand. Only small spacecraft can communicate with each other. Because of this, those who can use magic to move in space at the cosmic level are particularly valuable, but it is difficult for them to take away an entire spaceship, and those with this ability will not do so. On their own, they could become something like Odin. Listening to her one-sided words, Li Buying kept nodding. It was the same reason that Thanos didn't come to Earth. He might be able to easily destroy the planet, but as long as he couldn't get the space gems for a day and didn't perform cosmic-level space movement around him, when there are many people, we can only slowly drive towards the place where there are gems. From the knowledge provided by Gonita, we can know that Ebony Maw may not be able to do this, or even send Thanos alone to Xandar. At least Xandar, which has the Power Stone, is still fine. Thanos didn't come over immediately. Subconsciously clenching his palms, he also realized his importance. Currently, the Reality Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Space Stone were all on him. The only ones Thanos could get were the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. No. Recalling his memories, he discovered that Thanos sent an army to Xandar to seize the Power Stone first. According to the timeline, it took at least more than a year to find the spaceship of the Asgardians who had experienced Ragnarok. As long as Asgard is not destroyed, the Rainbow Bridge is not used, and Thanos cannot find anyone who can allow it to move through space at the cosmic level. Li Buying will still have a lot of time to prepare. But you still can't pin your hopes on external things. Li Buying thought a lot and was still very worried. There are X-Men in this universe and Gonita who was born from the corpse of Galactus. Maybe next month Thanos will be able to find the thing that sent him here, and then kill him single-handedly. On the Earth, you still have to rely on yourself. He talked to himself unconsciously. Gonita realized that Li Buying was worried, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Hey, you don't have many people on Earth who can kill you head-on, why do you still look so worried?" Look. Gonita naturally felt that this powerful Earthling was not like herself. Her predecessor had an unknown powerful enemy, so she was so cautious. As an Earthling, Li Buying had never been to the universe, but she could always feel it. The urgency in his heart for power. Why so anxious? Gonita was very curious about this. Because there is an interstellar terrorist who wants to randomly wipe out half of all life in the universe. Li Buying said casually, never expecting that Gonita would believe this. Her reaction also confirmed this. The purple-haired girl showed a surprised and funny expression. How is it possible? Half of all life in the universe means even gods will suffer from it. As long as the gods happen to be in this universe. Gonita did not express her belief, just as Li Buying was troubled by nightmares. At this time, the spacecraft had already flown out of the gravitational range of Xandar Star and could officially begin the transition. Upon seeing this, Li Buying stopped talking to the girl. Instead, he closed his eyes to feel the way the Marvel spaceship jumped. As the jump started, he suddenly felt that his perception was being stretched, and his original location was instantly far away. This is one of the ways the Marvel Universe transitions. Opening his eyes and looking out the window, everything around him was being stretched. What he actually felt was that the spacecraft itself was constantly jumping from one space node to another. How many ways of jumping are there in the universe, non-magical ones? He asked, but before Gonita could speak, the spacecraft's artificial intelligence replied, the current mainstream transition methods include spacepoint transition, light speed transition, and warp speed transition. Let's not talk about the magical teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge where we don't know whether it is transmitted from a certain plane or from a certain planet. There are at least several ways of jumping in the Marvel universe that are represented on the screen, which are also similar to it matched everything the artificial intelligence said. The space point jump is achieved by Yondu, Rocket Raccoon, and Little Grodd in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. When heading to the planet Ego, they accelerated the spacecraft engine and passed through multiple space jump points. A super long distance crossing. The light speed jump is slightly worse. Wendy Lawson, the incarnation of the Kree we're in Captain Marvel, developed a light speed jump engine using the fluctuations of the space jam. There is also the strongest one, which is warp speed jump. It seems that the spacecraft needs to reach a certain level of technology before it can be used. The spacecraft that his human body shaped by the living planet Ego rides on is this kind of spacecraft. It seems to be related to time, space and antimatter. I don't know if I will be able to achieve warp speed in my own body in my lifetime. Li Bying observes the space point transition that is similar to the hybrid universe but much stronger, and gradually improves his special force field. Maybe it will be used when, after about 200 to 300 space jumps at a time, the spacecraft slowly stopped in an empty universe and issued a reminder. Warning, warning, 325 consecutive space point jumps are already the maximum number of jumps for normal carbon-based organisms while ensuring physical health. Do you want to continue? Can you still hold on, Mr. Earthling? Ganada turned to look at Li Bying. With his eyes closed, he opened a crack and said, "It's talking about normal carbon-based organisms. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Continue to jump and reach directly to the location of the signal." After receiving the order, the spacecraft immediately set sail again. After a total of 852 space jumps, their spaceship finally arrived on a planet with lush vegetation. Looking at this very beautiful planet, Ganada subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lower lip. For some reason, she always thought this planet looked delicious. Number 25, what kind of planet is this? Holding back her appetite, Ganada originally wanted to drive the spaceship close to the planet. At the same time, she also asked the name of the planet. The artificial intelligence answered in a mechanical voice, "Planet Ego, owner Ego, high intelligent creatures are scarce, the risk is high, and the air composition. Okay, prepare to inform the forces above that we are ready to land." She didn't want to listen to a long speech, but was about to leave immediately after taking the people who needed rescue, but Li Bying raised her hand to stop her. "Ganada, just wait on the boat. If you are worried about your appetite getting stronger, just go further away." The purple-haired girl had a strange expression when she heard this. "What do you want to do?" "I'm going to try to completely destroy this planet." Li Bying's tone sounded very normal. Ganada raised her eyebrows but did not ask any more questions. Instead, she let her butt stick to the sofa again and waved slightly. "In that case, you can just go. It was just destroying a planet." Ganada also wanted to see if Li Bying was talking nonsense or if he could really destroy the entire planet. Just as he was putting on his spacesuit and preparing to go out, the spacecraft Intelligence 25 detected the signal again. "The source of the distress signal has been detected. Do you want to choose to connect it?" "Connected." A green face immediately appeared on the screen, and next to it was a little blue man with traces of mechanical transformation on his face. Li Bying immediately realized that these two people were Gamera and Nebula. "Are you sent to rescue by Xandar?" As soon as Gamera was connected, she looked very anxious. Ganada nodded and said, "Yes, I am an energy addict. This is my companion. What happened to you?" Gamera immediately told the story that Ego was a living planet and was ready to devour all the planets it visited. Ganada suddenly showed an expression of realization. No wonder she felt that a god had been here more than 30 years ago. It turns out to be the living planet Ego. "That's what happened. Please help us quickly. I'll be right over." Li Bying nodded slightly in response, and a system prompt came to his ears. Big Event Mission Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Ego, a living planet who claims to be a member of the Celestials, attempts to swallow his own child, Peter Quill, to gain more powerful divine power and increase his upper limit, thereby swallowing the Earth where his own cells are scattered. Defeat him, or kill him. Mission reward, +2 charging points, genetic optimization, oxygen demand is greatly reduced. Blinking his eyes, he shut down the system. Li Bying signaled to Ganada that she didn't need to open the hatch, and she directly raised her legs to perform phase movement and appeared outside. Then she flew towards the huge planet Ego, and the speed became faster and faster as the gravity increased. To be on the safe side, he directly held the Holy Ark in his hand and activated the gravitational sense to scan the entire planet. Egg, who was talking to Star-Lord, seemed to feel something. He couldn't help but look up to the roof, and his sight suddenly penetrated it and looked directly at it. Sky. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything, so he continued to talk to Star-Lord. At this time, Star-Lord frowned and said, "You said you loved my mother, why did you choose to leave her again?" "I love him." Egg sighed and nodded. He first said how much he loved her, and then said some of the most wrong truths in his life. "I really love her, and it broke my heart when she got a brain tumor." Heart of Star-Lord, who originally recognized Ego in his heart, suddenly regained his consciousness, and his eyes turned into human eyes again, looking at his father in disbelief. What did he just say? "It absolutely broke my heart when she had a brain tumor. It was so heartbreaking to have her develop a brain tumor." "Give her a brain tumor." Anger instantly rose from his chest, and Peter Quill realized that the thing in front of him was definitely not as friendly as he showed. The most important thing is that he killed his mother? Star-Lord immediately raised his gun and aimed at the so-called father in front of him and kept shooting. The energy beam continued to shatter his body, but this was just the incarnation of ego. When the beam penetrated, the wound showed a light blue energy body state, and still working on a quick fix. Who do you think you are and what do you think you are doing? Egg's face changed from a kind old man to a black-haired man with redder skin, and then back to the old man again, with murderous intent beginning to appear in his eyes. You killed my mother. Peter Quill roared loudly, his eyes full of resentment and sadness. However, how could a living planet that does not understand people understand this? With just a slight thought in his mind, an energy tentacle instantly emerged from the ground, stabbing him from behind. Here comes Star-Lord. Just when he was about to be hit like in the movie, a very special gravity pulled him away. Feeling this, Egg raised his head again, his mental perception enveloped an area, and finally found the hidden uninvited guest. Li Buying was discovered and didn't care about being seen. He just raised his hand gently to let Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot and Yondu, and the running Gamera 4 descend from the sky in a spaceship. People instantly gathered in his direction. Seeing that his son was taken away, the planet itself stretched out countless huge energy tentacles and swept towards everyone, wanting to completely kill these guys and leave only the Star-Lord he needed. However, the invisible barrier resisted all his attacks, and the tentacles he tried to intercept were directly crushed by the inexplicable force. With the help of Li Buying, the Guardians of the Galaxy finally reunited. The door of the spaceship opened immediately, and all the people outside were thrown in by Li Buying. Stop talking nonsense, you go first, I will take the rear here. The penetrating sound reached everyone's ears. Star-Lord looked from the window at the person who suddenly appeared to help him, and only saw the black hole that kept spinning on Li Buying's face. Rocket Raccoon loudly informed him through the spacecraft's loudspeaker equipment that he had another problem to deal with. Hey, the Sovereign spaceship is chasing us outside, can you help us to the end? His gravitational sense stretched out again, and he also saw the Sovereign spacecraft emerging from the space node. After they all came out, he simply raised his hand and pulled hard. The increased gravity in an instant caused those spacecraft to fall down, hitting the living planet Ego like meteorites. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, they hit the ground hard, causing an extremely violent explosion. The Holy Ark emitted a dazzling light, and Star-Lord's spaceship immediately took off and flew away from the Earth, but a deafening roar came from behind. No, you can't leave. The entire planet began to shake, and countless tentacles whipped towards the spaceship like whips, but they were all blocked. Star-Lord raised his middle finger to the planet outside the window, and the spaceship quickly passed through with the help of Li Buying, through the atmosphere and outside. When he saw the huge planet again, he couldn't help but widened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell? This planet is no longer as peaceful and beautiful as before." The entire planet takes on the shape of a face, and its eyes have been fixed on Star-Lord and never let go. A horrifying scene occurs. The living planet Ego grows its mouth. I want to swallow the spaceship whole. Gonada just looked at the changing planet from a distance and had no intention of getting involved. The energy concentration there was really a bit high. If it passed now, her appetite would probably increase again, unless Li Buying sent a message to help. Otherwise she would never go there. The scene in front of Li Buying was even more magnificent. All the original forest vegetation collapsed and turned into things like flesh and blood. The ground seemed to come alive, dragging all the crashed spacecraft into it. A line of sight, or spiritual perception, has been focusing on Li Buying. The heavy pressure from the planet keeps hitting his shield, but the triple energy shield protects Li Buying tightly, and there is no chance of breaking. Look. Who are you? The incarnation of Ego appeared in front of him. The old man's eyes widened and he was full of unwillingness. Li Buying, who had been observing the external situation, knew that Ego just wanted to delay time so that he could swallow the spacecraft carrying Star-Lord. Go down. Naturally, Li Buying would not give him this opportunity. He closed his eyes and opened his senses. As he began to absorb the energy of the Holy Ark, an invisible gravitational force quickly appeared between Egg and Star-Lord's spaceship. The giant mouth was about to swallow the spacecraft. Star-Lord and others looked ferocious and uttered curse words, but in the end they saw a very funny scene. The whole big face seemed to have hit something, and the spherical shape of the planet became flat, like a rubber ball hitting the glass. Is this all I can do? No, it's not just that. Opening his eyes again, Li Buying's black pupils became darker. He grabbed the holy cabinet with both hands and let his senses deepen to feel the force field fluctuations of the entire living planet. His brain quickly analyzed these gravitational waves and looked for their weak points. He wanted to attack the weak point just like he did with Doomsday, and then destroy the entire Ego instantly. Now, if he simply suppresses the entire living planet with the force of flying bricks, he will certainly not be able to kill it instantly, but adding a little skill to this will do, just like he uses the gravity control to expand his fists. The strike surface is average. Li Buying deeply felt the body structure of the living planet EGE, and he found that if he wanted to destroy his entire body in an instant, he needed to break through two lines of defense. One is Egg's physical shell. The thick earth, stone, and flesh form his first line of defense, which is enough to ensure that his core is not attacked. The second is his powerful energy barrier and mental barrier. Although he used part of his energy and spirit to attack Li Buying, due to the invisible attack displayed by Li Buying, Yi Ji still used a large part of it. The energy is put into protecting the core. After all, that is the most important place in his life. If it is destroyed like this, he will die completely. It is better that the outer shell is destroyed. Li Buying kept exploring his weaknesses. At this moment, a very dangerous feeling came to him. After receiving the early warning from the spider sense, he deployed a stasis force field in an instant, which was more solid than other energy tentacles. A tentacle stopped less than 1 meter behind him. Looking back, Li Buying saw the tentacle wrapped in spiritual energy. By doing this, Yi Ji directly caused the blue energy tentacle to enter a situation where it was difficult to sense, thus breaking through his shield in one fell swoop. Originally thinking that Yi Ji could not cause harm to him, when he looked at the earth, stone, and flesh and blood wrapped by Yi Ji outside the small stasis field, he suddenly understood that he was going to target him. After the living planet was blocked by a huge barrier, he determined that if he didn't want to deal with this human-like thing in his body, he would never be able to bring Star-Lord back. The entire planet experienced a sudden change and directly swallowed up Li Buying in the air. Li Buying did not make any counterattack. It would be better to say that Yi Ji swallowing him up was just what he wanted. After completely entering the interior of the planet, Li Buying can better analyze the energy and mental barriers. The only danger is that he may receive more violent attacks. Li Buying was completely swallowed into Yi Ji's body. At this time, Star-Lord and others also met with Gonada. The two spaceships completed the communication connection. Star-Lord was very concerned about Li Buying, who had saved him. Tower shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to save that guy dressed all in black? Don't worry, he will tell you when he needs help. My companion is not as weak as you think. Compared with your father, the odds of winning are about 50-50 or even 73-30. Gonada waved her hand and kept her eyes focused on that side. If Li Buying was really in danger, she would certainly go over to save him, but now it seemed that it was more than enough. Li Buying was currently swallowed whole into Yi Ji's belly. Here he saw some very disgusting scenes, with a large amount of corrosive liquid shooting towards him and carrying him to a deeper location. The flesh and blood that formed the internal walls were slowly protruding, and Yi Ji's life was divided into a huge flesh and blood monster without any mental fluctuations. It pounced directly on Li Buying and waved the metal claws connected to it. Yi Ji provided everything the monster needed. It tirelessly used its claws to scratch the spherical shield on Li Buying's body, trying to consume the energy in the shield. There was more than one such monster, and the others it is also slowly emerging. Is it similar to the human immune system? Li Buying ignored this kind of thing and continued to explore everything about this living planet. He completely memorized the force field of this special body and used it to analyze where he should attack to make it completely crack and explode. And even death. A dike of 1,000 miles collapsed in an anthill, the strongest fortress is breached from within, domino effect. Letting his body rely on the spider sense to avoid attacks that might harm him, leaving only part of his attention to prevent the spider sense from being misled, Li Buying constructed an image of the entire living planet in his mind. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the flesh and blood mixed with soil in his view became a little different. One place after another in the flesh and blood passage began to light up, and the dots quickly connected into lines, intertwining and making the entire planet split apart. In his own mind, Li Buying found all the weak points of the physical shell, mental barrier, and energy barrier of the living planet, and based on these things, he locked the core of ego in the center, which is the most important part of the planet. Everything originated there. Call. Li Buying took a deep breath, and the holy cabinet began to tremble slightly. The invisible force field cones continued to gather in the void, each one containing extremely powerful power. He wants to drive these sharp cones into the mental barrier and energy barrier to completely destroy them, and then use weakened black hole in conjunction with his own guidance of the gravitational field to completely collapse the force field of the living planet and destroy the entire structure. The holy cabinet flickered in and out of sight in his hand, and the tingling sensation that Li Buying had not felt for a long time came back again. This was a sign of excessive use of mental power, but the pain at this time was relatively weak, and he could still hold on. Just when Li Buying was concentrating on arranging an instant kill attack, a violent vibration suddenly came from the living planet. With him suspended in the air and attacked by his immune system, he was rushed deeper into the place, and those immune systems also stopped attacking. Just quietly watching him being rushed down. When he came closer to the center, Li Buying also saw a human body newly fabricated from a living planet. Yi Ji stood in front of him in a human posture, with deep fear in his eyes. When Yi Ji was preparing to destroy the planet, his extremely powerful spiritual power felt the danger, but he didn't know what the lowly creature in front of him could do. When he saw the holy cabinet exuding powerful energy in Li Buying's hand, he finally decided to put down his status as a god and talk to Li Buying, and then take this opportunity to kill him. Human, why are you trying to stop me? Do we have some irreconcilable contradiction? Yi Ji smiled and spoke calmly, trying to persuade Li Buying to give up attacking him through rhetoric. However, Li Buying didn't care about what he said, he just acted to declare his decision. The extremely powerful pressure instantly squashed the avatar in front of him. Li Buying stretched out one hand and turned back to make an interception gesture. The strong force field firmly locked a tentacle that had been ready to go. Li Buying said coldly, "Is this the truce condition you want to talk to me about? Seeing that things were exposed, Egg's body trembled, and various strange creatures began to appear, and they used various superpowers, including energy beams, flames, mental influences, and force field changes similar to his. But it was all in vain. When he approached Li Buying, these things were instantly smashed into pulp by the strong pressure. Seeing this, Yi did not stop, opening gaps one after another, and extremely hot lava poured out. The lava bubbled and rolled down, quickly covering Li Buying's surroundings. When the outside solidified and completely sealed him, the lava inside remained in a liquid state, and the strong high temperature penetrated and was blocked by the protective clothing. What are you doing? Li Buying was a little confused. He must know that lava cannot cause much harm to him. The upper limit of flame and certain energy is much higher than that of lava. However, as time passed, a strange force field caught his attention. This force field phenomenon suddenly appeared with him as the center, as if he entered deeper into the Earth's core and was attacked by high temperature and high pressure. Adjusting to resist the gravitational influence of the outside world on him, Li Buying also discovered Yi plan. He really wrapped Li Buying in a small energy core and launched an all-round attack on Li Buying without blind spots. The effect of this is indeed very significant. As the continuous impact on energy and spirit gradually deepens, cracks appear in Li Buying's outermost protective shield. That is not a sign of partial fragmentation. This layer of shield can only be destroyed as a whole. The occurrence of cracks means that the entire shield will soon be unable to withstand the intensity of the attack. Sure enough, when the pressure suddenly surged, the outermost shield shattered, and the pressure reached the second shield. He still needs more energy. Realizing that the energy given by the Holy Ark was not enough to sustain many processes, Li Buying decisively mobilized the ether particles in his body. As the reality stone was guided and activated, a steady stream of energy emerged from his body, and his invisible physical protection, the hood, is also rapidly changing. Dark patterns covered the spherical shield and surrounded his edge. The second layer of protection became more powerful. When Egg noticed this situation, he was confused and could only strengthen his attack with all his strength. Time passed bit by bit, and the living planet was unable to cause damage to the second layer of shield. The mass of ego itself was almost the same as that of the moon. The weight of the entire planet was completely pressed on the shield without any damage. Effect. Li Buying, who was suspended in the air, opened his eyes at this time. The black holes on the mask seemed to sense his active spirit and accelerated the release and absorption of black spots. His reading bar has now been read, and it's time to enlarge his moves. Yi, who had strong mental power, also foresaw something at this time. The entire planet shook violently and opened a huge hole almost instantly, exposing Li Buying again, and then showed extremely fast speed at this time. He actually tried to move at warp speed with such a huge body, trying to stay out of Li Buying's sight as much as possible. How could Li Buying let Yi escape now? He had already observed the drastic changes in the force field before he fully launched his action. He was holding the Holy Cabinet in his right hand, and a blue Rubik's Cube suddenly appeared in his left hand. Stagnation field? Buzz. Before Yi influenced time and space to create a warp force field, Li Buying used the stasis field to wrap the entire satellite-sized living planet in it. The space became extremely solid and Yi's speed also became very slow. Yes, he can still move in the stasis field, and his speed is completely reduced. After controlling Yi, the suspended ball in Li Buying's right hand fell on the entire palm of his hand. Powerful energy radiation spread out in all directions. The force field cone without adding ether particle energy disappeared and moved to the position where Yi escaped. Each root corresponds to the direction required to cause it to collapse. The first is the mental shield. 5 fingers grasped the Holy Cabinet, and the force field slammed into the weak point of the spiritual shield. Within 1 second, all the sharp cones pierced into it, just like hitting a huge piece of glass with a certain amount of window-breaking hammer. The vibration formed together caused the shield completely collapsed. Clang! The shattering of the mental shield caused a large amount of mental power to leak out. Li Buying vaguely heard Ego's wailing. In the distance, he was worried that Star-Lord couldn't help but fell to his knees. He felt the pain similar to that of his biological father, and his head seemed to be split open normally. The mental shield was shattered all at once, causing the living planet to temporarily lose the ability to think. The original energy field and the planet's body were in chaos, and the flesh, and sand trembled irregularly. Next comes energy and body. The terrifying fluctuations expanded outward with Li Buying as the center. The lava that originally blocked him and the hard shell outside cooled silently and were crushed into powder and floated away. The cosmic cube in his hand trembled violently, wave after wave. The energy shock swept everything around. In this environment, force fields that are small compared to the entire planet but extremely huge for humans are smeared with blue light and fall towards the vulnerable points on the planet's surface, either cutting or blunting them. Hit. A blood vessel like a mountain was hit, and then exploded and splashed out a large amount of blood. A similar thing happened to Egg's entire body. As for the energy shield, it also collapsed with the attack, and the surface of the planet began to appear dangerous to living things. Talk about extremely horrific disasters. It's a pity that there are no creatures for comparison. Only Gonada and the Guardians of the Galaxy saw from a distance that the face of the planet was distorted by pain, and they were frightened by the coming of death. His subconscious desperately hoped that he could maintain gravity and keep the cut bodies from splitting apart. However, gravity was already within Li Baiying's range of influence. His body lost support and quickly began to shift. In the core of the body, the huge brain was still active. After being hit hard by the mental blow, Egg completely woke up in just 4 seconds, looking at the irreversible and unbelievable things. Cricket is a human being. Cricket is a human being. Seeing that he could not recycle the body that had been put together for many years outside the core, Yi Ji looked at Li Baiying, who was floating not far away, with murderous intent. As the body cracked, a huge gap appeared, and there was a gap between him and the brain. The obstacles have also disappeared. Li Baiying faced the brain directly, and the mental attack that gathered all the murderous intent stabbed Li Baiying like a thorn. Yi Ji still had a chance. His shell was just broken. As long as he could survive this time, he could find some space in the universe. Dust adsorption can be reshaped. There is also Star-Lord who has not escaped. If he is swallowed, he will be able to rise to the next level. So as long as he kills this low-level creature, everything will be solved easily. The brain, which no longer needs to support its shell and pretend to be a planet, blasts all its mental power and energy towards Li Baiying. Li Baiying widens his eyes and raises his hands to create an extremely thick shield, which is layer by layer under Yi Ji's attack. Broken. Having put most of your energy into maintaining defense, can you now let go and attack? Li Baiying didn't panic at all about the attack coming towards her. The cosmic Rubik's Cube rotated slightly and its energy shield unfolded close to her body. The beam of light, which was enough to penetrate a planet, forced Li Baiying into his life and enveloped him completely. It did not disappear in an instant. The energy continued to wash over Li Baiying's body. The shield modified according to the protective force field of the cosmic Rubik's Cube emits a dazzling blue light. It is so beautiful, covering the skin, and is in an extremely stable state. The power of destroying the planet cannot shake it in the slightest. After unleashing what might be the last attack in his life, the energy emitted by the brain finally weakened. When he saw the intact Li Baiying, Yi Ji couldn't help but let out incredible mental fluctuations. Why aren't you dead yet? Wait, that's it. Staring at the Rubik's Cube in Li Baiying's hand, the self-proclaimed God group felt more and more familiar to it, and its mental fluctuations revealed a feeling of gnashing of teeth. The moment before it was about to die, it finally realized that what Li Baiying was holding was a space gem. Using the space gem as a powerful energy source is simply a waste of money. If the space gem can be in its hands, no, as long as the gem is not in the hands of the guy in front of him. Feeling Yi Ji's mental fluctuations, Li Baiying had already raised his arms. The Holy Cabinet and the Universal Rubik's Cube were suspended in the air. When his palms came together, a small black vortex appeared on the top of his fingers, and a faint energy fluorescence emitted around them. The black hole instantly disappeared in his hand, and when it reappeared, it had already hit Egg, who had used all his remaining strength to protect himself. The extremely solid gravity penetrated the shield unstoppably, not even blocking it for a second. As the weakened black hole collided with Ego's body, it immediately began to absorb the surrounding matter in order to expand itself. The periphery of the vortex completely tore Ego apart, and the anger originally displayed by its mental fluctuations immediately changed to fear and wail. Li Baiying had already lifted the blockade on space, but it had no way to use warp speed to escape from here. The black hole distorted the entire gravity field and the continuity of time and space, so that Egg could only be gradually compressed and swallowed. As time goes by, the weakened black hole completely destroys and crushes the brain. The black in the center becomes deeper, and even the light gradually disappears. At this time, Li Baiying only sees a hole in front of him, and the force field senses I also sense its subtle changes. The space of about 1 millimeter in the center of the black hole is being destroyed and distorted, and the scope is still expanding. To put it simply, it is transforming into a real black hole, but due to insufficient energy, it will eventually dissipate completely. Li Baiying, who confirmed this, recorded the changes in the gravitational field. He raised his hand to wave the string that only he could see. The black hole that was forming instantly disintegrated. Egg was completely shattered at this time. In an instant, it turned into energy and dust and dispersed around. Equals. The task is completed and the reward has been distributed. Equals. After dealing with Yi Ji, Li Baiying put away the cosmic Rubik's Cube and the Holy Cabinet after relaxing, and subconsciously looked up at other light points in the universe. This was the first time he chose to completely destroy the moon-sized ego. When he used gravity control, he once again felt the more magnificent force field he had felt before. Planetary system, star group, star cluster, superstar cluster. Closing his eyes and feeling it again, he found that heavy and huge force fields were stacked on top of each other, affecting each other. The small force fields formed large force fields, and the large force fields were affecting the small force fields. Only in this way can the current stable spacetime and dimensions be completely formed. Is the direction of my progress a little skewed? Li Baiying thought about his route, tried to raise his hand, and used his ability to contact a distant planet. After discovering that he could not affect the force field there, he took out the Holy Cabinet and tried again. Through various subtle changes in the force field began to affect the larger force field. Before he finished trying, the spaceship in the distance was approaching. When Li Baiying put down his hand, the distorted force field did not reach the point where it was completely changed, and retracted under the great influence. Stepping into Gonada's spaceship, the purple-haired girl was looking at him with strange eyes. She had thought that Li Buying could deal with Yi, but she didn't expect it to look so easy. How do you feel after dealing with a satellite? Do you think it is weak or strong? It's very strong. I just borrowed the energy from the gem to defeat ego. Li Buying was not very proud. Just when he was about to continue talking to Ganada, the communication from Star-Lord came through. Star-Lord, whose biological father had just died, had "It's such a relief" written all over his face, and he thanked Li Buying very sincerely. Li Buying waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to pay too much attention, and at the same time reminded, "By the way, there is a prophet on my planet who has noticed the conspiracy of Miss Nebula and Miss Gamera's adoptive father, Thanos. If possible, you'd better stay away from Xandar. He will definitely get the Power Stone. If he can't catch up with you who are wandering in the universe, he will definitely spend some time going to the Earth to find the 4 gems there. Gamera and Nebula hold the key to him getting the soul gem, so he must not catch it." Fear flashed in the eyes of Gamera and Nebula after hearing these words, and then they also thanked Li Buying, but that was something that happened later. Now the 2 spaceships can still take a trip to Xandar. After receiving the reward from Xandar, Star-Lord and others also reminded them. Li Buying and Ganada found a blind spot, and the girl directly pressed his shoulders and returned to Earth instantly. After returning to Earth, Li Buying, who had developed his sense of gravity, felt a little dizzy. When he saw Ganada sitting down again, he raised his eyebrows. "What, are you planning to live here permanently?" "It's not impossible, but now I just need to sit down for a while." The girl did not refute. She did think about it seriously and felt that Li Buying was a companion she could rely on in terms of interests. After getting along for a period of time, Ganada discovered that he actually didn't have much interest in humans, or people who had nothing to do with him. Sense of identity. The reason why the current situation is maintained is simply because he finds it troublesome and wants his relatives and friends to live a better life. What if you wait until they die? Ganada could feel that Li Buying was beginning to look less like a human being. His lifespan could definitely exceed that of a mortal, and his strength was still growing. If he could still grow stronger at this rate in the future, then she wouldn't mind relying on Li Buying. "Ha, spare me." Li Buying did not take her words seriously, and subconsciously thought that he was a human being, even if his genes were optimized and his life essence was improved. He didn't know that his life essence actually surpassed that of human beings. If he insisted on classifying it, he would probably be a demigod, just like Hercules and the like in mythological stories who did not become gods. "I have something going on at home recently, so the updates will fluctuate and will return to normal in September." Inside Stark Tower, Tony Stark is carefully conducting research on the extremis virus. Mutants, aliens, Hydra, and some things he has seen have given him a sense of urgency, and he is eager to make himself stronger. As an inventor, he knows what he is better at. The research on the extremis virus is just an extension of the battlesuit. Tony wants to perfectly enhance his body through the extremis virus, and then reversely let the battlesuit do more. In addition to the research on the extremis virus, he is trying to make a portable transformation of his armor, but unfortunately it is not going well. He is currently waiting to complete the technical exchange with Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. Yes, due to the various dangers threatening humans on Earth, Reed first approached Tony, hoping to form a more secretive and smaller organization with him. This organization will be composed of several smart, wealthy and influential superheroes on Earth to deal with the upcoming dangers in this world. In addition to the danger of communication, scientists who join this organization can also share certain technologies. It is not compulsory, and they can freely choose whether to share technologies. In fact, some technologies that are not difficult for some people can inspire others to get more inspiration, thus saving a lot of time. Tony immediately agreed to this matter after hearing about it, and tested each other to a certain extent with Reed. Both smart people were very satisfied with each other's performance. As for the name of this organization, it was also confirmed after Bruce Banner was invited by Tony to join. Its name is Illuminati, Illuminati. Rubbing his temples, Tony put down the test tube in his hand, cleaned up the traces of the experiment and walked out of the laboratory. Jarvis' voice came at the right time. "Sir, the gravity detection device has discovered the changes in the gravity field around the Earth again, but according to the changes in the force field, the Earth itself has not been greatly affected, and the reason for the change has not been found yet." "Really? I see." Tony shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to slide the screen in front of him. The picture stayed at the great attractor Li Buying. With him were the Weaver and Lorna Dane, as well as several names mentioned by the Weaver. According to intelligence, the Great Attractor and the Weaver both belong to the same secret organization. They are also accompanied by a super hacker, and they are led by the Prophet. At least so far, the Prophet has indeed predicted many things, including various huge dangers. But this did not make Tony and many people feel at ease. Instead, they felt that this organization was very dangerous. If the secret organization only had the Weaver, Hacker, and the Prophet, they would indeed be good helpers without strong power. It was not a big deal that the Weavers killed so many people. Although the senior officials were nervous, they were still confident that they could deal with the Weavers. However, the problem was that in addition to the 3 people who did not show much strength, there was another giant attractor in the organization, which was troublesome. The fact that he raised his hand and twisted the aircraft carrier into scrap metal was enough to attract many people's attention. However, according to the research and speculation of many people, it is not difficult to find that it is also possible that he was fighting with the Black Phoenix in the sky and changing the gravitational field. The former is enough to be taken seriously, and destroying the city is not a problem, but the latter can destroy the entire continent. This is not only taken seriously, but also feared. The most important thing is that the official side did not catch Li Baing's weakness. With the help of the Prophet, the mutants calculated the time and left directly. They took advantage of the chaos caused by the battle between Hydra and the official to announce the establishment of a country on the island. This was something no one expected. Chinese, suspected mutants, and only one adopted sister among their relatives, these 3 points alone are enough to make the government vigilant. Giant attractor, giant attractor. Jarvis, call up the gravity map. How wide is this special gravity now? Tony didn't have much bad feelings about Li Baing's influence on the Weavers, but Li Baing was too powerful, especially his ability to cause problems with the Earth's force field, which made the superheroes have to be vigilant. Just as Tony was drinking coffee, Jarvis said a data that shocked Tony. According to calculations and inferences, although this special gravitational field is weak, it can affect Neptune from the Earth. At the same time, Li Baing was trying to learn similar skills to use a little force to achieve a great result. It has been a week since Li Baing came from outer space. Today's night sky is extremely bright. He sat on the roof and looked up at the universe, raised his hands and spread his fingers slightly, and the fluctuations that ordinary people could not perceive spread outward with his body as the center. This kind of fluctuation is small and hidden, so it is difficult to be discovered. More importantly, it is very similar to the Earth's gravity field on the surface. Without the help of instruments, even some strong people will find it difficult to realize that this situation has occurred. Through the spreading gravity, Li Baing felt the various overlapping force fields in the universe. Gravity itself is very weak among the 4 fundamental forces, but it will increase as the size of the object increases, and it will also produce the possibility of mutual multiplication as the number of force fields increases. As long as the mass is large enough and the overlap is large enough, the gravity of an object can surpass the other forces carried by the object. Black holes are the most extreme example. These overlapping force fields constitute the current star motion and make the universe what it is now. The 10 outstretched fingers were connected to different gravitational fields. Li Baing felt a group of ultra-small meteorites that were quickly passing through the Earth. His fingertips moved slightly as if they were pulling on spider threads. The heavy spider webs woven by gravity spread and fluctuated, going away and getting stronger. Meteorite groups in the universe suddenly began to change orbits due to gravitational fluctuations, falling straight towards the Earth and disappearing while rubbing in the atmosphere. Not even meteors were seen. Opening his eyes, Li Baing stood up and patted his pants, with a little joy on his face. He had always used a single force field, or overlapping it like a stasis force field, and had never thought about overlapping forces. Now it seems that he can do what he originally wanted to do with fewer resources. When he stood up, the Phoenix girl Jean Grey, who was standing aside at some point, asked in surprise, "Maki North, what were you doing just now?" "I'm just using my ability that is in line with, but not quite in line with, the laws of physics to conduct some experiments," Li Baing said casually. It seemed that at least Jean Grey felt the change and extension of gravity. His superpower is indeed strange. It will become stronger if it conforms to the laws of physics in some aspects, but it can be used completely if it does not conform to the laws of physics. It is a bit like what a certain foundation calls a reality warper. Li Baing clapped his hands to stand up again, and then spread them to invite Phoenix Girl to fight. "Want to try your hand?" "No, you give me a feeling of extreme danger. I need to rescue my trapped compatriots in a few days." Jean Grey believed in her intuition and did not intend to practice with him. When Li Baing heard that there would be a rescue mission tomorrow, he touched his neck slightly and asked a little embarrassedly, "I remember that Lorna will also participate in this rescue mission." At this time, Krakova is no longer the original island. A small town has taken shape, and the infrastructure is very complete. The only thing missing is people. So the X-Men and the special operations team that Krakova had just formed, the mission at this time basically became a support type, to explore where mutants are trapped, whether there are still mutants hiding in the society who want to come. The current task of those who went out is to bring back these kind mutants and even superpowers who have suffered persecution and hope to come to Krakova. Krakova will not refuse. Li Baing was still a little worried about whether something would happen to Lorna. Jean Grey saw his worry. "Although your girlfriend is not as powerful as you, don't worry. Lorna is also an X-Men reserve in school. Or are you going to use your power to transfer her away from the dangerous position? This is also completely possible. After all, there would be no country without you." Jean Grey gave Li Baing advice, but he shook his head and tapped his head with his hand. "Forget it, I will take good care of her." Jean Grey, who came because of the special gravity, chatted with Li Baing for a while, then flew away. When she flew to the air, she suddenly looked up and showed a solemn look. Li Baing seemed to have sensed something. The spider sense sent him a signal that other people were in danger. A large number of missiles were flying towards this side not far away. He traced back according to the trajectory of the action and found that they were ships without any flags. "AIE, check where these ships are coming from." Li Baing spoke in the void, and the voice of the mechanical girl came from the watch, from the United States to Iraq and then to here. Okay, give me the location of the airfield in the military base in a moment, and then record their behavior this time and spread it on the internet. After instructing AIE, he said loudly to Jean Grey, is it you or me? After losing her dark personality, Jean Grey no longer needs to deliberately suppress her abilities. Although there is no sign of using the power of the Phoenix, her strength can be said to have increased exponentially. Now the two strongest people on Krakova Island are Jean Grey and Li Buying himself. These missiles can be easily controlled even by Magneto, but since the old man is sleeping, it is better to give them to one of them. Jean Grey in the air nodded to Li Buying, raised her hands and clenched them, and the missiles falling from the air were distorted and did not even explode. They turned directly into various kinds of powder and fell. She looked at the warships launching missiles farther away and slapped them in the air. Under the horrified gaze of the soldiers, all the weapons on the warship were destroyed in an instant, and they immediately chose to return the same way. Li Buying did not comment on the fact that Jean Grey did not kill. He looked at the hot posts and videos that began to appear on the websites on his mobile phone, and slightly calculated the location of the military base. He was ready to take action tomorrow night. In the morning, he still had to ask others what they were going to do. In the meeting room, a group of senior executives from Krakova gathered here, arguing about how to deal with the US military's attempt to attack Krakova. As expected, the two old guys quarreled again. Professor X felt that it was the early stage of development, and he should pay attention to the international impact. At least the counterattack should not be so harsh, so that the organizations that detained mutants would not choose to deal with all the mutants they caught when they were desperate. Magneto felt that countries still had to hurt each other. Only by being able to suppress the other party with force can the other party really not have any covetous thoughts. Just look at the nuclear bomb to know what the situation is. If you have it, you have to show it. Now Krakova already has 2 nuclear bombs that can be used continuously, Jean Grey and Li Buying. As long as he takes this opportunity to cause trouble and then throw them, Magneto is sure that no one will try to threaten the entire island of Krakova in the future. Li Buying, the peacemaker, waited until the eagle and the dove had almost quarreled, and then came out to smooth things over and threw out his own opinions. The military airport locked by AIE appeared on the big screen. In this case, just throw the nuclear bomb to a place where there is no one. It can't hit anyone, and it can still show off. I will do it. I guarantee that no one will die. Oh, those who are scared to death or seek death by themselves don't count. Professor X and Magneto are both extreme to varying degrees. When they saw Li Buying's compromise plan and nodded in agreement, they couldn't help but sigh, realizing that their thinking was a bit rigid because of their past actions. The two quickly held a small statement and posted it online, saying righteously, Krakova is not some country in the Middle East. They will launch an attack on a certain US military camp, but the first action will not cause too many casualties. It is just to let those politicians and officers know that the mutant country is not easy to mess with. When night fell, the matter intensified after about a day of fermentation. The troops in various places were on high alert, and people on the internet were also looking forward to it, hoping to join in the fun. When it was night on Krakova Island, it was daytime in the United States. Li Buying yawned and went to his house. Suddenly he found that many people were looking here. Professor X drove the wheelchair over and asked doubtfully under the house, Mr. Markey, don't you need to make some preparations? No, I have auxiliary equipment. Li Buying, who didn't want to explain more, took out the holy cabinet. The strong energy radiation emitted made everyone retreat involuntarily. He tapped his hands to expand the gravitational perception that enveloped the Earth, and then locked on an army with the largest number of fighters. Taking a sharp breath to make his chest swell, Li Buying held the holy cabinet with his left hand and raised a finger with his right hand. Force fields appeared one by one according to his thoughts. Jean Grey's eyes widened slightly. In perception, gravitational fields pile up and extend like dominoes. The location where the largest gravitational field cluster is located is a secret airport selected by Li Buying. He moved his finger in front of him and tapped the front. The tiny gravitational force began to expand and spread out due to the first gravitational field, and the force along the path of travel increased horribly. 2 seconds later, everyone in the secret military base heard a deafening roar. The soldiers in the army watched as their hangar collapsed instantly, and it was not an ordinary collapse. The entire hangar became flat, and it was impossible to tell that any fighter jets had been stored inside. No, the leader's roar came from the base. A certain surveillance camera completely recorded it all and quickly transmitted it to Clayquay Island. When the island's top officials saw this, the video was immediately released by AIE. Go out and let a lot of people know a little bit. These mutants are really no joke. I'll leave the rest to you. Li Buying, who seemed to have spent little effort, stretched slightly and then went down from the roof. Seeing this, everyone stopped gathering around and went to the temporary office to discuss how to make the announcement. At the same time, Tony, who was adjusting his armor, also learned the results of this incident from Jarvis. Judging from the results, he did not think there was anything wrong with the actions of the Crockway Kingdom. No civilians, maybe no one died as a result of this incident, and there was no need for a superhero like him to care about it. Unfortunately, things went against expectations, and Jarvis suddenly said, Sir, Mr. Reed Richards would like to have a small meeting with you to discuss the matter of Mr. Li Buying from Clarkway Country. Stopping his fingers that were typing on the keyboard, Tony raised his eyebrows and asked Jarvis to open the communication. Reed's face appeared on the screen next to him. Stark, do you know what happened just now? Are you referring to the warning issued by the Crockway Kingdom to the United States? I know. Tony nodded. Seeing that he didn't care much about it, Reed immediately understood what he was thinking. Mr. Fantastic knocked on the table in front of him and said, a mutant who can trigger a nuclear explosion-like result at any time, you should know how dangerous he is. Then just treat him like a nuclear bomb. Tony's first reaction was to regard Li Buying as the nuclear deterrent weapon of the Crockway Kingdom. He felt that Li Buying would not take action easily, and this behavior also proved this. But Mr. Fantastic's next words made him frown. But have you ever thought about it? This new type of nuclear bomb can not only produce the destructive power of a nuclear bomb, but can also defend against the attacks of other nuclear bombs. This will make the power between countries has become less symmetrical. But with all due respect, the United States has many people who can handle nuclear bombs. If that's the case, people like this should be locked up. Tony stared at Reed on the screen and made explicit hints. With Mr. Fantastic's IQ, he naturally knew what he was hinting at. Both of them can make devices that prevent nuclear bombs from being detonated. If they can simply defend against nuclear bomb attacks, they will be wary and afraid that the international situation will be destroyed, so the two of them must be protected as soon as possible. Listening to Iron Man's overt and covert protection, Reed also understood that he probably trusted this giant attractor more, probably because of the trust gained from his previous cooperation with Weaver. But Mr. Fantastic has not relaxed his vigilance. He has not made contact with aliens and his biggest enemy is Dr. Doom. He still looks at this mutant country from the perspective of humans and the United States. Maybe, I hope you are right, and I hope the situation on Earth will not be changed. After hanging up the communication, Reed looked at another screen in front of him, which showed scattered and seemingly useless force field fluctuations. Mr. Fantastic rarely showed a distressed look. He hoped to use these to develop a device to counter Li Buying's attack. However, these force field fluctuations were extremely messy and too weak, making it very difficult to study them. Of course, although the above two reasons alone will increase the difficulty of research, they will not make him too troubled by the reproduction of Li Buying's attack. What is really difficult for him to understand is another reason. The more he dug into these force fields, the more he discovered one thing. The data obtained from the research showed extremely weird changes for the same force field. It was different every time, just like the force emitted by Li Buying. The field can continuously invalidate the physical laws discovered by mankind. After taking a sip of the coffee he had put aside, Mr. Fantastic did not panic because of this. After all, he knew that there were magic, aliens, and gods. It was not unacceptable for someone to change the laws of physics. Looking at the garbled stuff in front of him, Reed stretched out his arm and pulled another computer over with a sigh. On it was a conversation between him and a doctor named Henry Hank Pym. Reed is trying to reconcile him with Tony, and then he, himself, Tony and Bruce will complete a super artificial intelligence. Tony had confirmed that his father seemed to have really taken advantage of other people's success for research, so he agreed to apologize to Dr. Pym on behalf of his father. The next step was to see Dr. Pym's attitude. The news that the high-end hangar of the secret military camp was instantly wiped out surprised everyone. Other countries were watching the show, and the United States became a little panicked. Li Buying watched the senior American leader on TV limping onto the stage with a trembling step, and then righteously condemned Crockway's behavior. The residents were worried about whether they themselves were involved and even started marching on the streets. The United States is a little confused. Of course, Li Buying's attention is not on this. His perception is currently placed near Lorna to observe whether she can deal with the danger. Lorna Dane, as one of the more capable mutants in the Crockway Kingdom, had already gone to a secret research institute to rescue mutants. A mutant who can make people fall asleep quietly caused the guards to become sleepy, causing them to lie on the ground unknowingly, falling into a deep sleep and sweet dreams. The action team easily arrived at the gate of the research institute, and at the same time, Luo Na also destroyed all the weapons of the guards. Lorna raised her hand and pressed on the alloy door. The door opened quietly, and many mutants sneaked in. A blind man who was protected by other mutants in the center suddenly said, "There is someone on the left stairs who insists on not falling asleep. He is heading towards go to the control room." Quicksilver disappeared into the crowd. He activated his abilities and moved at high speed. He quickly found the soldier who was not fainted by the sentient mutant. He took out a pistol loaded with tranquilizer bullets from his waist and aimed it at the enemy in front. With a gunshot, the bullet pierced the soldier's body, and he immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. Quicksilver ran forward and held his hands and tested his pulse to confirm that he was really asleep before returning to his original position to report to everyone. Soon, everyone found the room where the mutants were kept and looked at the situation inside. Even though they had seen it on the video, when they saw it with their own eyes again, the team members were still furious at the scene in front of them.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.